Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Liar by Nora Roberts, performed by January Lavoie. For Joanne, the amazing forever friend. Part.1. The False. It is not the lie that passeth through the mind, but the lie that sinketh in, and settleth in it, that doth the hurt. Francis Bacon. 1. In the big house, and Shelby would always think of it as the big house, she sat in her husband's big leather chair at his big important desk. The color of the chair was espresso, not brown. Richard had been very exact about that sort of thing. The desk itself, so sleek and shiny, was African zebra wood and custom made for him in Italy. When she'd said, just a joke, that she didn't know they had zebras in Italy, he'd given her that look. The look that told her, despite the big house, the fancy clothes, and the fat diamond on the third finger of her left hand, she'd always be Shelby Ann Pomeroy, 2 steps out of the bumpkin town in Tennessee where she was born and raised. He'd have laughed once, she thought now. He'd have known she was joking and laughed as if she were the sparkle in his life. But oh God, she dulled in his eyes, and so fast, too. The man she'd met nearly 5 years before on a starry summer night had swept her off her feet, away from everything she'd known, into worlds she'd barely imagined. He'd treated her like a princess, shown her places she'd only read about in books or seen in movies. And he'd loved her once, hadn't he? It was important to remember that. He'd loved her, wanted her, given her all any woman could ask for. Provided. That was a word he'd often used. He'd provided for her. Maybe he'd been upset when she got pregnant. Maybe she'd been afraid, just for a minute, of the look in his eyes when she told him. But he'd married her, hadn't he? Whisked her off to Las Vegas like they were having the adventure of a lifetime. They'd been happy then. It was important to remember that now, too. She had to remember that, to hold tight the memories of the good times. A woman widowed at 24 needed memories. A woman who learned she'd been living a lie, was not only broke, but in terrible, breathtaking debt, needed reminders of the good times. The lawyers and accountants and tax people explained it all to her, but they might as well have been speaking Greek when they went on about leveraging and hedge funds and foreclosures. The big house, one that had intimidated her since she'd walked in the door, wasn't hers, or not enough hers to matter, but the mortgage company's. The cars, leased, not bought, and with the payments overdue, not hers either. The furniture, bought on credit, and those payments overdue. And the taxes. She couldn't bear to think about the taxes. It terrified her to think of them. In the 2 months and 8 days since Richard's death, it seemed all she did was think about matters he'd told her not to worry about, matters that weren't her concern. Matters, when he'd given her that look, that were none of her business. Now it was all her concern and all her business, because she owed creditors, a mortgage company, and the United States government so much money, it paralyzed her. She couldn't afford to be paralyzed. She had a child. She had a daughter. Callie was all that mattered now. She was only 3, Shelby thought, and wanted to lay her head down on that slick, shiny desk and weep. But you won't. You're what she's got now, so you'll do whatever has to be done. She opened one of the boxes, the one marked personal papers. The lawyers and tax people had taken everything, gone through everything, copied everything, she supposed. Now she would go through everything and see what could be salvaged for Callie. She needed to find enough, somewhere, to provide for her child after she'd paid off all the debt. She'd get work, of course, but it wouldn't be enough. She didn't care about the money, she thought, as she began going through receipts for suits and shoes and restaurants and hotels, for private planes. She'd learned she didn't care about the money after the first whirlwind year, after Callie. After Callie, all she'd wanted was a home. She stopped, looked around Richard's office. The harsh colors of the modern art he'd preferred, the stark white walls he said best showed off that art, and the dark woods and leathers. This wouldn't be home, and hadn't been. Would never be, she thought, if she lived here 80 years instead of the scant 3 months since they'd moved in. He'd bought it without consulting her, furnished it without asking what she'd like. A surprise, he'd said, throwing open the doors to this monster house in Villanova, this echoing building in what he'd claimed was the best of the Philadelphia suburbs. And she'd pretended to love it, hadn't she? Grateful for a settled place, however much the hard colors and towering ceilings intimidated. Callie would have a home, go to good schools, play in a safe neighborhood, make friends. She'd make friends, too. That had been her hope. But there hadn't been time. Just as there wasn't a $10 million life insurance policy. He'd lied about that, too. Lied about the college fund for Callie. Why? She put that question aside. She'd never know the answer, so why ask why? She could take his suits and shoes and ties and his sports equipment, the golf clubs and skis, take all those to consignment shops. Take what she could get there. Take whatever they didn't repossess and sell it, on damn eBay if she had to, or Craigslist, or a pawn shop. It didn't matter. Plenty in her own closet to sell, and jewelry too. She looked at the diamond, the ring he'd slipped on her finger when they got to Vegas. The wedding ring she'd keep, but the diamond she'd sell. There was plenty of her own to sell. For Callie. She went through files one by one. They'd taken all the computers, and those she didn't have back yet. But the actual paper was tangible. She opened his medical file. He'd taken good care of himself, she thought, which reminded her to cancel the memberships at the country club, at the fitness center. That had gone out of her mind. He'd been a healthy man, one who kept his body in tune, who never missed a checkup. She needed to toss out all those vitamins and supplements he'd taken daily, she decided as she turned over another paper. No reason to keep those. No reason to keep these records either. The healthy man had drowned in the Atlantic, just a few miles off the South Carolina coast, at the age of 33. She should just shred all this. Richard had been big on shredding, and had his own machine right there in the office. Creditors didn't need to see the results of his last routine blood work, or the confirmation of his flu shot from 2 years ago. Paperwork from the emergency room, from when he'd dislocated his finger playing basketball. For God's sake, that had been 3 years ago. For a man who'd shred enough paperwork to make a mountain range, he'd sure been possessive about his medical receipts. She sighed, noting another dated almost 4 years ago. She started to toss it aside, stopped, and frowned. She didn't know this doctor. Of course, they'd been living in that big high-rise in Houston then, and who could keep track of doctors the way they'd moved every year? Sometimes less than that. But this doctor was in New York City. That can't be right, she murmured. Why would Richard go to a doctor in New York for a... Everything went cold. Her mind, her heart, her belly. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the paper, brought it closer as if the words would change with the distance. But they stayed the same. Richard Andrew Foxworth had elective surgery performed by Dr. Deepak Haryana at Mount Sinai Medical Center on July 12, 2011. A vasectomy. He'd had a vasectomy without telling her. Callie barely 2 months old, and he'd fixed it so there could be no more children. He'd pretended to want more when she'd begun talking about another. He'd agreed to get checked as she got checked when, after a year of trying, she hadn't conceived. She could hear him now. "You've just got to relax, Shelby, for God's sake. If you're worried and tense about it, it'll never happen." "No, it'll never happen because you fixed it so it couldn't. You lied to me, even about that. Lied when my heart broke every month. How could you? How could you?" She pushed away from the desk, pressed her fingers to her eyes. July. Mid-July, and Callie about 8 weeks old. A business trip, he'd said. That's right. She remembered very well. To New York. Hadn't lied about the where. She hadn't wanted to take the baby to the city. He'd known she wouldn't. He'd made all the arrangements, another surprise for her. He'd sent her back to Tennessee on a private plane, her and her baby. So she could spend some time with her family, he'd said. Show off the baby, let her mother and grandmother spoil her and spoil Callie for a couple of weeks. She'd been so happy, so grateful, she thought now. And all the while, he'd just been getting her out of the way so he could make certain he didn't father another child. She walked back to the desk, picked up the photo she'd had framed for him. One of her and Callie, taken by her brother Clay on that very trip. A thank you gift he'd seemed to value as he'd kept it on his desk, wherever they'd been, ever since. Another lie. Just another lie. You never loved us. You couldn't have lied and lied and lied if you'd loved us. On the rage of betrayal, she nearly smashed the frame on the desk. Only the face of her baby stopped her. She set it down again, as carefully as she might priceless and fragile porcelain. Then she lowered to the floor. She couldn't sit behind that desk. Not now. She sat on the floor with harsh colors against hard white walls, rocking, weeping. Weeping not because the man she'd loved was dead, but because he never existed. There was no time to sleep. Though she disliked coffee, she made herself an oversized mug from Richard's Italian machine and hit it with a double shot of espresso. Headachy from the crying jag, wired up on caffeine, she combed through every paper in the box, making piles. Hotel and restaurant receipts, when viewed with newly opened eyes, told her he hadn't just lied, but had cheated. Room service charges too high for a man alone. Add a receipt for a silver bangle from Tiffany's, which he'd never given to her, from the same trip. Another $5,000 at La Perla, the lingerie he preferred she wear, from another trip, a receipt for a weekend spent in a bed and breakfast in Vermont, when he'd said he was going to finalize a deal in Chicago, and it began to solidify. Why had he kept all this proof of his lies and infidelity? Because, she realized, she'd trusted him. Not even that, she thought, accepting. She'd suspected an affair, and he'd likely known she had. He kept it because he'd thought her too obedient to poke through his personal records. And she had been. The other lives he'd lived, he'd locked away. She hadn't known where to find the key, would never have questioned him, and he'd known it. How many other women, she wondered. Did it matter? One was too many, and any of them would have been more sophisticated, more experienced and knowledgeable than the girl from the little mountain town in Tennessee he'd knocked up when she was 19, dazzled and foolish. Why had he married her? Maybe he'd loved her, at least a little, wanted her. But she hadn't been enough. Not enough to keep him happy, keep him true. And did that matter, really? He was dead. Yes, she thought. Yes, it mattered. He'd made a fool of her, left her humiliated, left her with a financial burden that could hound her for years and jeopardize their daughter's future. It damn well mattered. She spent another hour going systematically through the office. The safe had already been cleared. She'd known about it, though she hadn't had the combination. She'd given the lawyers permission to have it opened. They'd taken most of the legal documents, but there was $5,000 in cash. She took it out, set it aside. Callie's birth certificate, their passports. She opened Richard's, studied his photo. So handsome. Smooth and polished, like a movie star, with his rich brown hair and tawny eyes. She'd so wished Callie had inherited his dimples. She'd been so charmed by those damn dimples. She set the passports aside. However unlikely it was she'd use hers or Callie's, she'd pack them up. She'd destroy Richard's. Or maybe ask the lawyers if that's what she should do. She found nothing hidden away, but she'd go through everything again before she shredded or filed it all away again in packing boxes. Hyped on coffee and grief, she walked through the house, crossed the big 2-story foyer, took the curving stairs up, the thick socks she wore soundless on the hardwood. She checked on Callie first, went into the pretty room, leaned down to kiss her daughter's cheek before tucking the blankets around her little girl's favored butt-in-the-air sleeping position. Leaving the door open, she walked down the hall to the master suite. She hated the room, she thought now. Hated the gray walls, the black leather headboard, the sharp lines of the black furniture. She hated it more now, knowing she'd made love with him in that bed after he'd made love with other women in other beds. As her belly twisted, she realized she needed to go to the doctor herself. She needed to be sure he hadn't passed anything on to her. Don't think now, she told herself. Just make the appointment tomorrow, and don't think now. She went to his closet, one nearly as big as the whole of the bedroom she'd had back in Rendezvous Ridge back home. Some of the suits had barely been worn, she thought. Armani, Versace, Cucinelli. Richard had leaned toward Italian designers for suits. And shoes, she thought, taking a pair of black Ferragamo loafers off the shoe shelf, turning them over to study the soles. Barely scuffed. Moving through, she opened a cupboard, took out suit bags. She'd take as many as she could manage to the consignment shop in the morning. Should have done it already, she muttered. But first, there'd been shock and grief, then the lawyers, the accountants, the government agent. She went through the pockets of a gray pinstripe to be certain they were empty, transferred it to the bag. 5 a bag, she calculated. 4 bags for the suits, then another 5, maybe 6, for jackets and coats. Then shirts, casual pants. The mindless work kept her calm. The gradual clearing of space lightened her heart a little. She hesitated when she got to the dark bronze leather jacket. He'd favored it, had looked so good in the aviator style and the rich color. It was, she knew, one of the few gifts she'd given him that he'd really liked. She stroked one of the sleeves, buttery soft, supple, and nearly gave in to the sentiment to set it aside, keep it, at least for a while. Then she thought of the doctor's receipt and dug ruthlessly through the pockets. Empty, of course. He'd been careful to empty his pockets every night, toss any loose change in the glass dish on his dresser. Phone in the charger, keys in the dish by the front door or hung in the cabinet in his office. Never left anything in pockets to weigh them down, spoil the line, be forgotten. But as she gave the pockets a squeeze, a habit she'd picked up from her mother on washing day, she felt something. She checked the pocket again, found it empty. Pushed her fingers in again, turned the pocket inside out. A little hole in the lining, she noted. Yes, he had favored the jacket. She carried the jacket back into the bedroom, got her manicure scissors out of her kit. Carefully, she widened the hole, telling herself she'd stitch it up later, before she bagged it for sale. Slipping her fingers in the opening, she drew out a key. Not a door key, she thought, turning it in the light. Not a car key. A bank box. But what bank? And what was in it? Why have a bank box when he had a safe right in his office? She should probably tell the lawyers, she thought. But she wasn't going to. For all she knew, he had a ledger in there listing all the women he'd slept with in the past 5 years, and she'd had enough humiliation. She'd find the bank and the box and see for herself. They could take the house, the furniture, the cars, the stocks, bonds, money that hadn't been nearly what Richard had told her. They could take the art, the jewelry, the chinchilla jacket he'd given her for their first and last Christmas in Pennsylvania. But she'd hold on to what was left of her pride. She woke from shivery, disturbing dreams to the insistent tugging on her hand.
Mama, 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 wake up.
What? She didn't even open her eyes, just reached down, pulled her little girl onto the bed with her, snuggled right in.
Morning time.
Callie sang it.
Fifi's hungry.
Fifi, Callie's desperately beloved stuffed dog, always woke hungry. Okay. But she snuggled another minute. At some point, she'd stretched out, fully clothed on top of the bed, pulled the black cashmere throw over herself and dropped off. She'd never convince Callie, or Fifi, to cuddle up for another hour, but she could stall for a few minutes. Your hair smells so good, Shelby murmured.
Callie's hair. Mama's hair.
Shelby smiled at the tug on hers. Just the same. The deep golden red had passed down from her mother's side, from the McNee side, as had the nearly unmanageable curls which, as Richard preferred the sleek and smooth, she'd had blown out and straightened every week.
Callie's eyes. Mama's eyes.
Callie pulled Shelby's eye open with her fingers, the same deep blue eyes that read almost purple in some lights. Just the same, Shelby began, then winced when Callie poked at her eye.
Red.
I bet. What does Fifi want for breakfast? 5 more minutes, Shelby thought. Just 5.
Fifi wants candy.
The utter glee in her daughter's voice had Shelby opening her bloodshot blue eyes. Is that so, Fifi? Shelby turned the plush, cheerful face on the pink poodle in her direction. Not a chance. She rolled Callie over, tickled her ribs, and, despite the headache, reveled in the joyful squeals. Breakfast it is. She scooped Callie up. Then we've got places to go, my little fairy queen, and people to see.
Marta? Is Marta coming?
No, baby. She thought of the nanny Richard had insisted on. Remember how I told you Marta can't come anymore?
Like Daddy,
Callie said, as Shelby carried her downstairs. "Not exactly, but I'm going to fix us a fabulous breakfast. You know what's almost as good as candy for breakfast?"
Cake!
Shelby laughed. "Close. Pancakes. Puppy dog pancakes." With a giggle, Callie laid her head on Shelby's shoulder.
I love Mama.
"I love Callie," Shelby replied, and promised herself she'd do whatever she had to do to give Callie a good, secure life. After breakfast, she helped her daughter dress, bundled them both up. She'd enjoyed the snow at Christmas, had barely noticed it in January, after Richard's accident. But now it was March, and she was thoroughly sick of it, and the bitter air that showed no sign of thawing. But it was warm enough in the garage to settle Callie into her car seat, to haul all the heavy garment bags into the sleek-lined SUV she probably wouldn't have much longer. She'd need to find enough money to buy a second-hand car. A good, safe, child-friendly car. A minivan, she thought, as she backed out of the garage. She drove carefully. The roads here had been well plowed, but winter did its damage however exclusive the neighborhood, and there were potholes. She didn't know anyone here. The winter had been so harsh, so cold, her circumstances so overwhelming, she'd stayed in more than going out. And Callie caught that nasty cold. The cold, Shelby remembered, that had kept them home when Richard took the trip to South Carolina. The trip that was supposed to be a family winter break. They would have been with him on the boat, and hearing her daughter chattering to Fifi, it didn't bear thinking about. Instead, she concentrated on negotiating traffic and finding the consignment shop. She transferred Callie to her stroller and, cursing the biting wind, dragged the top 3 bags out of the car. As she fought to open the shop door, keep the bags from sliding, and block Callie from the worst of the wind, a woman pulled open the door. "Oh, wow! Let me give you a hand." "Thank you. They're a little heavy, so I've got them. Macy! Treasure trove!" Another woman, this one very pregnant, stepped out from a back room. "Good morning. Well, hello, cutie," she said to Callie.
You got a baby in your tummy.
"Yes, I do." Laying a hand over it, Macy smiled at Shelby. "Welcome to Second Chances. Do you have some things for us to consider?" "I do." A quick glance around showed Shelby racks and shelves of clothes and accessories, and a very tiny area dedicated to men's clothes. Her hopes sank. "I haven't had a chance to come in before, so I wasn't sure what you... Most of what I brought in are suits. Men's suits and shirts and jackets. We don't get nearly enough menswear." The woman who'd let her in tapped the garment bags she'd laid on a wide counter. "Is it all right to take a look?" "Yes, please." "You're not from around here," Macy commented. "Oh, no, I guess not." "Are you visiting?" I live here in Villanova right now, just since December, but... Oh, my goodness, these are gorgeous suits. Pristine condition so far, Macy." "Size, Cheryl?" 42 regular, and there must be 20 of them." 22, Shelby said, and linked her fingers together. "I have more in the car." "More?" both women said together. "Shoes, men's size 10, and coats and jackets and... My husband..."
Daddy's clothes,
Callie announced when Cheryl hung another suit on a holding rack.
Don't touch Daddy's clothes with sticky hands.
"That's right, baby. You see," Shelby began, looking for the right way to explain. Callie solved it for her.
My daddy went to heaven.
I'm so sorry. One hand on her belly, Macy reached out, touched Callie's arm.
Heaven's pretty,
Callie told them.
angels live there.
That's absolutely right. Macy glanced at Cheryl, nodded. Why don't you go out, get the rest, she told Shelby. You can leave. What's your name, cutie?
Callie Rose Foxworth. This is Fifi.
Hello, Fifi. We'll watch Callie and Fifi while you bring the rest in. If you're sure. She hesitated, then asked herself why two women, one of them about 7 months along, would run off with Callie in the time it took her to get to the car and back. I'll only be a minute. Callie, you be good. Mama's just getting something out of the car. They were nice, Shelby thought later as she drove off to try local banks. People were usually nice if you gave them the chance to be. They'd taken everything, and she knew they'd taken more than maybe they might have, but Callie had charmed them. You're my lucky charm, Callie Rose. Callie grinned around the straw of her juice box, but kept her eyes glued to the backseat DVD screen and her 10 millionth viewing of Shrek. 2. 6 banks later, Shelby decided the luck may have run out for the day, and her baby needed lunch and a nap. Once she had Callie fed, washed, and tucked in, and the tucking in part always took twice as long as she hoped, she geared up to face the answering machine and the voicemail on her cell phone. She'd worked out payment plans with the credit card companies and felt they'd been as decent as she could expect. She'd done the same with the IRS. The mortgage lender had agreed to a short sale, and one of the messages was from the realtor wanting to set up the first showings. She could have used a nap herself, but there was a lot she could get done in the hour, if God was kind. Callie slept. Because it made the most sense, she used Richard's office. She'd closed up most of the rooms in the big house, cut the heat back wherever she could. She wished for a fire, glanced at the black and silver gas insert under the black marble mantel. The one thing she'd enjoyed in the overwhelming house was being able to have a fire, the warmth and cheer of it at the flick of a switch. But that flick cost money, and she wouldn't spend it just to have gas flames when the sweater and thick socks kept her warm enough. She got out the list she'd made, what had to be done, called the realtor back, agreed to the open house on Saturday and Sunday. She'd take Callie off somewhere, get them both out and leave that business to the realtor. Meanwhile, she dug out the name of the company the lawyers had given her that might buy the furniture so she could avoid repossession. If she couldn't sell it in a swoop, or at least a good chunk of it, she'd try doing pieces online, if she ever had access to a computer again. If she couldn't get enough, she'd have to face the humiliation of having it repossessed. She didn't think the neighborhood ran to yard sales, and it was too damn cold anyway. Then she returned the calls from her mother, her grandmother, her sister-in-law, and asked them to tell the aunts and cousins who'd also called that she was fine. Callie was fine. She was just real busy getting everything in order. She couldn't tell them. Not all of it. Not yet. They knew some, of course, and some was all she could share right that minute. Talking about it made her angry and weepy, and she had too much to do. To keep busy, she went up to the bedroom, sorted through her jewelry. Her engagement ring, the diamond earrings Richard had given her for her 21st birthday, the emerald pendant he'd given her when Callie was born. Other pieces, other gifts. His watches, 6 of them, and his army of cufflinks. She made a careful list, as she had with the clothes she'd taken to the consignment shop. She bagged the jewelry with their appraisals and insurance information, then used her phone to search for a jewelry store, as local as she could manage, that bought as well as sold. With the boxes she'd picked up while they'd been out, She began packing up what she considered hers and important to her. Photographs, gifts to her from family. The realtor had advised her to depersonalize the house, so Shelby would do just that. When Callie woke from her nap, Shelby kept her entertained by giving her little tasks. As she packed, she cleaned. No more housekeeping staff to scrub and polish the endless miles of tile, of hardwood, of chrome, of glass. She made dinner, ate what she could. She dealt with bath time, story time, bedtime, then packed more, hauled boxes to the garage. Exhausted, she treated herself to a hot bath in the soaking tub with its soothing jets, then crawled into bed with her pad, intending to write out the next day's agenda, and fell asleep with the lights on. The next morning, she headed out again with Callie and Fifi and Shrek, and Richard's leather attaché case holding her jewelry and its paperwork, his watches and cufflinks. She tried 3 more banks, widening her area, then, reminding herself that she had no room for pride, parked in front of the jewelry store. She dealt with a 3-year-old cranky at having her movie interrupted again, and bribed Callie into submission with the promise of a new DVD. Telling herself it was business, just dollars and cents, she pushed Callie into the shop. Everything shone and seemed as hushed as a church between services. She wanted to turn around and go, just go, but made herself move forward to the woman wearing a sharp black suit and tasteful gold earrings. "Excuse me, I'd like to talk to someone about selling some jewelry." "You can speak to anyone here. Selling jewelry is what we do." "No, ma'am. I mean to say, I'm selling. I'd like to sell some pieces. It says you buy jewelry, too." Of course. The woman's eye was as sharp as the suit and carved Shelby down, top to toe. Maybe she wasn't looking her best, Shelby thought. Maybe she hadn't been able to camouflage the dark circles under her eyes. But if there was one thing her granny had taught her, it was that when a customer came into your place, you treated them with respect. Shelby stiffened a spine that wanted to buckle, kept her eyes direct. "Is there someone I should speak to, or would you rather I take my business somewhere else?" "Do you have the original receipts for the pieces you're interested in selling?" "No, I don't. Not for all, as some were gifts. But I have the appraisals and the insurance papers. Do I look like a thief, one hauling her daughter around fancy jewelry stores trying to sell stolen merchandise?" She felt a scene rising up in her, a dam ready to burst and flood, hot and wild over everything in its path. Perhaps the clerk sensed it as she stepped back. "One moment, please."
Mama, I want to go home.
"Oh, baby, so do I. We will. We'll go home soon." "May I help you?" The man who stepped up looked like somebody's dignified grandfather, the sort in a Hollywood movie about rich people who'd been rich forever. "Yes, sir. I hope so. It says you buy jewelry, and I have some jewelry I need to sell." "Of course. Why don't we go over here? You can sit down, and I'll take a look." "Thank you." She struggled to keep that spine straight as she crossed the shop to an ornate desk. He pulled out a chair for her, and the gesture made her want to blubber like a fool. "I have some pieces my husband gave me. I have the appraisals and all that, the paperwork." She fumbled open the attaché, took out pouches and jewelry boxes, the manila envelope holding the appraisals. We... She broke off, closed her eyes, drew a couple of breaths. "I'm sorry. I've never done this." "It's perfectly all right, Mrs.
Foxworth.
I'm Shelby Foxworth."
Wilson Brown.
He took her offered hand, shook it gently. Why don't you show me what you have, Mrs. Foxworth? She decided to go with the biggest straight off and opened the pouch that held her engagement ring. He set it on a velvet cloth, and as he took out a jeweler's loop, she opened the envelope. It says here, it's 3.5 carats, emerald cut, a D grade, that's supposed to be good from what I read, and with 6 side stones in a platinum setting. Is that right? He looked up from the loop. Mrs. Foxworth, I'm afraid this is a man-made diamond. I'm sorry? It's a lab diamond, as are the side stones. She put her hands under the desk so he couldn't see them shake. That means it's fake. It simply means it was created in a lab. It's a very nice example of a man-made diamond. Callie began to whine. Shelby heard the sound through the throbbing in her head, automatically dug in her bag, pulled out the toy phone. You call Granny, baby. Tell her what you've been up to. It means, she continued, this isn't a D-grade diamond, and this ring isn't worth what it says here on this paper. It isn't worth $155,000? No, my dear, it's not. His voice was as gentle as a pat and made it worse. I can give you the names of other appraisers so you can ask for other opinions. You're not lying to me. I know you're not lying to me. But Richard had, over and over and over. She wouldn't break down, she told herself. Not now. Not here. Would you look at the rest, Mr. Brown? Tell me if they're fake, too? Of course. The diamond earrings were real, and that was all. She'd liked them because they were pretty, and they were simple. Just studs that didn't make her feel awkward in the wearing. But she'd prized the emerald pendant because he'd given it to her the day they brought Callie home from the hospital. And it was as false as he'd been. I can give you $5,000 for the diamond studs, if you'd still like to sell them. Yes, thank you. That'd be just fine. Can you tell me where I should take the rest? Is it best to go to a pawn shop? Do you know of a good one? I don't want to take Callie into some place that's, you know what I mean, sketchy. And maybe, if you don't mind, you could give me an idea what it's all really worth. He sat back, studied her. The engagement ring is good work, and as I said, a good example of a lab diamond. I could give you $800 for it. Shelby studied him in turn as she pulled off the matching wedding ring. How much for the set? She didn't break down, and she walked out with $15,600. Richard's cufflinks weren't fake, and had given her what she thought of as a bonus. $15,600 was more than she'd had. Not enough to pay off debts, but more than she'd had. And he'd given her the name of another shop that would look at Richard's watches. She stretched her luck with Callie, tried 2 more banks, then gave it up for another day. Callie picked a My Little Pony DVD, and Shelby bought herself a laptop and a couple of flash drives. An investment, she justified, a tool she needed to keep everything straight. Business, she reminded herself. She wouldn't think of the fake jewelry as another betrayal, but as something that gave her some breathing room. She spent nap time creating a spreadsheet, entered the jewelry, the payment for it, canceled the insurance policy, and that would help her expenses. The utilities on the big house, even with rooms closed off, were a killer, but the money from the jewelry would help there. She remembered the wine cellar Richard had been so proud of, hauled the laptop down and began to catalog the bottles. Somebody would buy them. And what the hell? She'd splurge on a bottle for herself, have a glass with her dinner. She selected a bottle of Pinot Grigio. She'd learned a little about wines in the last 4.5 years, and at least knew what she liked. She thought it would go just fine with chicken and dumplings, a Callie favorite. By the time the day was done, she felt more in control, especially when she found $5,000 tucked into one of the cashmere socks in Richard's drawer. $20,000 now in the fund for cleaning up the mess and starting over. Lying in bed, she studied the key. Where do you fit? And what will I find? I'm not giving up. She could maybe hire a private detective. It would likely take a good chunk of that cleaning up fund, but might be the sensible thing to do. She'd give it a few more days, try some banks closer to the city. Maybe go into the city. The next day, she added $35,000 on the sale of Richard's collection of watches and $2,300 more for his golf clubs, skis, and tennis racket. It so boosted her mood that she took Callie for pizza between banks. Maybe she could afford that detective now. Maybe that's what she'd do. But she needed to buy a minivan, and her research told her that purchase would take a deep chunk of her $58,000. Plus, it was only right she use some of that to bump up the payments on the credit cards. She'd work on selling the wine, that's what she'd do, and hire the detective that way. For now, she'd just check one more bank on the way home. Rather than haul out the stroller, she propped Callie on her hip. Callie got that look in her eye, half stubborn, half sulky.
Don't want to, Mama.
Me either, but this is the last one. Then we're going to go home and play dress-up tea party. You and me, baby.
I want to be the princess.
As you wish, Your Highness. She carried her now giggling daughter into the bank. Shelby knew the routine now, walked to the shortest line to wait her turn. She couldn't keep hauling Callie around this way, every day, disrupting routine, in and out of the car. Hell, she felt pretty damn stubborn and sulky herself, and she wasn't 3.5 years old. She'd make this the last one after all. The very last altogether, and start seriously researching private investigators. The furniture would sell, and the wine would sell. It was time for optimism instead of constant worry. She shifted Callie on her hip, approached the teller who glanced at her over the tops of red-framed cheaters.
Can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. I need to speak with a manager. I'm Mrs. Richard Foxworth, and I have a power of attorney here. I lost my husband last December.
I'm very sorry.
Thank you. I believe he had a safe deposit box in this bank. I have the key here, and the power of attorney. Much quicker than fumbling around, she'd learned, telling bored bank people she'd found the key and didn't know what it went to.
Mrs. Babington's in her office and should be able to help you. Straight across to the left.
Thanks. She went across, found the office, knocked on the open glass door. I beg your pardon, ma'am. They said I should speak to you about getting into my husband's safe deposit box. She walked straight in, something else she'd learned, sat with Callie on her lap. I have the power of attorney here and the key. I'm Mrs. Richard Foxworth. Let me check on this. You have such pretty red hair, she said to Callie.
Mama's.
Callie reached up to grab a hank of Shelby's. Yes, just like your mother's. You're not listed on Mr. Foxworth's box. I'm sorry? I'm afraid we don't have a signature card for you. He has a box here? Yes. Even with the POA, it would be best if Mr. Foxworth came in personally. He could add you on. He can't. He was...
Daddy had to go to heaven.
Oh. Babington's face radiated sympathy. I'm very sorry.
Angels sing in heaven. Mama, Fifi wants to go home now.
Soon, baby. Richard, There was an accident. He was in a boat, and there was a squall. In December 28th. I have the documentation. They don't issue a death certificate when they can't find. I understand. I need to see your paperwork, Mrs. Foxworth, and some photo ID. I brought my marriage license, too, just so you'd have everything. And the police report on when it happened. And these letters from the lawyers. Shelby handed it all over, held her breath. You could get a court order for access. Is that what I should do? I could ask Richard's lawyers, well, my lawyers now, I guess, to do that. Give me a moment here. Babington read over the paperwork while Callie shifted restlessly in Shelby's lap.
I want my tea party, Mama. You said. I want my tea party.
That's what we'll do. Soon as we're done here, we'll have a princess tea party. You should think about what dolls you're going to invite. Callie began to list them off, and Shelby realized the nerves of waiting gave her a sudden and urgent need to pee. The POA's in order, as is the rest of your documentation. I'll show you to the box. Now? If you'd rather come back another time. No, I appreciate it so much. So much that she felt breathless and a little giddy. I've never done this before. I don't know what I should do. I'll walk you through it. I'll need your signature. Just let me print this out. It sounds like you'll have a lot of guests at your tea party, she said to Callie as she worked. I have a granddaughter about your age. She loves tea parties.
She can come.
I bet she'd love to, but she lives in Richmond, Virginia, and that's pretty far away. If you'd sign this, Mrs. Foxworth. She could barely read it the way her thoughts were racing around in her head. Babington used a swipe card and a passcode, accessed a kind of vault where the walls were filled with numbered drawers. Number 512. I'm going to step out, give you some privacy. If you need any help, just let me know. Thank you very much. Am I allowed to take what's in it? You're authorized. Take your time, she added, and drew a curtain to block off the room. Well, I have to say, holy S-H-I-T. She set the big bag she used for Callie's things and her own, and Richard's attaché on a table, then, clutching her daughter, stepped to the box.
Too tight, Mama.
Sorry. God, I'm nervous. It's probably just a bunch of papers he didn't want in the house. It's probably nothing. It may even be empty. So open it, for God's sake, she ordered herself. With an unsteady hand, she slid the key into the lock, turned it, even jumped a little when it clicked open. Here we go. Doesn't matter if it's empty. The important thing is I found it. On my own. I did it myself. I've got to set you down a minute, baby. You stay right here. You stay right here with me. She set Callie on the floor, pulled out the box, put it on the table, then simply stared. Oh, God. Holy shit.
Shit, Mama.
Don't say that. I shouldn't have said that. She had to brace a hand on the table. It wasn't empty. And the first thing that caught her eye was a stack of banded money. $100 bills. 10,000 each. And oh God, Callie, there's so many of them. Now her hands weren't just unsteady, but shook as she counted the stacks. There's 25 of them. There's $250,000 cash money in here. Feeling like a thief, she flicked an anxious look at the curtain, then shoved the money into the attaché. I have to ask the lawyers what to do. About the money, she thought, but what about the rest? What about the 3 driver's licenses with Richard's photo? And someone else's name? And the passports? And the .32 semi-automatic? She started to reach for the gun, pulled her hand back. She wanted to leave it, couldn't say why she didn't want to touch it. But she made herself lift it, remove the magazine. She'd grown up in the Tennessee mountains with brothers, one who was now a cop. She knew how to handle a gun, but she wasn't carrying a loaded gun with Callie around. She placed it and the 2 extra mags in the attaché. She took the passports, the licenses, discovered Social Security cards under the same 3 names, American Express cards, visas, all under those names. Was any of it real? Had any of it ever been real?
Mama, let's go, let's go.
Callie tugged on her pants. In a second.
Now, Mama, now.
In a second. The tone, sharp and firm, might have had Callie's lip quivering, but sometimes a child had to be reminded that she didn't run the show. And a mama had to remember that a 3-year-old had a right to get tired of being hauled all over creation and back every damn day. She bent, kissed the top of Callie's head. I'm almost done. I just have to put this back now. Callie was real, Shelby thought. That's what mattered. The rest? She'd figure it out. Or she wouldn't. But Callie was real, and over $200,000 would buy a decent minivan, pay off some of the debt, maybe squeeze out enough for a down payment on a little house once she got steady work. Maybe Richard hadn't meant to, and she didn't know what it all meant, but he'd provided for his daughter's future after all. And he'd given her room to breathe, so she'd think about the rest later. She hauled Callie up, shouldered the bag, gripped the attaché as if her life depended on it. Okay, baby girl, let's go have a tea party. 3. She opened up all the rooms, turned the heat back up, even switched on the fireplaces, all 7 of them. She bought fresh flowers, baked cookies. The time spent on her laptop researching the best way to sell a house and fast had suggested cookies, flowers, and as the realtor had decreed, depersonalizing. Keep it all neutral. As far as she was concerned, the place was as neutral as they came. She didn't find the big house welcoming, but then she never had. Maybe with softer furnishings, warmer colors, it might have felt like a home. But that was her sensibility, and hers didn't matter. The sooner she unloaded the damn place, the sooner that section of the crushing debt lifted off her shoulders. The realtor arrived armed with flowers and cookies, so Shelby figured she could have saved her time and money there. She'd brought what she called a staging team with her, and they swarmed around, changing the placement of furniture, displaying more flowers, lighting candles. Shelby had picked up a dozen scented candles, but decided she'd keep that to herself, just return them or keep them, depending on what seemed best when this was all said and done. The place is immaculate. The realtor beamed at Shelby, gave her a congratulatory pat on the shoulder. Your cleaning crew did a terrific job. Shelby thought of her midnight scrubbings and polishings, and only smiled. I want it to show well. Believe me, it does. Short sales can be tricky, and will put some potential buyers off, but I'm confident we're going to get offers, good ones, and quickly. I hope you're right. I wanted to say, I've got someone coming in Monday morning to see about the furniture, but if anyone who comes in is interested in buying it, any of it, I'm going to price it to sell. That's excellent. There are so many wonderful pieces. I'll make sure we let people know. She took a last critical look around herself, thought of the gun, the papers, the cash she'd locked in the safe in Richard's office. Then she hefted the big bag she habitually carried. "Callie and I are going to get out of the way. I have errands to run. And a minivan to buy." Her daddy might not have approved that she didn't buy American, but the 5-year-old Toyota she'd found through CarMax got high ratings on safety and reliability. And the price was right. The price got better when she made herself haggle, offering cash. Real cash. Her hands wanted to shake as she counted it out. Half now, the rest when she picked the car up the next afternoon. But she bore down hard. Maybe she had to pull over 3 blocks away, rest her forehead on the wheel. She'd never in her life spent so much money in one place. Never in her life bought a car. Now she let herself shake, but it wasn't from nerves. No, not now. It was from stunning delight. Shelby Ann Pomeroy, because that's who she was down into it, whatever the legal papers said, had just bought a 2010 Toyota minivan in happy cherry red. By herself. On her own. And had shaved $1,000 off the deal because she hadn't been afraid to ask for it. "We're going to be fine, Callie," she said, though her daughter was deep in her Shrek zone. "We're going to be just fine." She used her cell, called the leasing company, and arranged for them to pick up the SUV. And, bearing down again, made herself ask for a ride to pick up the minivan. Might as well deal with the insurance while she was at it, and Callie was in her zone. She'd just consider the SUV her office temporarily. Once she arranged for the car insurance to be transferred, she checked the online site where she'd listed the wine for sale. "Oh my goodness! Callie! We've got bids!" Delighted, fascinated, she scrolled through, adding in her head, and found over $1,000 already bid. "I'm going to put another 12 bottles up tonight. That's just what I'm going to do." Since it seemed her luck was running hot, she geared herself up for the drive into Philadelphia. Even with the GPS, she made 3 wrong turns, had her belly knotted by the traffic. But she found the fur shop, hauled the never-worn chinchilla and her daughter inside. To her surprise, no one looked at her like she was pathetic or made her feel small for returning the coat. And that carved away a major chunk from a credit card, knocking the principal down to not quite as scary and lowered the painful interest rate. She'd sat frozen for too long, Shelby admitted, and treated her little girl to a Happy Meal. Way, way too long. She'd broken the ice now, and damn it, she intended to make a flood. She waited until she was out of the city again, gassed up the car, cursed the cold and the price of gas, then drove aimlessly for a while as Callie had fallen asleep. Twice she drove by her own house, or the lender's house, and kept going when she counted the cars out in front. That was good. Of course that was good. Anyone who came to look at the house could be the one to buy it. But God, she just wanted to take Callie back, settle in, work on her accounting spreadsheet. She stalled long enough so just the realtor waited. "Sorry, give me 1 minute," Shelby said on the run. "Callie really needs to pee." They made it, just barely. When she went back out to the great room, the realtor sat working on her tablet. "We had a very successful open house. Over 50 people, and this time of year, that's excellent. We had a lot of interest and 2 offers." "Offers?" Stunned, Shelby set Callie down. "Low offers, and I don't think the lender's going to accept, but it's a good start. And we have a family of 4 very interested. I have a good feeling about them. They're going to talk it over and get back to me." "That's terrific. I also have an offer on your master bedroom suite. One of the lookers brought her sister, and while the sister isn't in the market for a house, she is for furniture. The offer's a little low, in my opinion, and she'd want it right away, Monday at the latest. Sold." The realtor laughed, then blinked in surprise when she realized Shelby meant it. Shelby, I haven't even told you her offer. It doesn't matter. I hate that furniture. I hate every stick of furniture in this house. Except for Callie's room, she amended, pushing at her hair as her daughter pulled out the basket of toys Shelby kept in one of the base kitchen cabinets. It's the only one where I picked everything out myself. She can come haul it away tonight for all I care. There are plenty of other places to sleep in here. Can we sit down? I'm sorry, of course. I'm sorry, Miss Tennisdale. I'm a little wound up, is all. I told you to call me Donna. Donna, do you want some coffee or something? I've forgotten every bit of my manners. Just sit. You're dealing with a lot. Frankly, I don't know how you're dealing with it all. I want to help you. That's my job. The offer for the furniture is too low. Let me make a counteroffer. There's nothing wrong with a bargain, Shelby, but I don't like feeling you're getting taken advantage of, even though it's ugly furniture. Oh! Something inside Shelby just lit up, like vindication. Do you think so too? Really? Just about every piece of it, except Callie's room. Shelby let out a laugh that, to her shock, turned to weeping in a finger snap. I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry.
Mama.
Callie crawled into her lap.
Don't cry, Mama. Don't cry.
I'm all right. She clutched Callie, rocked. I'm okay. I'm just tired.
Mama needs a nap.
I'm okay. I'm okay, baby. Don't worry. I'm going to pour you a glass of wine, Donna announced, and dug tissues from her pocket. You sit. I saw a bottle in the fridge. It's kind of early. Not today, it isn't. Now, tell me, she continued as she went to get a glass, what else do you want to sell? The art? Oh my God, yes. Worn to the bone, she let Callie pat a tissue over her face. It's on my list to see about. I don't understand paintings like all these. Rugs? Lamps? I've packed up everything I want out of here, except for Callie's room and my clothes, and a few things I need to keep around while we're living here. I don't want any of it, Mrs. Donna. Even the dishes aren't mine. There's quite a wine collection downstairs. I've put 24 bottles online. This site I found, people are already bidding. I'm going to put another dozen on tonight. Donna angled her head, gave Shelby what Shelby thought of as an appraisal. Aren't you clever? If I was clever, I wouldn't be in this fix. Thank you, she added when Donna gave her the wine. I don't think that's true, but let's start where we are. Can you give me the name of the company you have coming in about the furniture? It's Dolby & Sons, out of Philadelphia. Good. That's good, and exactly who I'd recommend. Sipping wine, Donna made notes on her tablet, spoke briskly. I'll make a counteroffer, but this buyer is going to have to come up to reality if she's serious about the master bedroom furniture. Otherwise, Chad Dolby, that's the oldest son, and he's probably the one who'll come in to give you a price, will make a fair offer. I know someone who would give you another price on your dishes, glassware, barware, and there are 2 art dealers I'd recommend for purchasing your art. I don't know how to thank you. It's my job, Donna reminded her, and it's a pleasure. I have a daughter just a couple years younger than you. I'd hope someone would help her out if she ever found herself in this kind of fix. I noticed you'd cleaned out your husband's closet. I did. Mom was fine, baby. She kissed Callie's hair. You go ahead and play now. I took most of it into second chances, she told Donna when Callie slid off her lap. Perfect. Macy and Cheryl are very good at what they do, and their store gets a lot of traffic. Do you know everyone? That's part of the job. How about the books? I packed up my books, the ones I like. Richard bought the ones left in the library. He just bought them, what was it, in a lot? And we'll sell them the same way. Donna nodded, tapped on her tablet. I'm going to add that to my notes. And if it's what you want, I'm going to put some of the contacts I have in touch with you. You can set up appointments. That would be wonderful. I would appreciate that so much. It feels like I've been stumbling around, trying to figure out what to do with what for so long now. From what I'm seeing, you've figured it out very well. Thank you, but it helps so much to have advice and direction. You're so nice. I don't know why you made me so nervous. Now Donna laughed. I can have that effect. Should I give the contacts your cell number or the landline? Maybe you could give them both. I try to keep my cell phone with me in a pocket, but sometimes I forget. Done. These are business people, and they're looking to make a profit, but they won't lowball you. If you think of anything else, you just let me know. She smiled. I really do know everybody. And Shelby, I'm going to get you an offer on this house. A good one. It's a beautiful space in a prime location, and the right buyer's out there. I'll find the right buyer. I believe you will. And because she did, Shelby slept better that night than she had in weeks. The entire next week, her head never stopped spinning. She made the deal with Dolby & Sons, shipped off wine won through the online auction house, picked up a very nice check from the consignment shop for some of Richard's clothes, and hauled in 3 garment bags from her own closet. She accepted the offer for the dishes and glassware, packed it all up, and bought a set of 4 colorful plastic plates, bowls, cups. They'd make do. Though it might have been more sensible to eke out payments, she paid off one of the credit cards in full. 1 down, she thought. 11 to go. The art, not originals as Richard had claimed, wasn't worth as much as she'd hoped. But the quantity made up for some of that. Every day she felt lighter. Even the storm that blew in 14 inches of snow didn't throw her off. She bundled Callie up like an Eskimo, and together they built their first snowman. Nothing to write home about, she thought, but she did just that, snapping pictures with her phone to send back to Tennessee. And the adventure wore her little girl out so Callie and Fifi were tucked in by 7. That gave Shelby a long, solid evening with her spreadsheet, her bills, and her to-do list. Should she use this money here to pay off one of the smaller credit cards? Just get it gone? Or should she apply that money to one of the big ones, cut the interest payment down? As much as she wanted to say 2 down, 10 to go, it made more sense to cut down the interest. Carefully, she made the payment online, the way she'd taught herself, logged it onto her spreadsheet. $486,400 down. Only $2,184,000 to go. Not counting the next bill that came in from the lawyers, the accountants. But at the moment, hell, that seemed like chicken feed. The phone rang, and seeing Donna's name on the display, she snatched it up. Maybe. Hello? Hi, Shelby, it's Donna. I know it's a little late, but I wanted to let you know we got a good offer on the house. Oh, that's such good news. I think the lender's going to approve this. You know it can take weeks, even months, but I'm going to do everything I can to push it through. It's the family I told you about from the first open house. They really love the house, and the location is just what they wanted. And one more thing, she hates the furniture. Shelby let out a laugh, lifting her face to the ceiling, cutting loose. She really does? Absolutely hates it. She told me she had to look past it, pretend it wasn't there, to really see the house, the layout. He's nervous about the short sale aspect, but she wants it, and he's willing to go that route. And I think if the lender counters, asking for closer to their asking price, this buyer will come up. Oh my God, Donna. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but you should celebrate, at least a little. I feel like stripping naked and dancing all over this damn house. Whatever works. Maybe just the dancing part. Thank you so much. Fingers crossed, Shelby. I'll contact the lender first thing in the morning. You have a good night. You too. Thanks again. Bye now. She didn't strip naked, but she did bring up the satellite radio. She hit with Adele, danced around the office, picked up the lyrics, let her voice loose. She'd had ambitions once, aspirations, dreams. She'd be a singer, a star. Her voice was a gift, and she'd tended it, used it, appreciated it. She'd met Richard through her voice, when he came into the little club in Memphis where she was lead singer with a band they called Horizon. 19 years old, she thought now. Not old enough to buy a legal beer in the club, though Ty, their drummer who'd been a little bit in love with her, used to sneak her a bottle of Corona when he could. God, it felt good to sing again, to dance. Other than lullabies, she hadn't used her singing voice in months. She rolled through Adele, straight into Taylor Swift, then fumbled with the remote to mute the volume when her phone rang again. Still smiling, still dancing, she answered. Hello? I'm looking for David Matherson. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong number. David Matherson, he repeated, and rattled off the phone number. Yes, that's this number, but... Something lodged in her throat. She had to clear it, grip the receiver tight. No one by that name lives here. I'm sorry. She hung up before he could say anything else, then hurried to the safe, carefully entered the combination. She took the manila envelope to the desk and with stiff and shaky fingers opened it. In the envelope, she kept the identification she'd found in the bank box, the ones with Richard's face smiling out.
This is the end of disc number 1. Please insert disc number 2. This is disc number 2.
She hung up before he could say anything else, then hurried to the safe, carefully entered the combination. She took the manila envelope to the desk and with stiff and shaky fingers opened it. In the envelope, she kept the identification she'd found in the bank box, the ones with Richard's face smiling out. And one set of identification was in the name of David Allen Matherson. She didn't feel like singing anymore, or dancing. For reasons she couldn't explain, she was compelled to check all the doors, check the alarm system. Despite the waste of electricity, she left a light burning in the foyer, left the second-floor hall light on. Rather than go to her own bed, she slid in with Callie and lay awake a long time, praying the phone didn't ring again. The furniture company sent a crew who packed up 2 guest rooms, the foyer and the dining room, where Shelby hadn't had a meal since Richard's accident. After some haggling, she'd agreed to sell the master bedroom suite to the private buyer. She wiped out the time payment, paid off a second credit card. 2 down, 10 to go. The house felt even bigger and less friendly with so much of the furniture gone. She had a nagging itch at the base of her spine to get gone herself, but there were details yet, and they were her responsibility. She had an appointment at 1:30 with the book buyer, made at that time so she'd have Callie down for her nap. She tied her hair back, put on the pretty aquamarine dangles her grandparents had given her for Christmas, added some bronzer, some blush because she looked too pale. She changed the thick socks she liked to wear around the house for good black heels. Her grandmother claimed heels might pinch the toes some, but they boosted a woman's confidence. She jumped when the doorbell rang. The bookman was a solid 15 minutes early, time she'd counted on to put coffee and cookies out in the library. She rushed down, hoping he didn't ring again. Callie slept light at nap time. She opened the door to a man younger and better looking than she'd expected, which went to show, she supposed, about assumptions. "Mr. Lauderdale, you're timely." "Miss Foxworth." Smoothly he held out a hand to clasp hers. "Come in out of the cold. I'll never get used to northern winters." "You haven't been in the area long." "No, just long enough to go through a winter. Let me take your coat." "I appreciate that." He had a strong-looking, stocky build, a square-jawed face, cool hazel eyes. Nothing, she thought, like the thin, older, bespectacled bookworm of her imagination. "Donna, Ms. Tinnisdale, said you might be interested in the books I have." She hung the sturdy peacoat in the foyer closet. "Why don't I take you right into the library so you can have a look?" "You have an impressive home." "It's big, anyway," she said as she led him back, past a sitting room with a grand piano nobody played, a lounge area with a pool table she still had to sell, and to the library. It would have been her favorite room next to Callie's if she could have made it cozier, warmer. But for now, she had the fire going, had taken down the heavy drapes, also in the two-cell pile, so the winter sun, what there was of it, could leak through the windows. The furniture here, the leather sofa in what she thought of as lemon pie yellow, and the dark brown chairs, the 2 shiny tables, would all be gone by the end of the week. She hoped the cases full of leather-bound books no one had ever read would be gone, too. "Like I told you on the phone, I'll be moving before much longer, so I'm inclined to sell the books. I've already packed up the ones I want myself, but these, well, to tell you the truth, my husband bought them because he thought they looked good in the room." "They look impressive, like the house." "I guess they do. I'm more interested in what's in a book than how it looks in a cabinet, I guess. If you'd like to take a look at them, I can make coffee." He wandered over, took out a book at random. Faust. "I read how a lot of people buy books this way, by the foot, to decorate." She wanted to clutch her hands together, had to order herself to relax. She should be used to this by now, she thought. It shouldn't still make her nervous. "I guess I think it'd be nicer, more appealing to the eye, to my eye," she corrected, "if they weren't all the same. The bindings, the height. And I guess I have to say, I wouldn't be one to curl up in front of the fire and read Faust." "You're not alone in that." He slipped the book back in place and turned those cool eyes on her. "Miss Foxworth, I'm not Lauderdale. My name's Ted Privet." "Oh, did Mr. Lauderdale send you to take a look?" "I'm not a book dealer. I'm a private investigator. I spoke to you on the phone a couple nights ago. I asked about David Matherson." She took a step back. Heels or not, she could and would outrun him, get him outside, away from Callie. "And I told you you had the wrong number. You need to go now. I'm expecting someone any minute." "I only need a minute." With a smile, he lifted his hands as if to show her he was harmless. "I'm just doing my job, Ms. Foxworth. I tracked David Matherson to this area, and my information, I've got a photo." He reached into his inside jacket pocket, holding his other hand out and up in a gesture of peace. "If you'd just take a look. Do you know this man?" Her heart hammered. She'd let a stranger into the house. She'd gotten careless having so many people going in and out, and she'd let him in, with her baby sleeping upstairs. You let me think you were someone else. She put a whip in her voice, hoped it stung. Is that how you do your job?
Yeah, actually. Some of the time.
I don't much like you or your job. She snatched the photo out of his hand, stared at it. She'd known it would be Richard, but seeing him, the movie star smile, the brown eyes with hints of gold, hit hard. His hair was darker, and he wore a trim goatee she thought made him look older, just like the identification from the bank box. But it was Richard. The man in the photo had been her husband. Her husband had been a liar. What was she? This is a picture of my late husband, Richard.
7 months ago, this man, going by the name of David Matherson, swindled a woman in Atlanta out of $50,000.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know any David Matherson. My husband was Richard Foxworth.
2 months before that, David Matherson swindled a small group of investors in Jacksonville, Florida out of twice that. I could go on, including a major burglary in Miami about 5 years ago. $28 million in rare stamps and jewelry.
The swindling, after what she'd learned in the past weeks, didn't shock her. But the thievery and the amount of it had her stomach twisting, her head going light. I don't know what you're talking about. I want you to go. While he tucked the photo away, he kept his eyes on hers.
Matherson was most recently based out of Atlanta, where he ran real estate scams. You lived in Atlanta before coming here, didn't you?
Richard was a financial consultant, and he's dead. Do you understand? He died right after Christmas, so he can't answer your questions. I don't know the answers to them. You've got no business coming in here this way, lying your way in and scaring me. Once again, he held up his hands, but something in his eyes told Shelby he wasn't harmless at all.
I'm not trying to scare you.
Well, you have. I married Richard Foxworth in Las Vegas, Nevada on October 18th, 2010. I didn't marry anyone named David Matherson. I don't know anyone by that name. His mouth twisted into a sneer.
You were married 4 years, but you claim you don't know how your husband really made his living? What he really did? Who he really was?
If you're trying to tell me I'm a fool, get in line. Made his living? What living? Overcome, she threw out her arms. This house? If I can't get it sold and fast, they'll foreclose. You want to claim Richard swindled people? Stole from people? Almost $30 million? Well, if it's true, whoever hired you to find him can get in line too. I'm digging out from the $4 million in debt he left me holding. You need to go. You go tell your client he's got the wrong man. Or if he doesn't, that man's dead. There's nothing I can do about it. If he wants to come after me for the money, well, like I said, there's a line and it's long.
Lady, you want me to believe you lived with him for 4 years, but you never heard of Matherson? You don't know anything?
Anger swallowed fear. She'd had enough. Just enough, and that temper lit her up like a flash fire. I don't give a good damn what you believe, Mr. Privet. Not one single damn. And if you pushed your way in here expecting I'd just pull a bunch of damn stamps and jewelry out of my pocket or hundreds of thousands in cash to send you on your way, I believe you're a stupid man as well as a rude one. Get out.
I'm just looking for information about...
I don't have any information. I don't know anything about any of this. What I know is I'm stuck here in this place I don't know, with this house I don't want, because
Because?
I don't know anymore. Even the temper faded now. She was just tired. I can't tell you what I don't know. If you have any questions, you can talk to Michael Spears or Jessica Broadway.
Spears, Cannon, Fife, and Hanover. They're the Philadelphia lawyers handling this mess I'm in. Now, you're going, or I'm calling the police." "I'm going," he said, following her as she strode out and went directly to the closet for his coat. He took out a business card, held it out to her. "You can contact me if you remember anything." "I can't remember what I don't know." But she took the card. "If it was Richard who took your client's money, I'm sorry for it. Please don't come back here. I won't let you in a second time." "It could be the cops at the door next time," he told her. "You keep that in mind. And keep that card." "They don't throw you in jail for being stupid. That's my only crime." She pulled open the door, let out a little yip at the man reaching for the doorbell. "Ah, Mrs. Foxworth? I startled you. I'm Martin Lauderdale." He was older, with eyes of faded blue behind wire-rimmed glasses and a trim beard of more salt than pepper. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Lauderdale. Goodbye, Mr. Privet." "Keep that card," Privet told her, and skirting around Lauderdale, walked down the cleared front walk to a gray compact. She knew cars. After all, her granddaddy was a mechanic, and she took careful note of this one. A Honda Civic in gray, Florida license plates. If she saw it in the neighborhood again, she'd call the police. "Let me take your coat," she said to Lauderdale. By the end of the week, the library and the master bedrooms stood empty. She sold the pool table, the piano, Richard's workout equipment, and countless odds and ends through Craigslist. She had one of the 10 remaining credit cards down so close to payoff she could taste it. She stripped the remaining art from the walls, sold that as well, and the fancy coffee maker, the fancy bar blender. And when she woke up on the morning of what should have been the first day of spring to 6 inches of snow and still falling, she wanted to crawl back into the Princess Fiona sleeping bag currently serving as her bed. She was living in a damn near empty house. Worse, her baby girl was living in a damn near empty house, with no friends, with no one to talk to or play with but her mother. 4.5 years before, on a simmering October evening out west, she bought a pretty blue dress. Richard had liked her in blue. Spent an hour blowing out her hair because he liked it smooth, and walked down the aisle of the silly little chapel carrying a single white rose. She'd thought it the happiest day of her life, but it hadn't been her life at all. Just an illusion, and worse, just a lie. And every day after that, she'd done her very best to be a good wife, to learn to cook the way Richard liked, to pack up and move when Richard had the whim, to dress the way he liked, to make sure Callie was washed and fed and dressed pretty when he came home. All that's done, she thought. All that's done, she murmured. So why are we still here? She went into her old dressing area, where she'd started some half-hearted packing in the Louis Vuitton luggage Richard had bought her in New York, to replace the duffel bag she'd stuffed with clothes when she'd run off with him. She packed in earnest now. Then, breaking a hard and fast rule, she set Callie up with Shrek and cereal in the kitchen while she packed her daughter's things. Following one of her mother's hard and fast rules, never call anybody but the police, the fire department, or a plumber before 9 in the morning, she waited until 9 on the dot to call Donna. "Hi, Shelby. How are you? It's snowing again. It's the winter that won't die. They're saying we'll get about 8 inches, but it's supposed to go up to about 50 by Saturday. Let's hope this is the last gasp. I'm not counting on it. Donna, there's not much left in the house here but me and Callie. I want to take the TV in the kitchen, the under-the-counter one, home for my grandmother. She'd just love that. And the big flat screen, any of them. There's 9 in this house, I counted. I just want to take one home for my daddy. I don't know if maybe the buyers want the others.
I know the deal's not final, but we could make the sale of the TVs contingent on it. Honestly, I don't care what they want to pay me for them. I can propose that to them, of course. Let them make you an offer. That would be just fine. If they don't want them or only want some of them, I'll take care of it. Somehow, she thought, rubbing at her aching temple. But when I get off the phone with you, I'm calling a moving company. I can't get Callie's furniture in the van, not with the boxes I'm taking, and the suitcases and her toys. And Donna, I'm going to ask you for an awful big favor. Of course. What can I do? I need you to put one of those lockbox things on the house, and for us to do whatever the paperwork is that's coming if this goes through, by mail or email or whatever it is. I need to go home, Donna. Saying it, just saying it, eased the knots in her shoulders. I need to take Callie home. She hasn't had a chance with all that's going on to make a single friend her age. This house is empty. I think it always was, but now you can't pretend it isn't. I can't stay here anymore. If I can get everything arranged, we're leaving tomorrow, Saturday at the latest. That's no favor and no problem. I'll take care of the house. Don't worry about that. You're going to drive all that way alone? I have Callie. I'm going to cancel this landline, but I'll have my cell if you need to reach me, and my laptop so I'll have email. If the sale doesn't go through, you'll just show it to somebody else. But I hope it does. I hope those people who want it get it and make a home out of it. But we have to go. Will you shoot me an email when you get there? I'm going to worry about you a little. I will, and we'll be fine. I wish I'd known how nice you are sooner. That sounded stupid. It didn't, Donna said with a laugh. I wish the same about you. Don't worry about anything here. If you need something done after you're home, you just let me know. You've got a friend in Philadelphia, Shelby. You've got one in Tennessee. After she hung up, Shelby took a deep breath, and she made a list, a careful one, of everything that needed doing. Once she'd crossed the last thing off, she was going home. She was taking Callie back to Rendezvous Ridge. 4. It took most of the day and some creative bribery to keep Callie from interrupting her. Accounts to be closed, others to be transferred, the change of address, the forwarding. The cost of the moving company to break down Callie's furniture, ship it, and set it up again made her wince. And she considered renting a U-Haul and doing it herself. But she'd need help getting the bed and dresser downstairs and into a trailer anyway. So she swallowed hard and went for it. It paid off to her way of thinking, as the next day, for a $20 tip, the movers took the big TV off the wall in the living room, wrapped it, and carted it out to the van for her. Donna, as good as her word, had the lockbox installed. She packed what was left, stowed whatever she might need on the road in a big tote. Maybe it was foolish to leave so late on a Friday. Smarter, more sensible to get a fresh start in the morning. But she wasn't spending another night in a house that had never been hers. She walked through, bottom to top, top back to bottom, then stood in the 2-story foyer. She could see now, with the stark art, the too sleek furnishings removed, how it might be. Warmer colors, softer tones, maybe some big old piece, something with character, a little bit of curve in the entranceway to hold flowers, candles. A mix of old and new, she thought, aiming for casual elegance with touches of fun. Antique mirrors. Yes, she'd group old mirrors, different shapes, along that wall. Jumble books with family photos and pretty little whatnots on those shelves. And not hers now, she reminded herself. No longer her space. No longer her problem. I'm not going to say I hate this place. That doesn't seem fair to whoever moves in after me. It's like putting a hex on it. So I'm just going to say I took care of it best I could while I could. She left the keys on the kitchen counter with a thank you note for Donna, then reached for Callie's hand. Come on, baby girl. We're going on our trip.
We're gonna see Granny and Grandpa and Grandma and Granddaddy.
You bet we are, and everybody else, too. She walked out to the garage with Callie wheeling her little Cinderella, her once favorite princess, currently usurped by Fiona, overnight bag behind her. Let's get you and Fifi strapped in. As she secured Callie in the car seat, Callie patted Shelby's cheek. Her signal for, look at me and pay attention. What is it, baby?
We're gonna be there soon?
Uh-oh. Torn between amusement and resignation, Shelby patted Callie's cheek in turn. If the versions of Are We There Yet began before they pulled out of the garage, they were in for a very long trip. It's all the way to Tennessee, remember? That's going to take some time, so it's not going to be real soon. But, she widened her eyes to demonstrate the excitement to come. We're going to get to stay the night in a motel, like adventurers.
Venturers!
That's right. You and me, Callie Rose. Fingers on noses, she added, and Callie giggled, put her fingers to her nose so Shelby could close the side door of the van. She backed out of the garage, sat for a moment until the door came all the way down again. And that's that, she said. She drove away without a backward glance. Traffic was a misery, but she wasn't going to care about that. It would take as long as it took. To save Shrek for when real boredom hit, she kept Callie entertained with songs, ones her little girl knew and fresh ones she'd stored up to avoid the endless repetition and save her own sanity. It mostly worked. Crossing the state line into Maryland felt like a victory. She wanted to keep going, just keep going, but at the 3-hour mark made herself get off the highway. The Happy Meal put a grin on Callie's face, and food in her tummy. Another 2 hours, Shelby thought, then she'd be over halfway there. They'd stop for the night. She already had the motel picked out, the route in the GPS. When she stopped in Virginia, she saw she'd made the right choice. Callie had had enough and was getting her cranky on. The adventure of jumping on a motel room bed changed the mood. Fresh pajamas, Fifi, and a bedtime story did the trick. Though she doubted fireworks would wake her little girl now, Shelby went into the bathroom to call home. Mama, we've stopped for the night like I said we would. Where are you? Exactly where now? At the Best Western around Wytheville, Virginia. Is it clean? It is, Mama. I checked out the rating online before I headed here. You got the security lock on? Ada Mae demanded. It's on, Mama. You put a chair under the doorknob just for extra. Okay. How's that sweet angel? She's sound asleep. She was so good on the drive. I can't wait to get my hands on her. And on you, sweetie pie. I wish you'd told us you were starting out today before you did. Clay Jr. would have come up there, driven you down. She was the only girl, Shelby reminded herself, and the baby of 3. Her mother would fret. I'm fine, Mama, I promise. We're fine and already halfway there. Clay's got work and family of his own. You're his family, too. I can't wait to see him. See all of you. The faces, the voices, the hills, the green. It made her want to cry a little, so she worked to bump up the cheer in her voice. I'm going to try to get on the road by 8, but it may be a little later. But I should be there by 2 o'clock at the latest. I'll call you so you know for sure. Mama, I want to thank you again for letting us stay. I don't want to hear that from you, my own child and her child. This is home. You come home, Shelby Ann. Tomorrow. Tell Daddy we're all safe for the night. Stay that way, and you get some rest. You sound tired. I am a little. Night, Mama. Though it was barely 8, she crawled into bed and was asleep in minutes like her little girl. She woke in the dark, shocked out of a dream she remembered in bits and pieces. A storm at sea, drowning waves swamping a boat, a rolling white dot in a thrashing sea of black. And she'd been at the wheel, fighting so hard to ride it out while waves lashed, lightning flashed. And Callie, somewhere Callie cried and called for her. Then Richard? Yes, Richard in one of his fine suits, pulling her away from the controls because she didn't know how to handle a boat. She didn't know how to do anything. Then falling into that drowning sea. Cold, shaken, she sat up in the strange dark room, trying to get her breath back. Because it was Richard who'd fallen into the water, not her. It was Richard who'd drowned. Callie slept, her cute little butt hiked in the air, warm and safe. She slid down, lay for a while stroking Callie's back to comfort herself. But sleep was done, so she gave it up, walked quietly into the bathroom. She stood debating. Did she leave the door open so if Callie woke in a strange place, she'd know where her mama was? Or did she close the door so the light and the sound of the shower didn't wake her baby, which they were all but guaranteed to do? She compromised, left the door open a crack. She didn't think a motel shower had ever felt so good, warming away the last chills from the dream, washing away the dragging dregs of fatigue. She'd brought her own shampoo, shower gel. She'd been spoiled on good products long before Richard. But then she'd been raised on them, as her grandmother ran Rendezvous Ridge's best salon. And day spa now, Callie thought. There was just no stopping Granny. She couldn't wait to see her, to see everyone, to just be home. Breathe the mountain air, see the greens, the blues, hear the voices that didn't make hers sound somehow wrong. She wrapped her hair in a towel, knowing it would take forever to dry, and did what her mother had taught her when she'd been hardly older than Callie. She slicked on lotion everywhere. It felt good, that skin to skin, even if it was just her own hands. It had been so long since anyone had touched her. She dressed, peeked out to check on Callie, and left the door open just a little wider as she started on her makeup. She wasn't going home pale and heavy-eyed. She couldn't do anything about going home bony, but her appetite would come back once she got there, settled in, pushed some of the weights off the heavy end of the scale. And the outfit was nice. Black leggings, the grass-green shirt that made her think of spring. She added earrings, a spritz of perfume, because according to Ada Mae Pomeroy, a woman wasn't fully dressed without them. Deciding she'd done her best, she went back into the bedroom, packed up everything but Callie's outfit for the homecoming. A pretty blue dress with white flowers and a white sweater. Then, turning on one of the bedside lights, she climbed onto the bed to nuzzle her daughter awake. Callie Rose. Where is my Callie Rose? Is she still in dreamland riding pink ponies?
I'm here, Mama.
Warm and soft as a baby rabbit, she turned into Shelby's arms.
We're on a venture.
You bet we are. She cuddled for a moment, because those moments were precious.
I didn't wet the bed.
I know. You're such a big girl. Let's go pee now and get dressed. Even with fussing Callie's hair into a braid tied with a blue bow to match the dress, cleaning her up again after a breakfast of waffles, gassing up the van, they were on the road by 7:30. An early start, Shelby thought. She'd take it as a good sign of things to come. She stopped at 10, another pee break, fueled her system with a Coke, filled Callie's sippy cup, and texted her mother. Got going early. Traffic's not bad. Should be there by 12:30. Love you. When she pulled back onto the highway, the gray compact slipped out 3 cars behind her and kept pace. So the young widow was heading home in her second-hand minivan. Every action she did reasonable, normal, ordinary. But she knew something, Privet thought, and he'd find out just what that was. When she caught sight of the mountains, the great green rise of them, Shelby's heart jumped to her throat until her eyes stung. She'd thought she knew how much she wanted this, needed this, but it was more. It was everything safe and real. Look, Callie. Look out there. There's home out there. There's the Smokies.
Gamma's in the Mokies.
Smokies, Shelby said with a grinning glance in the rear view.
Smokies. Gamma and Granny and Grandpa and Granddaddy and Uncle Clay and Aunt Gilly and Uncle Forrest.
She rattled off family names, and to Shelby's surprise got most of them down to the dogs and cats. Maybe, Shelby thought, she wasn't the only one who wanted and needed this. By noon, she was winding up through the green with her window half down so she could smell the mountains, the pine, the rivers and streams. Here there was no snow. Instead, wildflowers sprouted, little stars, drops of color, and the houses and cabins she passed had daffodils springing yellow as fresh butter. Here, clothes flapped on lines so the sheets would carry that scent into bedrooms. Hawks circled above in the blue.
I'm hungry, Mama. Fifi's hungry. Are we there? Are we there, Mama?
Almost, baby.
Can we be there now?
Almost. You and Fifi can have something to eat at Gamma's.
We want cookies.
Maybe. She crossed what the locals called Billy's Creek, named for the boy who'd drowned in it before her father was born, and the dirt road that led down to the holler and to some ramshackle houses and double-wides where hunting dogs bayed in their pens and the shotguns stayed loaded and handy. And the sign for Mountain Spring Campground, where her brother Forrest had worked one long ago summer, and where he'd gone skinny dipping, and a little more, with Emma Kate Addison, a fact Shelby knew as Emma Kate had been her closest friend, diapers through high school. Now the turn for the hotel resort built when she was about 10. Her brother Clay worked there, taking tourists out for whitewater rafting. He'd met his wife there as she worked as a dessert chef for the hotel. Now Gilly was pregnant with their second child. But before the wives and the children, before jobs and careers, they'd run tame here. She'd known the trails and the streams, the swimming holes, and the places where the black bear lumbered along. She'd walked with her brothers, with Emma Kate, on hot summer days into town to buy Cokes at the general store, or to her grandmother's salon to beg for spending money. She'd known places to sit and look out at forever. How the whippoorwills sounded when dusk fell in clouds of soft, soft gray after the sun dyed red behind the peaks. She'd know it again, she thought. All of it. And more important, her daughter would know it. She'd know the giddy feeling of warm grass under her feet or cold creek water lapping her ankles.
Please, Mama. Please. Can we be there?
We're really close now. See that house there? I knew a girl who lived there. Her name was Laura Lee, and her mama, Miss Maybelline, worked for Granny. She still does, and I think Granny told me Laura Lee works for her too. And see, just up ahead, that fork in the road?
You eat with a fork.
That's right. Almost as impatient as her daughter, Shelby laughed. But it also means a split in the road, where you can go one way or the other. If we went to the right, The hand you color with? If we went that way, we'd be in Rendezvous Ridge in a spit. But we go left. Her own excitement rising, Shelby took the left fork, a little faster than maybe she should. And we're heading home.
Gamma's house.
That's right. A few houses, some of them new since she'd left, scattered around, and the road still winding and rising. Emma Kate's house, with a big truck in the drive that had the Fix-It guys painted on the side. And there it was. Home. Cars and trucks everywhere, she noted. Packed in the drive, ranged on the side of the road. Kids running around the front yard and dogs with them. And the spring flowers her parents tended like babies, already a show at the hem of the pretty two-story house. The cedar shakes gleamed in the sun, and the pink dogwood her mother prized bloomed as pretty as Easter morning. A banner hung between the front porch posts. Welcome home, Shelby and Callie Rose. She might have laid her head on the steering wheel and wept in sheer gratitude, but Callie bounced in her car seat.
Out, out! Hurry, Mama!
She saw another sign propped on a sawhorse right in front of the house. Reserved for Shelby. As she let out a laugh, two of the boys spotted her van, ran over cheering. We'll move it, Shelby! Her Uncle Grady's boys, who looked to have sprung up another 6 inches since she'd seen them at Christmas. Somebody having a party? She called out. It's for you. Hey, Callie, hey! The older of the two, Macon, tapped on Callie's window.
Who's that, Mama? Who?
That's your cousin Macon.
Cousin Macon!
Callie waved both hands.
Hi! Hi!
She eased the van off the road and with intense relief turned off the ignition. We're here, Callie. At last.
Out, out, out!
I'm working on it. Before she could get around the van, kids swarming her to open the side door, her mother came running. Nearly 6 feet, Ada Mae had long legs to cover the ground from house to van. Her yellow sundress billowed around those legs, set off her crown of red hair. Before Shelby could take a breath, she was caught in a bear hug and surrounded by the scent of L'air du Temps, her mother's signature perfume. Here you are! Here's my girls! My God, Shelby Ann, you're skinny as a snake. We're going to fix that. For goodness sake, you kids give us some room here. Look at you, just look. She cupped Shelby's face, tilted it up. Everything's going to be just fine, she said when Shelby's eyes teared. Don't you go running your mascara. It's all fine now. How do you get this door open? Shelby pulled the handle so the side door slid open.
Gamma! Gamma!
Callie reached out, arms stretched.
Out, out!
I'm going to get you out of there. How the hell do you get her out of there? Oh, just look at you. Ada Mae covered Callie's face with kisses as Shelby released the harness, the seatbelt. You're pretty as a sunbeam in May. And what a pretty dress, too. Oh, give your Gamma a big hug. In her yellow slingback heels, Ada Mae turned circles in the road while Callie clung to her like a burr. We're all over the place. Tears slid down Ada Mae's cheeks as she circled.
Don't cry, Gamma.
That's just joy spilling out. And good thing I've got waterproof mascara. We're out here in the house, out the backyard where they've got the big grill going already. We've got food to feed the army we are and some champagne, too, to celebrate. With Callie on her hip, Ada Mae pulled Shelby in for a 3-generation hug. Welcome home, baby. Thank you, Mama. More than I can say. Let's get you inside, get you some sweet tea. The moving van was here not 2 hours ago. Already? Carted everything right up to Callie's room. We've got it all made up so sweet and pretty. Your room's right next to your mama's, she said as they walked to the house. I put you in Clay's old room, Shelby, as it's bigger than the one you had. It's been fresh painted and we got a new mattress. The old one was worn out. Callie's in Forrest's old room, so you know you'll share that bath between them. We got some nice new towels in there for you. Got them from your granny's spa, so they're nice. Shelby would have said she shouldn't have gone to so much trouble, but if Ada Mae wasn't fussing, she wasn't breathing. Gilly baked a cake all fancy. She's about ready to pop, but that girl can bake like Betty Crocker. Her brother Clay came out. He'd gotten his parents' height, and their father's coloring with his dark hair and eyes. Grinning, he plucked Shelby off her feet, spun her like a top.
"About time you got here,"
he murmured in her ear. "Soon as I could."
"Give her over,"
he ordered his mother and snatched Callie.
"Hey there, sunshine. Remember me?"
Uncle Clay.
Girls always remember the handsome ones. Let's go find some trouble.
"If anybody can," Ada Mae said, and wrapped an arm around Shelby's waist. "You need a cold drink and a chair. I feel like I've been sitting for days, but I'd take the cold drink." Family spread around the house, so there were more hugs and welcomes, more yet when they reached the kitchen. Gilly, and she did look ready to pop, stood with a boy just a year younger than Callie on her hip.
"I've got him."
Clay transferred his son Jackson to his other hip.
"Got me a set now."
He took off running out the back door, letting out a war whoop that had both kids squealing. "Born to be a daddy, and a good thing," Ada Mae added, giving Gilly's belly a gentle pat. "You get off your feet now." "I'm feeling fine. Even better now." She wrapped her arms around Shelby, swayed with the hug. "It's so good to see you. We've got pitchers of tea outside and plenty of beer. And 4 bottles of champagne. Your mama has decreed it's for the ladies only, as none of the men here can appreciate it." "Sounds about right. I'll start with the tea." Shelby hadn't caught her breath, not yet, but decided she'd catch it later. "Gilly, you look just wonderful." Hair as sunny as Clay's was dark, slicked back in a pretty tail to leave her face, round with pregnancy, unframed. Eyes of cornflower blue sparkled. "Really wonderful. Are you doing good?" "I'm doing great. 5 weeks and 2 days to go." Shelby made her way outside, onto the wide back porch, looking over the big backyard with its vegetable patch already sprouting, kids clambering over a swing set, a grill smoking, picnic tables lined up like soldiers with balloons tied to chairs. Her father stood at the grill, the general, in one of his silly aprons. This one suggested you kiss his grits. She was in his arms in seconds. She wouldn't break down, she told herself. She just wouldn't spoil it. "Hey, Daddy."
"Hey, Shelby."
He bent from his 6 feet 2 inches, kissed the top of her head. Handsome and fit, a marathon runner for pleasure, a country doctor by trade, he held her close.
"You're too thin."
"Mama said she'd fix that."
"Then she will."
He drew her back.
"The doctor says food, drink, plenty of sleep, and pampering. That'll be $20.
"Put it on my bill."
That's what they all say. Go, get that drink. I've got ribs to finish."
As she stepped back, she was caught in a round-the-back bear hug. She recognized the wonderful prickle of whiskers, wriggled around and hugged. "Grandpa."
"I was just saying to Vi the other day, Vi, something's missing around here. Can't quite put my finger on it. Now I got it. It was you."
She reached up, rubbed her palm over the stone-gray whiskers, looked up into his merry blue eyes. "I'm glad you found me." She laid her head against his barrel of a chest. "It looks like a carnival here. Everything full of fun and color."
"It's time you came back to the carnival. You fixin' to stay? Jack, Clayton muttered. I've been ordered not to ask questions. Those merry eyes could turn pugnacious in a finger snap, and did. But I'm damned if I won't ask my own granddaughter if she's fixin' to stay home this time. It's all right, Daddy. And yeah, I'm fixin' to stay. Good. Now Vi's giving me the hard eye 'cause I'm keeping you from her. At your 6, he said, and turned her around. There she was, Viola McNee Donahue, in a bright blue dress, her Titian hair in a sassy curling wedge, big movie star sunglasses tipped down her nose, and her eyes bold and blue over them. She didn't look like anyone's granny, Shelby thought, but called out to her as she flew over the lawn. Granny! Viola dropped her hands from her hips, threw out her arms. About damn time, but I guess you saved the best for last. Granny, you're so beautiful. Aren't you lucky to look just like me? Or like I did some 40 years back. It's the McNee blood and good skincare. That little angel of yours has the same. Shelby turned her head, smiled as she saw Callie with cousins rolling on the grass with a couple of young dogs. She's my heart and soul. I know it. I should'ves are a waste. We're going to take a little walk, she said when Shelby's eyes filled. Take a look at your daddy's vegetable patch. Best tomatoes in the ridge. You put the worry aside now. Just put it aside. There's too much of it, Granny. More than I can say right now. Worry doesn't get things done. It just gives a woman lines in her face. So you put the worry aside. What needs doing will get done. You're not alone now, Shelby. I forgot what it feels like not to be, so all this seems like a dream. This is what's real, and always has been. Come here, darling. Hold on a while. She drew Shelby close, rubbed her back. You're home now. Shelby looked out at the mountains, smoked with clouds, so strong, so enduring, so true. She was home now. 5. Somebody brought out her grandfather's banjo, and in short order her Uncle Grady's wife, Rosalie, had a fiddle, her brother Clay his guitar. They wanted bluegrass, the music of the mountains. Those high, bright notes, the close harmony of strings plucked and sawed, stirred memories in her, lit a light inside her, a kind of birth. Here were her beginnings, in the music and the mountains, in the green and the gatherings. Family, friends, neighbors swarmed the picnic tables. She watched her cousins dancing on the lawn, her mother in her yellow heels swinging little Jackson to the rhythm. And there, her father with Callie in his lap, having what appeared to be a very serious conversation while they ate potato salad and barbecued ribs. Her grandmother's laugh carried over the music as Viola sat cross-legged on the lawn, sipping champagne and grinning up at Gilly. Her mother's younger sister Winona kept a hawk eye on her youngest girl, who seemed joined at the hip with a skinny guy in torn-up jeans her aunt referred to as that Hallister boy. As her cousin Lark was 16 and as curvy as a mountain road, Shelby figured the hawk-eye was warranted. People kept pushing food on her, so she ate, because she felt her mother's own hawk-eye on her. She drank champagne, even though it made her think of Richard. And she sang because her grandfather asked her to. Cotton-Eyed Joe and Salty Dog, Lonesome Road Blues and Lost John. The lyrics came back to her like yesterday, and the simple fun of it, singing out in the yard, letting the music rise toward the big sun-struck blue bowl of the sky,
soothed her battered heart. She'd let this go, she thought. Let all of it go for a man she'd never really known, and a life she knew had been false from the first to the last. Wasn't it a miracle that what was real and true was here, waiting for her? When she could get away, she slipped into the house, wandered upstairs. Her heart just flooded when she stepped into Callie's room. Petal-pink walls and fussy white curtains framing the window that looked out on the backyard and the mountains beyond it. All the pretty white furniture and the bed with its pink and white canopy all set up. They'd even arranged some of the dolls and toys and books on the white bookcase, tucked some of the stuffed animals on the bed. Maybe the room was half the size of the one in the big house, but it looked just exactly right. She moved through the Jack and Jill bathroom, sparkling as her mother would have it no other way, and into what had been her brother's room. What was her room now? Her old iron bed where she'd slept and dreamed through childhood faced the window, just as it had in the room down the hall. As she'd liked it best, so she could wake to the mountains. A simple white duvet covered it now, but Ada Mae, being Ada Mae, had set pillows in lace-edged shams against the iron headboard, and more in shades of green and blue mounded with them. A throw, blues and greens again, crocheted by her great-grandmother, lay folded at the foot. The walls were a warm, smoky green, like the mountains. 2 watercolors, her cousin Jesslyn's work, graced them. Soft, dreamy colors, a spring meadow, a greening forest at dawn. A vase of white tulips, her favorite, sat on her old dresser, along with the picture in its silver frame of her holding Callie at 8 weeks. They'd brought her suitcases up. She hadn't asked, hadn't had to. The boxes? Well, they were probably already stacked in the garage, waiting for her to figure out what to do with the things she'd felt obliged to keep from a life that no longer seemed her own. Overcome, she sat on the side of the bed. She could hear the music, the voices through the window. That's how she felt, just a step apart, behind the glass, sitting in a room of her childhood, wondering what to do with what she'd carried with her. All she had to do was open the window, and she'd be a part instead of a part. But right now, today, everyone said welcome home and left all the rest unsaid. But the questions murmuring under the welcome would come. Part of what she carried with her were answers, and still more questions. How much should she tell? And how should she tell it? What good would it do to tell anyone that her husband had been a liar and a cheat, and she feared he might have been worse? She feared down deep in her bones he'd been a swindler and a thief. And yet whatever he'd been, even if it turned out to be worse, he was still the father of her child. Dead. He couldn't defend or explain any of it. And sitting here brooding about it wasn't solving a thing. She was wasting that welcome, that sun-struck day, the rising music. So she'd go down again. She'd have some cake, though she already felt a little queasy. Even as she ordered herself to get up, go down, she heard footsteps coming down the hall. She got to her feet, put an easy smile on her face. Forrest, her brother, the only one who hadn't been there to welcome her, stepped into the doorway. He didn't have Clay's height, skimmed just shy of 6 feet, and with a more compact build. A brawler's build, their granny claimed, with some pride, and he'd done his share. He had his daddy's dark hair, but his eyes, like hers, were bold and blue. They held hers now. Coolly, she thought, and full of the questions no one asked. Yet. Hey! She tried to boost up her smile. Mama said you had to work today. As a deputy. Her brother, the cop. A job that seemed to suit him like his skin. That's right. He had sharp cheekbones like their father, and his mother's eyes. And right now he sported a faint purple bruise on his jaw. Been fighting? He looked blank for a moment, then flicked his fingers over his jaw.
In the line. Arlo Cattery, you'd remember him. Got a little rambunctious last night down at Shady's bar. They're looking for you outside. I figured you'd be up here.
Back a few steps from where I started. He leaned on the jamb, doing his cool study of her face.
Looks like.
Damn it, Forrest. Damn it. No one in the family could twist her up, wring her out, and smooth her down again like Forrest. When are you going to stop being mad at me? It's been 4 years, almost 5. You can't stay mad at me forever.
I'm not mad at you. Was. But I'm more into the annoyed stage now.
When are you going to stop being annoyed with me?
Can't say.
You want me to say I was wrong, that I made a terrible mistake running off with Richard like I did? He seemed to consider it.
That'd be a start.
Well, I can't. I can't say that because... She pointed to the picture on the dresser. That makes Callie a mistake, and she's not. She's a gift and a glory and the best thing that ever happened to me.
You ran off with an asshole, Shelby.
Every muscle in her body went hot and tight. I didn't think he was an asshole at the time, or I wouldn't have run off with him. What makes you so righteous, Deputy Pomeroy?
Not righteous, just right. It's an annoyance to me that my sister took off with an asshole, and I've barely seen her or the niece who looks just like her in years.
I came when I could. I brought Callie when I could. I did the best I knew how. You want me to say Richard was an asshole? There I can oblige you, as it turns out he was. I had the bad judgment to marry an asshole. Is that better?
Some.
He kept his gaze level on hers.
Did he ever hit you?
No. God, no. Stunned, she lifted her hands. He never touched me that way, I swear.
You didn't come back for funerals, for births, for weddings? Clays, you made Clays, but barely. How'd he keep you away?
It's complicated, Forrest.
Simplify it.
He said no. Temper began to simmer and burn inside her. Is that simple enough? He stirred himself to lift his shoulders, let them fall.
You didn't always take no for an answer so easy.
If you think it was easy, you're wrong.
I need to know why you looked so tired, so thin, so beaten when you came home for what seemed like 10 minutes at Christmas.
Maybe because I'd come to realize I'd married an asshole, and one who didn't even like me very much. Temper hammered against guilt, with guilt slapping against fatigue. Because I'd come to realize before I found myself a widow and my child without a father that I didn't love him, not even a little, and didn't like him much either. Tears clogged her throat, threatening to burst through the dam she'd so laboriously built to hold them back.
But you didn't come home?
No, I didn't come home. Maybe I married an asshole because I was an asshole myself. Maybe I couldn't figure out how to pull myself and Callie out of the muddy mess I'd made. Can you leave it at that for now? Can that be enough for now? If I have to talk about all the rest of it now, I think I'll break into pieces. He walked over, sat beside her.
Maybe I'll move annoyed, down to mildly irked.
Tears swam and spilled. She couldn't help it. Mildly irks progress. She turned, pressed her face to the side of his shoulder. I missed you so much. Missed you like an arm or a leg or half my heart.
I know.
He draped an arm around her.
I missed you the same. It's why it's taken close to 5 years to get down to mildly irked. I got questions.
You always have questions.
Like why you drove down from Philadelphia in a minivan that's older than Callie and with a couple of suitcases and a bunch of packing boxes and what looks like a big-ass flat-screen TV.
That's for Daddy.
Huh. Show off. I got more questions yet, but I'll wait on them. I'm hungry, and I want a beer. I want a couple of beers. And if I don't get you down there shortly, Mama's bound to come looking. Then she'll skin my ass for making you cry.
I need some time to settle myself before the questions start. I need to breathe for a while.
This is a good place for it. Come on. Let's get down there.
Okay. She got up with him. I'm going to be mildly irked with you for being mildly irked with me.
That's fair.
You can work some of that off, getting Clay to help you bring in that TV, and then help figure out where it needs to go.
It needs to go in my apartment, but I'll just come over here and watch it and eat all Daddy's food.
That's fair, too, she decided.
I'm working on fair.
He kept an arm draped around her shoulders.
You know Emma Kate's back.
What? She is? But I thought she was up in Baltimore.
She was up until about 6 months ago. I guess more like 7 now. Her daddy had that accident last year, fell off Clyde Barrow's roof, busted himself up pretty good.
I know about that. I thought he was doing okay.
Well, she came back to take care of him. You know how her mama is.
Helpless as a baby duck with no feet.
That's the truth. She stayed a couple months. He was in and out of the hospital and physical therapy, and her being a nurse, she could help more than most. The guy she's hooked up with, he came down off and on. Nice guy. Shortening it up, the time off and budget cuts cost her job at the Baltimore hospital, or made it hard for her to keep on. She and her guy, they moved on down as she got an offer to work at the clinic in the Ridge.
Daddy.
Yeah. He says she's a damn good nurse. Matt, that's her guy, he moved on down with her, started a business with his partner. Griff's out of Baltimore, too. Construction-type business. They're the fix-it guys.
I saw a truck with that name on it at Emma Kate's house.
Matt and Griff are doing a new kitchen for Miss Bitsy. What I hear is she changes her mind every 5 minutes on what she wants, so it's taking a while. Emma Kate and Matt got the apartment across from mine, and Griff's got the old Triple Horn place out on 5 Possum Road.
That place was falling down when we were 10, she remembered. And she loved it.
He's fixing it up. Likely take him the rest of his life, but he's got it going.
You're stock full of news, Forrest.
That's only because you haven't been around to hear it. You should go see Emma Kate.
I wish she'd come today.
She's working, and she's likely still in the annoyed stage where you're concerned. You might have to work some to bring that down.
It's hard knowing how many people I hurt.
Then don't do it again. If you decide to leave, say goodbye proper.
She looked out the back door, saw Clay running around with his son on his shoulders, and her grandmother pushing Callie on the swings. I'm not going anywhere. I've already been gone too long. She slept in her childhood bed on a new mattress, and though the night was cool, kept the window open a crack so the night air could waft in. She woke to a quiet rain, snuggled right in with a smile on her face as the sound of it pattered so peacefully. She'd get up in just a minute, she told herself, check on Callie, fix her baby some breakfast. She'd deal with the unpacking and all the other chores that needed doing in just 5 more minutes. When she woke again, the rain had softened to a misty drizzle, a drip and plop from leaves and gutters. Around it, she heard the birds singing. She couldn't remember the last time she'd woken to the song of birds. Rolling over, she glanced at the pretty glass clock on the bedside table, then shot up like an arrow from a bow. She scrambled up, dashed through the bath and into Callie's room to find the bed empty. What kind of a mother was she, sleeping till after 9 o'clock and not having a clue where her daughter might be? Barefoot, a little panicked, she raced downstairs. A fire burned in the living room hearth. Callie sat on the floor, the old mutt Clancy curled beside her. Stuffed animals sat in a line while Callie busily poked and prodded at the pink elephant lying trunk up on a kitchen towel.
He's very sick, Gamma.
Oh, I can see that, baby. Curled in a chair, sipping coffee, Ada Mae smiled. He's looking peaked, no doubt about it. It's lucky you're such a good doctor.
He's going to be all better soon. But he has to be brave 'cause he needs a shot.
Gently, she rolled him over and used one of her fat crayons as a syringe.
Now we kiss it. Kiss the hurt. Kisses make hurts feel better.
Kisses make everything feel better. Morning, Shelby. I'm so sorry, Mama. I overslept. It's barely 9 on a rainy morning, Ada Mae began as Callie leaped up, ran to Shelby.
We're playing hospital, and all my animals are sick. I'm going to make them better. Come help, Mama.
Your mama needs her breakfast. Oh, I'm fine. Breakfast is important, isn't it, Callie?
Uh-huh. Gamma made me breakfast after Granddaddy had to go help the sick person. I had scrambled eggs and toast with jelly.
Scrambled eggs. She lifted Callie for a kiss. And you're all dressed so nice. What time did she get up? About 7. And don't start. Why would you deny me a couple hours with my only granddaughter? Have we had fun, Callie Rose?
Lots and lots and lots of fun. I gave Clancy a dog cookie. He sat like a good boy, and he shook my hand, too. And Granddaddy gave me a piggyback ride all the way downstairs because I was quiet and didn't wake you up. He had to go help the sick people. So I'm helping the sick animals.
Why don't you bring your animals in the kitchen while I fix your mama some breakfast? She's going to eat it all up like you did. I don't want you to have to feel you need to... Yes'm, she finished, warned by the narrowed stare. You can have a Coke since you never did learn to be civilized and drink coffee. Callie, you can bring all the sick animals and fix them up right over there. You're going to have eggs with ham and cheese. Get some protein in there. I've got the whole day. I took off work until middle of the week. I've got a connection with the boss. How will Granny run the place without you? Oh, she'll manage. Get your Coke, sit down there while I get this going. She's fine, Shelby, Ada Mae added in an undertone. She's busy and she's happy, and your daddy and I enjoyed her company this morning. Now I don't have to ask how you slept. You look better already. I slept 10 hours. New mattress. Ada Mae chopped some ham. And the rain. Makes you want to sleep all day. Haven't been sleeping well, have you? Not especially. Or eating much. It's been hard to work up an appetite. A little pampering might make that easier. She glanced over at Callie. I'm going to tell you you've done a good job with that girl. Of course, some of it's just disposition, but she's well-mannered without being all prim about it. Something that just makes my back itch in a child. And she's happy. She wakes up every day raring to go. She wanted you first thing, but all I had to do was take her to your bedroom door, show her you were there sleeping, and she was fine. That's a good thing, Shelby. A child who clings usually says more about the mother clinging. And I expect it's been hard not to cling on both sides these past months when it's just been the two of you. I never saw any kids her age around the neighborhood up north. But then it was so awful cold, and it seemed it was snowing every 5 minutes. Still, I was going to look for a good preschool, just so she could socialize, but I just didn't after, I didn't know if it was the right thing for her after. And you and Daddy came for a while, and Granny came, and that was good. It helped us both having y'all there. I hope it did. We all worried we'd left you alone too soon. Ada Mae poured whisked eggs in the skillet over the ham chunks, grated cheese into the mix. I don't know if I could have left if you hadn't said you'd come home as soon as you could. I don't know how I'd have gotten through if I hadn't known I could come home. Mama, that's enough eggs for 2 people. You'll eat what you want, then 1 bite more. Over her shoulder, she sent Shelby a narrow look. They're wrong when they say you can't be too thin, because you are. We're going to plump your mama up, Callie, and put roses in her cheeks.
Why?
'Cause she needs it. Ada Mae plated the eggs, added a slice of toast, passed it over the counter. And 1 bite more. Yes, ma'am. Now, Ada Mae busied herself tidying the already tidy kitchen. You've got a hot stone massage booked at 2 o'clock at Mama's. I do? Could do with a facial, too, but I'll do that myself later in the week. A woman drives clear down from Philadelphia hauling a toddler's earned a good massage. And Callie and I have plans this afternoon. You do? I'm taking her over to Susanna's. You remember my good friend Susanna Lee? She couldn't come yesterday as she had her sister's girl's wedding shower. That's Scarlett. Scarlett Lee, you went to school with Scarlett. Sure. Scarlett's engaged? Got a May wedding planned to a nice boy she met in college. They're getting married here as Scarlett's people are here, then moving clear up to Boston where he's got a job in advertising. Scarlett got her teaching degree, so that's what she'll be doing. A teacher? Shelby had to laugh. As I remember, Scarlett hated school like it was spinach soaked in arsenic. Goes to show. What it goes to show, I can't say, but it goes to show. Anyway, I'm taking Callie over to Susanna's, show her off some, and Susanna's getting her granddaughter, Chelsea. She's 3 like Callie. That's her son Robbie's daughter who married Tracy Lynn Boran. I don't think you've met Tracy. Her people are from Pigeon Forge. She's a nice girl, a potter. That's one of her bowls there with the lemons in it. Shelby glanced at the rich brown bowl with its bold blue and green swirls. It's beautiful. She's got herself a kiln, works out of her house. They carry some of her pieces in town at the Artful Ridge and up at the hotel gift shop, too. We'll be giving you and Tracy a day off as Susanna and Chelsea and Callie and me. We're having us a play date. She'll love that. So will I. I'm going to be greedy with her for a while, so I expect you to indulge me. I'm taking her over about 11. They'll get acquainted, then we'll have lunch. If the weather lets up, we'll take them out a while. Callie usually naps about an hour in the afternoon. Then they'll have a nap. You can stop fretting about it, as I can see you are. With her chin jutted up, Ada Mae fisted a hand on her hip. I managed to raise you and 2 boys besides. I think I can handle a toddler. I know you can. It's just, she hasn't been out of my sight in I can't think how long. And fretting because she will be says more about me. You were always a bright girl. I wouldn't have any other kind, Ada Mae added as she came around the island, laid her hands on Shelby's shoulders. Sweet Jesus, girl, you're nothing but knots. I booked you with Vonnie. You remember Vonnie? She's a cousin on your daddy's side. Vaguely, Shelby thought, as cousins were legion in her family. Vonnie Gates, Ada Mae continued. Your daddy's cousin Jed's middle girl. She'll work these out of you. Shelby reached her hand back, laid it over her mother's. You don't have to feel you need to take care of me. Is that what you'd say to your daughter under these circumstances? Shelby sighed. No, I'd tell her it was my job and my wish to take care. Well then, 1 bite more, Ada Mae murmured, kissing the top of Shelby's head. Shelby ate 1 bite more. After today, you'll clear your own dishes, but not today. What do you want to do this morning? Oh, I should unpack. I didn't say should, Ada Mae reminded her as she cleared Shelby's plate. I said want. It's both. I'll feel more settled once I get things put away. Callie and I'll help you with that. When's the rest of your stuff coming? I've got everything. I brought everything. Everything? Ada Mae stopped and stared. Honey, They only took up a couple of suitcases, well, and Callie's things since you had those boxes marked. Clay Jr. didn't stack more than a half-dozen boxes, if that, in the garage. What was I going to do with all those things, Mama? Even when I find a house, and I have to find a job first, I couldn't use all those things. Did you know there are companies that come in, look things over, and buy furniture all at once, right out of the house? She said it conversationally, lightly as she rose, bent to pick up Callie, who was dancing, holding her arms up. The realtor helped me find them. She was such a help to me with that sort of thing. I should send her flowers when the sale's all done, shouldn't I? The question didn't distract her mother as Shelby had hoped. All that furniture? Why, Shelby, there were 7 bedrooms in that house, and that big office, and I don't even know all the other rooms. It's as close to a mansion as I've ever been in without paying for the tour, and so new.
This is the end of disc number 2. Please insert disc number 3. This is disc number 3.
The question didn't distract her mother as Shelby had hoped. All that furniture? Why, Shelby, there were 7 bedrooms in that house, and that big office, and I don't even know all the other rooms. It's as close to a mansion as I've ever been in without paying for the tour, and so new. Shock and worry clear on her face, Ada Mae rubbed the heel of her hand between her breasts. Oh, I hope you got a good price for all that. I worked with a very reputable company, I promise. They've been in business over 30 years. I did a lot of research online on that kind of thing. I swear I could get a job as a researcher with all I've done with it, if I didn't think I'd want to shoot myself before the first week was done. We're going to unpack, Callie. You gonna help before you and Gamma go?
I'll help. I like helping, Mama.
Best helper ever. Let's get started. Mama, do you know if Clay took up the box that had Callie's little hangers? I can't use regular ones for her things yet. He took up everything that had her name on it. I'll just go out and look, be sure. Thanks, Mama. Oh, I'll go out, change the car seat over to your car. I wasn't born yesterday. The edge in Ada Mae's voice told Shelby her mother was still reeling from the idea of selling all that furniture. She didn't know the half of it yet. Your daddy and I got the same one you use, Ada Mae added. It's all ready for her. Mama. Shelby stepped over and with her free arm pulled her mother into a hug. Callie, you have the best Gamma in the whole world.
My Gamma.
And that distracted Ada Mae. Enough, Callie thought, as she knew her mother would chew over the idea of selling all the furniture in a near to 10,000 square foot house in one fell swoop. It was odd not having Callie underfoot or playing in her eyeline, but she'd been so excited about the playdate. And it was true enough, she'd be done with the unpacking and sorting in half the time without Callie helping. By noon, with everything put away, the beds made, she wondered what in the hell to do with herself. She glanced at her laptop with some dislike, but made herself boot it up. No notices from creditors, so that was good news. Nothing yet on the sale of the house, but she wasn't expecting it. She did read a short email from the consignment shop, letting her know they'd sold 2 of Richard's leather jackets, his cashmere topcoat, and 2 of her cocktail dresses. She replied with a thank you, telling them yes, it was fine to wait until the 1st of the month to send a check to the address she'd left with them. With unpacking and business done, she showered, dressed. Still too early to go in for the massage, and wouldn't that be heaven? So she'd take a walk. She could use a good walk. The thin drizzle persisted, a steady trickle of wet out of a sky soft and gray as smoke. but she liked walking in the rain. She pulled on a hoodie, short, soft leather boots, and reached for her big bag, her Callie bag, and remembering she'd given it to her mother to take, pushed her wallet into the back pocket of her jeans. She felt so light, so unencumbered, she didn't know what to do with her hands, so slipped them into the pockets of the hoodie, found the little pack of wet wipes she'd stuffed in there the last time she'd worn it, when she hadn't been so unencumbered. She drew in a deep breath of the cool, damp air when she stepped outside, just stood, breathing in with her fingers around Callie's wet wipes and the empty afternoon stretching ahead of her. Everything was greening and sprouting and blooming with the misty rain, turning the green, the color, more vibrant. All those scents, wet grass, wet earth, the tender sweetness of hyacinths dancing purple among the yellow of daffodils, drifted to her as she walked the long, familiar road. She could walk by the Lee house, just to check. It was getting on to nap time, and Callie wasn't 100% on the potty training in her sleep. About 98, but she'd be so embarrassed if she had an accident because her grandmother didn't think to take her in to pee before her nap. She could just walk by, just a quick peek to... Stop it. Just stop. She's fine. Everything's just fine. She'd listen to her mother's advice, take the day to do what she wanted. A walk in the rain, taking her time enough to study the mountains in their smoky blanket, to appreciate the spring flowers and the quiet. She glanced over at Emma Kate's house, noted the handyman truck in the drive and the bright red car behind it. She wondered how she'd approach Emma Kate now that they were both back in the ridge. And her friend got out of the car. She wore a hoodie, too, in a bold candy pink Callie would have loved. She'd changed her hair, Shelby thought, as Emma Kate pulled 2 market bags out of the back seat. She'd hacked off the long, nut-brown braid Shelby remembered, wore it all cute and shaggy with bangs. She started to call out, then could think of nothing to say and felt stupid and awkward. As she swung the door closed, Emma Kate spotted her. Her eyebrows lifted under the warm brown fringe of bangs as she hauled one strap onto her shoulder. Well, look who's standing out in the rain like a wet cat. It's just a drizzle. It's still wet. She stood hip-shot a moment, bags hanging from her shoulders, her wide mouth unsmiling, her deep brown eyes critical even through the rain. I heard you were back. I heard the same about you. I hope your daddy's doing okay. He is. Feeling more stupid just standing there, Shelby walked up the short driveway. I like your hair. Granny talked me into it. I'm sorry about your husband. Thanks. Where's your little girl? With Mama. They have a play date with Ms. Susanna's granddaughter. Chelsea. She's a pistol. You got a destination, Shelby? Or are you just out wandering in the wet? I'm going into Viola's, but I have all this time on my hands with Callie off with Mama, so I'm wandering first. Then you better come inside, say hello to my mother, or I won't hear the end of it. I've got to take her these groceries anyway. That'd be nice. Here, let me take one. I've got it. Rebuffed, as she was meant to feel, Shelby hunched her shoulders as they walked to the door. Forrest said you're with someone and living in town. I am. Matt Baker. We've been together about 2 years now. He's at Viola's right now fixing one of the sinks. I thought this was his truck. They have 2. This is his partner's, Griffin Lott. Mama's redoing the kitchen and driving us all insane. Emma Kate opened the door, glanced back at Shelby. You're the talk of Rendezvous Ridge, you know. That pretty Pomeroy girl who married rich, was widowed young, come back home again. What will she do? Emma Kate smirked a little. What will she do? She said again, and walked inside with her market bags. 6. Griff considered himself a patient man. He didn't fly off the handle as a rule. And when he did, all bets were off, but it took a lot of pushing to get him off the ground. But right at the moment, he was seriously considering duct taping Emma Kate's pretty adorable mother's mouth closed. He'd worked on getting the base cabinets in all morning, and she'd been peppering him with questions all morning. Breathing down his neck, hanging over his back, all but crawling up his ass. He knew damn well Matt had taken off to Ms. Vi's place to spare himself the headache of his girlfriend's sweet, chatty, and, let's face it, ditzy mother. Worse, she was still dithering would be the word of the day, about the cabinets even as he installed them. And if he had to take them out because she changed her mind again, he might do worse than duct tape. He had bungee cords, and he knew how to use them.
Oh, now, Griff, honey. Maybe I shouldn't have gone with the white. They're so plain, aren't they? And white's cold. It's just a cold color, isn't it? Kitchens ought to be a warm place. Maybe I should have gone with the cherry wood after all. It's so hard to know before you see them right there where they're going, isn't it? How do you know what it's going to look like until you see what it looks like?
Clean and fresh, he said, trying to sound cheerful when he wanted to grind his teeth. Kitchens should be clean and fresh, and that's what you're going to have.
Do you think so?
She stood, nearly at his elbow, twisted her linked fingers together.
Oh, I don't know. Henry finally just threw up his hands and said he didn't care either way. But he'll care if it isn't right.
It's going to look great, Ms. Bitsy.
He felt like someone, possibly himself, was shooting a nail gun dead center of his forehead. He and Matt had dealt with fussy clients back in Baltimore. The control freaks, the whiners, the demanders, and the ditherers. But Louisa Bitsy Addison was the undisputed queen of the ditherers. She made the previously reigning champs, John and Rhonda Turner, who'd had them tear out a wall in their row house in Baltimore, build it back in, then tear it out a second time, seem resolute, steady as a brick wall in comparison. What they'd estimated as a 3-week job, with a 3-day contingency built in, was currently in week 5. And God knew when it would end.
I don't know,
she said for the millionth time, patting her hands together under her chin.
White's kind of stark, isn't it?
He set the cabinet, pulled out his level, shoved one hand through his mop of dark blonde hair.
Wedding gowns are white.
Now that's true, and
her already big brown eyes got bigger, and a giddy thrill shone out of them.
Wedding gowns? Oh, now, Griffin Lott, do you know something I don't? Has Matt popped the question?
He ought to throw his partner under the bus. He ought to throw him under, then back up and drive over him again. But
I was just using an example, like,
he did a frantic mental search.
Magnolias, for instance, or,
sweet Jesus, give me one more.
Baseballs. Crap.
The hardware's going to punch it all up, he continued, just a little desperately.
And the countertop, that warm gray's going to give you friendly and sophisticated at the same time.
Maybe it's the wall color that's wrong. Maybe I should...
Mama, you're not having those walls repainted.
Emma Kate marched in. Griff could have kissed her, could have dropped down and kissed her feet. Then he lost track of her completely when the redhead stepped in behind her. He actually thought, holy shit, and hoped he hadn't said it out loud. She was beautiful. A man didn't get to be just shy of his 30th birthday without seeing some beautiful women, even if it was just on a movie screen. But this one in the flesh was one quick wow. Masses of curling hair the color of a sunrise, all tumbling around a face that looked like it had been carved out of porcelain. If they carved from porcelain, how would he know? Soft, full lips with a perfect dip at the top, and big, deep, sad blue eyes. His heart actually skipped a couple of beats, and his ears buzzed for a minute, so he missed most of the argument between Emma Kate and her mother. The kitchen's the heart of a home, Emma Kate. The way you keep turning and twisting it, you're lucky to have a heart left. Let Griff work, Mama, and say hello to Shelby. Shelby? Shelby! Oh, my God! She raced across the room, grabbed the redhead in a wide, swaying hug. Shelby. Grabbed Shelby, Griff thought. Nice name, Shelby. Currently his favorite name ever. Then it clicked. Shelby, or Shelby Ann Pomeroy, as Bitsy squealed as she gave the redhead another squeeze. His friend Forrest's sister. Ms. Vi, on whom he had a mad crush. Ms. Viola's granddaughter. You could see, if you stopped being dazzled for 2 seconds, just how Ms. Vi had looked as a young woman. How Ada Mae might have looked 20-some years back. Ms. Vi's granddaughter, he thought again. The widow. No wonder she had sad eyes. He immediately felt guilty for wanting to wrap her up the way Bitsy was, then reminded himself it wasn't his fault her husband was dead. Oh, I'm just sick about missing your welcome home yesterday. But Henry and I had to go to his cousin's daughter's wedding clear to Memphis, and I don't even like his cousin. Just a snooty woman puts on airs because she married a Memphis lawyer. But it was a beautiful wedding with the reception at the Peabody Hotel.
Mama, give Shelby a chance to breathe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going on and on. I'm so excited to see you. Griff, Emma Kate, and Shelby here were joined at the hip, I swear, before they were so much as a year old, right up to... It seemed to occur to her just why Shelby was home. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. You're so young to have such a tragedy in your life. How are you holding up? It's good to be home. Nothing like home. And here mine's all torn up so I can't even fix you something nice. And you so thin, too. Honey, you're skinnier than a New York model. You always were tall enough to be one. Emma Kate, do we have any Coke? You always were fond of Coke, weren't you, Shelby? Yes, ma'am, but don't trouble about it. I love your new cabinets, Miss Bitsy. They're so clean and fresh and just so pretty against that blue-gray on the walls. Widow or not, at that moment Griff wanted to kiss her. Everywhere. Why, that's just what Griff said. He said they were clean and fresh. Do you really think...
Mama, we haven't even introduced Shelby. Shelby, this is my boyfriend's partner, Griffin Lott. Griff, Shelby, it's Foxworth, isn't it?
Yes. She turned those amazing eyes on him, and yeah, hearts could skip a beat. It's nice to meet you.
Hi. I'm a friend of your brother's.
Which one?
I guess both, but mostly Forrest. And I might as well tell you right off, I'm in love with your grandmother. I'm working on a way to get her away from Jackson so we can run off to Tahiti.
That wonderfully shaped mouth curved, those sad eyes lightened just a little. It's hard to blame you.
Griff's living out at the old Triplehorn place,
Emma Kate added.
He's rehabbing it.
So you work miracles?
As long as I can use tools. You should come by and see it sometime. It's coming along.
She smiled at him, but it didn't reach those big, sad eyes this time. You've got your work cut out for you. I need to get on. I'm due at my grandmother's place. Now, Shelby, you come back when this is all finished and we'll have a nice, long talk. Bitsy fluttered around her.
I expect to see you in and out of here just like you used to be. You know you're the same as family here.
Thank you, Miss Bitsy. It was nice meeting you, she said to Griff again, turned to go.
I'll walk you out.
Emma Kate shoved the market bags at her mother.
There's cold cuts and made-up salads and plenty of ready-to-eat food. You don't have to worry about cooking until your new stove's in. I'll be right back.
Emma Kate said nothing on the way to the door.
Say hey to Granny,
she said as she opened it. I will. Shelby stepped out, turned. Bitsy's open welcome made Emma Kate's reserve all the more painful. I need you to forgive me.
Why?
Because you're the best friend I've had in my life.
That was then. People change.
After shaking back her shaggy hair, Emma Kate stuck her hands in the pockets of her hoodie.
Look, Shelby, you've had a hard knock and I'm sincerely sorry about it, but
you have to forgive me. Pride demanded she walk away. Love wouldn't allow it. I didn't do right by our friendship. I didn't do right by you, and I'm sorry. I'll always be sorry. I need you to forgive me. I'm asking you to remember that friendship before I ruined it, and forgive me. At least enough to talk to me, to tell me what you've been doing and how you are. Just enough for that. Emma Kate studied her face, her dark eyes thoughtful.
Tell me one thing. Why didn't you come back when my granddaddy died? He loved you. I needed you.
I wanted to. I couldn't. With a slow shake of her head, Emma Kate stepped back.
No, that's not enough for forgiveness. You tell me why you couldn't do something you had to know was important, just sent flowers and a card like that was enough. Tell me the straight truth on that one thing.
He said no. The shame of it washed over Shelby's face, burned in her heart. He said no, and I didn't have the money or the nerve to go against him on it.
You always had nerve.
Shelby remembered the girl who'd always had nerve, like she remembered her cousin Vonnie. Vaguely. I guess I used it up. It's taken all I've got left to stand here and ask you to forgive me. Emma Kate took a long breath.
You remember Bootlegger's Bar and Grill?
Sure I do.
You meet me there tomorrow. 7:30 should work for me. We'll talk some of this out.
I need to ask Mama if she can watch Callie.
Oh, yeah.
The chill came back, cooler and damper than the drizzling rain.
That would be your daughter, the one I've never laid eyes on.
That twisted, both shame and guilt. I can keep saying I'm sorry, as many times as you need to hear it.
I'll be there at 7:30. Come if you can make it.
Emma Kate went back inside, then leaned back against the door and let herself cry just a little. Griff set the last base cabinet in blessed peace since Emma Kate fell on her sword and took her mother shopping. He gave himself a break, swigging Gatorade straight from the bottle and eyeing the progress. He didn't doubt the champion waffler would love every square inch of the remodeled kitchen once it was done. And it would look clean and fresh, just like the redhead. Something going on there, he mused, with Bitsy going on about how Emma Kate and Shelby had been friends practically in the womb, and Emma Kate standing there as stiff and cool as he'd ever seen her, and the redhead sad and awkward. Girl fight, he supposed. He had a sister, so he knew girl fights could be long and bitter. He'd have to poke at Emma Kate. It was just a matter of finding the right spot, getting her to open up and spill. He wanted to know. And he wondered how long was a reasonable length of time before a guy asked a widow out. He should probably be ashamed of himself for wondering, but he just couldn't drum it up. He hadn't had such a quick and strong reaction to a woman in ever, he decided. and he liked women a lot. He set the Gatorade down and decided since Matt was taking all damn day to fix a sink, he'd start on the upper cabinets. Plus, it wouldn't be just the sink, he thought as he hauled his stepladder over. There'd be conversation. Nothing got done in Rendezvous Ridge without considerable conversation. And iced tea. And questions. And long, lazy pauses. He was getting used to it, found he enjoyed the slower pace, and definitely appreciated the small-town vibe. He'd had a choice to make when Matt decided to move to Tennessee with Emma Kate. Stay or go? Find a new partner? Run the business himself? Or take the leap and start over, more or less, in a new place with new people? He didn't regret taking the leap. He heard the front door open. That took getting used to, the way people in the Ridge rarely locked a door.
Did you have to make her a new sink?
Griff called out, then set the drill on the last screw of the first upper.
Ms. Vi found a few other things for me to do.
Hey, you're moving along. This looks great.
Griff grunted, stepped down to eye the cabinet.
Word of the day is dithering, which has a picture of Bitsy Addison beside it in every dictionary across the land.
She has a little trouble sticking to decisions.
And there was Matt's gift for understatement.
I don't know how she decides to get out of bed in the morning. I'd be further along if your woman had gotten here sooner and taken Bitsy away. She's thinking the white's too white, and maybe she picked the wrong countertop, or the wrong paint color. Don't ask about the backsplash.
Too late now to change her mind on any of it.
You try telling her.
You gotta love her.
Yeah, you do. But Christ, Matt, can't we put her in a box for the next 3 days?
Grinning, Matt took off his light jacket, tossed it aside. Where Griff was long and lanky, Matt was tough and ripped. He wore his black hair neat and trim, where Griff's strayed past his collar with a hint of curl. Matt kept his square-jawed face clean-shaven, while Griff's narrow, hollow-cheeked one tended toward scruff. Matt played chess and enjoyed wine tastings. Griff liked poker and beer. They'd been as close as brothers for nearly a decade.
Got you a sub,
Matt told him.
Yeah? What kind of sub?
That fire breather one you like. The one that burns off the stomach lining.
Cool.
How about we get a couple more up, take a break? A quick one? Who knows how long Emma Kate can keep Bitsy out of our hair?
Deal.
As they got to work, Griff decided to start poking.
Ms. Vi's granddaughter stopped by. The one who just moved back. The widow.
Yeah?
Heard some buzz about that while I was in town. What's she like? A heart-stopper. Seriously,
he said when Matt spared him a look.
She's got hair the color of her mom's and Ms. Vi's, like that painter used.
Titian.
Right. It's long and curly, and she got their eyes, too. That dark blue that's nearly purple. She looks like something poets write about, right down to the sad eyes.
Well, her husband died what, like right after Christmas? Happy freaking holidays.
About 3 months, Griff calculated, and that was probably too soon to ask her out on a date.
So, what's up with her and Emma Kate? Check the level.
What do you mean, what's up? Take your end up a couple hairs. Stop there. Perfect.
Bitsy went on about what good friends they were, are, whatever, and the body language said the opposite. I don't remember Emma Kate ever talking about her.
Don't know,
Matt said as Griff set the screws.
Something about how she left with the guy she married.
It has to be more than that.
Griff prodded again, wondered if he'd need his drill. Matt never hung on to the more subtle details when it came to people.
A lot of people move somewhere else when they get married.
They lost touch or something.
Matt just shrugged.
Emma Kate mentioned her a couple times, but didn't have much to say about her.
Griff could only shake his head.
Matt, what you know about women could fit in a thimble. When a woman brings something up, then doesn't have much to say about it, she's got a lot to say about it.
Then why doesn't she say it?
Because she needs the right opening, the right angle. Forrest hasn't said much either, but he knows how to keep things tucked away. I didn't think about giving him an opening on it before.
Before you knew she was a heart stopper.
There's that.
Matt checked the level again, all sides, before they moved on to the next.
You don't want to start sniffing around a widow with a kid who's a friend's baby sister.
Griff only smiled as they lined up the second cabinet.
You don't want to start sniffing around some sassy Southern girl who keeps telling you she's too busy to start anything up.
I wore her down, didn't I?
Best thing you ever did. Got it?
Got it.
Griff let go of the cabinet to attach it to the first.
You should ask Emma Kate what the deal is.
Why?
Because after she walked the redhead out, she had sad eyes. Before she walked her out, she was a little bit pissed, and after, she looked sad.
Really?
Yeah. So you should ask her.
Why would I ask her about something like that? Why stir it up?
Matt, geez. Something's in there. It'll just stay in there being pissed or sad until it's stirred up and let out.
Like a wasp's nest,
Was Matt's opinion.
You want to know so much, you ask her.
Wuss.
About this kind of stuff? Oh, yeah, and not ashamed.
He checked the level.
Right on the mark. We do good work.
We fix it.
That we do. Let's get the rest of this line up, then have a sub.
I'm with you, brother.
Viola started out doing hair for fun, doing up her sister's or her friend's hair in fancy do's like they saw in magazines. She told the story of how the first time she took the scissors and her granddaddy's straight razor to her sister Evelyn's hair, she escaped a hiding because it looked as fine as what Ms. Brenda down at Brenda's beauty salon charged good money for. She'd been 12, and from that point on in charge of cutting everybody's hair in the family and styling the girls, her mama included, for special occasions. When she'd been carrying her first, she'd worked for Ms. Brenda and had done some side business out of the tiny kitchen in the double-wide where she and Jackson had started out. When Grady had been born, with her still 4 months shy of her 17th birthday, she added on manicures and worked exclusively out of the 2-bedroom house they rented from Jack's Uncle Bobby. By the time her second followed close on Grady's heels, she squeezed in cosmetology school with her mother minding the babies. Viola McNee Donahue had been born ambitious and wasn't afraid to give her husband a few prods in the same direction. By the time she was 20, with 3 children and the loss of one that had broken off a piece of her heart she would never get back, she had her own salon, buying Brenda's place when Brenda ran off on her own husband with a guitar player from up in Maryville. It put them in debt, but while Viola wasn't one to agree with the preacher saying how God would provide, she believed he'd look kindly on those who worked themselves sweaty. She did just that, spending often 18 hours a day on her feet, while Jack worked just as hard and long at Fester's garage. She had a 4th child, worked herself steadily out of debt, then dived right back into it when Jack started his own car repair and towing service. Jackson Donahue was the best mechanic in the county, and he'd been carrying most of Fester's business, as Fester was stumbling drunk by noon 5 days out of 7. They made their own, raised 4 children, and bought a good house. And with the nest egg Viola tucked away, she bought the old dry goods, expanded, and had the town talking when she put in 3 fancy pedicure chairs. Business stayed steady enough, but if you wanted more, you figured out how to get it. Tourists wandered through the ridge here and there, looking for quaint or cheap or picturesque in a quieter setting than Gatlinburg or Maryville. They came to hike and fish and camp, and some to stay in the Rendezvous Hotel and ride the Whitewater. Those on vacation tended to be looser with their money and more apt to take a few indulgences. So she took the leap, expanded yet again, and yet again. The locals called her place Vi's, but the tourists came into Viola's Harmony House Salon and Day Spa. She liked the sound of it.
The latest, and Viola claimed the last, expansion added on what she billed a relaxation room, which was a fancy name for waiting area, but fancy it was. Though she enjoyed bold, rich colors, she'd kept the tones soft. Added a gas-burning fireplace, banned all electronic devices, and offered specialty teas made local, spring water, deep cushioned chairs, and plush robes with her logo embroidered on them. Since the expansion, this latest and last, had been in the works while Shelby had been moving from Atlanta to Philadelphia, Shelby hadn't seen it all done. She couldn't say it surprised her when her grandmother led her through a locker room changing area and into the room that smelled lightly of lavender. "Granny, this is amazing." She kept her voice down as two women she didn't know sat in oatmeal-colored chairs, paging through glossy magazines. "You try some jasmine tea. It's made right here in the ridge. And relax some before Vonnie comes to get you. This is as nice as any of the spas I've been to. Nicer." Amenities included shallow dishes of sunflower seeds, a wooden bowl of sharp green apples, clear pitchers of water with inserts holding slices of lemon or cucumber, and hot pots for tea clients could drink out of pretty little cups. "It's you who's amazing. It's not enough to have ideas if you just let them sit around. You come see me when Vonnie's done with you." "I will. Could you just check with Mama? I just want to be sure Callie's behaving." "Don't you worry about a thing." Easier said than done, or so Shelby thought, until Vonnie, who couldn't have been more than 5'3", had her on a warm table in a dim room with soft music playing. "Girl, you've got enough rocks in these shoulders to build a 3-story house. Take a deep breath for me now. And another. That's the way. Let it go now." She tried. Then she didn't have to try. She drifted. "How are you feeling now?" "What?" "That's a good answer. I want you to take your time getting up. I'm going to turn the lights up a little, and I've got your robe lying over your legs." "Thank you, Vonnie." "I'm going to tell Miss Vi you could use another next week. It's going to take a few times to get you smoothed out, Shelby." "I feel smooth." "That's good. Now don't go getting up too fast, you hear? I'm going out and get you some nice spring water. You want to drink a lot of water now." She drank the water, changed back into her street clothes, and made her way out to the salon area. 4 of the 6 hair stations were working, and 2 of the 4 pedicure chairs were occupied. She saw 2 women getting manicures and glanced at her own nails. She hadn't had her nails done since right before Christmas. While the relaxation room stood as a sanctuary of quiet, the salon rang with voices, the bubble of foot baths, the whirl of dryers. 5 people called out to her, 3 beauticians, 2 customers, so she got caught up in conversations, acknowledged offers of sympathy and of welcome before she found her grandmother. "Perfect timing. I just finished doing Dolly Wobuck's highlights, and my next appointment canceled, so I've got time to give you a facial. Go put a robe back on. Oh, but Callie's fine. She and Chelsea are having a tea party with costumes. Ada May said they hooked together like 2 links in a chain and reminded her of you and Emma Kate." "That's good to hear." Shelby tried not to think of that cool look in the eyes of her childhood friend. "She'll have your baby home in a couple hours. That'll give you time for a facial and us time to talk." Viola tipped her head, and the light through the front window tipped gold in the red. "Vonnie did you some good, didn't she?" "She's wonderful. I don't remember her being such a little thing." "Takes after her mama. She may be little, but she has wonderfully strong hands. She wouldn't let me tip her, Granny. She said Mama had seen to it, and anyway, we're family." "You can tip me,
by giving me an hour of your time. Go on, get a robe on. The facial rooms are in the same place. We'll be in the first one. Get." She did as she was told. She wanted Callie to make friends, didn't she? To have someone to play with, to be with. It was healthy and right. And foolish to feel so anxious because she was spending the day at her grandmother's salon. "I've got just the thing for you," Viola said when Callie came in. "It's my energizing facial. It'll give you and your skin a boost. Just hang that robe on the hook there, lie down here, and we'll tuck you up." This is new, too. Not the room, but the chair, some of the machines here. If you want to be competitive, you've got to keep up. Viola took out a bib apron and tied it over her cropped pants and bold orange t-shirt. "I've got a machine in the next room that works on lines with electrode pulses." "Really?" Shelby slipped under the sheet onto the inclined chair. "Only 2 of us trained to use it for now. That's me and your mama. But Maybelline, you remember Maybelline?" "I do. I can't remember a time she didn't work for you." "Been some years, and now her girl's working here too. Lauralee's got the same good touch on nails as her mama. Maybelline's training on the new machine now, so we'll have 3 can use it. Not that you have to worry about lines for some time yet." She laid a light duvet over the sheet, then banded back Shelby's hair. "But let's have a look at things. Your skin's a little dehydrated, baby. Stress'll do that." She started out with a cleanse, her hands soft as a child's on Shelby's face. There are things a girl can tell her granny she might not say right out to her mama. It's that safety zone. And Ada Mae, she looks at bright sides. She's blessed with that outlook. You've got trouble, and it's not grief. I know how grief looks. I'd stopped loving him. She could say it out loud with her eyes closed and her grandmother's hands on her face. Maybe I never really did love him. I know now he didn't love me. It's hard knowing that. Hard knowing we didn't have what we should have, and he's gone. You were young. Older than you were. I got awful lucky. So'd your grandpa. I was a good wife, Granny. I can say that and know it's true. And Callie, we made Callie, so that's something special. And I wanted another baby. I know maybe it's wrong wanting another when things aren't the way they should be, but I thought maybe it's just how it would be and it was all right. It could be good if there was another baby for me to love. I had such a hunger for another baby, such a yearning in me. I know that hunger well. And he said that was fine. He said it'd be good for Callie to have a brother or sister. But it didn't happen, and it happened so easy and fast the first time. I had tests, and he said he had tests. Said he had? Viola repeated as she worked a gentle exfoliant into Shelby's skin. I had to go through all his papers and his files after. There were so many things to go through. Lawyers and accountants and the tax people, the creditors, the bills and debt. And I found a doctor's receipt or invoice, whatever. Richard, he kept everything. It was from a few weeks after Callie was born, the time I brought her home, her first visit, and he said he had a business trip. He was so good about us coming home, he made all the arrangements, private plane and a limo to get me to it. But he went to a doctor in New York and had a vasectomy. Viola's hands paused. He got himself snipped and let you think you were trying to make a baby? I'm never going to be able to forgive him for that. Out of all of it, it's that I can't forgive. His right to decide if he wanted to make another baby. but not his right to get fixed and not tell you. It's a terrible lie. And a man who could tell that terrible lie, live with that terrible lie, had something missing inside him.
There were so many lies, Granny, and finding them after he's dead? There was an emptiness left there, Shelby thought, that could never be filled again. I feel like a fool. I feel like I lived with a stranger. And I don't understand why he married me, why he lived with me. Despite what churned up inside her, Viola kept her hands gentle, her voice calm.
You're a beautiful girl, Shelby Ann, and you said you were a good wife. And you're not to feel like a fool because you trusted your husband. What else did he lie about? Were there other women?
I don't know for certain and can't ask, but I have to say yes from things I found. Yes, there were other women. And I find now, I don't care. I can't even care how many. He took so many trips without us. And I went to the doctor a few weeks ago, got tested in case. He didn't give me anything, so if he had other women, he was careful. So I don't care if he had 100 other women. She worked up her nerve while Viola slathered on the energizing mask. The money, Granny. He lied about the money. I never paid much attention to it because he said that was his business, and mine was to run the house and Callie. He could lash out like a whip over that without raising his voice or his hand.
Cold contempt can be a sharper blade than hot temper.
Comforted, Shelby opened her eyes, looked into her grandmother's. He cowed me. I hate admitting it, and I don't even know how it happened, but I can look back and see it so clear. He didn't like me asking questions about money, so I didn't. We had so much, the clothes and the furniture and the restaurants and the travel. But he was cheating there, too, and running some sort of scams. I'm still not clear on all of it. She closed her eyes again, not in shame, not with Granny, but in weariness. Everything was on credit, and the house up north, he hadn't made even the first payment on the loan, and he bought it back in the summer. I didn't know a thing about it until he told me in November we were moving. And there were the cars, and the credit cards, and the time payments, and some debts in Atlanta he left behind. Taxes unpaid.
He left you in debt?
I've been sorting it out and setting up payment plans, and I sold a lot off in the last few weeks. There's an offer on the house, and if it goes through, it'll take a lot off.
How much did he leave you owing?
As of right now? She opened her eyes, looked into her grandmother's. $1,996,000.89.
Well.
Viola had to draw in breath, let it out slow.
Well, Jesus Christ in a rocking chair, Shelby Ann. That's a considerable sum of money.
When the house sells, it'll cut it back. The offer's for $1.8 million. I owe $150 more than that on it, but they forgive that with this short sale business. And it started out around $3 million. Some over that with the lawyer's bills and accounting bills.
You paid off $1 million since January?
Viola shook her head.
That must have been one holy hell of a yard sale.
7. A massage, an energizing facial, and coming home to find her little girl bubbling over with happiness. Those went a long way toward lifting Shelby's mood. But the biggest lift had been unburdening herself to her grandmother. She'd told her everything about finding the safe deposit box and what was in it, the private detective, the spreadsheet she'd created, and her need to find a paying job as soon as she could. By the time she'd given Callie her supper, her bath, tucked her in for the night, she felt she knew all there was to know about Chelsea,
and had made a promise to have Chelsea over as soon as she could. She went back down, found her father stretched out in the lazy boy recliner he loved, watching a basketball game on his new TV, and her mother sitting on the sofa crocheting. She go down all right? Out like a light before I'd finished her bedtime story. You wore her out today, Mama. It sure was fun. The two girls were like tadpoles swimming in their own pond, hardly still a minute. Susanna and I talked about taking turns, having Chelsea come here, then taking Callie there. And I've got Tracy's number for you right in on the kitchen board. You ought to call Chelsea's mama, honey. Make a good bridge there. I will. You gave her a happy day. Can I ask you for a favor?
You know you can.
I ran into Emma Kate today. I heard about that. Fingers still working yarn and needle, Ada Mae glanced up with a smile. It's the Ridge, baby. If I don't hear about something 10 minutes after it happened, I know I have to have your daddy check my hearing. Hattie Munson, you remember she lives across from Bitsy, though they're feuding about something half the time. They're feuding now because Bitsy's getting a new kitchen and didn't take Hattie's advice about the new appliances. Hattie's boy works for LG, but Bitsy bought Maytag, and Hattie took that as a personal insult. Of course, Hattie Munson takes offense if she sneezes in her own kitchen and you don't say Gesundheit from yours. Amused at the way her mother found a way to wind through a story, and how her father cursed at the ball players, the referees, the coaches, Shelby eased a hip on the arm of the couch. So they might be feuding, but Hattie doesn't miss any tricks and saw you and Emma Kate outside Bitsy's house and saw you go on in. How's that kitchen coming? I haven't gotten over there in more than a week. They were putting cabinets in. Pretty ones. Emma Kate's young man, Matt, and Griffin. Cutie pies, the pair of them, and they do fine work. I'm having them do me a master bath, an ensuite, out of your old room.
Now, Ada Mae.
Clayton surfaced from the game long enough to hear about the bathroom. I'm doing it, Clayton, so you best climb on board. Griff said how they could take out that wall, and I could have me a spa-like ensuite bathroom. I've been looking at magazines, getting ideas, and Griff, he's got whole books just on plumbing fixtures. I've never seen the like of some of them. He's done himself an ensuite already. I went over to the old Triple Horn place to see it, and it's like a magazine, even if he is still sleeping on an air mattress on the bedroom floor. He's finished the kitchen over there now, and it just makes me green with envy.
Don't even start, Ada Mae.
I like my kitchen just fine, she said to Clayton, then grinned at Shelby, mouthed, for now. I bet you and Emma Kate picked up right where you left off. Miles from that, Shelby thought. That's the favor. She said she'd like to meet me tomorrow at Bootlegger's about 7:30 if I could. But you go right on and do that. Old friends are the bricks and mortar of your life. I don't know what I'd do without Susanna. Your daddy and I will watch Callie get her to bed. We'd love to.
Finally, something I can agree to.
Clayton looked over at his daughter.
You take some time catching up with Emma Kate. We'll spoil Callie.
Thank you. She leaned over, kissed her mother, got up, kissed her father. I'm going on up because a day of pampering's made me sleepy. Thanks for that too, Mama. And we'll need to eat at 6 tomorrow night. I'm cooking dinner. Oh, but I'm doing it, Ada Mae, she said in the same tone her mother had used to her father, and had Clayton snickering. I've gotten to be a pretty good cook, and you'll judge for yourself. I'm going to pull my weight while Callie and I are here because I was raised right. Night.
She was raised right,
Clayton said when Shelby started upstairs.
So let's pat ourselves on the back there, and we'll see what's for dinner tomorrow.
She wasn't so pale and tired looking tonight.
No, she wasn't. Let's see how it goes for the next few days, and be glad we've got them home.
I am, and I'll be gladder when she makes things up with Emma Kate. It wasn't hard to keep busy. By mid-morning, she hauled out the stroller.
Taking Callie on a stroll around town, picking up what she wanted for the chicken dinner she intended to make for her parents, was an easy, casual way to wander around the ridge and see if anyone was hiring. The clouds had lifted, and the air had the bright-edged sparkle of spring after a shower. She put Callie in her pink denim jacket with a light cap, and since she might find herself applying for a job, did her makeup before setting out.
Are we going to see Chelsea, Mama?
We're walking to town, baby. To the grocery store, and I have to open up a bank account. Maybe we'll stop in and see Granny.
See Granny! Chelsea, too.
I'll call Chelsea's mama later and we'll see. She passed Emma Kate's house, noted the workman truck in the drive, and had to resist the urge to lift a hand in a wave across the street where she imagined Hattie Munson's eagle eye was trained on her. People like Ms. Munson did plenty of talking, she knew. There was welcome in the Ridge, but there were those, and more than a few, who'd enjoy gossiping over the back fence and in the grocery store aisle, over lunch at Sid and Sadie, about the poor Pomeroy girl who'd come home a widow with a child. But what did you expect when she'd run off that way with a man nobody knew a thing about? They'd talk about how she'd moved north, rarely came home, dropped out of college after her parents had worked hard to send her. There'd be plenty to gossip about, and they didn't know the half of it. The smart thing to do would be to keep her head down, be friendly, and get steady work. Steady work would mean some sort of daycare for Callie, so that had to be balanced. Daycare would be good for Callie. Just look how she'd latched onto this Chelsea. She needed to interact with other kids, even if it meant most of any paycheck coming in went out again. While Callie talked to Fifi, Shelby took the fork into town. She kept her eyes peeled for houses for sale. When she moved out on her own, she wanted something close by. Close enough maybe Callie could walk to her grandmother's or to Granny's, to friends, to town, just as she had. A little house, 2 bedrooms, maybe with enough land for a small garden. She'd missed gardening in the condo and hadn't had a chance in Philadelphia. She let her mind drift, imagined the house in her head. Like a cottage, that's all they needed, and she'd plant flowers and have a vegetable patch, some herbs. She'd teach Callie how to plant and tend and harvest. She could haunt yard sales and flea markets for furniture, for bargains she could refinish or paint or reupholster. Warm colors and sink into chairs. They'd have a good life here, whatever it took to make it. She took the main road, with shops and a few old houses on each side of the winding street. She could work in a gift shop or wait tables, ring up sales at the drugstore or food at the market. Granny had told her she could come work at the salon, but she didn't have any real talent for hair, or a license. Whatever she did there would be make work, and her family was already making enough for her. She could check at the hotel, or the lodge just outside of town. Not today, not with Callie along, but they should go on her list. She liked the way it all looked, freshening up for spring with storefronts shining in the sunlight, tubs and hanging baskets of flowers decking the buildings that climbed up or down the hilly road. She enjoyed seeing people stopping to talk, a few tourists wandering along the steep sidewalks, hikers with their big backpacks taking pictures of the town well, where legend had it star-crossed lovers from feuding families would meet at midnight. Until the girl's father shot the boy dead, and the girl died of a broken heart. Their rendezvous, so it was said, gave the town its name, and the well, haunted of course, ended up on a lot of cameras and canvases. Maybe she could get an office job since she had decent computer skills, but the truth was she had no experience there. Her work experience spread to helping out at the salon, filling shampoo bottles, sweeping the floor, working the register, babysitting, working in the college bookstore a couple of semesters, and singing with the band. She wasn't likely to form a band and was beyond filling shampoo bottles. So retail, maybe. Or maybe she could look into opening a daycare. But the Ridge had one, and those who had family usually had a mother or cousin or sister who'd watch their kids when they worked. Retail, she thought again. Retail or waitressing. There could be opportunities there, especially since summer was coming, and summer brought more tourists, more hikers, more families who rented cabins or stayed at the hotel. The Artful Ridge, local artists mostly. Mountain treasures, gifts and whatnots. The Hasty Market, selling staples and snacks for anyone who didn't want to go the half mile to Haggerty Food Market. There was the pharmacy, the ice cream shop, the bar and grill, the pizzeteria, Al's Liquors. Farther down and around the corner sat Shady's Bar, which was just that. And her mama would have a heart attack if she took a job there. Considering her options, she stopped in the salon first so her granny could show off Callie. "I'm going to do your hair," Viola told Callie. "Crystal, get me one of those booster seats, would you? You can sit right here at Granny's station, Callie Rose. I used to do your Gamma's hair and your mama's. Now I get to do yours."
Callie's hair.
Callie lifted her arms to Viola, then brushed at Viola's hair.
Granny's hair.
About the same, isn't it? Though mine takes some doing these days.
Some doing.
Callie echoed and made Viola laugh. "Have a seat there, Shelby. Crystal doesn't have another head for a half hour. Look at this beautiful hair." Callie, who could sometimes be fussy and impatient at hair-fixing time, sat happily staring at herself in the mirror.
I want to be a princess, Granny.
"You are a princess, but we'll give you hair worthy of your rank." She brushed through the curls, grabbed one of the big silver clips to hold some back, and began to do a fancy French braid on the side. "I heard Bonnie Joe Farnsworth, that's a cousin of Gilly's sister's husband, is getting a divorce from her husband. That's Les Wickett, Shelby, who ran with Forrest some when they were boys. They haven't been married 2 years and have a baby not 6 months old. Had a big wedding at the hotel, cost her daddy 2 arms and his left leg." "I remember Les a little. I'm sorry to hear he's having troubles." "I heard trouble's been brewing since before they cut the wedding cake." Crystal, who owned a tumbling mane of streaky blonde hair, gave a knowing wiggle of her eyebrows. "But I probably shouldn't say." "Of course you should say." Viola tied off the first braid, started on the second. "And in considerable detail." "Well, maybe you didn't know that Bonnie Joe used to go around with Boyd Cattery." "Loretta Cattery's middle boy. Those Cattery boys are rough customers. Forrest had a set-to with Arlo, the youngest of 'em, not long ago when Arlo got skunk drunk down to Shady's and started a fight over a pool game. Arlo took a swing at Forrest when Forrest went in to break it up. You know Arlo, Shelby. Bony boy with straw-colored hair and a bad attitude. Drove a motorcycle and tried to catch your eye." "I remember Arlo. He got suspended and sent off a while for beating up on a boy half his size outside of school. Boyd's considerably worse, let me tell you." As she talked, Crystal readied her station for the next customer. "And he and Bonnie Joe were always sneaking off, then they broke up when he got arrested for—" She glanced at Callie, who was too busy admiring herself in the mirror to pay attention. "For, having certain illegal substances in his possession. Then Bonnie Joe took up with Les, and before you can click your heels, they're planning a wedding. You ask me, her daddy was so relieved she was marrying a nice boy and done with Boyd, he'd have paid double what that wedding cost. But Boyd got released right before the wedding, and there's been some talk down in the holler he and Bonnie Joe have, well, taken up again. And now the 2 of them are off down to Florida, where he has cousins. She left that baby behind like it was leftover pizza or something. And it said the cousins make up some of the substances he was put away for."
It was nearly as good as a massage and facial, just sitting there for 20 minutes, watching her granny create a princess do for her girl while Callie preened in the mirror, and listening to gossip that wasn't about her. Viola looped the braids into a crown, gathered the curls into a tail she fixed with a rose-trimmed band.
Pretty. I'm pretty, Granny.
Yes, you are. Viola bent down so their faces reflected together. A girl should know when she's pretty. But there's a couple things I can think of right off more important.
What's more?
Being smart. Are you smart, Callie Rose?
Mama says.
And she knows. Then there's being kind. If you can be pretty and smart and kind, well, that's what makes a real princess. She kissed Callie's cheek, lifted her down. If I didn't have somebody coming in, I'd take you two girls out to lunch. Next time we'll plan it. Next time we'll take you out to lunch. Shelby settled Callie in her stroller. Crystal, I'm thinking I should find some work. Do you know anybody who's hiring? Oh, let's see now. Spring and summer, they hire on extra a lot of places. I didn't think you'd be after work, Shelby, not with the money you'd have from... She slapped a hand over her mouth, looked at Callie in distress. I'm awful sorry. I don't know why my mouth just runs out without being hitched up to my brain. It's all right. I just want to keep busy. You know how it is. I know how it is to need to pay the bills, but if you want busy work, maybe over at the Artful Ridge. It's got some class, and they do good business, especially once the tourists start coming in. Might be they could use another hostess at the big restaurant. They want good lookers there. Oh, and Rendezvous Gardens, you know, the landscape place? They always need help this time of year. That could be fun if you like plants and such. Thanks. I'll think about it. We've got to get to the food market. I'm making dinner for Mama and Daddy tonight. Granny, you and Grandpa should come. I'd love to make dinner for you. I'd love to have you make dinner for me. I'll tell Jackson. It's at 6, but you could come a little early because I have to leave by about 20 after 7 and meet Emma Kate. Have you met Emma Kate's boyfriend? Crystal asked. Not yet. She hooked a good one. Now the other, Griffin? She patted a hand to her heart. If I wasn't engaged to be married for the second time in my life, I'd head straight in that direction. He's got a swagger to him. I just love a man who's got a swagger to him. There's your 11:30 just come in, Crystal. I'll bring her right back. It was nice talking to you, Shelby. She gave Shelby a good hard squeeze. It's really good to have you home. It's good to be home. Her first husband had a swagger to him, Viola said under her breath, and he swaggered off with anything female he could talk into it. I hope she does better this time. I like this one. No swagger, but a steady way about him, which she needs to balance her out. I love that girl like I love raspberry sherbet, but she needs that balance. What's for dinner? I'm going to surprise you, and I'd better get to the market or we'll be ordering from the pizzeteria. She ran into Chelsea and her mother in the food market, which added a half hour onto her time, and produced a deal to meet at the town park the next day so the girls could play together. Now that she was cooking a meal for 6, she fiddled with the menu as she shopped. She made a good roast chicken with garlic and sage and rosemary, and she could make some red potatoes in that zingy dressing she cut out of a magazine, the carrots and butter and thyme Callie liked so much, and some peas. And she'd make biscuits. Richard hadn't cared for her biscuits, called them hick bread, she remembered. Well, the hell with him. Maybe she'd make some appetizers, really do it up, and profiteroles for dessert. The cook they'd had 3 times a week in Atlanta had shown her how to make them. She loaded up ingredients, bribed Callie with animal crackers, and tried not to swallow out loud when she checked out. For family, she reminded herself as she counted out the money. Family was putting a roof over her head and her daughters. She could and would afford to pay for a good family dinner. It wasn't until she wheeled the cart and stroller outside that she remembered she'd walked. Oh, for God's sake, how stupid am I? 3 bags of groceries, a stroller, and a 1.5 mile walk. Muttering to herself, she crammed 2 bags in the back of the stroller, slung the big Callie bag over one shoulder, and hefted the last grocery bag. She switched arms at the half-mile mark, seriously considered calling her mother or poking into the sheriff's office to see if Forrest was there and could give her a ride. We'll make it fine. She thought back to when she'd run the mile into town and back again as a child. Up and down those hills, around those curves. Well, now she had a child and 3 bags of groceries, and she might be working up a blister on her heel. She made it to the fork, arms aching, and stopped to gather herself for the last leg. The Fix-It guy's truck pulled up beside her. Griff leaned out the window.
Hey, did your car break down? Griff,
he added in case she'd forgotten.
Griffin Lot.
I remember. No, my car didn't break down. I didn't take the damn car because I wasn't intending to buy so many groceries.
Damn car,
Callie said to Fifi and had Shelby sighing.
Okay. Want to ride home?
More at this moment than I want a long and happy life. But
I get you only met me yesterday, but Emma Kate's known me for a couple years. I'd be in jail if I were an axe murderer. Hey, cutie. Is your name Callie?
Callie.
The little girl angled her head, an accomplished flirt, and fluffed at her new hairdo.
I'm pretty.
As pretty as they come. Look, I can't leave you by the side of the road with the pretty girl and 3 bags of groceries.
I was going to say, I want a ride, but you don't have a car seat.
Oh, right.
He shoved a hand at his hair.
We'll break the law, but it's less than a mile, and I'll drive slow. I'll pull over any time another car's coming, either direction.
Her heel burned, her arms ached, and her legs felt like rubber stretched too hard and long. I think driving slow is going to be enough.
Hold on. Let me help you.
That made the second person who wasn't family in the last little while who'd offered to help her. It was hard to remember how long before that anyone had. He got out of the truck, took the bag from her. Feeling came back into her arm in pins and needles. Thank you.
No problem.
He stowed the groceries while she lifted Callie out. You sit right there, Shelby told Callie. Sit still while I fold up the stroller.
How does it... Oh, I get it.
Griff folded the stroller as if he'd been doing so for years. She turned back to Callie as he stowed it and saw her daughter had opened a takeout bag sitting on the seat beside her. She was now eating French fries. Callie, those aren't yours.
I'm hungry, Mama.
It's okay.
Laughing, Griff got in the truck.
I wouldn't trust anybody who could resist fries. I had to pick up some stuff in town. Grabbed lunch for me and Matt while I was at it. She can have some fries.
It's past her lunchtime. I didn't expect to be gone so long.
Didn't you grow up here?
She took a deep breath as he drove, true to his word, at about 20 miles an hour. I should have known better. Now sitting on her lap, Callie held out a fry to Griff.
Thanks. You look like your mother.
Mama's hair.
Yours is really pretty. Have you been to Ms. Vi's?
That's Granny, Callie. Ms. Vi's Granny.
Granny did my hair like a princess. I'm pretty and smart and kind.
I can see that. You're the first princess I've had in my truck, so this is a pretty big deal for me. Who's your friend?
This is Fifi. She likes French fries.
I would hope so.
He eased into the driveway.
Phew.
He took a mock swipe at his forehead.
Made it. You get the princess in her carriage. I'll get the groceries.
Oh, that's all right. I can...
Haul in 3 bags of groceries, a kid, a stroller, and whatever's in that suitcase you've got there? Sure you can. But I'll get the groceries.
You carry me.
Callie shoved out of Shelby's arms, threw herself at Griff. Callie, don't...
I've got my orders.
He climbed out, crouched down, tapped his back.
Okay, princess. Climb aboard.
Callie said,
Whee!
and hooked herself on for a piggyback, while Shelby scrambled out the other door to try to heft whatever was left. He beat her to it, pulled out 2 grocery bags, and with one in each arm, her daughter bouncing gleefully on his back, headed to the front door.
Is it locked?
I don't think so. Mama may have... She trailed off as he was already going inside, Callie clinging to his neck and chattering in his ear like he was her new best friend. Flustered, Shelby pulled out the stroller, got the last bag, swung her Callie bag on her shoulder. She managed to get it all in the house, left the stroller by the door to deal with later. He'd set the bags on the island. Before she could speak, he stopped her heart by swinging Callie off his back, dangling her upside down while she squealed in insane delight, then tossed her up in the air, catching her neatly, and settled her on his hip.
I love you,
Callie said, and kissed him enthusiastically on the mouth.
Is that all it takes?
Grinning, he gave her hair a tug.
Obviously, I've been going about my conquests the wrong way for a lot of years.
You stay and play with me.
Would if I could, but I've got to get back to work.
Callie took a hank of his hair, obviously finding it to her liking, and wound it around her finger.
You come back and play with me.
Sure, sometime.
He looked over at Shelby, smiled, and since she was staring, she saw he had eyes as green and clever as a cat's.
You've got a keeper here.
She is, thank you. Do you have children?
Me? No.
He set Callie down, gave her a friendly pat on the butt.
Gotta go, little red.
She wrapped her arms around his legs in a hug.
Bye, mister.
Griff. Just Griff.
Griff.
Griff, Shelby corrected automatically.
Grr.
Callie said and giggled.
Griff's gotta go,
He said, glanced back at Shelby.
You set?
Yes, thank you so much.
No problem.
He started out.
Love this kitchen,
He added, and strode to the door and out. He did have a swagger about him, before she could think of anything else.
Griff.
Callie told Fifi.
He's pretty, Mama, and he smells good. He's going to come back and play with me.
I'm
hungry, Mama.
What? Oh, of course you are. Giving herself a shake, Shelby got back to reality. 8. By the time her mother got home, Shelby had the chicken in the oven, the potatoes and carrots scrubbed, and the dining room table, used only for important meals, set with the good dishes. Not the best dishes, which were her father's grandmother's, and worth more in sentiment than money, but the company dishes with the roses around the rims. She'd added linen napkins, folding them into fussy standing fans, rearranged candles and flowers into a pretty centerpiece, and was finishing the last of the pastries for the profiteroles. Oh my goodness, Shelby! The table looks just beautiful, like for a high-class dinner party. We are high class.
This is the end of disc number 3. Please insert disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
She'd added linen napkins, folding them into fussy standing fans, rearranged candles and flowers into a pretty centerpiece, and was finishing the last of the pastries for the profiteroles.
Oh my goodness, Shelby. The table looks just beautiful, like for a high-class dinner party.
We are high class.
We're sure going to eat like we are, and it smells wonderful in here. You always were one to know just how things should go together to look pretty.
It's fun fussing a little. I hope it's all right I asked Granny and Grandpa to come.
You know it is. Mama told me when I stopped into Vi's after my garden club meeting, and after Susanna and I did a little shopping. I got Callie the cutest outfits for spring. I had the best time.
She set 3 shopping bags on the counter, began to pull things out.
I can't wait to see her wearing this. It's just precious, isn't it? The little skirt with the pink and white stripes and the frilly shirt. And these pink Mary Janes. Now, I checked her size before I left, so they should fit, but if they don't, we'll just take them back.
Mama, she'll love those. She'll just go crazy for those shoes.
And I got this cute shirt with princess on it, and the sweetest little white cardigan sweater with ribbon trim.
She pulled more out as she talked.
Where is she? Maybe she can try some on.
She's napping. I'm sorry she's napping so late, but it all took me longer, and then I had to fix her lunch, and she was revved up, so I didn't get her down until almost 3.
Oh, we won't worry about that. So I stopped into Vi's, and there was Maxine Pinkett. You remember she moved to Arkansas a few years ago, but she was back visiting and came into Vi's hoping I could give her a cut and color. I don't do hair anymore as a rule, but she's an old customer, and I know what she likes.
Shelby had a misty memory of Mrs. Pinkett, so made assenting noises as she began to fill the pastries with cream.
She told me that she was disappointed when Crystal told her I was off. Then I walked in, and she asked if I couldn't please see to her hair. She's not happy at all with the stylist she's tried in Little Rock, so I set her up. Turns out her daughter's husband may take a job in Ohio now, and this after she moved to Little Rock to be close by her daughter and 3 grandchildren. She's in a state, let me tell you. I know just how she feels, so
Ada Mae shut her eyes, gave herself a shake.
I can't keep my mouth shut with a stapler.
You don't have to. You didn't get to make many memories with Callie for more than 3 years. And more, I see now, she didn't get to make them with you. That's on me, Mama.
It's all over and done now, and we're making plenty of memories all around. What are you making there? Little cream puffs? Oh, she's awake.
Ada Mae looked toward the baby monitor on the counter.
I'm going to take her new things up, and we'll have some fun. You need help here, honey?
I don't, Mama, thanks. I don't want you to do a thing but sit down to this meal. You go have fun with Callie.
Oh, I hope the pink Mary Janes fit, 'cause they couldn't be cuter.
She'd take pictures of Callie in the pink Mary Janes, Shelby thought. Callie might not remember them when she grew up, but she'd remember her grandmother loved her, enjoyed getting her pretty clothes. She'd remember her granny had fixed her hair like a princess. That's what counted. Like a good family dinner at the dining room table. That's what counted. She finished the pastries, basted the chicken, got the potatoes and carrots going. She needed to change, not only for dinner, but to go out and meet Emma Kate. With a glance at the timer, she ran upstairs, tiptoed from the landing to her room so she didn't distract Callie and her mother in their fashion show, and spent the next 15 minutes agonizing over what to wear. She'd once had 3, maybe even 4 times as many clothes, and had never agonized. Maybe, she thought, because it had stopped being important. It was the bar and grill, she reminded herself. People didn't dress up especially to go there. It was at least 3 giant steps up from Shady's, but about an equal amount down from the big restaurant at the hotel. She settled on black jeans, a simple white shirt. And she'd put the leather jacket she'd kept, one she just loved, over it. The pewter gray went well with her hair and wasn't as harsh as black. Since the evenings ran cool yet, she chose heeled half boots.
Mindful of the meal, she slipped straight back down and into the kitchen, grabbed an apron this time to start on the biscuits. It was fun to fuss, she thought, and after hunting up a pretty platter for the chicken, stood trying to imagine if it would look better if she laid the potatoes and carrots around the chicken or if she put them in bowls. Forrest came in the back door.
What's all this?
He sniffed the air.
What is that?
What's wrong with it?
I didn't say anything was wrong. It smells like I'm hungry.
You can stay for dinner if you want. Granny and Grandpa are coming. I'm cooking.
You're cooking?
That's right, Forrest Jackson Pomeroy, so take it or leave it.
Do you always get dressed up to cook dinner?
I'm not dressed up. Hell, am I too dressed up to go to bootleggers? His eyes narrowed.
Why?
Because, you idiot. I'm going to bootleggers and I don't want to dress wrong.
I meant, why are you going to the bar and grill when you're fixing dinner?
I'm going after dinner, if you need every detail of it. I'm meeting Emma Kate. His face cleared.
Oh.
Am I too dressed up or not?
You're okay.
He opened the top oven, peered in at the chicken.
That looks damn good.
It will be damn good. Now stay out of the way. I need to set out the appetizers.
Aren't we fancy?
He stepped around her, got himself a beer. I just want it to be nice. Mama's getting me massages and Granny's fixing Callie's hair and you saw how they fixed the rooms upstairs for us. I just want it to be nice. He gave her shoulder a rub.
It is nice. The table looks like a company meal. It's good you're meeting Emma Kate.
We'll see how good when I do. She's still awful mad at me.
Maybe you should fix her a chicken dinner.
It felt good to have her family around the table enjoying a meal she'd made, and made her realize it was the first time. There'd be a second time, she promised herself, and she'd make sure Clay and Gilly and little Jackson were around the table that next time. She knew she'd done well when her grandfather had seconds of everything, and Granny asked for the recipes. I'll write them out for you, Granny. You'll want to do it twice. Ada Mae got up to help clear. That chicken put mine to shame. You better have saved room for dessert.
We've got room, don't we, Callie?
Jack patted his belly, so Callie leaned back in her booster chair to pat hers. The best was watching eyes go big when she came in carrying the tower of profiteroles she'd made, with their topping of melted chocolate.
That's as pretty as anything you'd see in a restaurant,
her father told her.
Is it as good as it looks?
You're going to find out. I need to go, so, Mama, would you serve this up? I don't want to be late. You don't go till you've put on some lipstick. This was her grandmother's decree. Something with a little pink in it. It's spring. All right. Make Forrest help with the dishes.
I was going to,
he said immediately. He grabbed her hand when she bent over to kiss Callie.
It was a real good meal, Shelby.
Don't drink and drive. You're the one with a beer on the table. Callie, you be a good girl.
Gamma said I get a bath with bubbles.
Won't that be fun? I won't be late. Oh, be late. Ada Mae served up generous portions of pastry. Go have some fun. I will. Don't scat. All right. It felt odd going out at night on her own. And then add in the nerves, the worry that Emma Kate wouldn't forgive her. But she put on lipstick, added a little more blush for good measure, and drove to town hoping she'd find the right words, make the right penance to get her best friend back in her life. The streetlights gleamed, and she caught a few lights glimmering in the mountains. Shops shut down by 6, but she noted Pizzateria was doing good business, and a few people strolled along the sidewalk. She found the stingy parking lot beside the bar and grill already jammed, started hunting up a place on the street.
Maybe she had to give herself a mental push to get out of the car, but she did it and walked the half block down, opened the door, stepped into the noise. She didn't recall the place doing this level of business on weeknights. But then she hadn't reached legal drinking age when she left, so had spent more time with pizza or at the ice cream parlor. Still, most of the tables and booths were full, and the air smelled of beer and barbecue.
How are you doing?
A waitress, hostess, approached with an easy smile and dark eyes that scanned the crowded room, probably looking for a free table.
I can seat you at the bar if you're... Shelby? Shelby Ann Pomeroy!
Shelby found herself enveloped in a hug that smelled of peach blossoms. She drew Shelby back, a good-looking woman with skin like polished walnut and thickly lashed dark eyes.
You don't remember me.
I'm sorry, It clicked, stunning her.
Tansy? You do remember. Can't blame you for taking a few minutes. I've changed some.
Some? The Tansy Johnson she'd known had been gawky, gap-toothed, acne-prone, and bespectacled. This one was admirably curvy with a gorgeous smile, clear skin, and luminous eyes.
My skin cleared up, I filled out, got my teeth fixed, and wear contacts.
You look just fantastic.
It's nice to hear it. But then you and Emma Kate never made fun of me like some of the girls did. I'm sorry about your husband, Shelby, but I'm glad you're home.
Thanks. You work here now. It's busier than I remember and nicer.
That's good to hear, too, because I don't just work here. I'm the manager. And I happen to be married to the owner.
Wow. Things have changed. When did you get married?
A year ago in June. I'm going to tell you all about my Derek first chance, but Emma Kate's waiting for you.
She's already here?
I'll take you over. I got you a corner booth. Prime real estate, especially on wing night.
She hooked her arm through Shelby's.
You've got a little girl, don't you?
Callie. She's 3.
I'm going to have one.
Oh, that's great, Tansy. It called for another hug. Congratulations.
Just hit 4 weeks, and I know they always say wait until after the first trimester, but I can't wait. So I'm telling everybody, even complete strangers. Look who I found.
Emma Kate looked up from her phone.
You made it.
I did. I'm sorry if I'm late.
You're not. I forgot it was wing night, so I had Tansy save us a table and got here a little early. Sit down.
Tansy waved toward the booth.
And you two do your catching up. What do you have, Shelby? First one's on the house.
I'm driving, so, well, I ought to be able to handle 1 glass of wine.
We've got a nice selection by the glass.
Tansy rattled off several choices. The Pinot Noir sounds perfect.
I'll get that right out to you. You okay there, Emma Kate?
Emma Kate lifted her beer. I'm good, Tansy.
So good seeing you.
Tansy gave Shelby's shoulder a squeeze before she walked away. I didn't recognize her for a minute.
She grew up. She's about the happiest person I know, but then she always had a sunny nature.
Despite being bullied and picked on half the time, I remember in high school especially how Melody Bunker and Jolene Newton made Devlin her a mission.
Melody's as sour and snotty as she ever was. She was second runner-up in the Miss Tennessee pageant, something she tosses around like candy wrappers. You know she's never forgiven you for beating her out for homecoming queen.
God, I haven't thought about that in years.
Melody's existence is based on being the prettiest and most popular. She fell short, and Jolene hasn't evolved much either.
Emma Kate leaned back, settled into the corner of the booth diagonal from Shelby.
She's engaged to the son of the hotel's owners and likes to drive around town in the fancy car her daddy bought her.
A waitress brought over Shelby's wine.
Tansy says enjoy and just let me know if you want anything else.
Thank you. I don't care about Melody or Jolene, Shelby continued, while she turned the wine glass around and around in small circles with her fingers. I want to hear about you. You got your nursing degree just like you said you would. Did you like Baltimore?
I liked it well enough. I made some friends, had good work, met Matt.
It's serious, you and Matt?
Serious enough I dealt with my mama's shock and horror when I told her we were moving in together. She still gives me pushes toward marriage and babies.
Don't you want that?
I'm not in a rush about it like you were.
Shelby accepted the hit, took a sip of wine. You like working at the clinic?
I'd have to be stupid not to like working for Doc Pomeroy. Your dad is a good man, a fine doctor.
After another sip of her beer, Emma Kate straightened a couple of inches.
What did you mean, you didn't have the money to come back? The word I got was you were rolling in it.
Richard handled the money. As I wasn't working,
Didn't you want to work?
I had Callie to tend to, and the house. And I'm not qualified for any serious work. I didn't finish college or...
What about singing?
It flustered her not to finish a sentence. There'd been a time when she and Emma Kate could finish each other's, but this was different. That was just a childish fantasy. It wasn't like I had any real skills or experience, and I had a child. And he married me, provided for me and Callie, gave us a good home. Emma Kate sat back again.
And that's all you wanted? To be provided for?
With Callie, and having no skills or the education.
Did he tell you that you were stupid? You want my forgiveness, Shelby?
Emma Kate said when Shelby went silent.
You tell me the truth. You look me in the eye, and you tell me the truth.
All the time, one way or the other. How was he wrong? I didn't know how to do anything.
That's a big bucket of bullshit.
With her eyes fired up, Emma Kate set the beer down, shoved it aside, and leaned across the table.
You didn't just sing in that band. You did most of the managing and marketing. You figured out how to do that. They made you assistant manager at the college bookstore after a month, so you knew how to do that. You started writing songs, and they were good, Shelby, damn it, so you knew how to do that. You redecorated my bedroom when we were 16, and not only did it look beautiful, but you figured out how to get around Mama on it. Don't sit there and say you didn't know how to do anything. That's him talking. Speak for yourself.
The words, fast as machine gun fire, left Shelby breathless. None of those things were practical or realistic. Emma Kate, things change when you have a child depending on you. I was a housewife and a stay-at-home mother. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's not a thing wrong with that if it makes you happy, if it's appreciated. It doesn't sound like it was appreciated, and when you talk about it, you don't look happy.
She shook her head in denial. Being Callie's mama is the best thing in my life. It's the light in it. Richard worked so I could stay home with her. A lot of mothers who want to can't, so I should be grateful he provided for us.
There's that word again.
She felt sick inside, with a thin layer of shame coating it. Do we have to talk about this?
You want me to forgive you for running off, and that I could, but to forgive you for cutting me off, for staying away, for not being there for me when I most needed you? But you're skirting around the truth of it.
She was, because the center was so dark and sticky. The noise of voices and dishes that had seemed festive and fun when she'd come in now pounded against her head. Her throat felt so painfully dry she wished she'd asked for water. But she pushed the words out. I didn't have the money because if I managed to tuck $1,000 away, he'd find it, and he'd take it. To invest, he'd say, because I didn't have a head for money. I had charge accounts, didn't I, if I wanted to buy clothes or some other toy or outfit to spoil Callie with, so I didn't need cash money. And what was I complaining about? I had someone to clean the place, someone to help with Callie, someone to cook because I didn't know anything but country cooking. I should be grateful.
And I couldn't take off to Tennessee every time somebody died or got married or had a birthday. He needed his wife home. He cut you off from your family, your friends. He whittled your world right down, didn't he? And hammered at you to be grateful for it.
He had. Of course he had. She hadn't seen it happening because it was so gradual until it was just her life. Sometimes I thought he hated me, but he didn't. He didn't feel that much for me. The first few months, even the first year, it was exciting and full, and he made me feel so special. I let him run everything. I was along for the ride, and I was carrying Callie and so happy about it. After she came, it was different. She took a breath, let herself settle into it. I thought it was different, she said slowly, because a baby changes things. He never paid much attention to her, and if I said anything about that, he'd get angry or act insulted. He was making sure she had a good life, wasn't he? I didn't want to travel so much with the baby, and he didn't push. So he was gone a lot. Sometimes he'd come back, and things would be good for a while, sometimes not so good. I never knew which it was going to be. I couldn't anticipate how it was going to be, so I tried to make sure everything was the way he liked it. I wanted my girl to have a peaceful, happy home. That was the most important thing. But you weren't happy. It was the life I'd made, Emma Kate. The choices I'd made. You chose to be abused. Her spine went stiff and hard. He never laid a hand on me or Callie in anger. You're smart enough to know that's not the only kind of abuse. Though her tone was brisk, no nonsense, she kept it low, under the other chatter. Even in a noisy restaurant, people often heard what you'd rather they didn't. He made you feel less, feel small and stupid and obliged. And he cut you off as much as he could from people who'd make you feel whole and special and really happy. And from what I'm hearing, he used Callie to keep you in line. Maybe he did. He's dead now, so it's over with. Would you have stayed with him? Just stayed living like that? Frowning, Shelby ran a finger around the rim of her glass. I thought about divorce. I'd be the first in our family, and that was a weight. But I thought about it, especially when he went on this last trip. It was supposed to be the three of us, a family vacation, a few days in the warm, but when Callie got sick and we couldn't go, he went anyway. He left us in the awful house the day after Christmas, where I didn't know a soul, and our girl was running a fever. Now she looked up, and some of the bottled rage gleamed out. He didn't even say goodbye to her, in case she was contagious, he said. I thought, he doesn't love her. It's okay if he doesn't love me, but he doesn't love our daughter, and she deserves better. She damn well deserves better. I thought about a divorce, but I didn't have money for a lawyer, and I thought he had so much money he might go ahead and get the divorce, and what if he took Callie to spite me? I was thinking what to do, how I could do it when they came to the house, the police. They said there'd been an accident down in South Carolina, the boat, and Richard was missing. She picked up the wine now. He'd called in an SOS, said he was taking on water and the engine had gone out. They were talking to him, getting the, bearings or headings or whatever it is, sending out a rescue boat, but they had lost contact. They found the boat all wrecked, and they searched for him for almost a week. They found some of his things, his windbreaker all torn up and one of his shoes. Just one. They found one of the life preservers. They said the boat capsized and he got washed away and likely drowned. So I didn't have to think about getting a divorce. If you feel guilty about that, you are stupid. I stopped being guilty about it. There's a lot more, isn't there? There's more, but can this be enough for now? Just enough for right now. Needing the contact, she reached over to grip Emma Kate's hand. I'm sorry for hurting you, and I'm sorry for not being strong enough to stand up for what I knew was right and best. God, I need some water. She glanced around for the waitress, then pushed out of the booth. Wait! When she rushed off, skirting around tables, trying to get through the crowd at the bar, Emma Kate got up to follow.
Are you sick? The bathrooms are the other way.
No. I thought I saw somebody.
A lot of somebodies in here on wing night.
No. Somebody from Philadelphia. This private detective who came looking for Richard.
Private detective? That is more.
Couldn't have been him. No reason for it. It's just talking so much about Richard and thinking about all of it. I don't want to think about it anymore right now. I want it off my mind for right now.
All right.
Can we just talk about something else? Even Melody and Jolene, I don't care. Anything else.
Bonnie Jo Farnsworth's getting a divorce. She married Les Wickett in a big fancy wedding not 2 years ago.
I heard about that. She's taken up with Boyd Cattery again, and they're in Florida, maybe cooking meth with his cousins.
So you're getting back in the loop. Let's go sit back down. I want another beer since I'm not driving.
Grateful, Shelby walked back with her. You live close?
We live in one of the apartments over Mountain Treasures, so I left my car parked and walked over. Let me find the waitress and... Oh, hell.
What?
Matt and Griff just came in. I got caught up. I was supposed to text Matt if I decided I didn't want him to come in and give me an excuse to ditch you. Since I didn't, we're going to have the boys around, so I won't be able to pry any more out of you once you relax again.
Is it enough that I've told you more than anyone but Granny?
It'll do for now.
Emma Kate smiled, waved her hand. Your Matt's awful cute.
He really is. And really good with his hands.
As Shelby choked out a laugh, Matt worked his way through. He hooked his really good hands under Emma Kate's elbows, lifted her off her feet, kissed her.
There's my girl.
He set her on her feet, turned to Shelby.
And you're Shelby.
It's nice to meet you.
Really happy to meet you. You two weren't leaving, were you? Just heading back to the table,
Emma Kate told him.
I'm ready for another round.
This one's on Griff. 2 black bears. I think I'm going for a bombardier. What'll you have, Shelby?
I was just after a glass of water.
I don't know if I can afford that, but I'll dig deep since it's you.
I'm driving, Shelby said as an explanation as they maneuvered back to the booth.
We're not.
Matt said it cheerfully, draped an arm around Emma Kate's shoulders when they sat.
And we had a really good day. Put in a little OT at your mother's, hun, and the countertop's done.
How'd she like it?
She didn't like it. She loved it. Told you she would.
You have more faith and less experience with Mama's waffling ways.
I saw the kitchen the other day when some of the cabinets were in, Shelby told Matt. It already looks wonderful. You do nice work.
I like your friend. She has excellent taste and a very good eye. How do you like being back home?
It feels good and right. It's a big change for you from Baltimore.
I couldn't let this one get away.
That shows you have excellent taste and a very good eye.
We'll drink to that when Griff gets back with the beer. He said your daughter's cute as they come.
I think so.
When did Griff see Callie?
Emma Kate wondered. Oh, he gave me a ride home this afternoon when I found myself carting 3 grocery bags and Callie on foot. I had a brain freeze in the market. She's smitten with him?
Sounded like he was smitten with her. So,
smiling, Matt twirled a lock of Emma Kate's hair around his finger.
Now that we're such good friends, tell me something embarrassing about Emma Kate her mother wouldn't know about. I think I've worked most of the embarrassing stories out of Bitsy.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I couldn't tell you about the time she stole 2 cans of Budweiser out of her daddy's 6-pack, and we sneaked out of the house and drank them until she got sick in her mother's hydrangeas. Sick? Hydrangea sick on 1 can of Bud? We were 14.
Emma Kate narrowed her eyes at Shelby, but there was a laugh in them.
And Shelby was sicker.
I was. I chugged it down as fast as I could because the taste was so hard and sour to me. Then I sicked it all back up again. I never did acquire a genuine taste for beer.
She doesn't like beer?
Griff set the Pilsners in front of his friends, a glass of water with a slice of lime in front of Shelby, then slid in beside her with his own drink.
That may affect my plans for playing up to you, so I can enlist your help in running off with Viola.
He's not altogether kidding.
Matt lifted his glass.
Well, to friends, even when they don't have the good sense to drink beer.
Privet sat out in his car making notes. He'd parked across the street from where Shelby had left her minivan. It seemed to him the young widow was enjoying herself, having a glass of wine with an old friend. She wasn't quite as oblivious as he'd thought, as she'd nearly spotted him. Now it looked like she was having a double date in the local bar and grill. And still, she'd made no suspicious moves, was hardly tossing money around. Maybe she'd had nothing to do with it after all. Maybe she didn't know anything. Or maybe she was smart enough to sit tight in Nowhere, Tennessee, until she thought the coast was clear. Considering what was at stake, he could give it a few more days. For his cut of nearly $30 million, he could spare the time. 9. She had fun. Grown-up fun, normal night out with people fun. She saw glimmers of her old friendship with Emma Kate break through, and it gave her hope that it would beam bright again. Seeing a man, and he seemed like a good man, besotted, that was the word that came to her mind, over her friend made her glow a little. She liked the way they looked together, easy and comfortable, but with some sparks over the familiarity. She'd seen her friend in love before, but with the teenage angst and drama and wonder that flamed like a comet over a night sky and was as quickly lost from view. What she saw here struck her as real and grounded, a good, sturdy sapling sinking roots. If the lost years came home to her not only in the way Emma Kate fit with Matt, but the connection between her and Griff, the obvious brotherhood between him and Matt, she could be grateful they opened that very tight unit to include her for an evening. Maybe she had to work some to stay relaxed sitting next to Griff, pretty much hip to hip in the little booth. It had been so long since she'd been in close proximity with a man, which explained the occasional belly flutters. But he made conversation easy. They all did. And God, it felt good not to talk about herself and her problems for an hour. She nursed her water to make it all last. I don't think things have changed so much in the Ridge that it could have been easy to start up a new business, especially since you're not local. Matt grinned at Shelby across the table.
You mean for us Yankees?
That would be a factor. But you do have the cutest accent, she said, and made him laugh.
It helps we're good, and I mean damn good. Then there's the Emma Kate factor.
He gave her shaggy hair a tug.
Some people were curious enough about the Yankee their own Emma Kate hooked up with to hire us for some odd jobs. Painting, Griff commented. I thought we'd never stop painting. Then Emma Kate's father gave us a boost when a tree fell on the Hallister house. They called him in for the roof, and he nudged them to us for the rest. Their bad luck was our good.
That Hallister boy's family? Shelby wondered. The one my cousin Lark's glued to?
That's the one,
Emma Kate confirmed.
And Granny gave them another lift.
Did she?
She hired Dewey Trake and his crew out of Maryville to do the relaxation room at the day spa and finish off the little patio. Some this and that,
Emma Kate continued. What about Mr. Curtis? He always did her work.
He retired about 2 years back, and even Granny couldn't coax him out to take this one on. So she hired Trake, but that didn't last 2 weeks.
Shoddy work.
Griff tipped back his beer.
Overpriced,
Matt added.
Granny thought so, and fired him.
I happened to be in there at the time.
Griff picked up the story, that easy rhythm.
Man, she lit into him. He'd had about 4 days on the job and was already running behind, making noises about overruns and delays. A lot of bullshit, basically. She handed him his ass and told him not to let the door hit it on the way out.
Sounds like Granny.
That's when I fell for her.
Griff let out a sigh, ending it on what Shelby would term a dreamy smile.
Something about a woman who can hand somebody their ass just does it for me. Anyway, not to let an opportunity slide.
Dewey Trake's bad luck being your good.
Exactly. I asked her if she'd let me take a look. Griff's our community liaison,
Matt said.
and Matt handles the accounting. It works. I took a look, asked to see the plans, told her I could have an estimate for her by the next morning, but ballparked it for her on the spot.
You were 1,100 off,
Matt reminded him.
Ballpark on the spot. She measured me up. You've probably been measured up by Ms. Vi.
Countless times, Shelby agreed.
Fell a little deeper, but restrained myself from asking her to run away with me. Timing's everything. She said something like, "Boy, I want this done before Christmas and I want it done right. You get me that estimate written down proper first thing in the morning, and if I like it, be prepared to start work then and there."
I take it she liked it.
She did. And the rest is history,
Griff claimed.
Once you get the thumbs up around here from Viola Donahue, you're pretty well set.
It didn't hurt that Griff went out and snapped up that old house and its 4 overgrown, trash-strewn acres,
Matt put in.
It was just crying, "Buy me, Griff, come on, I've got tremendous potential."
It really does, Shelby agreed, and earned a quick, flashing grin from Griff that had those butterflies swarming again.
You can't miss it if you know where to look. A lot of people thought, probably still think, I was crazy.
That probably gave you another nice hefty lift. We do prize our crazy in the South.
Why, you know that young lot boy from up to Baltimore?
Emma Kate began. He may be addled, Shelby finished, but he's handy. She saw Forrest wander in. Checking up on me, she thought. Some things didn't change.
The law's coming,
Griff commented as Forrest walked over to the booth.
Hey, Pomeroy, is this a raid? Off duty. I'm here for the beer and wild women.
This one's taken.
Matt squeezed a little closer to Emma Kate.
But you can slide in and get the beer.
Beer first.
He nodded toward Shelby's glass.
Is that water?
Yes, Daddy. Did you come from home? Is Callie doing all right?
Yes, Mama. She had a bubble bath of epic proportions, talked her granddaddy into 2 stories, and was sleeping with Fifi when I left. You want another round of water?
I should probably get back.
Relax. Another round?
He asked the rest of the table.
I'd take a Diet Coke this time, Forrest,
Emma Kate told him.
I've had my quota.
When her brother went off to order the drinks, Shelby looked around. I know we didn't come in here all that much, but I don't remember it ever doing this kind of business.
You should see it every other Saturday night.
Since he had another coming, Matt drained his beer.
They have live entertainment. Griff and I are talking to Tansy, and she's talking to Derek, about adding on. Bigger stage, dance floor, second bar.
They could use it for private parties.
Now Griff scanned the room.
You keep it all in line with the original architecture. Make sure you've got good acoustics, good traffic flow. They'd have something. Drinks are coming.
Forrest slid in on the edge of the bench.
How's that kitchen going for Ms. Bitsy?
A couple more days, Matt said. We're out of there.
You know, my mama's talking about doing a big master bath off the bedroom, with a steam shower.
He narrowed his eyes at Griff.
You did know. Maybe we've had a few words about it. It's going to eat up Shelby's old room, and as she has Clay's now and Callie's got mine, that's all the bedrooms there are. Are you planning on moving back in with your parents? No, but you never know.
He shot Shelby a glance.
Do you? So if she gets her way, and she will, and my circumstances change, I'll be moving into your place. I've got the room. You still on for Sunday? You still buying the beer? I am. Then I'll be there.
Griff's taken out another wall or two at the old Triplehorn place,
Emma Kate told Shelby.
Do you think when I've lived there 20 years it'll be the old Lot place? No,
Forrest said flatly.
Hey, Lorna, how are you doing tonight?
The waitress served the drinks.
I'm doing just fine, but I'd be doing better if I was sitting down here having a drink with all these handsome men.
She set Shelby's water in front of her, bussed the empties.
You watch out for this one, honey.
She gave Griff a poke on the shoulder.
A man this charming can talk a woman into most anything.
I'm safe enough.
He's pining for my grandmother.
Lorna set the tray of empties on her hip.
You Vi's grandbaby? Of course you are. You look just like her to the life. Well, she's sure on top of the world having you home, you and your little girl. I was in the salon today, and she showed me a picture she took with her phone of your baby after Vi did her hair up. She couldn't be prettier.
Thank you.
Just give a holler if you need something else. I heard you, Prentice,
she called over her shoulder when another table hailed her.
Keep an eye on him anyway,
she said to Shelby. I don't remember her. Should I remember her?
You remember Miss Clyde?
I had her for English literature, 12th grade.
So did we all. Lorna's her sister. She moved here from Nashville about 3 years ago. Her husband dropped stone dead from a heart attack at 50.
That's sad.
They didn't have any kids, so she packed up, came here to live with her sister.
Forrest took a sip of his beer.
Derek says Tansy's his right hand around this place, and Lorna's his left. Did you see Tansy?
I did. It took me more than a minute to recognize her. Matt said they're thinking about adding on here, putting in a dance floor and a stage and a second bar.
Now you've done it,
Emma Kate said as the talk turned to demolition and materials.
It'll be nothing but construction talk now.
She liked the construction talk and the extra half hour she took to sit with her brother.
This was nice, but I've got to get on.
I'll walk you out to your car,
Griff began as he slid over to let her out. Don't be silly. I think my brother keeps the streets of the Ridge safe enough. You can take my seat, she told Forrest. Spread out a little.
I'll do just that. Why don't you text me when you get home?
She started to laugh, saw he was serious.
How about I text you if I have any trouble getting home, all 1.5 miles of it? Night, everybody. Thanks for the drink, Griff.
It was water.
I'll see if I can do more damage next time.
She walked out happy. Happy enough to roll the windows down despite the chill, turn the radio up and sing along. She didn't notice the car pulling out after her and following her that 1.5 miles. Inside the bar, Forrest switched seats.
Walk her to her car?
Griff studied his beer.
Your sister's hot. Don't make me punch you. You can punch me, but she'll still be hot.
Forrest decided to ignore him, shifted his focus to Emma Kate.
It looks like you two made things up.
We got a start on it.
How much did you get out of her?
Enough to be damn sure that dead husband of hers was a son of a bitch. You figured he was, Forrest.
Yeah, I figured he was.
Forrest's eyes chilled. His mouth thinned.
Couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. What kind of a son of a bitch?
Griff demanded.
The kind that made her feel stupid and small and kept his money in a tight fist.
The angry heat she'd banked down flashed out now.
The kind who likely had affairs while she was home taking care of the baby. The baby I got the clear impression he didn't pay much mind to. And there's more to it. I know there's more. She didn't let it all out tonight.
Emma Kate took a long breath.
I swear, if he hadn't gotten himself killed, I'd be holding your coat while you kicked his ass, Forrest, or you'd be holding mine.
She should have done some ass-kicking herself. I bet nobody's ever made you feel stupid or small.
Griff shook his head. He thought of those sad eyes and the bright, flirtatious little girl. His anger went on simmer. It could boil up, long, slow, and rolling. If and when it boiled over, it scalded to the bone.
My sister was hooked up with a guy for a while. Passive-aggressive, manipulative fucker. He twisted her up pretty good, and he only had a few months to do it. No kid involved. People like that, they start off making you feel like you're the most amazing thing on the planet. You're perfect. They're lucky to have you in their life. Then they start chipping away a little at a time. Got on her to lose weight, and my sis is no pudge. She's not,
Forrest agreed.
I've met her. Your sister's hot. Well played. This jerk was all over Jolie. Why didn't she do something with her hair? If she couldn't afford a better salon since she's stuck working in some dead-end job, he'd pay for it, his treat.
Kick and kiss, Matt said. I remember that guy. When Jolie finally broke it off, Griff baited him into taking a swing.
I needed to get a punch in, and that way I could say he threw the first. It's still assault. Shut up, deputy. It was worth it. Shelby was always so... what's the word?
Forrest muttered.
Vibrant, Emma Kate supplied. She went after things. She wouldn't walk over somebody to get it, but she'd go head-to-head with you. And if you tried walking over her or somebody else, especially somebody else,
she paused to glance at Griff.
You got your ass handed to you.
She's still vibrant. You two don't see it maybe because you've known her all your lives. But I see it.
Emma Kate cocked her head at Griff.
Why, Griffin Lott. Shelby said her little girl was smitten with you. Are you smitten with the mama?
Her brother's sitting right here, and he's already threatened to punch me. She'd be your type,
Matt put in.
My type? Because you don't have a type, as long as she's female. Her brother's sitting right here,
Griff repeated, and applied himself to his beer. Shelby kept the playdate in the park and enjoyed it nearly as much as Callie. Best of all, she and Chelsea's mother made an arrangement. Tracy would watch the girls for a few hours while Shelby ran some errands the next day, and 2 days later, Shelby would do the same for her. Everybody won a little something. And maybe, she thought as she once again examined her wardrobe, she'd net herself at least a part-time job. She opted for a dress, simple lines in pale yellow for spring, and a good pair of nude pumps with a short white jacket to set it off. She pulled her hair back into a tail, fastened on earrings with little pearl drops. Costume, as she'd had them since college, but pretty and right for the outfit. With her mother back at work, she and Callie had the house to themselves, and she didn't have to explain she was gearing up for a job hunt. If she got lucky and landed one, she'd present it all as a fait accompli. If she got a job and sold the house, she'd do handsprings up and down High Street in front of God and everybody.
Mama's pretty.
Callie's prettier. Shelby glanced over where Callie sat on the bed, methodically stripping the clothes off 2 Barbie dolls. Baby, why are your Barbie dolls naked?
They need to change clothes for Chelsea's house. Chelsea has a kitty named Snow White. Can I have a kitty?
Now Shelby looked down at the old dog who snored at the foot of the bed. And how do you think Clancy would feel about that?
He could play with the kitty. My kitty's name's Fiona, like Shrek. Can I have a kitty, please, Mama? And a puppy? I want a puppy most.
I tell you what, when we get a house of our own, we'll see about getting a kitty.
And a puppy, too. The puppy's name is Donkey, like Shrek.
We'll see about that. Richard had had a no-pet policy. Well, when she had a house for Callie, they'd have a dog and a cat.
And a pony.
Now you're pushing it, Callie Rose. But she scooped her up, spun her around. Is Mama really pretty today? I want to look my best today.
Mama's beautiful.
She pressed her cheek to her daughter's. Callie, you're my best thing in the world.
Is it time to go to Chelsea's house?
Just about. You dress those dolls, then we can put them in the Callie bag and take them to Chelsea's house. Once she'd dropped Callie off, chatted with Tracy, she headed straight into town. She was capable, she told herself. She was smart enough to learn. She even knew a little about art, and she knew, or had known, some of the local artists and craftspeople. It made perfect sense to try to wrangle a part-time job at the Artful Ridge. After she parked, she sat for a moment, gathering herself. Don't act desperate. If worse comes to worst, buy something. She could do this. Fixing a smile on her face, ignoring the churning in her belly, she got out of the car, strolled down the sidewalk, and into the Artful Ridge. Oh, it was pretty. She'd love to spend time here. It smelled of scented candles and glowed with natural light. She saw half a dozen things at a glance she'd be happy to have in her own home, once she got one. Wrought iron candlesticks, pale blue blown glass wine glasses, a painting of a mountain stream on a misty morning, a long, sinuous jar the color of top cream polished like glass. Tracy's pottery, too, and she loved the tulip-shaped stacking bowls. Glass shelves sparkled, and while the old wood floor creaked a little, it held a subtle gleam. The girl who came around the corner couldn't have been more than 20 and wore a half-dozen colorful studs around the curve of her ear. Not in charge, Shelby thought, but maybe a gateway.
Good morning. Anything I can help you with today?
It's just beautiful in here.
Thank you. We carry local artists and artisans. There are so many talented people in the area.
I know it. Oh, that's one of my cousin's paintings. A set of them. She stepped over to a grouping of 4 small watercolors.
You're a cousin to Jesselyn Pomeroy?
I am on my daddy's side. I'm Shelby Pomeroy, Foxworth now. Who your people were mattered, Shelby knew, and could be another gateway. She's my Uncle Bartlett's middle daughter. We're all so proud of her.
We sold one of her paintings just last Saturday to a man from Washington, D.C.
Isn't that wonderful? Cousin Jessie's art on somebody's wall in Washington, D.C.
Are you visiting the Ridge?
I was born and raised here, and while I've been away a few years, I've moved back home. Just a few days ago, actually. I've been settling in. The fact is, I'd like to find some part-time work. It would be just lovely to work in a shop like this, with my cousin's art right there. And Tracy Lee's, she added, as it never hurt to know people. Her little girl and mine have become best friends already.
We can't keep Tracy's coffee mugs on the shelf. They just fly out of here. My sister Tate's married to Robbie's, that's Tracy's husband, to Robbie's cousin Woody. They're living up in Knoxville.
Would that be Tate Brown?
That's right. It's Bradshaw now, but that's my sister. You know Tate?
I do. She dated my brother Clay for a time when they were in high school.
So she's married and living in Knoxville?
Gateways, Shelby thought, as they chatted about family connections.
We're just starting to look for some extra help for the season. Would you like to talk to the manager about it?
I would. Thank you.
Just give me a minute. Browse around if you like.
I will. In fact, as soon as the girl was out of sight, Shelby checked the price on the tall jar. winced a little. A fair price, she imagined, but a little out of her reach right now. She'd make it a goal. When the girl came back moments later, the friendly had drained out of her eyes, and her tone was cool.
You can go on up to the office. I'll show you.
Thank you. It must be nice, Shelby continued as they walked to the back of the shop. Here, rustic wooden cases and shelves held pottery and textiles. Working around all these pretty things.
You go right up the stairs here. It's the first door you come to. It's open.
Thanks again. She went up the sturdy stairs, turned into a room backed with 3 narrow windows that opened up to a view of the ridge and the rise of the hills. Here were art and pretty things as well, a sweet chair with curvy legs done in deep blue, and a wonderful old desk refinished so the oak shone gold. A vase of red roses and baby's breath stood on it, along with a computer and a phone. It took her only a moment to focus in on the woman behind the desk and understand the abrupt change in the clerk's demeanor. Why, hello, Melody. I had no idea you worked here.
I manage the gallery. My grandmama bought it just about a year ago and asked me to get it in shape for her.
Well, from what I see, you've done a wonderful job of it.
Thank you. You have to do what you can for family, don't you? And look at you.
She rose then, a curvy woman in a fitted dress of rosy pink. Her blonde hair fell in a long, soft wave to her shoulders, sweeping around a heart-shaped face with poreless skin glowing from an expert hand with bronzer or a good self-tanner. Shelby knew Melody would never expose her face to the sun and risk lines and spots. Her eyes, a chilly blue, flicked over Shelby as she walked over, moved in for a cheek bump.
You haven't changed a bit, have you? My goodness, this humidity that's moving in must play havoc with your hair.
It helps to have easy access to good salon products. Yours could use a root touch-up, she thought, as no one made her hackles prickle faster than Melody Bunker.
I'm sure it does. I heard you were back. It's just tragic about your husband, Shelby, just tragic. You have all my sympathy.
Thank you, Melody.
And back where you started now, aren't you? Living back with your mama, aren't you? Oh, please, have a seat.
Melody leaned a hip back on the desk, holding the higher ground, the position of power.
And how are you, Shelby?
I'm fine. I'm happy to be home again. How's your mama, Melody?
Oh, she's doing fine. We're going to Memphis in a couple weeks, having a few days, doing some shopping, staying at the Peabody, of course.
Of course.
You know how hard it is to find decent clothes around here, so we try to get into Memphis every season. I have to admit I never thought to see you back in the Ridge, but being a widow, you must need the comfort of family.
They are a comfort.
But I sure was surprised when Kelly came up and said you were downstairs and asking about work. What with all the talk about how well off you were landing yourself a rich husband. And you have a daughter, don't you?
Those blue eyes sparkled now, but it wasn't with friendship or camaraderie.
Some say that helped with the landing.
I'm sure they do, as some will say all manner of unattractive things just to hear their own voice. I'd like to work, Shelby said simply.
I'd sure like to help you out, Shelby, but working here at the Artful Ridge takes certain requirements. I don't suppose you've ever worked a cash register in your life.
Melody knew very well she had, at the salon. I ran one since I was 14, weekends and summers at my grandmother's salon. I was assistant manager of the bookstore in college, University of Memphis, if you can't recall. That was a few years ago, but I'm sure I could get references if you need them. I know how to work a register, a computer. I know most of the basic softwares.
A family beauty parlor and a college bookstore don't give you much of a foundation for an upscale showplace of arts and crafts. And do you know how to sail? Work in a bookstore in college? Why, that sort of thing sells itself, doesn't it? We carry a superior range of art, a lot of it exclusive to us. We're a landmark in this town now. In the county, come to that, and we've got a reputation. I'm sure the reputation's earned, considering what you showcase here and how you display it. Though I'd have taken those caneback chairs from the front and put them at that burlwood table in the back. Done something interesting on the table with the pottery dishes and some wine glasses, some of the textiles. Oh, would you? She only smiled at the frigid tone. I would, but that's me. And I can say so because you don't have any intention of giving me a job. I wouldn't think of it. With a nod, Shelby rose. That's your loss, Melody, because I'd have been an asset to your grandmother's business here. I appreciate the time. Why don't you go over to Vi's? I'm sure your grandmother could find you work there, suited to your skills and experience. She has to need someone sweeping up and washing out the sinks. You think that's beneath me? Shelby angled her head. I'm not surprised, Melody. Not at all surprised. You haven't changed since high school, and still holding a grudge because they put that homecoming crown on my head instead of yours. That's awful sad. It's just awful sad your life hasn't gotten any richer or more satisfying since high school. She walked out, head up, started down. I was second runner-up Miss Tennessee. Shelby glanced back, smiled at Melody, who stood hands on hips at the top of the stairs. Bless your heart, she said, and continued down and straight out. She wanted to shake. She wasn't sure if it was anger or humiliation, but she wanted to shake. Walk it off, she ordered herself, and crossed the street. Her first instinct was to go to the salon, vent it all out, but she turned sharply, headed for the bar and grill. Maybe Tansy could use another waitress at Bootlegger's. Running on that anger and humiliation, she banged on the door. Maybe they didn't open for another half hour, but somebody, by God, was in there. On her second series of bangings, the door opened. The tough-looking guy in a t-shirt with cut-off sleeves that showed off arms with muscles carved like a mountain range gave her one hard look out of eyes black as onyx. We're not open until 11:30. I know that. It says so clear enough. I'm looking for Tansy. Why would that be? That would be my business, so... She broke off, bore down on herself. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm upset and I'm being rude. I'm Shelby, a friend of Tansy's. I'd like to talk to her a minute if she's around. Shelby, I'm Derek. Oh, Tansy's husband. It's nice to meet you, Derek, and I really am sorry for being rude. I've embarrassed myself. Bygones, it's clear you're upset. Come on in. A couple of waitstaff did setups on the tables. In the relative quiet, Shelby heard kitchen noises, raised voices. Why don't you have a seat at the bar? I'll get Tansy. Thank you. I won't take much time. She sat, tried to fall back on the yoga breathing she'd practiced when she'd taken classes in Atlanta. It didn't help. Tansy came in, all smiles. I'm so glad you came by. We didn't really have time to talk last night. I was rude to your Derek. She wasn't that rude, and she's already apologized twice. Want a drink? He asked her. How about a Coke? Tansy said. God, yes. Thanks. I'm repeating myself, but I'm sorry. I just had a little altercation with Melody Bunker. Tansy slid onto a stool. Want something stronger than a Coke? I'm tempted, but no thanks. I went over there to see if I could get a part-time job. I wish I didn't like the place so much. It's just wonderful and has such a good feel about it. Until I went upstairs and talked to Melody. She was as biting as a nest of rattlers, I swear. Wouldn't you think she'd let go of high school? Her type never lets go of anything. I'm the one who's sorry. I sent you over there. I didn't think about Melody. I try not to.
Tansy sent Derek a smile when he put a ginger ale in front of her.
Thanks, baby. Melody's only in there 2 or 3 hours a day, and only a few days out of the week. Otherwise, she's off to some club meeting or getting her nails done or having lunch up at the big restaurant. It's Roseanne, the assistant manager, who really runs the place.
Whoever runs it, Melody would burn it to the ground before she hired me on.
Thank you,
she said to Derek when he set the Coke in front of her.
I'm sure I'm going to like you because you have such good taste in wives. And I love your place. I had the best time here last night. Oh, and congratulations on the baby.
That about covers it. I already like you.
He poured himself a fizzy water.
Tansy's told me about you and how you'd take up for her when somebody like that bitch across the street picked on her.
Derek, you shouldn't call her that.
She is a bitch, Shelby said and drank. At least I gave her some of her own back. It's been a while since I've given anybody some of their own back, and it felt damn good. Maybe a little too good.
You were always good at it.
Was I? Calmer, Shelby smiled, sipped. It sure came back to me. Smoke was spiraling out of her ears when I left, so that's something. So, I won't be working there in the foreseeable future. I wonder if you need any help here. Another waitress, maybe?
You want to wait tables?
I want a job. No, I need a job, Shelby amended. That's the truth. I need a job. I'm making the rounds today while Tracy Lee's got my Callie with her Chelsea. If you're not hiring, that's all right. I've got a list I'm going down.
Have you ever done any waitressing?
Derek asked her. I've cleared plenty of tables, served plenty of food. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm only looking for part-time now, but
waitressing isn't for you, Shelby,
Tansy began. All right. Thanks for listening and for the Coke.
I'm not done. Derek and we've been talking about adding some entertainment on Friday nights. We have,
she insisted when Derek frowned.
Talked about it some.
2 Saturdays a month we have a live band, and we do good, strong business. We'd add to Friday nights till with some entertainment. I'll hire you right now, Shelby, to sing on Friday nights 8 to midnight.
Tansy, I appreciate your offering, but I haven't done anything like that in years.
Do you still have your voice?
It's not that.
We couldn't pay a lot, at least until we see how it goes. 40-minute sets, and 10 of the 20 between you'd work the crowd some, go around the tables. What I want is to try a kind of weekly theme.
She's got ideas,
Derek muttered, but with a spark of pride.
I have good ideas.
With the ginger ale in one hand, Tansy tapped a finger on the bar.
And this good idea is we'd start off with the 40s, songs from the 40s, specialty drinks from then. What did they drink back then? Martinis or Boilermakers? I'll figure that out, she said, waving it aside. Next week, it's the 50s, and we work our way up. It's all nostalgia. We'll draw in a lot of people. I'll get it set up. We'll use a karaoke machine for now. Maybe if we do the expansion, we can get a piano, or we can hire a couple of musicians. For right now, to start, we'll get that karaoke machine, Derek, because we're going to start doing karaoke Mondays, too.
She's got ideas, he said again.
I got one says people just love hearing themselves sing whether they can't pop out a single true note. They'll be flocking in here Monday nights, and now Fridays, too. That's what we'll call it, just Friday nights. I know it's only one night a week, Shelby, but that'll give you room to find some day work if you need it.
Are you all right with all this? Shelby asked Derek.
She manages the place. I just own it.
Not this Friday,
Tansy continued, steamrolling over them both.
It's too soon, and I have things to put together. Next Friday. You'll want to come in a couple times, rehearse once I get it set up. We're going to need that expansion, Derek, once we get this going.
You'd better talk to Matt and Griff. Get that nailed right soon.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Shelby?
Shelby blew out a breath, drew in another.
All right, I'm in. And if it doesn't work out, no hard feelings. But I'm in and grateful. I'll be your Friday nights.
10. She all but danced over to the salon. "Why don't you look a treat?" Viola said the minute she stepped in. "Sissy, you remember my granddaughter Shelby?" That started a winding conversation with the woman in Viola's chair, while Viola removed a forest of enormous rollers and began the styling. The minute she had an opening, Shelby announced her news. "Won't that be something? Tansy and her Derek, they're making something out of that place, and there you'll be, a headliner." Shelby laughed, automatically shifting the basket of used rollers out of her grandmother's way. "It's only Friday nights, but—" Sissy interrupted with a story about her daughter starring in the high school musical, while Viola poofed her hair to twice its volume. "I really should get on. I guess Mama's doing a treatment. Back-to-back facials. Tracy's got Callie for a while yet, doesn't she?" Viola asked. "I got a break coming up." "I still have a couple of stops to make. I thought I'd see if Mountain Treasures is hiring part-time, or maybe the Whatnot place, as Tansy says they do well with tourists and locals." "I got some sweet depression glass teacups there to go with my collection," Sissy told her. "It's on my list. The Artful Ridge isn't, as they're not hiring, at least not me as long as Melody Bunker has a say in it." "Melody's been jealous of you since you were children." Knowing her client, Viola sprayed a fierce cloud of holding spray over the mountain of hair. "You be grateful she didn't hire you, baby girl. If you worked over there, she'd make your days a misery. There, sissy. Big enough for you?" "Oh, now, Vi, you know I like to make a statement with my hair. God blessed me with plenty of it, so I like putting it to use. It looks just wonderful. Nobody does it up like you. I'm having lunch with my girlfriends," she told Shelby. "Doing it fancy up at the hotel." "Won't that be fun?" It took a few minutes more to scoot Sissy along. Then Viola blew out a breath, sat in the chair. "Next time, I swear, I'll just use a bicycle pump on that hair of hers. Now, how many days a week you thinking of working?" "I could do 3 or 4, maybe even 5 with shorter hours if I can work out a deal with Tracy, and maybe ask Mama to fill in with Callie otherwise. Any more than that, I'd have to see about taking her to daycare. That'd eat up your paycheck." "I was hoping to wait for the fall for it, give her time to settle in, but I may have to do it sooner. It'll be good for her to be around other kids." "True enough. Here's what I'm going to say to you. I don't know why you're going over to Mountain Treasures and other places when I can use you right here. You could help with the phones, the book, the stock and supplies, and the customers. And you could help keep things organized as you've got an organized nature. You find something you like better, that's fine. But for right now, I could use you 3 days a week, 4 when we're busy. You could bring Callie in here and there. You spent plenty of your time in the salon when you were her age." "I did. Did it hurt you any?" "No, I loved it. I've got good memories of playing here, listening to the ladies talk, getting my hair and nails done like a grown-up. I don't want to take advantage, Granny. I don't want you to make work for me. It's not taking advantage or making work when I can use you. I can't say you'd be doing me a favor as I'd have to pay you. It makes good sense unless you just don't want to work here." "I wish you would," Crystal called over from her station. "It would save the rest of us from having to answer the phone or check the book for walk-ins if Dottie's in the back or it's her time off." "I could use you 3 days a week, 10 to 3, and on Saturdays from 9 to 4 when we're hopping." Viola paused, seeing the hesitation on Shelby's face. If you don't take the job, I'll have to hire somebody else. That's a fact. Crystal?
That is a fact. We were just talking about looking for somebody to come in part-time.
With the rat-tail comb in her hand, Crystal crossed her heart.
I swear on it.
We'd need to go over some things, as it's been some time since you did any filling in around here, Viola continued. But you're a bright girl. I expect you'd catch on quick. Shelby looked over at Crystal. You're swearing she's not making busy work for me?
She sure isn't. Dottie's doing a lot of running between the salon and the treatment rooms, back in the locker and relaxation areas. And Sasha hardly has time for that anymore since she got her license, and she's doing face and body treatments. We keep up with it, but it would sure be nice to have somebody doing more of the running.
All right. Shelby let out a surprised laugh. I'd love to work here. Then you're hired. You can give me the hour you'd have spent going all around seeing about a job and go in the back there. Towels should be dry by now. You could fold them and bring them out, put them at stations. Shelby leaned down, pressed her cheek to Viola's. Thank you, Granny. You'll be busy. That's just what I want, Shelby said, and got to work. By the time she got home with Callie, she'd worked out a doable schedule. She'd barter 1 day a week with Tracy, pay her for 2 days when Saturday was called for, and Ada Mae scooped up the other day as her Gamma and Callie day. Whenever it didn't work, she'd take Callie with her. Friday nights, her mother and grandmother would switch off. Their idea, she thought, as she pulled in the drive. She could earn a decent enough living. Her child would be well cared for. She couldn't ask for more. And as Callie got that glassy-eyed look on the short drive home, Shelby calculated she could get her down for a nap right off, then spend some time looking up songs from the 40s, starting her playlist. With Callie half asleep on her shoulder, she started straight upstairs. She made the turn toward Callie's room, swaying and humming to keep her daughter in the nap zone, then let out a short scream when Griff stepped into the hallway. Callie jumped in her arms, and rather than a short scream, blasted out a wailing screech.
Sorry.
Griff dragged the earbuds off.
I didn't hear you. Sorry. Your mother said, "Hey, Callie, I'm sorry I scared you."
This is the end of disc number 4. Please insert disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
Callie jumped in her arms, and rather than a short scream, blasted out a wailing screech.
Sorry.
Griff dragged the earbuds off.
I didn't hear you. Sorry. Your mother said, "Hey, Callie, I'm sorry I scared you."
Clutching Shelby, Callie stared at him, sobbing, then threw herself at him. He had to scramble forward, grab hold. Callie clung, crying on his shoulder.
It's okay. It's all right.
He rubbed her back as he smiled at Shelby.
Your mother wants that new bathroom. I said I'd stop over first chance, make sure on the measurements. Wow, you look really good.
I'm just going to sit down a minute. She did so, right on the top step. I didn't see your truck.
I walked over from Ms. Bitsy's. We're just punching out there so we can start here next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
He patted and jiggled as Callie's tears dissolved into sniffles.
We've got a couple of little jobs, but we'll juggle this in. I had music in my ears, so I didn't hear you.
That's okay. I probably didn't need those last 10 years of my life. I'm just going to put her down for her nap.
I've got it. Over in here, right?
He stepped into Callie's room. By the time Shelby pushed up, walked across, he had her on the bed under her light blanket and was quietly answering the sing-song questions she often came up with at nap or bedtime.
Kiss,
Callie demanded.
You got it.
He kissed her cheek, stood up, glanced at Shelby.
Is that it?
That's it. But she did a come-away motion and eased out. It's only that easy because she wore herself out at Chelsea's.
She smells like cherries.
Juice box, I imagine. And her mother smells like a mountain meadow, fresh and sweet and wild all at once. Maybe the word of the day should be pheromones.
You really do look good.
Oh, I've been job hunting, trying to look presentable.
You went way over presentable into...
He caught himself on hot.
Excellent. How'd you do on the job hunt?
I did great. Out of the park with bases loaded. Jesus, baseball metaphor. He might have to marry her. I want a Coke, she decided. Do you want a Coke?
I wouldn't turn one down.
Especially since it meant he got a little more time with her.
So what's the job?
Now, that's much too direct for around here, she warned him as they started downstairs. We have to work up to how I went about getting it.
Sorry. Still shedding the Yankee.
Well, don't shed at all. It works for you. What were you listening to? She tapped her ears.
Oh, it's a pretty eclectic playlist, I guess. I think it was the Black Keys when I cut that 10 years off your life. Fever?
At least I lost a decade to a song I like. Now to your question. First, I got my butt kicked and my ego flattened when I tried for a job at the Artful Ridge as my high school rival, at least in her mind, manages it.
Melody Bunker. I know her. She hit on me.
She did not. Amazed, she stopped short, gaped up and gave him a chance to look close. Her eyes really were almost purple. Did she really?
She'd had a couple of drinks and I was new in town.
Are you going to tell me if you hit back?
I thought about it,
he said as he walked to the kitchen with her.
She's great to look at, but there's that mean streak.
Not everyone, particularly those who are male, notice that.
I've got a pretty good eye for mean. She was with another girl and there was a lot of... How do I put this without saying meow?
You can say it. It fits her. She's always been catty. And she does have a mean streak, deep and wide. She tried her best to make me feel stupid and useless today, but she didn't manage it. She's following after a superior act in that area of mean and fell short. Well short. She caught herself, shook her head as she got out Cokes, glasses. Doesn't matter, and it was for the best, for more than the best.
What did she say to you? Or is that too direct?
Oh, she started with snide little comments about my hair.
You have amazing hair. Magic mermaid hair.
She laughed. That's a first. Magic mermaid hair. I'll have to use that with Callie. In any case, Mean Melody got in a few jabs about my current circumstance, which I tolerated as I wanted the damn job. She moved on, though, trying to scrape me down to the bone, how I wasn't qualified, didn't have enough class, basically, or intelligence, and it was clear I didn't have a cherry snow cone's chance in hell of working there. So I landed a few jabs of my own with, I will say, more subtlety and style.
I just bet.
With a cool, sharp smile, Shelby poured Cokes over ice. She was so steamed up when I was leaving, she shouted out how she'd been second runner-up Miss Tennessee, which is her spotlight of fame. To that, I ended the encounter with the Southern woman's sweetest and most pitying insult.
I know that.
He pointed a finger.
I know that one. You said, bless your heart.
Haven't you caught on fast? After topping off the glasses, she handed him one. I knew that one landed, but I was so fired up I marched over to the bar and grill. I was going to ask Tansy to hire me on as a waitress. I met Derek, and doesn't he look like an action movie star?
I hadn't thought of it.
You'd be looking at him as a man does. From a woman's eyes? She laughed again, waved a hand in front of her face. Lucky Tansy. And lucky Derek, because she's a sweet, smart, sensible woman. So after I apologized for being rude to him because I was fired up, They didn't want me for a waitress.
Sounds like a rough day on the job hunt.
Not at all. They wanted me for Friday nights to sing. I'm going to be their Friday night entertainment. Or, as Tansy's calling it, I'm going to be Friday nights.
No kidding. That's great, Red. Seriously great. Everybody says you can sing. Sing something.
No. Come on, a couple of bars of anything. Come into Bootleggers a week from Friday, and you'll hear plenty. After lifting her glass to him, she took a satisfied drink. Then, because that's not all, I went in to tell Granny before I hit a couple other possible places for day jobs, and she cornered me into working part-time there. She made me believe she could really use me, so I'm hoping she meant it.
In my shorter experience, Ms. Vi usually means what she says.
It's true enough, and Crystal swore to it they'd already talked about hiring someone part-time. So I didn't just get a job, I got two. I'm employed gainfully. God, it feels so good.
Want to celebrate?
He watched her eyes go from sparkling happy to just a little wary.
Maybe we could get Matt and Emma Kate, go have dinner.
Oh, that sounds like fun. It really does, but I need to buckle down, work out a playlist. Tansy wants to change it up every week, so I've got some research to do. And there's Callie, though it's likely to be more of a weight on me leaving her for hours at a time than for her leaving me.
Does she like pizza?
Callie? Sure she does. It runs a close second to ice cream on her favorites list.
Then I'll take you both out for pizza one night after work.
That's awful nice of you, Griffin. She's already got a crush going on you.
Mutual.
She smiled at him, topped off his Coke. How long have you been in the Ridge now, Griffin?
Going on a year.
And don't you have a girl by now? Somebody who looks like you ought to have the single girls flocking.
Well, there was Melody for about 10 minutes. And there's Ms. Vi, if only she'd reciprocate.
Grandpa'd fight you for her.
I'd fight dirty.
So would he, and he's very canny. I have to say, I'm surprised Emma Kate, or surely Miss Bitsy, hasn't tried fixing you up.
Tried. Didn't stick.
He shrugged, downed some Coke.
I haven't been interested in anyone particularly. Up to now.
I guess it just takes... Oh. It may have been a long while, but she supposed a woman didn't forget that look in a man's eyes, that tone in a man's voice. Flustered, and under the flustered she couldn't deny flattered, she took a careful drink. Oh, she repeated. I've got to say, Griff, I'm a complicated, twisted-up mess of a thing right now.
I fix things, Red. It's what I do.
She managed a nervous laugh. This is a complete overhaul. What you'd call a gut job, I think. And I come as a set.
I like the set. And I know I'm hitting on you pretty quick, considering. It just seems to me it's better to be straight out. You knocked me flat when you walked into Bitsy's kitchen. I planned to be slow and a lot smoother about it, but hell, Shelby, why?
That was straight out and forthright, she thought, and as unnerving as it was flattering. You really don't know me.
I planned to.
This time she let out a laugh that was more stupefied. Just like that.
Unless you take a strong dislike to me, and I don't think you will. I'm likable. I want to take you out when you're ready and want to go. Meanwhile, since I'm attached to Matt and he's attached to Emma Kate, we'll be seeing each other. Plus, I really like your kid.
I can see that. If I thought different, if I thought she was a kind of conduit with you to me, this would be a different conversation. As it is, I don't know just what to say to you.
Well, you can think about that. I've got to get back, and you've got things to do. Tell your mom I've got the measurements. Once she settles on the tile, the fixtures, we'll get them ordered.
All right.
Thanks for the Coke.
You're welcome. She walked back with him, considering the nerves, those interesting, fluttery nerves she hadn't felt in so long. A mistake. Absolutely a mistake to act on them at this point in her life.
I meant it about the pizza,
He said at the door. Callie would be thrilled.
Pick the day. Let me know.
He frowned outside a moment, his gaze following the car that passed.
Do you know somebody with a gray Honda? Looks like a 2012.
Can't think of anyone. Why?
I keep seeing it. I've seen it around a lot the last few days.
Well, people do live here.
Florida plates.
A tourist, I guess. There's good hiking now while it's still cool, and the wildflowers are popping out everywhere.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, congratulations on scoring the jobs.
Thank you. She watched him walk away. That swagger really was damn appealing. And he'd gotten her blood moving in ways she'd forgotten it could move. Still, it was best all around if she kept all her attention on Callie, her new work, and climbing her way out of the canyon of debt. Thinking of debt, she started upstairs. She'd change, work out a new budget, check and see if there was any progress on the house sale, or if there was any more money coming from the consignment shop. Then she could think about a playlist. That was work, true enough, but it was also fun. Smarter to get the hard over with first. She stopped dead in the doorway of her room. A gray Honda with Florida plates. She scrambled for her dresser, pulled out the drawer where she'd put all the business cards from Philadelphia. And there was Ted Privet, private investigator, Miami, Florida. She had seen him in the bar and grill. He'd followed her all the way back to the ridge. Why would he do that? What did it mean? He was watching her. She made herself go to the window, look out, search. She had no choice about the debt coming home with her, but she wouldn't sit still, do nothing, when more of Richard's mess tried to push its way into her life now. Instead of getting to work, she picked up her phone. Forrest, I'm sorry to bother you at work, but I think I have some trouble. I think I could use some help with it. He listened to her, didn't interrupt, didn't ask any questions. That only made her more nervous, babbling it all out to her brother while he sat there cool as ice, his eyes on her face telling her nothing.
Is that it?
He said when she ran down. I think so. Yes, that's it. That's all. I guess it's more than enough.
Do you have the IDs? The ones you found in the bank box?
Yes.
I'm going to need them.
I'll go get them.
Sit. I'm not done.
So she sat back down at the kitchen counter, knotted her hands together on it.
Do you have the gun?
Yes. I made sure it wasn't loaded and I have it in a box, top of my closet, where Callie can't get to it.
And any of the cash from the box?
I kept 3,000 of it in cash. It's up in my closet, too. I used most of the rest, like I said, to pay off bills. And I put some in the bank here. I opened an account here in the Ridge.
I want all of it. The IDs, the gun, the cash, the envelopes, anything you have that came out of the box.
All right, Forrest.
Now, I'm going to ask you why the fuck, Shelby? You're just telling me all this now.
The hole was so deep, and it got deep so fast. First, Richard's dead, and I'm trying to think what to do. Then the lawyers are telling me there's all this trouble. I start going through the bills. I just never did that because he locked them up. They were his business, and don't slap at me for it. You weren't there. You didn't live that life, so don't slap at me for it. Then I found out about the house and everything. I had to deal with it. I found the key and I had to know. Then when I found the bank box and what was in it, I don't know who I married, who I lived with, who fathered my child. She took a long breath. And I couldn't let that matter. Couldn't let that take the rest over. What matters is now, and dealing with it until I'm clear of it. Keeping Callie clear of it. I don't know why this detective followed me here. I don't have anything. I don't know anything.
I'll deal with that. I'll thank you for it. I might have slapped at you some, Shelby, but just to wake you up. You're my sister, goddammit. We're your family.
She linked her fingers together again to hold herself in. You think I've forgotten that, and you're wrong. If you think I don't value that, you're stupid.
What should I think? He countered.
That I did what I thought was right. I couldn't come back until I'd started climbing out of that hole, Forrest. I wouldn't. Maybe you think that's just pride, just stupid, but I couldn't come back and put all of it on my family.
You couldn't ask for a hand? A hand to reach down and help you up out of it?
Well, Jesus God, Forrest, aren't I doing just that? But I had to get up far enough to reach a hand. That's what I'm doing now. He pushed up, paced around the room, stopped at the window for a while, looking out in silence.
All right. Maybe I see your side of that. I don't have to say you're right to see it. Go ahead. Get me everything you have.
What are you going to do? It's still my business, Forrest.
I'm going to have a talk with this Florida P.I. Let him know I don't take kindly to him stalking my sister. Then I'm going to do what I can to find out who the hell you were married to.
I think he stole that money he had stashed in the bank box, or he swindled it. Dear God, Forrest, if I have to pay all that back...
You won't. You took what you took legally. Whatever he did, it's pretty damn clear there's nothing left to pay anybody back. One more thing. You're going to tell all of this to the rest of the family. You're going to get this out.
Gilly's about to have a baby.
No excuses, Shelby. You're going to sit down tonight after Callie's in bed and tell everyone. I'll make sure they're all here. You want them to get word some private investigator from out of state's asking questions about their daughter, their sister?
Because she saw the sense of it, she pressed her fingers to her eyes. No, you're right. I'll tell them. You have to take my side, Forrest, when Mama and Daddy start talking about helping me pay off this debt. I won't have it.
That's fair enough.
He came over, put his hands on her shoulders.
I am on your side, you idiot.
She dipped her forehead to his chest. I can't wish the years away without wishing Callie away, but I can wish I'd been stronger standing up to him. It feels like every time I found my footing, something changed and I lost it again.
It sounds to me like he was good at making sure people didn't find their footing around him. Go on, get all the things from the box. Let me get going on this.
It didn't take long to track down the private investigator, not when the man had opted to hide in plain sight. He'd registered under his own name at the hotel, though he'd spread the word he was a freelance travel writer. Forrest considered confronting him there, but he thought he'd give Privet a taste of his own medicine. Once he was off duty and in his own truck, he did some cruising until he spotted the Honda parked outside the Artful Ridge. Forrest parked the truck, got out, and strolled by the shop. Sure enough, the man he'd spent an hour or so running stood talking with Melody. He'd get an earful about Shelby from that source, no question. With his target sighted, he went back to his truck, waited. He watched Privet come out, cross over to the bar and grill. Doubtful he'd find the same well of information in there, but if he was any good, and from the run it seemed he wasn't bad, he'd pull out some. Making the rounds, Forrest concluded, as 15 minutes later, Privet came out of the bar and grill, walked down and into the salon. Following Shelby's path from earlier in the day, which meant Privet had trailed her through the morning. That put a knot in Forrest's craw. This stop took longer, but when Forrest did another stroll by, he noted that Privet sat in a chair getting a haircut. At least he put some money in the local pot while trying to mine information. Forrest settled back in his truck, patient, waited for Privet to come out, get back in his car. He pulled out after him, paced him easily in the light town traffic. Privet took the fork toward Shelby and home. When the Honda drove straight by, Forrest calculated, turned off, did a 3/4 turn to face the road again. He dug out his Kojak light, fixed it to the roof, and waited. When Privet drove by a second time, eased to the side of the road a few yards down from the house, Forrest pulled out, hit the light so Privet would see it in his rear view. He eased up behind the Honda, walked up to the passenger window, already rolled down. Privet had a map out and a frustrated expression on his face.
I hope there's no problem, officer, and that you can help me. I think I made a wrong turn somewhere. I'm looking for... Don't waste my time. I believe you know who I am, and I sure as hell know who you are, Mr. Privet. I want your hands on the wheel where I can see them. Now, Forrest said, setting his hand on the butt of his weapon. I know you're licensed to carry, and if I don't see both your hands on the wheel, we're going to have some trouble here. I'm not looking for trouble.
Privet held his hands up, placed them carefully on the wheel.
I'm just doing my job. I'm doing mine. You went to see my sister up north and entered her home on false premises. She asked me in. You cornered a woman with a small child in her home. Then you followed her across several state lines where you've spied on her. Followed her. I'm a private investigator, Deputy. My license is in my... I said, I know who you are. Deputy Pomeroy, I have a client who... If Richard Foxworth swindled your client, that's nothing to do with my sister. Foxworth's dead, so your client's out of luck there. If you spent 10 minutes with Shelby and think she had anything to do with it, you're a damn fool. Matherson. He used the name David Matherson. Whatever name he used, whatever name he came into this world with, he's dead. Personally, I hope the sharks had a good meal off him. Now, if it's true you're not looking for trouble, you're going to stop following my sister. Stop asking about her around town. I expect I could go into the Artful Ridge, the Bar and Grill, and my granny's place, and they'd all tell me how when you were in there, somehow the conversation came around to Shelby. That stops. I catch you at it again, I'm taking you in. Around here, we call what you're doing stalking, and we got a law against it. In my business, it's called doing the job.
Forrest leaned conversationally on the bottom of the window.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Privet. You think if I was to arrest you right here and now and take you in, the judge around here is going to say there's no problem with you sitting here with those binoculars on the seat beside you? I'm an amateur ornithologist. Name me 5 birds indigenous to the Smokies.
Forrest waited 2 beats while Privet scowled.
See, you could say, that bird, it won't fly. I tell my boss, and we tell Judge Harris, who's a 3rd cousin, twice removed, that you've been sitting here watching my family home and my sister, been following her and her little girl around town, been asking questions about my widowed sister with her fatherless child. You think he's going to say, why, that's just fine. Live and let. Or do you think you'll be spending the night on a jailhouse cot tonight instead of your hotel bed? My client isn't the only one Matherson swindled, and there's a matter of nearly $30 million in jewelry he stole out of Miami. I believe you. I believe he was a fucking bastard, and I know he did a number on my sister I won't forget. I'm not going to let you do the same. Deputy, do you know what the finder's fee is on $28 million? It's going to be 0, Forrest said equably, if you're looking for it through my sister. You stay away from her, Mr. Privet, or you'll have plenty of the trouble you don't want to have, because if I catch you at it, I'll make sure of that trouble. You can tell your client we're all sorry for his bad luck. If I were you, I'd head back to Florida and do just that. Tonight. But it's your choice.
Forrest straightened up again.
We clear on that?
We're clear on that.
I've got one question. Ask it.
How could your sister live with Matherson for years and not know what he was?
Let me ask one back. Is your client a reasonably intelligent individual?
I'd say he is.
How did he manage to get himself swindled? You're going to want to move along now, and you don't want to drive back down this road again. That's literal and metaphorical.
Forrest walked back to his truck, waited until Privet drove away. Then he drove himself the short distance to his family home, parked so he'd be there when Shelby told the family her story. Part 2. The Roots. We're too unseparate, and going home from company means coming to our senses. Robert Frost. 11. Confessions and truth-telling exhausted the body and the brain. When Shelby dragged herself out of bed in the morning, she realized she'd start her day already worn down. It was hateful to disappoint the people who'd raised you. She thought of Callie, wondered if one day she'd do something stupid and wake up with this same dragging sensation. Odds were pretty good on that, so Shelby vowed to remember this morning and to try to give her daughter a break when the time came. She found Callie, still luckily too young to do something really stupid, sitting in bed having a cheerful conversation with Fifi. So Shelby dived in for a morning snuggle that pulled her mood up a notch or two. She got them both dressed, then took Callie downstairs. She put on the coffee, decided she'd make up some of the ground she'd lost with her parents the night before by making French toast, and the poached eggs her father favored. By the time her mother came down, she had Callie settled in her booster with some sliced banana and strawberries, with breakfast well on the way. "Mornin', Mama." "Mornin'. All bright and early, I see. Mornin', my sunbeam," she said to Callie and crossed over for a kiss.
We get to have eggy bread, Gamma.
"Do we? Why, that's a special morning treat." "Nearly done," Shelby told her. "I'm poaching some eggs for Daddy. Do you want any?" "Not this morning, thank you." When Ada Mae walked over to pour coffee, Shelby turned, wrapped her arms around her mother from behind. "You're still mad," she murmured. "Of course I'm still mad. Mad doesn't turn off and on like a light." "Still pretty mad at me." Ada Mae sighed. "That part's on a dimmer switch. It's easing down some." "I'm so sorry, Mama." "I know you are." Ada Mae patted Shelby's hand. "I know. And I'm trying to come around to it being the situation you were in, and not that you didn't trust your family to help you. It was never that. Never. I got myself into it, didn't I? Somebody raised me to face my own troubles and deal with them. Seems we did a fine job there, but not as fine a one on teaching you troubles shared are lessened. I was ashamed." Now, Ada Mae turned, took Shelby's face firmly in her hands. "You're never to be ashamed with me." She glanced over to where Callie was busy with her sliced fruit. "I could say a lot more, and likely will, when there aren't little pitchers with big ears close by."
Pitchers don't have ears, Gamma. That's silly.
"It is, isn't it? Why don't I fix you a piece of this eggy bread your mama's made up?" Clayton came down, dressed for the day in one of his habitual white shirts tucked tidily into his khakis. He walked to Shelby, gave her a knuckle rap on the head, then kissed it.
Looks like a weekend breakfast in the middle of the week.
He got out a mug.
"Sucking up?"
he asked Shelby. "I am."
"Good job."
She did her barter day with Tracy and took the girls to the park so Emma Kate could come by, have a little picnic with them on her lunch hour, and finally meet Callie. "When I was a little girl, Emma Kate was my very best friend, like you and Chelsea."
Did you have tea parties?
Callie asked Emma Kate. "We did, and picnics just like this."
You can come to Gamma's house for a tea party.
"I would absolutely love to."
Gamma saved Mama's tea set so we can use it.
Oh, the one with the violets and little pink roses?
Uh-huh.
Callie's eyes rounded owlishly.
We have to be careful not to break it, 'cause it's delicate.
Delicate, Shelby corrected.
Okay, we're going to swing now. Let's go swing, Chelsea.
She's beautiful, Shelby. Beautiful and bright.
She's all of that. She's my very best thing. Emma Kate, do you have some time after work? There's some things I still need to tell you. Just you.
All right.
Since she'd been expecting this, or hoping for it, Emma Kate already had a plan.
We could take a hike up to the Outlook like we used to. I'm off at 4 today, so I could meet you at the trailhead at maybe 4:15.
That'd be perfect. Emma Kate watched Callie run around the swings with Chelsea.
If I had somebody like that depending on me, there's a lot I'd do I wouldn't do otherwise.
And a lot you don't do you would do otherwise.
Mama! Mama, push us! Push us, Mama! I want to go high!
Takes after you,
Emma Kate commented.
You never could swing high enough.
With a laugh, Shelby stood up. I'm sticking closer to ground level these days. As she got up to help push the girls on the swing, Emma Kate thought that was a real shame. She managed to squeeze out some time to start a playlist, to pump a fist in the air when the consignment shop reported the sale of 2 cocktail dresses, an evening gown, and a handbag. She adjusted her spreadsheet, calculated that she might be able to pay off another credit card with one more good sale. She organized herself for the next day, her first day working at the salon, then pulled out her old hiking boots, one she'd kept tucked away in her closet so Richard couldn't insist she toss them out. She dropped Callie off at Clay's for a visit with Jackson, as arranged, and watched her daughter happily exploring her cousin's little backyard fort before driving to the trailhead. More she'd missed, she thought, as she parked and got out. The quiet that let you hear birds calling and the breeze singing through the trees. The sharp smell of pine on air fresh and just cool enough. She hooked on her light pack, something else she'd tucked away from Richard. She'd been taught from childhood to always carry water and some basics, even on a short, easy hike. Cell service could be spotty, at least it had been the last time she'd taken this trail, but she'd tucked her phone in her pocket like always. She didn't want to be more than a call or text away from her daughter. She'd bring Callie here, she thought, take her along the trail, point out the wildflowers, the trees, maybe spot a deer or a scurrying rabbit. Teach her how to identify bear scat, she thought, smiling as she calculated Callie was just the right age to find that idea thrillingly disgusting. She looked up at the clouds that skimmed over the tops of the higher hills. She might take her daughter on an overnight, pitch a tent, show her the pleasure of sleeping out under the stars on a good, clear night, and telling stories around a campfire. This was the true legacy, wasn't it? The years traveling from place to place, the time in Atlanta, in Philadelphia, that was some other world altogether. If Callie chose one of those worlds or another entirely, she'd have these roots to return to whenever she wanted. She'd always have family in the Ridge and a place to come home to. Shelby turned when she heard the car, looked back, looked out to take in the view of the town rising and falling with the hills. And despite knowing she'd have to go through yet another painful confession, smiled when Emma Kate parked beside her. I almost forgot how beautiful it is here. Just right here, with the town on one side, the trail on the other, so you can choose what you want and just go.
Matt and I hiked up to Sweetwater Cave the first time he came back with me. I wanted to see what he was made of.
That one's a quad killer. How'd he do?
I'm still keeping him around, aren't I? You've still got those hiking boots?
Broke in just right.
So you always said. Finally traded mine in last year. I try to get in a hike once or twice a week. Matt, he joined the gym over in Gatlinburg as he's one for weights and machines. He's making noises about finding a place to build one in the ridge so he doesn't have to drive all that way. Me? I'd rather just take the trail and maybe fit in one of the yoga classes your granny's got going on Saturdays at the day spa.
She didn't say anything about that.
She's got a lot going. We better get going too if we're going to hike up to the Outlook.
Our favorite spot to talk about boys and parents and what annoyed us.
Is that what we're doing now?
Emma Kate asked as they began to walk. In a way, I guess. I've come clean, you could say, with my family. You always were my family, too, so I'm going to come clean with you.
Are you running from the law?
With a laugh, and because it felt right, Shelby took Emma Kate's hand, gave their arms a swing. Not the law, but it feels like I've been running from everything else. I've stopped now.
Glad to hear it.
I've told you some. Now I'm going to tell you the rest. It started after Richard died. It all started before, but you could say it all fell on top of me after. She filled in pieces she'd left out, backtracking when Emma Kate blurted out questions. The climb steepened, winding up, making her legs ache in a good way. She caught sight of the rich feathers of a bluebird winging through some wild dogwood, with its buds just peeking open, just waiting to burst out full white. The air cooled as they climbed, and still she felt the good, light sweat of the physical challenge on her skin. It was easier, she realized, to say it all here, out in the open, where the hills carried her words away.
First, I'm still not used to having somebody I know millions of dollars in debt. And it's not your debt, damn it, Shelby.
I signed the loan papers on the house. At least I guess I did.
Guess?
I don't remember signing any loan, but he'd push papers in front of me now and then. Sign this, it's nothing. I think half the time he just signed my name himself. I could maybe have gotten out of it if I'd gone through the court process or just tossed it all in and declared bankruptcy. I wasn't going to do that. When the house sells, and it will, that'll take the big weight off. And until it does, I'm chipping away.
Selling clothes?
I've made nearly $15,000 on clothes so far, not counting the fur coat I took back with the tags still on it, and I might make that much again before it's done. He had a hell of a lot of suits, and I had things I never even wore. It was a different world, Emma Kate.
But your engagement ring was a fake.
I guess he didn't see the point in putting a real diamond on my finger. He never loved me. I see that now. I was useful to him. I'm not altogether sure how, but I must have been useful.
Finding that safe deposit box, that hardly seems possible.
Looking back, she could see she'd been tilting at windmills. But I was on a mission. You know how it is.
I know how you are when you're on a mission.
As the sun changed angles, Emma Kate adjusted the bill of her cap.
All that cash in there, and that doesn't even get to the other identification.
He couldn't have come by it legal. I've had some moments over that, but I didn't steal it or swindle it, and I've got Callie to consider. If it comes down to having to pay that back sometime, I'll deal with it. For now, I've got some tucked away in the bank, and when I can see my way clear, I'm going to use it to get us a little house.
What about this private detective?
He's wasting his time with me. I have to figure he'll come to that on his own, or Forrest persuaded him.
Forrest can be persuasive.
He's still mad at me, at least a little. Are you still?
It's hard to be when I'm more fascinated.
They walked in silence along the familiar trail.
Was the furniture really that ugly?
Amused her friend would zoom in on that, Shelby laughed. Uglier. I wish I'd taken pictures. It was hard and slick and dark and angular. I always felt like I was visiting in that house and couldn't wait to get out of it. He never made the first payment, Emma Kate. By the time he died, the bank had already sent out notices I hadn't seen. She paused to open her water bottle. I'm thinking now, he was in trouble. Something in Atlanta, maybe? So he wrangled that big house up north without telling me that either. Set it all up, then told me we were moving. He had some business opportunities. I went along. I guess that's one way I was useful. I went along. Looking back, it's hard to imagine how many times I did. I don't even know who he was. I can't say for sure I even knew his name. I don't know now what he did, how he made the money he had. I just know none of it was real. Not my marriage, not the life we lived. She stopped at the outlook, felt her heart lift. This is what's real. She could see for miles the roll and rise of that deep, secret green, the dips of the valleys cupped between the rises, delicate as her old tea set, and the carpeted peaks swimming into the clouds, so full of mystery and silence. The light had gone soft as the afternoon wound down. She thought of how it looked at sunset, all brushed with gold, little tips of fire, red, as the mountains went to gray. I know, too, I took this for granted. All of it. I never will again. They sat on an outcropping of rock, as they had countless times over the years. Emma Kate pulled a bag of sunflower seeds out of her pack. It used to be gummy bears, Shelby commented. I used to be 12. I could go for some gummy bears, she decided. Smiling, Shelby opened her own pack, pulled out a bag. I let Callie have them now and again. Whenever I'd open a bag of them, I'd think of you. Something about gummies. Emma Kate opened the bag, dived in. You know, your family would help you with some of the debt. And I wouldn't do that either, she said before Shelby could speak. Thanks. It helps you understand the why of that. I'm going to make a good life here. I know I can. Maybe I had to leave so I could come back, see what was real for me and what wasn't. And you'll sing for your supper after all. That's the icing. I really like Tansy's Derek. He's a winner. And what a face. He sure is pretty. But what a body, they said together, and laughed until they lost their breath. Now we're sitting here. Shelby let out a sigh, looked out over the spread of green. Just like we used to, and still talking about boys. A puzzle that can never be truly solved. So worth talking about. And both of us are doing, or for me about to do, what we used to wish for. Emma Kate Addison, RN. Do you love it? I do. I really do. Hell, I never worked so hard in my life as I did to get that RN. I figured I'd work in a big hospital, and I did. I liked it. I liked it a lot. She looked back at Shelby. The thing I didn't know is I'd like working at the clinic even more, and I do. So maybe I had to go off a while to see that. Is Matt your icing? He's definitely icing. Emma Kate grinned as she popped another gummy bear in her mouth. And at least one layer of cake. You going to marry him? I don't plan on marrying anybody else. Not in a rush about it, even if Mama wishes I would be. Things are really good as they are for now. I heard they're going to do that big master bath for your mama. She's got sample books and magazine pictures. Daddy pretends he thinks it's crazy, but he's getting a kick out of it. Shelby took a sip of water, then took her time carefully screwing the cap back in place. Griffin was over measuring the other day. They're looking forward to the demo. They're both like little boys about the demo stage. Wondering if she should bring it up, and out, Shelby looked out, caught a glint of a curving stream in a splash of sunlight. Talking about boys here, she thought, was tradition after all. The thing is, while he was over at Mama's, Griffin pretty much came straight out and said he was interested. In me. On a snort, Emma Kate popped another gummy bear.
I saw that one coming.
Because he makes moves on women a lot?
He makes moves like any normal guy, but no. Because he looked like he'd been struck by lightning when you walked into my mother's kitchen that first day.
He did? I didn't notice that. Shouldn't I have noticed that?
You were too busy feeling guilty and awkward. What did you say to him?
I just fumbled around some. I can't really be thinking about things like that.
But you are thinking about things like that.
I shouldn't be. Richard just died, and that's not even official.
Richard, or whatever the hell his name was, is gone.
As even the thought of him pissed her off, Emma Kate mimed balling something up, flicked it out toward the drop.
You're here. Your marriage was unhappy and basically a sham. You said so yourself. There's no required mourning period here, Shelby.
I'm not mourning at all. It doesn't seem right.
Aren't you tired of doing what you tell yourself seems right? You've done that for about 4 years now, and it looks like it landed you in a mess.
I don't even know him. Griffin, I mean.
I know who you meant, and that's why they invented this thing we call dating. You go out somewhere, have conversations, discover what interests you might share, and if you're attracted to each other. What about sex?
Richard didn't seem interested the last few months before. Oh, you meant with Griffin.
God, Emma Kate.
Laughing, Shelby reached for gummy bears.
We haven't even gone on that invention called dating. I can't just have sex with him. I don't know why not. You're both free, healthy, and of age.
And look what jumping into sex with someone I barely knew got me last time.
I can promise you Griffs know whatever his name was.
I don't think I know how to date anymore.
You'll ease into it. The 4 of us can go out and do something.
Maybe. Griff wants to take us out for pizza, and I made the mistake of saying something about it to Callie. She's asked me about it twice since.
There you go.
Problem solved, to Emma Kate's mind. She slapped Shelby on the leg.
You let him take the 2 of you for pizza. The 4 of us will have dinner or something. Then you can try a solo.
My life's a pure hot mess yet, Emma Kate. I shouldn't be dating anyone.
Honey, when you're single, going out with a good-looking guy is living. Go have pizza, she advised, and see where it goes from there.
You're going to get sick of hearing it, but I missed you so much. I miss this right here. Sitting in this spot, talking to you about anything and everything, and eating gummy bears.
It's the good life.
It's the best. And caught up in it, she grabbed Emma Kate's hand. Let's make a vow. When we're 80 or so, if we can't make the hike, we'll get a couple of young studs to cart us up here so we can sit, talk about anything and everything, and eat gummy bears.
Now that's the Shelby Pomeroy I remember.
Emma Kate swiped a finger over her heart.
That's a vow. But they have to be hot young studs.
I thought that was understood. She moved into a routine, a contented one, working on her song list, practicing, weaving herself back into the fabric of the ridge with her work at the salon. She found it strange and wonderful how quickly it all came back. The voices, the rhythm, the easy gossip, the sights of the town and the mountains coming to life with spring. As promised, demolition began, so mornings before she left for work or errands, the house was filled with men's voices, hammering, drilling. She got used to seeing Griff and Matt, and maybe she was thinking about it a little. Off and on. It was hard not to think about a man when he showed up at your house every day with a tool belt slung around his hips, and that look in his eyes.
Sounded good this morning.
She stopped on her way to get her Callie bag when Griff stepped out into the hallway from her old bedroom.
Sorry, what?
You sounded good. Singing in the shower.
Oh, it's a handy rehearsal hall.
You've got pipes, Red. What was the song?
She had to think back. Stormy weather. It's the 40s.
Sexy in any decade. Hey, Little Red.
He crouched down when Callie bolted up the stairs.
Mama's going to work at Granny's. I'm going to Chelsea's 'cause Grandma works today too.
Sounds like fun all around.
Can we have pizza?
Callie?
Deal's a deal,
Griff interrupted.
I could go for some pizza tonight. Tonight work for you?
He asked Shelby. Well,
Mama, I want pizza with Griff.
To seal it, Callie climbed into his arms, then turned her head toward her mother, smiled. Who could say no to all that? That would be nice, thanks.
6 work for you?
Sure.
I'll pick you up.
Oh, well, car seat. It's easier if we meet you there.
Right. 6 o'clock. Have we got a date?
He asked Callie.
We got a date,
She said, and kissed him.
Let's go, Mama. Let's go to Chelsea's.
Right behind you. Thank you, really, Shelby said when Callie started down again. You made her day.
It's making mine. See you later.
When he walked back into the workspace, Matt raised his eyebrows.
Moving in on the local talent? One step at a time. She's a looker. Got herself a very complicated life, bro. Yeah. Good thing I've got tools.
He picked up the nail gun.
And know how to use them.
He thought about her throughout the day. He couldn't think of a woman who'd intrigued him more. The contrast of the sad, cautious eyes and the quick smile when she forgot to be careful. The seamless way she handled the kid. The way she looked in snug jeans.
It all worked for him.
He almost thought it was too bad the job was moving along so smoothly. A few glitches and he'd have more time to see her for a few minutes every day. But Ada Mae was no bitsy. When she decided on a tile, on a color, on a fixture, she stuck. He had time to go home, clean up, change. A man didn't take 2 pretty females out for pizza smelling of job sweat and sawdust. It would be an early evening, he calculated, with a 3-year-old along, which was probably for the best. He could put in a couple of hours on his own job. In fact, he thought he might move his focus to the bedroom. A man didn't bring a pretty female home to bed when that bed was an air mattress on the floor. He fully intended to bring Shelby home to bed, when she and the room were ready for it. He drove into town, snagged a parking spot on the street just a few doors down from Pizzateria, and deemed his timing perfect when Shelby got out of her minivan 2 spots up. He strolled up as she lifted Callie out of the car seat.
Give you a hand?
Oh, I've got it. Thank you.
Hey.
He heard the tears in her voice even before she turned with Callie in her arms, and he saw them welling in her eyes.
What's wrong? What happened?
Oh, it's just...
Mama's happy. She has happy tears,
Callie explained.
You're happy?
Yes, very.
The combination of me and pizza doesn't usually bring women to tears.
It's not that. I was just on the phone. We were a little early as Callie was so anxious. And the realtor called. The house up north, it's sold. One of the tears spilled down her cheek before she could brush it away.
Happy tears,
Callie announced.
Hug Mama, Griff.
Sure.
Before she could evade, he had both Shelby and Callie wrapped in a hug. He felt her hold stiff for a moment, then just melt. It's just such a relief. It's like a mountain fell off my shoulders.
Good.
He pressed a kiss to the top of her head.
We're definitely celebrating. Right, Callie? Happy pizza.
We don't like the house. We're glad it's not ours now.
That's right. That's right. Shelby took a breath, leaned in just one more moment, then straightened. We don't like the house. Not for us. Now somebody who does like it has it. Very happy pizza. Thank you, Griffin.
You need a minute?
No. No.
I'm good.
Then give me the girl,
He hefted Callie into his arms.
and let's get this party started.
12. The kid was a charmer, entertained and engaged him, and flattered him by insisting on sitting next to him in the booth. He might have had a moment or two wishing the mother would flirt as overtly as the daughter, but a man couldn't have everything. It was a nice break to his day, between the job and the project. When the manager came out, pulled Shelby from her seat for a hug, he examined his reaction. Not jealousy, not exactly, but a kind of inner, careful there, buddy, as he waited to see just what was what.
I kept missing you.
Johnny Foster, a man with a sly smile and an easy manner, kept his hands on Shelby's shoulders to take a long look.
But here you are now. Didn't realize you knew Griff.
Johnny slung an arm over Shelby's shoulders as he turned to Griff.
Shelby and I go back.
My cousin Johnny here and my brother Clay used to look for trouble together.
And found it as often as possible. Your cousins? Third, fourth, what is it?
Johnny wondered.
Third, I think. Once or twice removed.
Kissing cousins,
He said, and gave her one lightly.
And you're Callie, and aren't you as pretty as a strawberry float? It's nice meeting you, cousin.
I'm on a date with Griff. We are going to have pizza.
This is the place for it. We're going to find some time and catch up,
He said to Shelby.
all right?
All right. Clay said you were manager here now.
Yeah, who'd have thought? Y'all get your order in?
Just a minute ago.
You watch over there, Callie.
He pointed to the counter where a man in a white apron ladled sauce on dough.
I'll be making your pizza myself special, and I've got some tricks. Meant to tell you, Griff, whatever y'all did with the furnace worked like a charm. Hasn't given us any trouble since. Good to hear. Pizza coming up.
Shelby slid back into the booth.
It sounds like you and Matt are fixing something somewhere all over the ridge.
That's the plan. The guy who can fix your furnace when the temperatures dive, or your toilet on a Sunday morning when you've got people coming to dinner? He's a popular guy.
She laughed. And who doesn't like being popular? Busy, too. How do you manage to make yourself popular and do all the work on the old Triplehorn place?
Being popular's the job. The house is the project. I do better with the job when I've got a good project going.
Mama, look!
Callie bounced in her seat.
The cousin man's doing tricks.
And he's learned some new ones, Shelby commented, as Johnny tossed up dough, did a quick spin, caught it.
Looks like we're having magic pizza.
Wide-eyed, Callie turned to Griff.
Magic pizza?
Pretty sure. Don't you see that magic dust flying?
With eyes like blue saucers now, she looked back at Johnny, gasped.
It sparkles.
The power of a kid's imagination, Griff thought.
You bet. When you eat magic pizza, it turns you into a fairy princess in your dreams.
It does?
That's what I've heard. Of course, you've got to eat it. Then when your mother says it's bedtime, you've got to go right to bed and wish for it.
I will. But you can't be a fairy princess 'cause you're a boy. That's silly.
That's why I'm the prince who slays the Fang Beast.
Princes slay dragons.
I don't get that.
Playing it up, he let out a sad sigh, shook his head, caught Shelby smiling at him from across the table.
I like dragons. You might be able to squeeze in another wish and get yourself your own dragon. You could fly on him over your kingdom.
I like dragons too. I'm going to fly on mine. Her name's Lulu.
Can't think of a better name for a dragon.
You've got a way, Shelby murmured, and Griff grinned over at her.
Oh, I've got lots of ways.
I just bet you do. He decided it was the best hour of his day, sitting in the noisy pizzeria, entertaining a little girl and making her mother laugh. He didn't see why it wasn't something he couldn't work into his regular schedule. Everybody could use some magic pizza now and then. "This was so nice," Shelby said when he walked them back to her car. "You sure made Callie's first date one to remember."
We'll have to have a second. Are you going to go out with me again, Callie?
Okay. I like ice cream.
That's a real coincidence. I'm starting to think we're made for each other. I like ice cream too.
She gave him what he could only term a femme fatale smile from under her lashes.
You can take me on a date with ice cream.
Now look what you started. Amused, Shelby hauled Callie up into the car seat.
How about Saturday?
Busy strapping Callie in, Shelby glanced back. What?
How about an ice cream date on Saturday?
Okay.
Callie bounced in her seat. I have to work, Shelby began.
Me too. After work?
Well, I guess. Are you sure?
I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't. Don't forget to make your wish, Callie.
I'm going to be a fairy princess and ride my dragon.
Callie, what do you say to Griffin?
Thank you for the date.
In joyful innocence, she held out her arms.
Kiss.
You got it.
He leaned in, kissed her. Laughing, she rubbed his cheek.
I like your scratchies. They tickle. Kiss Mama now.
Sure.
He figured she'd offer a cheek, and didn't see why he had to settle. A man could move fast without seeming to, especially when he'd thought it through. He set his hands on her hips, glided them up her back with his eyes on hers. He watched hers widen in surprise, but not protest. So he went with it. He dipped down, took her mouth with his as if they had all the time in the world. As if they weren't standing on the sidewalk of High Street, seen by anyone who passed by or glanced out a window. It wasn't hard to forget where they were when her body melted against his, with her lips warm and soft, yielding. Her mind just emptied, every thought, past, present, future, flooding away as sensation flooded in and swamped her. Her body went limp even as it leaped to life. Her head spun in long, lazy circles, as if she'd had just a sip too much of good wine. She smelled soap and skin, and the hyacinths in the whiskey barrel across the sidewalk, and heard what she realized later was the hum of pleasure in her own throat. He let her go as smoothly as he'd taken her. His eyes stayed on hers again, watchful.
I thought so,
he murmured. She realized she couldn't quite feel her feet, had to fight the urge to look down to make sure they were still there. I have to go.
See you later.
Fingers on noses, Callie. Callie put her fingers on her nose.
Bye, Griff. Bye.
He waved as Shelby closed the door, hooked his thumbs in his pockets when she walked around to the driver's side, and couldn't stop the grin when she staggered, just a little. He waved again when, after some fumbling, she started the engine, pulled away. Yeah, definitely the best hour of his day. He couldn't wait to do it again. She drove home with extra care. She really did feel as if she'd had a bottle of wine instead of a glass of Coke with her pizza. And that hum kept wanting to come back to her throat, a kind of echo to the butterflies dancing around in her belly. Callie started nodding off on the short drive home, the excitement of the day taking its toll. But she perked up again, a little on the hyper side when Shelby parked. She'd let her daughter run down again, she thought. It wouldn't take long. And she had to be coherent, put all this business aside. She didn't have time for flutterings or hummings. Shelby didn't have to do much more than listen as Callie frantically relayed the details of her date to her grandparents.
And we're gonna have an ice cream date on Saturday.
Is that so? Well, this sounds pretty serious. Ada Mae shot Shelby a speculative look. Maybe your granddaddy should ask this boy his intentions.
And his prospects,
Clayton added. I'm their chaperone, Shelby said cheerfully. Oh, I saw Johnny Foster. Didn't have much time to talk to him as they were busy. He's the one who tossed the dough. He made the magic pizza, right, Callie?
Uh-huh. And Griff said I can ride a dragon, and he's going to kill the... What is it, Mama?
I think it was a fang beast.
He's gonna kill it dead, and then we'll get married.
that must have been some pizza,
Clayton commented.
You can be the king, Granddaddy, and Gamma's the queen.
She ran in circles around the room, twirling, jumping.
And Clancy can come too.
She threw her arms around the old dog.
And I'm going to wear a beautiful dress. Then it says, Kiss the Bride. It tickles when Griff kisses, doesn't it, Mama?
Does it? Now Ada Mae wore a smug smile.
Uh-huh. When is it Saturday, Mama?
Soon enough. Shelby caught Callie on the fly, gave her a spin. Now we're going up. You need your bath before you go dreaming and getting married to handsome princes.
Okay.
Go on up. Put your clothes in your hamper. I'll be 2 seconds. She had the best time, Shelby said when Callie ran for the stairs. How about you? It was nice. He's so sweet with her. But what I wanted to tell you both is, right before dinner I got a call. The house sold. The house? Ada Mae looked blank for a moment, then plopped down in a chair as her eyes filled. Oh, Shelby, the house up north. I'm so glad. I'm so glad of that. Happy tears. Shelby pulled out one of the tissues always in her pocket. I did the same. It's such a burden lifted. She turned into her father when he stepped over, folded her into his arms, rocked her side to side. I thought I knew how much it weighed since I've been carrying it, but now that it's lifted, it was heavier than I thought.
We can help you with the rest of it. Your mama and I talked it over and...
No, Daddy. No. Thank you so much. I love you. She laid her hands on his cheeks. I'm doing it. It's going to take a while, but I'm doing it, and doing it feels good. It balances out some. All the times I just let things go, stopped asking questions, let somebody else take care of everything. She leaned against him, smiled at her mother. And the worst of it's behind me now. I can deal with what's ahead. I'm so grateful to know if it gets too heavy again, I can ask.
Don't ever forget that again.
I swear it. I've got to get my baby in the tub. I had a good day, she said as she pulled back, hauled up her bag. I had a real good day. Once she'd tucked Callie in, she sat down with her spreadsheet. She should probably wait until settlement, but she thought she had every right to be optimistic. When she balanced the sheet with the sale, she shut her eyes, just breathed. It was still a painful debt, but, oh God, she'd cut it down to size. The worst, she thought again, was over. And what was ahead? She lay back on the bed, called Emma Kate. How was pizza? It was magic, or so Griff convinced Callie, so she went to bed with a big smile and the anticipation of being a fairy princess riding a dragon, before she and Griff get married with all due pomp and ceremony. He's got a way with kids. I think he's got a lot of little boy left in there. He kissed me. Was that magic too? Emma Kate asked without missing a beat. My brain's still soft. Don't tell Matt my brain went soft. He'll tell Griffin and I'll feel like an idiot. I don't know if it's because it's been so long since I've had a serious kiss, or if he's just that damn good at it. I've heard he's damn good at it. Shelby smiled, curled up. Did your brain go soft the first time Matt kissed you?
It liquefied and leaked out of my ears, which sounds disgusting, but was anything but. I feel so good. So good I'd forgotten how it feels to feel so good. I just had to call you. I sold the house and got kissed brainless on High Street. Oh, Shelby, that's great! On both counts, but shedding that house. I'm so happy for you. I'm starting to see my way clear, Emma Kate. I'm really starting to see a clear path. Some more bumps to get over, but I see the clear. And part of the clear was being curled up on her bed talking to her best friend. The good day rolled into a good week. She could savor the sensation of being happy and productive, of earning her way. She mopped floors, filled dispensers, booked appointments, rang up sales, listened to gossip. She commiserated when Crystal complained about her boyfriend, comforted Vonnie when the masseuse's grandmother passed peacefully in her sleep. She set up chairs and tables in the little back garden area of the day spa, potted up some flowers. After checking out the preschool where Chelsea would go come fall, she enrolled Callie, and felt the pride and the pang of what she knew would be the first of many layers of separation. She had ice cream with Griff and discovered the second kiss could be as powerful as the first. But she hedged when he asked her out to dinner. It's just my time's so budgeted right now. I've got a routine going at the salon, so I'm easier there. But until I sing Friday night, see how that goes? I'm using up my free time rehearsing and planning for the next week.
After Friday.
He laid out the elements that would heat the tile floor of the new bathroom.
Because it's going to go great.
I hope so. Maybe you could come by Bootleggers on Friday for a sit. He sat back on his haunches.
Red, I wouldn't miss it. I like listening to you rehearse in the shower.
I'm heading out right now to rehearse in place before the bar and grill opens. I hope Tansy's right about people wanting to hear somebody sing old songs while they're eating their pork chops or scooping up nachos. She pressed a hand on her belly. We're going to find out.
Nervous?
About the singing? No, I don't get nervous about singing. It feels too good. About the draw not justifying what they pay me. I'm nervous about that. I've got to get on. It's looking good in here.
It's coming along.
He smiled at her.
Let's make the word of the day gradation. One step at a time.
She said, understanding he wasn't just talking about a new bathroom. She squeezed in a last rehearsal Friday morning and ordered herself not to think about what she could do with the songs if she had a couple of live musicians. Still, she thought she put a little of her own spin on the old classic, As Time Goes By.
Play it, Sam,
Derek said from behind the bar. Of all the gin joints in all the world.
Are you an old movie fan?
My daddy is, so we had to be. And who doesn't love Casablanca? How'd that sound to you, Derek?
It sounded like Tansy had it right. We're going to rack 'em, stack 'em, and pack 'em on Friday nights.
Restacking glasses freshly cleaned from the night before, he cocked an eyebrow at her.
How do you feel about it?
Hopeful. She stepped down off the tiny stage. I just want to say, if it doesn't pull in a big draw, if it just doesn't work, it's not a problem.
Are you setting up to fail, Shelby?
She cocked her head, walked toward the bar. Forget what I just said. We're going to kick ass so high here tonight, butts'll be landing on the moon, and you're going to be obliged to give me a raise.
Don't get carried away. Want a Coke?
Wish I had time for one, but I have to head over to the salon. To be sure she wasn't already late, she tipped her phone out of her pocket to check the time. Tonight should bring people in just to see, she said. There's me, the girl who wasn't there for a while, and all the hyping Tansy's done. Flyers everywhere, and I'm plastered all over your Facebook page. Hell, my family's big enough to be a crowd, and a lot of them will be here. That's something.
Kick ass high.
Kick ass high, she agreed. I'll see you tonight. She walked out, distracted, still rehearsing in her head.
She barely noticed the woman who fell into step beside her until she spoke. "Shelby Foxworth? Sorry." She'd gotten used to Pomeroy again in such a short time she nearly said no. "Yes. Hello." She stopped, smiled, and searched her memory banks. But the stunning brunette with the cold brown eyes and the perfect red lips didn't ring any bells. "I'm Shelby. I'm sorry I don't recognize you. Who are you?"
I'm Natalie Sinclair. I'm Jake Brimley's wife. You knew him as Richard Foxworth."
The half-smile stayed on Shelby's face as the words sounded like a foreign language to her ears. "What? What did you say?" Something feline moved into the woman's eyes.
"We really need to talk. Somewhere more private. I saw a cute little park not far. Why don't we go there?"
"I don't understand. I don't know any Jake Brimley."
"Changing a name doesn't change who you are."
Natalie reached into a pale blue handbag, drew out a photograph. "Look familiar?"
This is the end of disc number 5. Please insert disc number 6. This is disc number 6.
"We really need to talk. Somewhere more private. I saw a cute little park not far. Why don't we go there?"
"I don't understand. I don't know any Jake Brimley."
"Changing a name doesn't change who you are."
Natalie reached into a pale blue handbag, drew out a photograph. "Look familiar?" In the picture, the brunette was cheek to cheek with Richard. His hair was longer than he'd worn it, a bit lighter. Something was different about his nose, Shelby thought. But it was Richard smiling out at her. I'm sorry. Are you saying you were married to Richard?"
"No. Wasn't I clear? Let me say it again in case you have trouble understanding. I was and am married to Jake Brimley. Richard Foxworth never existed."
"But it's taken me quite a while to track you down, Shelby. Let's have a chat." Brimley was not one of the names she'd found in the bank box. My God, had he had another? Another name. Another wife. "I need to make a call. I'm going to be late for work." "Go right ahead. It's a quaint little town, isn't it? If you go for gun racks and camo." And didn't she sound just like Richard? "There's also art." Shelby bit off the words. "Music, tradition, history." No call to get testy about it. People who consider us hicks are generally self-important snobs from somewhere else. Ouch. Looking amused, Natalie gave a quick shudder. Struck a nerve. Rather than try to explain what was going on in a call, Shelby texted her grandmother, apologized, let her know she'd be a little late. "Some people like quaint. I'm a city girl." Natalie gestured toward the crosswalk, began to walk in gorgeous heeled sandals of pale gold. "So was Jake. But you didn't meet Jake here." "I met Richard in Memphis. Everything seemed just a little blurry. I was singing with a band during my summer break from college, and he just swept you away. He was good at that. Exciting, charming, sexy. I'll bet he took you to Paris. A little cafe on the left bank. You'd stay at the Georges Cinq. He bought you white roses." A raw, ugly sickness roiled in her stomach and must have shown on her face. Men like Jake have patterns. Natalie patted Shelby's arm. "I don't understand. How can you be married to him? I mean, he's dead, but how could you have been married to him? We were together for over 4 years. We had a child together." "Yes, that was a surprise. But I can see how the family unit could work for him. I had the poor judgment to marry him. Whirlwind to Vegas. Sound familiar? And I had the good sense not to divorce him when he left me in the lurch." It dropped on her. A single crushing weight. I was never married to him. That's what this means. That's what you're saying. Since he was still legally married to me, no, you weren't ever married to him. And he knew. Of course he knew. Now she laughed. What a bad boy. Of course, that's part of the appeal. Such a bad, bad boy, my Jake. The park held quiet. No kids on the swings or teeter-totter. None running over the green, climbing on the jungle gym. Natalie sat on a bench, crossed her legs, patted the space beside her. I wasn't sure if you realized that part and played along. It seems he duped you. But then that's what he does. For an instant, something that might have been sorrow flickered over Natalie's face. Or did. I can't think. Shelby lowered to the bench. Why would he do this? How could he do this? Oh my God, are there any more? Did he do this to another woman? I couldn't say. Natalie gave an easy shrug. But since he swung pretty quick from me to you, I don't think there's another wife in between. And that's the time I'm interested in. I don't understand. Suddenly breathless, Shelby sat back, pushed both hands through her hair, held it back a moment. I can't understand any of this. I was never married, she said slowly. It was all fake, just like the ring. You lived pretty well for a while, didn't you? Natalie angled to her, aimed a look of contempt. Paris, Prague, London, Aruba, St. Bart's, Rome. How do you know all that? How do you know where I went with him? I made it my business to know. You had a luxury condo in Atlanta, country clubs, and Valentino dresses. Then the mansion in Villanova. You can't claim he didn't give you plenty. Seems to me you had a good deal. A good deal? A good deal? Not breathless now, not when insult and fury rolled through. He lied to me, right from the start. He made me his whore without my knowing. I thought I loved him. At first, I thought I loved him enough to leave my family and everything I knew and thought I'd wanted. Your mistake. But you were compensated. Plucked you out of this little hick town, didn't he? Oh, excuse me. This art and culture-ridden town. Dropped you right in the lap for a few years, so don't whine, Shelby. It's unattractive. What's the matter with you? You come here, tell me all this. Maybe you're the liar. Check it out, be my fucking guest. But you know I'm not lying. Jake had a way of making women fall for him and do what he wanted. Did you love him? I liked the hell out of him, and we had a damn good time. That was enough. Would have been enough if he hadn't hung me out to dry. I made an investment in him, you could say, and I paid a high price. I want my payoff. What payoff? 28 million. 28 million what? Dollars? Are you crazy? He didn't have anywhere near that kind of money. Oh, he had it. I know because I helped him get it. Just shy of 30 million in sparkly diamonds, emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and rare stamps. Where's the take, Shelby? I'll settle for half. Do I look like I have diamonds and emeralds and all that? He left me in debt up to my eyeballs. That's the price I'm paying for believing him. What did you pay? 4 years, 2 months, and 23 days in a cell in Dade County, Florida. You were in prison? For what? For fraud, since I rolled like an acrobat on Jake and Mickey. That's Mickey O'Hara, the third member of our happy little band. Mickey's got 20 years to go, last I heard. Smile sharp and derisive, she ticked her finger at Shelby. You don't want Mickey O'Hara coming after you, Shelby. Take my word on that. You hired that private investigator to hound me. I can't say I did. I do my own investigating. It's one of my skills. Half, Shelby, and I'm gone. I earned every penny of it. I don't have half of anything to give you.
Shelby lurched to her feet. Are you saying Richard stole millions of dollars? That the detective from Florida was telling me the truth? It's what we do, sweetheart. Or in his case, what he did. Find the mark. Rich, lonely widows worked best for Jake. He could turn them into putty in a matter of days. Easy to get them to invest in a land deal. That was his specialty. But the big one, the biggest of our career, the one that went wrong, that was jewels and stamps. And she had some beauties. If you expect me to buy that you knew nothing about nothing, you're not selling it. I'm not selling a damn thing. If he had all that, why am I paying off his debts? He always was a bit of a hoarder. And those jewels were hot. The stamps? You'd need to find just the right collector for them. When it went south, Jake could take off with them, but if he'd tried to sell them, even breaking the jewelry down to the stones, they'd have tracked him. Something like that, it's best to give it a few years. Lay low. Lay low, Shelby murmured. That was the plan. 4 or 5 years, we figured, before we could liquidate and retire. Or semi-retire, as who wants to give up all the fun? You were his cover, that's clear. But you're going to have to go a ways to convince me you're stupid enough to know nothing. I was stupid enough to believe him, and that's what I'm going to be living with. I'll give you some time to think about it. Even if you're the driven snow, Shelby, you lived with the man for more than 4 years. You think about it hard enough, you'll figure out something. Consider half of close to 30 million, maybe a little more now. Motivation. It was Shelby's turn for contempt. I don't want half of anything you stole. Your choice. Turn your part in, take the finder's fee if you're delicate. It'd be fat enough to pay off some of the debt you're swimming in. Like I said, I get what's mine, I'm gone. If you want to stay in this little nowhere town, working in your grandmother's beauty parlor for peanuts, singing on Friday nights in a bar for rubes, your choice. I get what's mine, you keep what's yours. You've got that pretty little girl to think about. You go near my daughter. You think about going near my daughter, I'll take you apart. Natalie just looked over the side of her shoulder, lips curved. Do you think you can? Shelby didn't think. She acted. She reached down, hauled Natalie to her feet by fisting a hand on the front of her blouse. I can, and I will. That's what caught Jake's eye. He liked some fire, even in a mark. You can relax. I'm not interested in little girls, or in going back in a cell. 50-50, Shelby. If I bring Mickey in on this, you'll get nothing but pain and heartache. He's not as civilized a negotiator as I am. She shoved Shelby's hand off her blouse. Think about it. I'll be in touch. Because her legs wanted to shake, Shelby sat on the bench again when Natalie strolled away. 28 million? Stolen jewelry and stamps? Bigamy? Who in God's name had she married? Or thought she married? Maybe it was all a lie. But what would be the point? But she'd check all of it. She pushed to her feet, pulled out her phone as she walked to call Tracy and check on Callie. By the time she got to the salon, she was fired up again. I'm sorry, Granny. What kept you? And put the wrath of God in your eyes. Shelby shoved her purse under the front counter. I need to talk to you and Mom as soon as you're both free. I'm sorry, Mrs. Hallister, how are you doing today? The woman in Viola's chair, that Hallister boy's grandmother, smiled. I'm doing right well. I came in for a touch-up, and here Vi's talked me into highlights. Let's just see if Mr. Hallister notices. It's nice brightening things up for spring. Granny, I've just got to make a quick call, then I'll check supplies. Towels should be ready to fold. I'll see to that. Over the shop talk, they exchanged a look. Viola nodded and held up a hand behind the chair back. 5 minutes. Shelby went back into the laundry and supply room and called her brother Forrest.
13. She couldn't think about it. Callie was safe, and Tracy would keep her that way. She didn't know one damn thing about any stolen jewelry, and wouldn't know a rare stamp if someone stuck it to her forehead. If this Natalie person thought she did, she'd just have to live with the disappointment. But it upset her how easily she could believe Richard, or Jake, or whatever his name was, had been a thief, a liar. But never her husband, she thought, as she folded and stacked towels. In a terrible way, now that the weight had settled in, she took comfort from that. She'd do her work, smiling and chatting with customers, restocking supplies. Then she'd go home, have dinner with her little girl before heading to the bar and grill to give Tansy and Derek their money's worth. She wouldn't let anyone down again, including herself. Forrest found her at the end of the day while she swept the little courtyard. "Did you find her?" Shelby demanded.
No. Nobody by that name or description in the hotel, the lodge, in any of the cabins, the B&Bs. She's not staying in the Ridge. And I've got nothing so far about a Natalie Sinclair doing time for fraud in Dade County.
It's probably not her real name either.
Probably not, but a good-looking brunette's bound to stick in somebody's memory if she's staying in the Ridge or poking around. We'll take a look further out if she comes back, if she bothers you again.
I'm not worried about that.
Then start. You tell Mama?
I told her and Granny, and they'll tell the rest of the family. I'm not taking chances, Forrest, but I don't know anything about these jewels or stamps she says she's after.
You may know more than you think. Don't get your claws out, he said as she whipped around to him. Christ's sake, Shelby, I don't think you had anything to do with it. But along the way, he might have said something, done something, you overheard something that didn't click at the time. Now this is all planted in your head, maybe something will click. That's all.
Tired, she rubbed a spot between her eyebrows where a headache wanted to brew. She put me on edge.
Imagine that.
Shelby let out a short laugh. Is it crazy for me to be glad, somewhere down deep, finding out I was never married to him?
I'd say it's about as sensible as it gets.
Okay, then. I'm going to be sensible. I'm finished up here, so I'm going home. Mama picked up Callie already from Chelsea's. I'm going to be with my girl a while, make sure she has a good supper. Then I'm going to change and fix up so I look like somebody who should be singing on a Friday night.
I'll follow you home. Safe's better than sorry every time, he said before she could object.
Okay, thanks. Did she know something? Something buried deep? Shelby wondered as she drove home with Forrest cruising behind her. It was true enough she could look back now, see little signs Richard was up to something. The phone calls that ended when she walked in or walked by, the locked doors and drawers, the dismissal of any question she had about what he did, where he went. She'd thought affair, and more than once. But until now, she'd never really considered thievery, not in a major sort of way, whatever that detective had claimed. And millions of dollars in jewelry? That was about as major as it got. And now that she knew? She shook her head as she pulled into the drive. She had nothing. Just nothing. She gathered her things, waved to Forrest. And when the first thing she heard when she opened the front door was Callie's laughter, she let everything else go. After hugs and kisses and an excited retelling of her day with Chelsea, Callie settled down with a coloring book while Shelby helped her mother in the kitchen. "You've got pretty white tulips up in your room," Ada Mae said. "Oh, Mama, my favorite. Thank you." "Don't thank me. They came about an hour ago. From Griffin." Ada Mae slid her gaze and smile over. "I think you have a beau, Shelby Ann." "No, that was awful nice of him. Sweet of him. He's got a sweetness, and not so sugary it makes your teeth ache. Such a nice young man." I'm not looking for a beau, Mama, or a young man. It's always seemed to me things are more exciting when you're not looking and you find them. Mama, I've not only got Callie to think about and what's already in my lap, but what just fell into it this morning. Life's still gotta be lived, baby girl, and a nice young man who thinks to send flowers adds a pretty touch. It did. She couldn't deny it as she glanced over at the white tulips. Her favorite flower, she mused, so he'd obviously asked someone who knew her. She thought about it while she changed into a simple, classic-cut black dress. Whether she looked for it or not, Griffin was giving her some romance, and it had been a very, very long time since anyone had. And she bet he knew the flowers made her think of the way he'd kissed her. Twice now. She couldn't blame him for that, and found she didn't blame herself for thinking she wouldn't mind being kissed again. Soon. She put on earrings. She'd thought to find something stage flashy, but had opted for simple like the dress, and pinned her hair back at the sides, let it fall in mad curls down her back. What do you think, Callie? She did a model's turn for her daughter. How do I look?
Beautiful, Mama.
Beautiful, Callie.
I want to go with you. Please, please.
Oh, I wish you could. She crouched down, stroked Callie's hair as her daughter pouted. But they don't let kids come.
Why?
It's like the law.
Uncle Forrest is a lawman.
Laughing, Shelby cuddled her girl. A lawman.
Uh-huh. He said, he can take me.
Not tonight, baby, but I'll tell you what. I'll bring you with me to a rehearsal next week sometime. It'll be like a special show just for you.
Can I wear my party dress?
I don't see why not. Tonight, Granny and Grandpa are coming to be with you, and won't you have fun? And after the first set, her parents would come back, switch off. It was good to know her family would be there. Let's go down now. I've got to get going. The place was packed. She'd expected a crowd this first night as people were curious, or in the case of family and friends, supportive. Whatever brought them in, it felt good, damn good to know she'd earned her keep this first time out. She'd said hey and thanks for the good wishes countless times before she made it to the table right in the front where Griff sat. You look amazing. Thanks. That was the aim. Dead on. Thank you for the flowers, Griffin. They're just beautiful. Glad you like them. Emma, Kate, and Matt are on their way, or nearly, and I had to fight off a dozen people to keep their chairs. That's close to literal with some giant tansy called Big Bud. Big Bud? Is he here? She did a quick scan, spotted him with his mighty bulk squeezed into a side booth, chowing down on ribs, while a skinny girl she didn't recognize sat across from him, poking at whatever was on her plate and looking bored. We went to high school together. I heard he's a long-haul trucker these days, but... She trailed off as her gaze passed over Arlo Cattery, then backtracked to meet his eyes. He hadn't changed much, she thought, and those pale eyes of his still had the power to give her the creeps when they stared. He kicked back in a chair at a table shared with a couple of men she thought she recognized as the same two he'd always hung out with. She hoped they wouldn't stay long and take Arlo and his snake stare around to Shady's, where they usually spent their beer money. What's the matter? Griff asked. Oh, nothing. Just somebody else from back some years. I expected some would come in tonight, curious to see if I rise or fall. Sensation, Griff said. That's the word of the day, since you'll be one. She turned back to him, forgetting Arlo. Aren't you clever with your words? The word of the day has to fit. This one does. I was supposed to let you know Tansy's got your parents, Clay, and Gilly there. He gestured to a table at his right with a big reserved card on it. Nobody argued with her on that one. Not even Big Bud. Oh, Big Bud always did idolize Clay. He's all right, Griff. Just
Insistent now and then. Daddy's just waiting on Mama to finish primping, so they'll be here soon. I'm really glad you're here now.
Where else would I be?
She hesitated, then sat. She had plenty of time.
Griffin, you're really not going to pay any mind to what I said about my life being a hot mess and all the rest?
It doesn't look like such a mess to me.
You're not in it. And I found out more today, worse today. I can't talk about it right now, but it's twisted up something terrible.
He brushed a hand over the back of hers.
I'll help you straighten it out.
Because that's what you do?
That, and because I've got a thing for you that just keeps getting bigger. And you've got one for me.
You're sure of that?
He only smiled.
I'm looking at you, Red.
I've got no business having a thing for you,
she muttered. Then, as she had on Callie's laugh, she let it go.
But maybe I do.
Her smile was pure temptation as she rose.
Just maybe I do.
She trailed a fingertip down his arm, felt the low vibration. She'd forgotten how heady that small, simple power could be.
You enjoy the show now.
She went back into the kitchen, which was utter chaos, slipped into the broom closet of an office to take a breath. Tansy rushed in.
Oh, sweet God, Shelby, we're slammed. Derek's pitching in behind the bar so we can keep up. How are you? Are you ready? I'm half sick with nerves.
She pressed a hand to her belly.
And you look cucumber cool. You're not nervous?
Not about this. There's so much else I have to be nervous about, so this? It's like sliding into an old pair of slippers.
I'll do good for you, Tansy. I know you will. I'm going out in just a few minutes, quiet them down and announce you.
She pulled a ragged strip of paper from her pocket.
My checklist. I'd do better with one. Okay. The machine's all set up just the way you wanted, and you know what to do there.
I do.
If anything goes wrong with it,
I'll wing it, Shelby assured her.
Thanks for saving that table for my parents. Are you kidding? Of course we saved them a front row seat. Absolutely top of the checklist. And it stays reserved when they leave until your grandparents get here. I've got to go check on a few things, then we'll go for it. You need anything?
I've got it all. Since she wanted it to be easy, natural, she went out early, chatted with a few people she knew at the bar, got herself a bottle of water. She knew her mother tended to get worked up before she performed, or always had, so she didn't go to her parents' table, but sent them a smile, and another for Matt and Emma Kate. One more for Griff, as Tansy stepped onto the little stage. When Tansy spoke into the mic, the clattering, scraping, and voices quieted some.
Welcome to our first Friday nights. We're traveling on back to the 40s tonight at Bootleggers, so sit back and enjoy those martinis and highballs while we bring you tonight's entertainment. Most of y'all know Shelby, and most have heard her sing. Those who haven't are in for a treat. Derek and I are pleased and proud to have her here on our stage tonight. Now y'all give a Rendezvous Ridge welcome to our own Shelby Pomeroy.
Shelby walked onto the stage, faced the room, the applause.
I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight. I'm so glad to be back in the Ridge, hearing familiar voices, breathing that good mountain air. This first number puts me in mind of what it was like to be away.
She started with, I'll be seeing you. And here, she felt like herself. Shelby Pomeroy doing her best thing.
She's just great, Griff murmured. Sensation.
Always was. You've got stars in your eyes.
Emma Kate patted his arm.
That's okay. I can see fine through them. They just brighten things up.
She sailed through the first set, pleased to see people come in, crowd at the bar or at tables. When she took her break, Clay walked straight up to her, lifted her off her feet.
So proud of you,
he whispered in her ear.
It felt good, really good.
Wish we could stay, but I've got to get Gilly home.
She okay?
Just tired. It's the first night in a month she's made it past 9.
He laughed, squeezed Shelby again.
Come on over before we leave.
She glanced over, saw Matt and Griff pushing the tables together so her family, her friends, made one unit. Maybe she'd had a rough start to the day, she thought, but it was turning into a perfect night. She spent some time with them, then went back to the bar for more water. It didn't hurt her feelings when she noticed Arlo and his friends leaving. She'd lose that mild discomfort from having him stare at her. He'd often stared at her just like that when they were teenagers. And, she recalled, had tried to get her to take a ride on his motorcycle or sneak off for a beer. She'd never done either. And she found it downright creepy that years later, he'd still just stare at her, unblinking as a lizard. Griff slipped up to the bar beside her and made her think of much more pleasant companionship.
Go out with me tomorrow night.
Oh,
Give a guy a break, Shelby. I really want some time with you. Just you.
She turned, looked straight into his eyes, bold, green, clever. Absolutely nothing about those eyes made her uncomfortable. I think I want that too, but I don't feel right leaving Callie 2 nights running and asking my parents to sit her again.
Okay. Pick a night next week. Any night and anywhere you want to go.
Tuesday would probably be best.
Tuesday. Where do you want to go?
I really want to see your house.
You do?
She broke out in a smile. I really do, and I've been trying to figure how to invite myself for a tour.
Consider it done.
I could bring dinner.
I'll take care of it. 7?
If we made it 7:30, I could give Callie her bath first.
7:30.
I need to check with Mama first, but I expect she'll be fine with it. And you should listen to what else has come out before we make any sort of date.
It's already a date.
He kissed her lightly before he walked away. She thought that quick gesture had been a statement, a kind of stamp, and couldn't quite figure out if she minded that or not. She put it in the back of her mind as she went back on stage for her next set. She saw Forrest come in with her grandparents, take the empty seats. But she didn't notice the brunette until halfway through her set. Shelby's heart jumped, but she kept the song going when their eyes met. Had she been there all along, tucked into a table at the back, barely visible in the shadows? Shelby looked away, tried to catch Forrest's eye, but he'd gone up to the bar, wasn't looking in her direction. The brunette rose, stood a moment sipping from a martini glass. Then she set it down, put on a dark jacket. She added a smile, kissed her fingertip, flicked it in Shelby's direction, then strolled out. She finished out her set. What else could she do? Then made a beeline for Forrest. She was here. He didn't have to ask who.
Where?
In the back.
Who?
Griff demanded. She left, Shelby continued. Easy 15 minutes ago. She's gone, but she was here.
Who?
Griff demanded again. It's hard to explain. Shelby pasted on a smile, turned and waved when someone called her name. I have to work. Maybe you could fill them in some, Forrest. I couldn't get your attention when I saw her, but I swear she was here.
Who?
Griff demanded for the 3rd time when Shelby walked over to another table.
I'll tell you about it, but I'm going to take a little look around outside. I'll go with you.
When Matt started to rise, Griff shook his head.
Keep the table. We'll be back.
What's all this? Viola leaned over.
Nothing to worry about. I'll explain when I get back.
Forrest gave her shoulder a rub, then made his way out with Griff.
What the fuck, Forrest? What woman? And why did she put that look in Shelby's eyes? What look? Half scared, half pissed.
Forrest paused at the door.
You read her pretty well. I'm making a study of it. Get used to it. Is that so? That's down to the ground so.
Forrest's eyes narrowed as he nodded.
I have to think about that. Meanwhile, we're looking for a hot brunette about 30, round about 5'6", brown eyes. Why? Because it's looking like she was married to the guy Shelby thought she was married to. What? Fought? What? And she's bad business. So was the asshole Shelby likely wasn't married to after all. A lot worse than I figured, and I figured bad enough. Was Shelby married or not? It's hard to say. How can it be hard to say?
Frustrated and temper building under it, Griff threw up his hands.
It's yes or no.
Forrest scanned the street, the cars parked along the curb, the light traffic passing by.
Why are people from the North always in such a damn hurry? A story takes time to tell properly. I'll do that while we walk around back, see what we see. Have you put your hands on my sister? Not so much, not yet. But I'm going to, so get used to that too. Does she want your hands on her? You should know me well enough by now, damn it, Forrest. They don't go on her unless she wants them on her. I know you well enough by now, Griff, but it's my sister here, so that takes more. And it's my sister who's been fucked over right, left, sideways, so that's more yet.
He told the story as they walked around the side of the building, made their way toward the back and the parking lot.
And you think this woman's telling it straight? She's telling enough of it straight so I know the bastard Shelby was with was a liar and a thief. I'll be doing some looking for something on this millions in jewelry and stamps she claims they stole or conned somebody out of.
His eyes, shadowed in the dim light, scanned the cars.
If they hadn't bust the brunette's table, I could have gotten prints off it, gotten her name, her real one. If she's telling the truth about being married to Foxworth, he was using Shelby all along.
Griff stuffed his hands in his pockets, paced away.
And Callie's going to be fine either way. Shelby will see to that. But I'd like to have a conversation with this woman who's dogging her. Brunette, right? Hot, brown-eyed brunette? That's right. I don't think you're going to have any conversations with her. Better come over here.
Griff took a deep breath as Forrest hurried toward him.
Looks like we found her.
She sat, slumped in the driver's seat of a silver BMW, eyes wide and staring. Blood still seeped from the tiny black hole in her forehead.
Well, shit. Well, shit, Forrest repeated. Don't touch the car. I'm not touching a goddamn thing, he said as Forrest pulled out his phone. I didn't hear a shot.
Forrest took a picture from the side, one from the front. Small caliber, and see how it's burned around the entry wound? Held it right against her. Right up against her forehead, pulled the trigger. Somebody might have heard a pop, but it wouldn't be all that loud. I've got to call my boss. Shelby? Like Griff, Forrest looked back toward the bar and grill. Let's just wait on that a little bit. Just wait on it. We need to secure this area. And shit, we're going to have to start talking to people inside the bar and grill. Sheriff? Forrest adjusted his stance, re-angled the phone. Yes, sir. I got a body here in the parking lot of Bootlegger's Bar and Grill. Yes, sir, that sure would be a dead one. He glanced at Griff as he spoke, nearly smiled. I'm certain of that as I'm looking right at her, and the small caliber bullet wound, close contact in her forehead. I got that. On a sigh, Forrest shoved his phone in his pocket. Sure wish I'd finished that beer because it's going to be a long, dry night now. He studied the body another moment, then turned to Griff. I'm deputizing you. What? You're a competent individual, Griff, and you sure keep your head when you find a dead body, as you've just proven. Don't shake easy, do you? It's my first dead body. And you didn't scream like a girl. Laying a bolstering hand on Griff's shoulder, Forrest gave it a friendly pat. Plus, I happen to know you didn't kill her since you were inside with me. Yay. She's still warm, so she hasn't been dead long. I got some things I need in my truck, and I need you to stay here. Right here. I can do that. Because, he thought as Forrest walked off to his truck, what else could he do? He tried to think it through. The woman had been inside, then she'd gone out, gotten in her car. The driver's side window was down. Warm enough night. Had she put it down for the air, or because somebody had walked up to the car? Did a woman alone in a parking lot outside a bar roll down the window for a stranger? Maybe, but it seemed less likely than rolling it down for someone she knew. But
Why's her window down?
he asked Forrest.
From what you told me, she doesn't know anybody around here. She's got to have some basic street smarts, so who'd she roll the window down for?
Deputized 2 minutes and already thinking like a cop. Makes me proud of my own character assessment.
Put these on.
Griff looked at the gloves.
Oh, man. Don't want you to handle anything, probably, but just in case. Use your phone. Take some notes for me. Why? Don't you have backup coming or something? They'll be coming. This woman came at my sister. I want a leg up. Get the make, model, license plate. Go on and get a picture of the plate. She's got a high-end rental here. We'll find out where she got it.
He shone his light in the car.
Purse is still in here, sitting on the passenger seat. Closed. Keys in the ignition. Engine off.
She'd have had to turn the key to get the window down.
Strange town, she'd have locked the car up, right? Son, if you ever give up carpentry and such, I'd take you on.
Forrest opened the passenger door, crouched, opened the purse.
She's got herself a pretty little baby Glock here.
Now Griff leaned over Forrest's shoulder.
She had a gun in her purse? It's Tennessee, Griff. Half the women in that bar are carrying. Loaded, clean. I'd say it hasn't been fired recently. Got a Florida driver's license under the name Madeline Elizabeth Proctor, and that's not the name she gave Shelby. Miami address. Got her DOB as 82285. Got some lipstick, looks pretty new. Got herself a folding combat knife. Jesus. Nice one, too. Black Hawk. Visa and American Express cards, same name. We got $232 in cash and a key card for a room at the lodge at Buckberry Creek in Gatlinburg. Fancy.
Didn't want to get rousted. When Forrest glanced over, Griff shrugged.
She had to know Shelby had a cop for her brother. Go at Shelby, she's going to have a cop rousting her. Plus plenty of family circling the wagons. So she doesn't stay at the local hotel, which is pretty fancy too. She puts some distance between herself and the ridge, gives Shelby a phony name. See why I deputized you? So, what do you figure happened here? Seriously? Dead woman in the car, Griff.
Curious, Forrest straightened up, rolled his shoulders.
It's pretty serious, all in all. Well, I'd guess she came tonight to mess with Shelby's head. Keep herself right in the front of Shelby's mind. Once Shelby spotted her, she could go. She came out, got in her car, most likely to drive back to Gatlinburg. Somebody came over to the car, to the driver's side. I'm leaning towards she recognized whoever it was and felt easy enough to lower the window instead of driving off or getting her own gun. After she rolled down the window,
Griff mimed putting a gun to his forehead, made it trigger with his thumb.
That's my way of thinking, too. If I didn't know my mama would call you instead of me when the porches need scraping and painting, I'd talk you into joining the sheriff's department. Not on a bet. I don't like guns. You'd get over it.
He looked over as a cruiser pulled in.
Shit. Should have known he'd send Barrow first off. Guy's affable enough, but slow as a lame turtle. Go on back in, Griff. Round up Derek and fill him in. You want me to fill Derek in? Save some time. He's a competent individual himself, and he's been working the bar most of the night. Could be he saw somebody who didn't strike him quite right. Whoever did this is long gone. Yeah, for right now, anyway. You're a lot quicker than Barrow, Griff. Of course, that doesn't take much. What we got here, Forrest? Hey, Griff, how's it going? Sheriff said, holy shit fire,
Barrow said when he saw the body.
Is she dead? I'd say that's affirmative, Woody.
Forrest rolled his eyes at Griff. Griff went inside to find Derek and fill him in. 14. Shelby sat in the tiny office holding the Coke Tansy had pushed on her with both hands. She didn't think she could actually swallow. O.C. Hardigan had been sheriff for as long as she could remember. He'd always scared her a little, but she figured that was the badge more than the man. Not that she'd ever been in any trouble, any real trouble. He'd gone full gray since she'd left the ridge, so his buzz cut looked like a shorn-off Brillo pad. His square-jawed face was fleshier than it had been, and he carried a more generous paunch. He smelled of peppermint over tobacco. She knew he was being gentle with her and appreciated it. He'd said Forrest had given him a full report on her encounter with the victim. He called the woman the victim, but had Shelby go through it all again.
And you'd never seen her, been contacted by her, talked to her before this morning?
No, sir.
And you're the man you knew as Richard Foxworth. He never mentioned anyone named Natalie Sinclair or Madeline Proctor?
No, sir. Not that I remember.
And this private investigator, this Ted Privet, he never said her name to you?
No, Sheriff. I'm sure of that.
How about this Mickey O'Hara she talked about?
I never heard about him before either. Not until she talked about him.
All righty then. What time was it, would you say, when you saw her tonight?
I think it had to be about 10:30, maybe 10:25. I was more than halfway through the third set, and I started right about 10. She was all the way in the back, the far right corner. She held her hand up to demonstrate. My right, that is. I didn't see her before that, but the light's dim back there. She made herself take a drink. After I saw her, she got up. Not in a hurry. It was like, all right, now you've seen me, now I made my point and I can go. She had a martini glass, but I don't know who was working that table. It had to be at least 15 more minutes before I finished the set and could tail Forrest. Might have been a few minutes more, but no more than 20. I had 4 songs left after the one I was doing when I saw her. And the talk between songs, well, I keep that short, so 15 minutes, likely no more than 17.
Did you see anyone follow her out?
I didn't, but I was looking for Forrest once she got up and started out. I wasn't watching the door.
I bet you saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd tonight.
I did. It was so nice to see everyone. She thought of Arlo. Mostly.
A lot of unfamiliar ones, too.
Tansy did a lot of marketing. She had flyers all over. I heard we had a lot of people in tonight who were staying at the hotel and the lodge and so on, even campers who came in tonight. Something new, you know?
Wish I could have been here myself. We're going to make a point of it, the wife and me, next time. Now, did anybody strike you, Shelby? Somebody who just didn't look right?
I didn't notice. Arlo Cattery was here with the 2 he always hung around with, but they left at the start of the second set.
Arlo's mostly for Shady's or one of the roadhouses.
He didn't do anything but sit, have a few beers, then go on. I'm just thinking of him because he never looked right to me.
Never has been.
I guess for most of it I was pulling on the familiar faces more, and the couples. A lot of the songs I did tonight, well, they're romantic, so I played to that. It couldn't have been anybody from the Ridge, Sheriff. Nobody even knew her. He patted her hand.
Don't you worry now, we'll figure it out. If you think of anything else, anything at all, you tell me about it. Or you tell Forrest, if that's easier for you.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think about any of it. Out in the restaurant, Griff had done about all he could. He'd helped organize people so the deputies could take statements, or just names. He'd helped Derek serve out coffee, soft drinks, water, as another deputy interviewed the staff in the kitchen. He'd gone out once for air, had seen the police lights around the BMW, and timed it, inadvertently, so that he watched them loading the bagged body into the coroner's wagon.
An experience, he decided, he'd be happy never to repeat. The second time he made rounds with coffee, Forrest pulled him aside. "Shelby's going to be out in a minute or so. I need to keep my hands in this thing here. I'm trusting you with my sister, Griff, because I can. I'll look out for her. I know you will. She pushed Emma Kate to go home, and that's likely for the best. She'll get out of here quicker without another female to stroke her and ask for details. Get her home. You can count on it. I know I can. Coroner'll know for certain once he digs the bullet out of her, but eyeballing, he figures at 25. Do you know who she is yet? Real name?" Distracted, Forrest shook his head. "We've got her prints now. I'll be running them myself tonight. There's Shelby now. Give me a second with her, then get her out. She argues, carry her out. If I do, don't shoot me. Not this time." Forrest walked over, took Shelby by the shoulders as he studied her face, then just drew her in, held her. Whatever he said had her shaking her head again and again as she burrowed into him. Then she sagged a little, shrugged. When Forrest let her go, she started toward Griff. He met her halfway. "Forrest says you need to drive me home. I'm sorry he's being so fussy." "Whatever Forrest says, I'm driving you home. Men aren't fussy. That's a girly word. We're logical and protective." "Sounds fussy to me, but thank you. Let's go. I should find Tansy first, or Derek, or—" "They're busy." He didn't go as far as carrying her, but he took her hand, pulled her firmly away from the building and the hard lights. "We'll take your van." "How are you going to get home if—" "Don't worry about it. You'll need the van. I'll drive." He held out his hand for the keys. "All right. My brain's too rattled to argue. Nobody knew her around here. People around here don't just walk up to a strange woman and shoot her in the head, for God's sake." "Which should tell you whoever did isn't from around here." She looked up at him with considerable relief. "That's what I said to the sheriff." "She brought trouble with her, Shelby. That's how it reads to me." "It has to be that O'Hara person." The one, Shelby remembered, the brunette had warned her about. She said he was in prison, but she lied about her own name, so who knows what else she lied about. If it was him, and if she was telling the truth about Richard, about all those millions, it's not safe to be around me. A lot of ifs there. I'll add some. He shot her a glance, sorrier than he could say that the sparkle she'd emitted when she sang had dulled. If this O'Hara's around and did this, and if he thinks maybe you know something about those millions, it would be pretty stupid to hurt you. He waited until she got in the van, then settled behind the wheel. And if he's such a badass, why didn't she drive away? Get the gun in her purse. Why just sit there? I don't know. She let her head drop back on the seat. I thought things couldn't get crazier. After Richard died and the roof caved in, I thought, this is as bad as it can get. Then it got worse. Then I thought, all right, now that's as bad as it gets and we'll work our way through it. Then she came here and it's worse again. And now this. You've had a streak of bad luck. I guess you could put it that way. Luck changes. Yours already has. At an easy speed, he followed the wind of the road. You sold the house. You're carving away the debt. You packed the house tonight and had them in the palm of your hand. You think so? I was in the house, he said. And you've got a date with me coming. I'm a damn good catch. She didn't think she had a smile in her, but he found it for her. Are you? Damn right. Just ask my mother. Hell, ask yours. You don't lack in the confidence department, do you, Griffin? I know who I am, he told her as he pulled up at her house. How the hell are you getting home? She pushed fingers against that headache spot between her eyes. I didn't even think. You can take the van, and I could get Daddy to drive me over and pick it up in the morning. Don't worry about it. He got out, came around. She'd opened the door before he got to it, but he took her hand when she got out.
You don't have to walk me to the door.
It's just one of the many things that make me such a good catch.
The door opened as they came up the walk. Oh, baby girl! I'm all right, Mama. Of course you are. Come on in here, Griffin. Ada Mae scooped Shelby up in a hug. Your Granny and Grandpa came by, told us everything. Forrest, is he still over there? Yeah, he's still there. Good. Don't you worry about Callie. I checked on her 5 minutes ago and she's sound asleep. Why don't I make you something to eat? I couldn't, Mama.
Let me look at the girl.
Clayton stepped up, tipped up Shelby's face.
You're pale and you're tired.
I guess I am.
If you can't sleep, I'll give you a little something, but you give it a try first.
I will. I guess I'll go on up. Daddy, Griff left his truck back at the bar and grill so he could bring me home. Thank you, Griff. She turned, touched her lips to his cheek. I'm going to see you settled and tucked in. Ada Mae put an arm around Shelby's waist. Thank you, Griff, for seeing to my baby girl. You're a good boy.
But am I a good catch?
At Shelby's tired laugh, Ada Mae gave a puzzled smile. Best in the whole pool. Come on now, my baby. Clayton waited until they were up the stairs.
You got time for a beer and some details, Griff? If you'd make that a Coke or ginger ale, I've got time. I plan to bunk on your couch there anyway. I can get you back to your truck. I'd feel better bunking right here tonight. I don't think there's going to be any trouble, but I'd feel better right here. All right, then. We'll have a Coke and a talk. Then I'll get you a pillow and a blanket.
An hour later, Griff stretched out on the couch. A pretty comfortable couch. God knew he'd slept on a lot worse. He stared up at the ceiling a while, thinking of Shelby, letting some of the songs she'd sung that night replay in his head. At some point, he'd let the whole business play around, like the songs, in his head. It's how he solved most problems. Let all the pieces roll around, try fitting some together, taking them apart again until a picture formed. Right now, the only clear picture was Shelby. She was in plenty of trouble, no doubt about it. Maybe he couldn't resist a damsel in distress. Not that he'd use that term out loud. Besides, if a woman liked the term, if she was the sort who just wanted to sit around doing nothing while he rescued her, well, she'd bore the crap out of him in short order. And that would be right before she irritated him so he never wanted to deal with her again. So it probably wasn't the damsel in distress thing, now that he thought about it. Turn that around into a smart, strong woman who just needed some help. Add in the way she looked, the way she sounded, the way she was. He'd be a moron if he didn't want the whole package. He was no moron. He let his eyes close, ordered his mind to go drifting. Drifting, he dropped, slept light and restless until, on the edge of dreams, he heard something that brought him to full alert again. An old house settling? He asked himself as he strained to hear. No. That was creaking boards and footsteps. He slid off the couch, moved quietly in the direction of the sound, and, braced to attack, slapped on the lights. Shelby clamped a hand over her own mouth to muffle the scream. Sorry, Jesus, sorry, Griff began. She waved her free hand, shook her head, then leaned back against the wall. Slowly, she dropped her other hand. Well, what's another 10 years? What are you doing here? I'm bunking on the living room couch. Oh. Now she dragged her fingers through her hair in a way that made all those wild curls go just a bit madder and tightened every muscle in his body. I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep, so I came down to make some tea or something. Okay. Do you want some tea or something? On a thoughtful frown, she cocked her head. Do you want some scrambled eggs? Oh, yeah. He followed her back to the kitchen. She wore cotton pajama bottoms, bright blue with yellow flowers all over them, and a yellow t-shirt. He could have lapped her up like ice cream. She put the kettle on, got out a skillet. "I can't turn my mind off," she began. "But if I asked Daddy for a sleeping pill, Moma'd start fussing again."
They love you a lot.
"I'm lucky they do." She put a pat of butter in the skillet, let it melt while she beat some eggs. "I thought when the woman told me all those things this morning, the client of that detective was probably the person they all stole from."
It's a good guess.
Now I wonder, was this woman the client? Did he find me, follow me here, all of that for her? She said no when I asked her, but she was a liar. So maybe she had him follow me so she could come and push me for something I don't know.
That's another good guess. But if you're wondering, did he kill her? Why would he?
I can't come up with something for that, except maybe she double-crossed him somewhere. He talked about finder's fees on this theft I didn't believe with Forrest. I didn't believe Richard had stolen all that.
I know what you meant.
I believe it now, and I think she and Richard were good at that sort of thing. Stealing and double-crossing. Or maybe they were lovers, the woman and the detective, and she betrayed him.
I don't think so.
Frowning again, she popped some bread in the toaster. Why not?
I think if you add in love or sex, or both, it's murder. It's more personal. You've got to fight first, right?
She considered that. I guess I would.
Most would, Griff decided. You've got to want to tell the other person what they did to you. You want, I'd think, some physical contact. This struck me as pretty damn cold.
You really found her?
Forrest was looking left, I was looking right. That's all.
You stayed so calm. At least it seems you did. You looked calm when you came back in. I couldn't tell anything was wrong by the way you looked. I think most people would have panicked.
I try to avoid panic because it leads to chaos, which leads to accidents. You get hurt that way. That happened to me when I was 17, climbing back out of Annie Roebuck's bedroom window.
Climbing out? His smile was quick and crooked.
Climbing in was a breeze.
Was she expecting you?
Oh, yeah. She was the focus of my hormonal obsession for 6.5 crazed and blissful months, and I was hers. We went at it like rabbits on crack, and the fact that her parents were asleep right across the hall only enhanced the insanity. Until the night we were lying there momentarily in our post-coital coma, and she reached over for her bottle of water, knocked over the lamp. It crashed like a bomb.
Uh-oh.
Fucking-oh, he concurred. We hear her father call her name. I'm scrambling up, trying to get into my pants. My heart's a jackhammer. I'm sweating bullets. Yeah, you laugh, he said when she did. At the time, it was a nightmare of Elm Street proportions. Annie's calling back, telling him she's all right, just knocked something over, and hissing at me to get out, get out, get out. She can't remember if she locked the door. So I'm out the window, half-dressed, panicked, and I lose my footing. Another uh-oh, and a big ouch with it. I fell mostly in the azaleas, but still managed to break my wrist. I see the pain, like this bright white light as I'm tearing ass for cover. If I hadn't panicked, I'd have climbed on down as smooth as I had every other time and wouldn't have had to fake falling on my way to the John once I got home so my father could take me to the ER and have my wrist set.
She set a plate of eggs with a side of toast in front of him and had to quell the oddest urge to just wrap around him and snuggle, as she did with Callie. I really hope you didn't make all that up just to take my mind off things.
I didn't have to, but I'd hoped it would take your mind off things.
What became of Annie?
She became a newscaster. Worked local for a while in Baltimore. She's in New York now. We email now and again. She got married a couple summers back. Nice guy.
He sampled the eggs.
Good eggs.
Scrambled eggs always taste best at 3 a.m. Was she your first, Annie?
Well,
No, don't answer that. I'll put you on the spot. My first was when I was just shy of 17. It was his first, too.
July Parker.
July?
Born on the 1st of the month. He was a sweet boy, and we fumbled our way through it. With the smile, her eyes went a little blurry as she looked back. It was sweet, like July in its way, but it didn't tempt me to repeat it all again, not till the summer before college. That wasn't so much better, and he wasn't so sweet as July. I decided to concentrate on my singing, the band, college. Then Richard just bowled me over. And that was that.
What happened to July?
He's a park ranger. Lives in Pigeon Forge now. Mama tells me bits and pieces. He's not married yet, but he's with a nice girl. I expect you're considering having sex with me at some point. He didn't lose his balance on the segue.
It's more planning on it.
Well, now you have the outline of my experience in that area. Fumbling, sweetly, disappointment, and Richard. And with Richard, none of it was real. None of it was true.
It's no problem, Red. I'll show you the ropes.
She laughed. You do swagger.
Sorry?
You're a swaggering man, Griffin, walking and talking. She finished her eggs, took her plate to the sink to rinse. If I ever work my way up to your plan, I can't promise it'll be good or there'll be any post-coital comas, but it'll be true. That counts for something. Night.
Good night.
And he sat a long while in the quiet kitchen, wishing Richard Foxworth hadn't gone out in that boat. Wishing he'd at least lived through the squall so they'd have a chance to face each other. So he could kick the bastard's ass.
Her legal name was Melinda Warren.
Forrest stood in what had once been his bedroom and watched Griff sand the seams on drywall.
Age 31, born Springbrook, Illinois. Did time for fraud, so that much was true. And that was her first real stint, though she did some time in juvie once upon a time. Got pulled in here and there on suspicion. Theft, fraud, forgery. Nothing stuck until this last one. And married, sure enough, to one Jake Brimley in Las Vegas about 7 years back. No divorce on record. And you're sure Jake Brimley was Richard Foxworth? Working on that. The coroner was right about the slug, .25 caliber, contact shot. Something like that. It'd rattle around in her skull like a marble in a pan.
Nice. Still sanding, Griff glanced around.
Why are you telling me all this? Well, you found her, so I'm respecting your vested interest. You're a funny guy, Pomeroy. I've got knees being slapped all over the county. Other than respecting your vested interest, I came by here to tell Shelby, but she and everybody else is someplace else. You're the only one here. I am now, Griff confirmed. Matt's out getting supplies for what we'll be doing here Monday. Plus, I'm better at drywall work than he is. He's not very patient at it. And you are.
Griff adjusted the Baltimore Orioles fielder's cap he wore to help keep the dust out of his eyes.
It just takes time, and sooner or later it's smooth as glass. Shelby's at the salon, he added. Your mother took Callie to the flower place to buy some plants for something she's calling a fairy garden. Her friend Susanna's coming by with Chelsea later so the girls can dig in the dirt. Your father's at the clinic.
Forrest took a slug from the bottle of Mountain Dew he carried.
You're well informed about my family, Griffin. I slept on the couch downstairs last night.
Forrest nodded.
Another reason I'm telling you all this. If I'm not looking out for my family, I know you are. It's appreciated.
They matter. Griff ran his fingers down the seam and, satisfied, moved to the next.
I had time this morning to speak to Clay about all this and other things. We're wondering, as brothers might, if you're just looking to bang our sister. Jesus, Forrest.
And Griff beat his head lightly against the wall.
It's a reasonable question. Not when I'm standing here with a sanding block and you've got a gun. I won't shoot you. This time.
Griff glanced back, measured his friend's easy smile.
Comforting. I'm looking to spend some time with your sister and see what happens next. My impression is the dead fake husband messed her mind up pretty good in the area you're concerned about. I'm not surprised to hear it. I'm going to get back to work. What about the other guy? This O'Hara?
Forrest smiled again.
And there's the final reason I'm telling you all this. You keep up. Name's not O'Hara. James Jimmy Harlow. He went down with the brunette, a harder knock. According to the tune she sang at the time, they'd been working a con on a rich widow named of Lydia Red Montville. Big, real big money there on her own side and her dead husband's. Foxworth, we'll just stick with that for now, romanced her. He had bona fides, said he was a wealthy entrepreneur with interests in art and import-export.
He took another swig from his bottle, gestured with it.
The brunette posed as his assistant, Harlow as his security. They worked the mark for 2 months or so, defrauded her out of close to $1 million. But they wanted more. She was known for her jewelry, and her late husband for his stamp collection. Had a vault full of both of them. According to the brunette, this was going to be their big score, retirement time. Isn't that always the way? Widow's son started asking too many questions on the deals Foxworth aimed her toward, so they decided to get it done, get out. Things went wrong. Things always do on the last score, right? You're jinxing it right off the jump. Seems like it. The widow was supposed to be away for a few days at a spa thing, which turned out to be she was having a little tune-up, plastic surgery, because she had a younger lover and didn't want to tell him she was getting nipped and tucked. It plays true. So they're in her big house getting into the vault, going to clean her out and book it. The son brings her home where she plans to sit out the bruises, I expect, and they're red-handed in the cookie jar. Some cookies. It appears either Foxworth or Harlow shoots the son. The brunette comes out of the bedroom, knocks the widow out. She claims to keep Harlow from shooting her too, though he claims it was Foxworth doing the shooting. Rats ratting on rats. Duplicity, Griff decided. It's a suitable word of the day. That's a fine one. What happened next? What happened next is, and both Warren and Harlow agree on this end of it, Foxworth grabs the bag they'd put the jewelry and stamps in, and they scat, leaving the son and widow a bloody mess. Panic.
Meticulously, Griff tested the next seam.
It's a gateway to accidents. The widow comes to, calls an ambulance for the son. It was touch and go there, but he pulled through. Neither of them can say for sure who fired the weapon. It all happened fast, and the son was in a coma for near to 3 weeks and never did get anything but spotty memory back of the whole event. What about the bad guys? They split up, with plans to meet at a motel on the way to the Keys, where there's supposed to be a private plane waiting to take them to St. Kitts. I always wanted to go there. I take it not all the bad guys made it to the tropics. No, they didn't. The brunette and Harlow show up at the motel. Foxworth didn't. But the cops did. Because Foxworth tipped them off. Now you're stepping on my finish. They sure did get an anonymous call from a drop phone, and it's smart money to bet it was Foxworth.
Griff snagged the Mountain Dew from Forrest, took a long gulp before handing it back.
Honor among thieves is bullshit. The shittiest bull in the field. To top it, Harlow had a diamond ring in his pocket worth about $100,000. Pretty clear Foxworth planted it on him just to sweeten the duplicity. Nice use of the word. I've got some skills. He'd done time before, Harlow, but nothing violent. He swears he didn't shoot anybody and that the brunette had a clear eyeline on who did, but she made the deal first and they stuck with it. She got 4 years, he got 25, and Foxworth walked away with millions. That'd piss you off, wouldn't it just? But if Harlow's doing 25 years, should be, but he's out.
Slowly, Griff lowered the sanding block.
How the hell did that happen? The prison authorities in the state of Florida wonder the same. He escaped right before Christmas. Happy fucking holidays.
Rolling it around, Griff took off his cap, shook off the dust, settled it on again.
He's got to be the prime suspect on this murder. Why didn't you tell me straight off? I wanted to see if you'd get around to asking. I already sent his mugshot to your phone, though all three of them had a hand with disguises. He's a big guy, formidable. Like Big Bud?
Tickled, Forrest laughed.
No, I said big, not massive. You take a look at the picture I sent, and if you see anybody who puts you in mind of it, stay clear and call me. You got that? Forrest, you said he never got busted for violent crimes, but the brunette told Shelby different, that he was violent. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Keep an eye on my sister, Griff. Both of them.
Forrest started out.
It's tedious work you're doing there.
Griff shrugged.
It's just work,
he said, and went back to sanding. 15. Shelby stood by the counter in Emma Kate's trim little kitchen and watched her friend slide a lasagna casserole into the oven. She didn't have long, but wanted to squeeze through the small window of time to see Emma Kate in her apartment.
I'm going to get laid good and proper tonight.
With a wicked grin, Emma Kate set the timer on the oven.
Spinach lasagna is Matt's favorite, and I picked up a nice wine on the way home from the clinic. Anything with spinach might not be my idea of a romantic dinner for two, but it sure is his. I'll reap the benefits.
It's nice what you have with him. I can see how well you fit together, and I really like your place here.
I do too.
Turning from the stove, she could see through the doorway. Matt had taken off the door and stored it to the old butcher block table he'd refinished, and where they'd have their romantic spinach lasagna.
Of course, when Matt and Griff sit around, it's how they'd take out this wall here or do such and that with the backsplash. I guess one of these days I'm going to let Matt have his way with building a place from the ground up. He talks about it a lot.
Do you want that?
He's gone native on me, Shelby. Wants a tucked-away place in the hills, in the woods like Griff has. I guess I can see it too. Quiet and hours. Maybe I'll learn to garden. But for right now, it's sure easy to step out the door, walk a few minutes, and be at the clinic.
Oh, but wouldn't it be fun to build a house from scratch? Deciding just where you want this room or that room, where the windows would go and what kind?
The three of you could have endless conversations on that, Emma Kate decided. I start getting nervous once it goes beyond what color paint for the walls. In an apartment like this, everything's pretty well set. Do you want to sample the wine?
Better not. I can't stay long. I just wanted to see you in your apartment. Pretty well set or not, it's really you, Emma Kate. Bright and fun, she said, as she wandered out of the kitchen to the living room with its deep-cushioned red sofa, crazy patterned pillows tossed over it. The framed posters of big, bold flowers added more color, more charm.
Some of it's Matt. That jade plant's from a cutting he got from his grandmother. He babies it like his firstborn. It's kinda sweet.
She gave Shelby a rub on the arm.
I was giving you some time, but I'm starting to see you don't want to talk about last night. Or any of it.
Not really. But I should tell you her name wasn't Natalie or Madeline. She was Melinda Warren. And the man she said I should be afraid of if he found me is James Harlow.
This is the end of disc number 6. Please insert disc number 7. This is disc number 7.
I was giving you some time, but I'm starting to see you don't want to talk about last night. Or any of it.
Not really. But I should tell you her name wasn't Natalie or Madeline. She was Melinda Warren.
And the man she said I should be afraid of if he found me is James Harlow. He escaped from prison, Emma Kate, right around Christmas. She took out her phone. Here's the picture of him Forrest sent me, so you should be careful if you see him. Forrest said he's probably changed his hair, maybe looks some different. He's 6'3" and weighs in at 220, so he can't change much of that.
I'll keep my eye out. This is a mugshot, isn't it?
I think it is. Taking another look, Emma Kate shook her head.
Wouldn't you think he'd look threatening or hard or mean in a mugshot? What he looks is sort of affable. Like some guy who played football in high school and now he teaches social studies and coaches.
I think being able to look affable is how they all manage to swindle and steal.
I guess you're right. And they think he killed her?
Who else? Shelby had asked herself just that. Who else? 12 times or more. And never came up with a single alternative. I guess they're talking to everybody who was there last night and asking around town. Forrest said they're trying to get in touch with the detective who talked to me, but they haven't gotten a hold of him yet.
It's the weekend.
I suppose. She, this Melinda Warren, was telling the truth about being married.
To Richard?
This time, Emma Kate laid a hand on Shelby's arm, left it there. It's most likely. They have to go through some paperwork and background and all to be certain the man she married was the same man I thought I married. But, hell, Emma Kate, it's not most likely, it just is.
Shelby, I'm sorry if you are.
This, too, Shelby had asked herself 12 times. Was she hurt? Was she sad? Was she angry? The answer had been a little bit of all, but more of simple relief. I'm glad of it. Comforted, she laid her hand over Emma Kate's. As awful as that is, I'm glad of it.
I don't think it's awful. Smart and sensible, that's what it is.
And turning her hand, she linked her fingers with Shelby's.
I'm glad of it, too.
He thought I was stupid, but what I was pliable. After giving Emma Kate's hand a squeeze, Shelby dropped her own to wander around the small, bright space. It's infuriating to look back at it now. And you know I use the word sparingly, but it suits what's in me over this. It's fucking galling, Emma Kate.
I bet it is.
At the time, I thought it was the right thing, the thing to keep my family together. But we weren't a family. I thought once I swallowed hard on it, that was done now. It's not done. Not until they find this Harlow person. I don't know if they'll ever find that woman's jewelry and her stamps. I can't think what Richard might have done with them.
That's not your problem, Shelby.
I think it is. She walked to a window, looked out at Emma Kate's view of the ridge. The long, steep curve of road with buildings ticking their way down it as they hugged the sidewalk. Flowers in barrels and pots, heading towards summer flowers in hot reds and bold blues replacing the pastels of spring. Hikers with their backpacks, she noted, and some locals warming the benches outside her grandmother's salon, the barber shop. She could just see the well, just a corner of it, and the young family who stood reading its plaque. A couple of young boys made her smile as they raced after a spotted dog who'd snapped his leash and was running, tongue out, hell for leather. It was a good view of what was what in the ridge. For a minute or so more, she had to take herself beyond that curving street with its hills and shops and flowers. Take it back into what still clouded over it. If the police could find all that, or what Richard did with it, or most of it, I wouldn't have to worry or wonder. Then it would be good and done.
What does worry and wonder get you?
Not a damn thing. She turned back, smiled at the practicality that steadied her. So I'm not thinking about it every minute of the day. Maybe if I don't think about it, something'll pop into my head.
That happens for me when I vacuum.
I hate running the vacuum.
You always did.
Always did, so my mind wanders around. Things do pop in. I'm hoping. Now I've got to get home. Mama had Callie and her friend plant a fairy garden, and I want to see it.
Remember when Mama had us plant one?
I do. Every spring, even when we were teenagers. I'll have to try my hand at it if we ever build that from-the-ground-up house.
You could do a miniature windowsill fairy garden right there, using your big front window.
Now, see? I'd never have thought of that. Now you did, and I'm going to end up buying little pots and plants. Wouldn't that look sweet?
Guaranteed.
I could... Hold on.
Emma Kate picked up her phone when it signaled.
Matt's texting me he'll be home in about a half hour, which means closer to an hour as he must be finishing up helping Griff on the house. Then they'll have to talk about it a while. Ruminate.
Ruminating can take some time. I've got a date with Griff Tuesday. Emma Kate's eyebrows winged up.
Is that so? And you don't mention it until you're heading out the door?
I'm not sure what to think about it yet, but I want to see his house. I always wanted to see what someone with some vision could do with that place. Those eyebrows stayed raised.
And seeing the house is your sole purpose of this date?
It's a factor. Honestly, truly, I don't know what I'm going to do about what's moving along between us.
Here's a thought.
Lips bowing up some, Emma Kate lifted the index finger of both hands.
Why not try something I don't think you've put up front for the last few years? What do you want to do?
When you put it like that? Shelby's laugh was quick and easy. Part of me, maybe the most part of me, just wants to jump him. And the realistic part is saying, slow down, girl.
Which one's going to win?
I just don't know. He sure wasn't on my list, and I've still got a lot to tick off there.
I'm calling you Wednesday morning to see if you ticked off sex with Griff.
Now Shelby raised her eyebrows, shot out a finger.
That's not on the list. Add it on,
Emma Kate suggested. Maybe she would, for some point down the road. But for now, she was spending the rest of the weekend with her daughter. By Monday, there was still no word on Jimmy Harlow. No sign anyone matching his description had been around the ridge, or asked about the brunette at her hotel in Gatlinburg. Shelby decided to be optimistic, decided it was best to think he'd done what he'd come to do, had exacted his revenge on Melinda Warren, and moved on. She parked outside the salon with time to spare, so walked down to the bar and grill. Optimism was her choice. It didn't have to be everyone's. Tansy answered her knock.
Shelby!
Tansy immediately enfolded her in a hug.
I've been thinking about you all weekend.
I'm so sorry about all this, Tansy.
Everyone's sorry about it. Come on in and sit down.
I have to get to work, but I wanted to see you first and tell you I understand if you and Derek want to cancel Friday nights.
Why would we do that?
It wasn't the sort of encore any of us had hoped for on our debut.
It didn't have anything to do with us, with you, with the bar and grill. Derek talked to the sheriff personally just yesterday. They're looking at it as a vengeance killing, old business that came here with her.
I'm part of that old business.
Not to my way of thinking. It's...
On a whoosh sound, she levered onto a stool.
I still get a little queasy and lightheaded in the morning.
And here I am hammering at you. Let me get you a cool cloth.
I do better with a ginger ale.
Quickly, Shelby went behind the bar, poured ginger ale over a lot of crushed ice. Sip it slow, she ordered, then got a clean bar rag, soaked it with cold water, twisted it until it held cool without dripping. When she came back around, lifted Tansy's hair and laid the cloth on the back of her neck, Tansy made a long, long ah.
That really does feel better.
Worked for me when I was carrying Callie.
It comes on most mornings, but usually passes before long. Every once in a while it hangs on, comes back a time or two. Just the icks, you know?
I do. It doesn't seem right something so wonderful should make a woman feel sick, but the prize at the end of it's worth it.
I tell myself that every morning when I'm hanging over the toilet.
She sighed again when Shelby turned the cloth over, laid the cooler side against her skin.
It's passing already. I'm going to remember that trick.
Reaching back, she patted Shelby's arm.
Thank you.
Do you want a couple crackers? I can get some from the kitchen.
No, it really is passing. Now you sit down here and take my brand of cool cloth treatment.
After tugging Shelby around, Tansy looked straight into her eyes.
That Warren person? She was an awful woman, and from what I've been told, didn't give a good damn about anybody but herself. She didn't deserve to die for it, but she was an awful woman. Whoever killed her was awful too. You didn't even know those people, Shelby.
I knew Richard, or thought I did. Obviously feeling herself again, Tansy hissed and flicked that away.
And Derek's got a cousin over in Memphis deals drugs for a living. That doesn't make us part of it.
Are you too upset to sing on Friday?
I understand it if you are. We lost a waitress over it.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. Her mama had a cat fit, said she might as well work at Shady's bar as here with people getting shot, as if it happened every week. She was a whiner anyway, she added with a wave of her hand, and Lorna's not sorry to see her go, so neither am I.
I'm not upset about it. Not like that. If you and Derek want me, I'm here. I've already started the playlist.
New flyers out today, then. We set a record on Friday.
You did?
Topped our best night when we had the Rough Riders from Nashville by $53.06. You email me the playlist when you're finished, and I'll make sure the machine's set. And how's your mama and all the rest?
Dealin'. I better get to work before Granny docks my pay. She walked in right on time and went straight to work. She gave the garden patio a sweep, watered the pots, opened the umbrellas so clients could sit in the shade if they chose. Back inside, she folded towels that hadn't been seen to while she listened to the chatter of the first customers. When she stepped out, she saw her grandmother had come in, already had someone in her chair. Crystal gossiped happily with the woman she was shampooing. And Melody Bunker and Jolene Newton sat in the pedicure chairs with their feet in bubbling water. She hadn't run into Jolene at all since she'd been back. Hadn't seen Melody since that day in the Artful Ridge. She wouldn't have minded keeping it that way. But since she hadn't been raised to be rude, she stopped by the chairs on her way to check the front treatment rooms.
Hey, Jolene. How are you doing?
Why, Shelby, I swear.
She set her glossy magazine in her lap, gave her head a toss that had her long, high ponytail bobbing.
You haven't changed one single tiny bit, even after all you've been through.
Are you getting nails today, too?
No, I work here.
Is that right?
Jolene widened her hazel eyes as if this was fresh news.
Oh, now I think I did know that. You told me that, didn't you, Melody, that Shelby was working at Vi's again just like back in high school?
I believe I did. Without looking up, Melody flipped a page in her own magazine.
I see you took my advice, Shelby, and found work you're suited for.
Thank you for that. I forgot how much I enjoy being here. Y'all enjoy your pedicures. She walked to the desk to answer the phone, booked an appointment, then slipped through to check the front rooms. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Melody and Jolene with their heads together, heard Jolene's high-pitched giggle, the same as it was in high school. She ignored it and them, reminding herself she had a lot more important matters to concern her. By the time she swung through the salon again, Maybelline and Lauralee, mother and daughter, were both perched on low stools doing the scrub portion of the pedicures. So they'd gone for the deluxe, Shelby thought, and walked down to make sure the paraffin was turned on warm. She checked the locker rooms, hauled out used robes, ran through the rest of her morning checklist. She had a friendly conversation with a woman from Ohio, one giving herself a day off from a hiking adventure with her fiancé, and offered to take a lunch order as the woman had booked a full day. "You could eat out in the garden if you want. It's such a pretty day." "That would be wonderful. I don't suppose I could get a glass of wine." "I can make that happen," Shelby told her, and produced a couple of menus. "You just let me know what you want, and one of us will go get it for you. About 1:15? You'll be between your aromatherapy wrap and your vitamin glow facial." I feel so pampered. That's what we're here for. I love this place. Honestly, I just booked the day here so I wouldn't have to hike 3 days running. But it's all so terrific and everybody's so nice. Could I get this field green salad with the grilled chicken, the house dressing on the side? And a glass of Chardonnay would just make my day. You just consider it made. "Is the woman out front the owner? Is that your mother? You look just like her." "My grandmother. My mama's doing your facial later." "Your grandmother? You're kidding me." Shelby laughed, delighted. "I'm going to tell her you said that, and you'll have made her day. Now, can I get you anything else?" "Not a thing." The woman burrowed down in one of the chairs. "I'm just going to sit here and relax." "You do that. Sasha will come get you in about 10 minutes for your wrap." She walked back into the salon with a smile on her face, went straight to the desk to place the order for a 1 o'clock pickup. She started to turn to her grandmother when Jolene hailed her. "That's pretty polish," Shelby said, nodding toward the toes Jolene was having painted glossy pink.
It puts me in mind of my mama's peonies. I forgot to say before, and my goodness, haven't you been busy in here? I heard you were singing on Fridays down at the bar and grill. I was sorry I couldn't make it in to hear you. Then I heard about what happened and wasn't sorry I wasn't there on Friday. I think I'd have had a heart attack or something finding out some woman got shot right outside.
She patted a hand to her heart, as if even now it was in danger.
I heard you knew her, too. Is that right?
Shelby gave Melody a glance. "I know you consider Melody a reliable source of information, and that Melody's confident you'll push whatever buttons, turn whatever knobs she tells you to."
Why, Shelby, I was just asking.
"What Melody told you to ask. The answer is no. I can't say I knew her." "Your husband did," Melody said. "But that's right. He wasn't your husband at all, was he?" "Apparently not."
You must feel just awful being deceived like that.
Jolene picked up the theme.
Why, I'd just about die if I lived with a man all those years, had a child with him, and found out he had another wife all along.
"I'm still breathing. I guess I'm not as sensitive as you." She started to step back. "You're not doing anything important," Melody began. "I'd like a glass of sparkling water with ice." "I'll get that for you," Maybelline began, but Melody shot her a hard look. "You're busy painting my toes." "Shelby can get it, can't you, Shelby?" "I can. Would you like something, Jolene?" Jolene had the grace to flush.
"I wouldn't mind some ice water if it's no trouble."
"None at all." She turned, went to the back, into the tiny kitchen. She'd stew about it later, she promised herself, but for now she'd get the damn water. She brought out the glasses, handed one to Jolene.
"Thank you, Shelby."
"You're welcome." When she held out the glass to Melody, Melody knocked it with her hand so water sloshed over the rim. "Now look what you did." "I'll get you a towel." "These capri pants are silk, and now they've got water spots. What are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to get you a towel." "You probably did it on purpose, because I didn't want the likes of you working in my store." "Your grandmother's store, last I heard. And believe me, if I'd done it on purpose, I'd have poured the whole glass in your lap. Do you want that towel, Melody?" "I don't want anything from your kind." Shelby knew the place had gone quiet. Even the whirl of dryers had shut off. Every ear in the place was cocked. So she smiled. Why, Melody, you're just as spiteful and full of self-importance as you were back in high school. It must be a burden carrying all that around inside you. I'm sorry for you. Sorry for me? Sorry for me? Melody flung the magazine away so it landed with a thwack on the floor. You're the one came crawling back to the ridge with her tail between her legs. And what did you bring with you? Her voice pitched louder as temper rose in hot spots on her cheeks. I brought my daughter and not much else. You're awful flushed, Melody. I think you need this water. You don't tell me what I need. I tell you. I'm the customer. You just work here sweeping up. You don't even have the marginal skills to polish nails or use a curling iron. Marginal. Shelby heard Maybelline breathe the word, saw out of the corner of her eye the long-time employee carefully cap the coral enamel with only half of Melody's toes painted. Melody, Jolene began, gnawing her lip at the stony stare on Maybelline's face. But Melody only slapped Jolene's hand aside. You'd better show some respect after where you've come from and what's gone on since you came back here. Whose fault is it some woman got shot right in our town Friday night? I'd say the person who pulled the trigger's at fault on that. It wouldn't have happened here if you weren't here, and everybody knows it. Nobody decent around here wants you around. You're the one who ran off with some criminal. And don't tell me you thought you were married to him. Like as not, you cheated people just like he did, and when he died and left you in a fix, back here you come with your bastard child. Be careful there, Melody, Shelby said, as Jolene let out a shocked hiss. Be real careful there. I'll say what I think, and what most everybody around here thinks, too. I'll say what I like. Not in here, you won't. Viola stepped up, gripped Shelby's arm hard, took the glass of water she still held, and had been about to heave, out of her hand. I've just spared you from a soaking or worse, as I expect Shelby was about to do, what I'd like to do myself, and that's haul you up out of that chair and slap your head clean around, you rude, ugly-minded, pitiful girl. You don't dare speak to me that way. Just who do you think you are? I'm Viola McNee Donahue, and this is my place. I'll speak to you just as you deserve, and the good Lord knows somebody should have spoken to you long before this. I'm going to tell you both, to get your lazy, spiteful asses out of my chairs and out of my place. You get up and you get out, and you don't come back in here. We haven't finished yet, Melody began. You're finished, done and finished altogether. No charge for today. Now get the hell out of my salon. Neither of you are going to walk in that door again. Oh, but Miss Vi, Crystal's doing my hair for my wedding. Tears spurted into Jolene's eyes. I've got the whole day before booked here. Not anymore. Don't worry about it, Jolene. Melody grabbed the magazine forgotten in Jolene's lap, tossed it across the room. You can just pay Crystal to come to you. She couldn't pay me enough, Crystal piped up. Oh, but Crystal! Shame on you, Jolene. Crystal bent down, picked up the magazine. We've come to expect that kind of ugly from Melody, but shame on you. We don't need you, Melody snapped at Crystal as Jolene blubbered. Barely a step up from the trailer trash in the holler. We don't need this place either. I only come in here to be civic-minded and support local businesses. There are plenty of other places to go with more class. You never did learn class, Viola commented as Melody grabbed up her shoes. That's a shame, considering your grandmother. She's going to be awful disappointed in you when I call her and tell her how you behaved in my place, what you said to my own granddaughter, what you said about my great-granddaughter. That takes you back a peg, she added, when some of the angry color faded from Melody's cheeks. You must have forgotten. I've known your grandmother for over 40 years. We've got a lot of respect for each other. Tell her what you want. Oh, I will. Now get your second runner-up's ass out of my salon. Melody sailed out while Jolene scrambled up. Oh, Melody, wait! Oh, Miss Vi! She's your choice of companion, Jolene. Maybe it's time you grew up some. Go on now. Get. She ran sobbing out the door. After one still moment, several people, staff and customers, began to applaud. I swear, Vi. The woman in Viola's chair gave herself a half spin in it. I've always said coming to Vi's is more entertaining than watching the soap operas. Since it was there, Shelby took the water back, downed it. I'm sorry, Granny. I wasn't going to slap her. I was going to haul her out of the chair and punch her right in the face. Nobody talks that way about my baby. Or mine. Viola gave Shelby a one-armed hug. Are you really going to call her grandmother? I won't have to. You better believe she's calling Flo right now, giving her an earful. Flo loves that girl, but she knows her too. I'll be getting a call inside the next half hour. Maybelline, Loralee, you take your usual commission for the petties out of the till. No, ma'am, they said, almost in unison. There's no need for it, Maybelline added. Viola, don't you make me mad and say another word about it. That girl's lucky I didn't stab her with the cuticle scissors. Shelby, she was talking trash about you for the last half hour. I'm not sorry to see the last of her in here. She always shorts my tip. Jolene's not so bad when she comes in on her own, Loralee put in. But together they're downright mean. All right, then. With a glint of pride along with the dregs of temper, she nodded. I'm treating everybody to lunch. Lunch? Shelby checked the time, sighed in relief. I've got to go down to the pizzeteria, get a customer a salad, and sneak out a glass of wine. I can get the rest if you all put an order together. We'll have ourselves a party, Crystal declared. Second runner-up's ass. She hooted out a laugh. Miss Vi, I swear I love you to distraction and back again. Twice. Me too. Shelby pressed her cheek to Viola's. Me too. The murder and Melody's eviction from Viola's competed for the richest juice squeezed from the local grapevine. While it was true there hadn't been a murder in the Ridge for 3 years, coming up on 4, when Barlow Keith shot his brother-in-law and winged 2 bystanders in a dispute over a pool game at Shady's bar, nobody knew the woman currently in a cold drawer at the annex of the funeral parlor that served as the coroner's office. Everybody knew Melody and Viola, so that story took the lead with most. The incident got a fresh boost on Tuesday morning when the word went around that Florence Piedmont had dressed her granddaughter down and ordered her to apologize to both Shelby and Viola. The Ridge waited with bated breath to see if Melody complied. I don't want her apology. Shelby stacked fresh towels at the shampoo stations. She wouldn't mean it, so what's the point? Her offering, meaning it or not, and you accepting it, makes her grandmother feel better. For once, Viola sat in the chair, while Crystal touched up her roots. I guess I can pretend to accept a pretend apology, if it comes. It may take a few days, but it'll come. The girl knows where her bread's buttered the thickest. We're slow in here today. Why don't you let Maybelline give you a nice pedicure? It'd be nice to have pretty toes for your date with Griffin tonight. Crystal and Maybelline, currently the only others in the salon, both slid their gazes toward Shelby. I don't know as he's going to notice my toes one way or the other.
A man who's interested in a woman notices everything at the start of it.
That's the truth,
Crystal agreed.
It's after they've got you a while they wouldn't notice if you grew an extra set of toes and painted them every color in the rainbow, especially if there's a game on the TV and a beer in their hand.
We've got some really pretty spring colors, Maybelline put in. There's blues in the night. It's just about the color of your eyes. I've got 3 manis this morning and only 1 pedi scheduled all day. I'd love to do you one, Shelby.
If there's time, that'd be nice.
Thank you, Maybelline.
What are you going to wear on your date with Griff?
Crystal asked.
I don't know. Really, I'm mostly going over to see his house. I've always loved that old place and wonder what he's doing with it. Since he's fixing you dinner, you should wear something pretty.
Shelby turned to her grandmother.
He's fixing me dinner? How do you know that? Because he dropped by to see me Sunday afternoon and asked casual-like if there was something you especially liked to eat or something you didn't especially like. I thought he'd just pick something up.
Now she didn't know whether to be flattered or nervous.
What's he making? I think that ought to be his surprise. You should wear a pretty dress. Nothing fancy, just pretty. You've got good legs, girl. Good long legs. You got them from me.
And pretty underthings.
Crystal! Maybelline flushed and giggled like a girl.
A woman ought to wear pretty underthings every day anyway, but especially on a date. It's confidence building, I think. And it's always best to be prepared.
If I want to get Jackson heated up, all I have to do is put on a black bra and panties.
Oh, Granny! Undone, Shelby buried her face in her hands. I wasn't able to get him heated up, you wouldn't be here. Seems to me your mama says your daddy favors midnight blue when it comes to lingerie.
I'm going in the back to check on things.
What things? Viola wanted to know.
Anything that doesn't involve my parents and grandparents getting heated up.
She moved fast, but still heard the quick female laughter follow her. She had toenails painted a deep violet blue, and at Callie's insistence wore a dress the color of daffodils. And because she couldn't get it out of her mind, she wore under it a white bra with tiny yellow rosebuds worked into the edging lace and matching panties. Not that anyone was going to see them, but maybe they would build confidence. Once she was dressed, Callie clung to her leg.
I want to go on a date with Griff, too.
Since she'd expected something along those lines, she had a counteroffer ready.
Why don't we take Griff on a date, maybe on Sunday afternoon? We could take him on a picnic. We could make fried chicken and lemonade.
And cupcakes.
Absolutely cupcakes. She hauled Callie up before she walked out of the bedroom. Wouldn't that be fun?
Uh-huh. When's Sunday afternoon?
Just a few days away. Don't you look pretty? Ada Mae exclaimed. Doesn't your mama look pretty, Callie?
Uh-huh. She's going on a date with Griff, and we're going to take him on a date for a picnic on Sunday afternoon.
Why, that sounds like the best time. I don't know if the bubble maker your granddaddy's setting up in the backyard's going to be as much fun as all that.
Bubble maker?
Why don't you go out and see?
I'm going to make bubbles. Bye, Mama.
She kissed Shelby's cheek, wiggled down, and took off like a rocket, calling for her grandfather. I sure appreciate you watching her again, Mama. We love every minute of it. I think your daddy's as excited about Bubbles as she is. You have a good time tonight. You got a condom in your purse? Oh, Mama. Ada Mae just pulled one out of her pants pocket. In case. You put this in your purse and I'll have one less thing to worry about. Mama, I'm just going to see his house and have dinner. Things happen, and a smart woman's prepared when they do. Be a smart woman now, Shelby. Yes, ma'am. I won't be late. You stay as long as you want. With the condom tucked in her purse, Shelby started out. She'd just opened the van door when Forrest pulled up.
Where are you off to in a yellow dress?
I'm just having dinner with Griff.
Where?
She rolled her eyes. At his house because I want to see it, and I'll be late if you're going to give me the 3rd degree.
He'll wait. The sheriff cleared me to let you know. Richard wasn't Jake Brimley either.
Her pulse jumped. She actually felt the leap in her throat. What do you mean?
Jake Brimley, with the Social Security number he used, died at the age of 3 in 2001. Richard created the identification, or paid to have it created.
You mean he used that name, but he wasn't that person?
That's right.
Who was he then? God's sake, how many names can one man have?
I can't say. I don't know,
Forrest corrected.
We're working on it. I'll do what I can to find out, Shelby. I figure you'd want to know one way or the other.
I would. I don't know how I can put it all away until I know. Did you find anything else out about the murder?
As a matter of fact, we had someone come in today. She was in the parking lot, in the back seat of a car with another individual. An individual not her husband. While they were busy doing things that put a layer of steam on the windows, she heard a loud pop. The timing's right for it to be the shot. She surfaced from her activities long enough to notice someone get in a car, drive off just a few seconds later.
God, she saw the killer?
Not really. She thinks male, but she wasn't wearing her glasses at the time, so didn't get a good look. We wouldn't have that much if her conscience hadn't gotten over on her guilt. What we've got is probably male, getting into a dark car, possibly an SUV. No make, model, or license, but she thinks black or dark blue, and shiny. Struck her like a new car, but she can't say for certain.
What about the man she was with? Didn't he see anything?
I didn't say she was with a man. Oh. Which is part of her problem with coming forward. We'll just say the other individual was very busy below window level at the time and didn't see anything.
All right. And Harlow?
Nothing there yet. You be careful driving over there to Griff's, Shelby. Text me when you get there.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Forrest.
If you don't want me calling when you might be busy, text me when you get there. I'm going to see if I can mooch leftovers.
They're out back, she called out as he strolled toward the house. Daddy's got Callie a bubble maker.
Yeah? I believe I'll get me a beer and get in on that. Text me.
16. She stopped at the head of the short lane that led back to the old Triplehorn place, freshened her lip gloss, took a critical look in the visor mirror. All right, no more dark circles, and not all the color in her face came from the little pot of cream blush her grandmother had urged her to sample. Her hair, wind-blown as it was, added a casual touch. Wasn't it best to stay casual, she asked herself, and took a breath. She hadn't been on a date, a real one, and whatever she'd said, this was a bona fide date, since she'd flown off to Vegas with Richard to get married. Or so she'd believed. She'd dated plenty before that, of course, she reminded herself, through high school and into college. But it was all so vague and blurry with the enormity of the in-between, the then and now. And he was fixing her dinner, which made it a sort of serious date, didn't it? She made herself think through the enormity, back to the blur. She couldn't think of a single time a man had fixed her dinner. Maybe it didn't make it serious. Maybe once you got past the high school and college years, it was just something people, adult people, did now and then. And she was making far too much of it either way. She made the turn, bumped her way down the narrow drive, obviously something he hadn't bothered to fix yet, then just stopped the car again and looked. She'd always loved the charm of the old place, the way it tucked into the green, spread a bit toward a sheltered stream. She only found it more charming now. He'd cleaned up the exterior, and what a difference. She thought he'd likely power-washed the old stone. Repointed it, too, so it stood in various shades of brown and gold on its roll of a rise among the trees. And he put in spanking new windows, added a set of doors in place of the broken windows on what she assumed must be the master bedroom due to the addition of a covered porch with bronze-colored iron rails. He'd left most of the wonderful old trees, the maples and oaks, their green deepening toward that deep summer shade, and put in a couple of dogwoods, bloomed off now and still tenderly green. Clearing out the scrub and weeds along the foundation had to have been hard, sweaty, even miserable work. Whatever time he'd put in had paid off, as young azaleas and rhododendrons swept color at the stone's skirts, while older ones, wild ones, splashed more back in the green shadows. He was doing some sort of terracing on the far side, following the rise of the land with partially finished stone walls that mimicked the tones of the house. She imagined it finished and filled with native shrubs and flowers. Too charmed to be nervous now, she left her van beside his truck, gathered the potted mountain laurel she'd picked up as a host gift, and walked to the wide front porch. She admired the set of Adirondack chairs painted deep forest green, the rough wood table, a stump he must have planed down and sealed between them. Even as she raised a hand to knock, he opened the door.
Heard you drive up.
I'm already in love with the place. It must have taken you a lot of sweaty days to reclaim the land around the house. All that old scrub and the briars.
Sort of hated to kill the briars. They added a little sleeping beauty to the place. You look great.
He looked pretty great himself, freshly shaven from the looks of it, with a shirt of softly faded blue rolled up to his elbows. He took her hand to draw her in. I'm glad to see you're not averse to plants, so you should be able to find a spot for these.
Thanks.
Oh my God! The shock in her tone had him looking frantically for something like one of the monstrously huge wolf spiders he'd spent weeks banishing from the house. But when she pulled free, turned a circle, her smile simply glowed. This is wonderful! Griffin, this is wonderful! He'd opened up walls, so what had been a dark, narrow hallway was a wide foyer that spilled naturally into a front room with a fireplace he'd refaced in native stone. The early evening light flowed through the uncurtained windows onto a gleaming, deep-toned oak floor.
I don't use this space much yet, so I just tossed an old couch and a couple chairs into it. Haven't figured out what color to paint it, so I haven't.
It's about the space, she said, and wandered it. I peeked in the old windows so many times, even broke in once on a dare and walked all through. Are these the original floors?
Yeah.
Every square foot of them pleased him.
They took some work, but original's best if you can keep it. I used original trim where I could, copied it where I couldn't.
And the ceiling medallion. I had dreams about that for weeks after I came in. The little faces around the circle.
Nice and spooky. I haven't found the right light to go there.
Like Shelby, he looked up at the plaster medallion.
It has to hit me.
It should look old. There shouldn't be anything in here that looks shiny and new. Well, the kitchen and bathrooms, that's one thing, but the rest. And I'm telling you your business when you obviously know just what to do. I want to see it all.
I haven't gotten to all of it yet. Some spaces I'd start, realize I wasn't in the right mood. Keep going and you end up doing something wrong, or at least half-assed.
He should paint this room a warm, rich gold, not bright and not too dark, but like warm, rich, old gold. And leave the windows undraped to show off the gorgeous trim, and she had to stop decorating it for him in her head. You're not doing all this yourself, are you?
No.
He took her hand again, started to lead her toward the back of the house.
Matt's been a slave. Will work for beer when he has the time. Forrest, too. Clay's pitched in a couple times. My father's been down, giving me a week or two when he can manage it. And my brother. My mom helped clearing the brush and said I owe her more for that than 14 hours of labor. Half bath here, he added when she laughed.
She poked inside. Look at that sink. It's just like an old wash basin on a stand, like it could have been here all along. And that antique bronze finish on the fixtures and the lights goes so well. You've got a nice sense, Griff, of color, too, keeping it warm and natural. The house doesn't want bold and flashy. What's this over here?
Tools and materials, mostly. He thought, what the hell, and opened the old pocket door.
Such wonderful high ceilings, she said, obviously not put off by stacks of tools and lumber, big tubs of drywall mud, and plenty of dust. And another ceiling medallion. I guess you know they say the original Mr. Triplehorn was 6'6" and built the place to accommodate his size. Does the fireplace work?
Not now. It needs work, and probably a gas insert in here. Something that doesn't look like a gas insert. Refacing the brick, or maybe redoing it in slate or granite. It's crap and crumbling.
What's it going to be?
Maybe a library. It feels like a house like this should have one.
Because he saw it in his head, he gestured.
Built-ins flanking the fireplace, a library ladder, that kind of thing. Big leather couch, maybe a stained glass ceiling fixture if I find the right one. One of these days, he said with a shrug. A couple of other rooms down here I'm still thinking about. I didn't want to open everything up. Open concept's one thing, losing all the original quirks and charms another.
You've got the best of both. You could do a pretty sitting room here, or first-floor office, guest room. She studied another empty room. It's such a nice view through the windows there of the trees and just that little bend of the creek. If you put your office here, you could float the desk in the center of the room so you could see out but not have your back to the door. Then you could... And there I go again.
You can keep going. It's a good idea.
Well, I was going to be a singing sensation, but interior design was my fallback. I took a couple classes in college.
Seriously? Why didn't I know that?
It was a long time ago.
I'm going to use you. But right now, I'm going to get you some wine.
I wouldn't mind a glass. Just one, she thought, with plenty of time to burn off before she got in the van again. Something smells really good. I didn't expect you to... She broke off in wonder. Everything just opened up. Where she remembered seeing a warren of rooms, a dingy dining room separated by walls and a door from a small and even dingier kitchen. What she'd supposed had been maids' and cooks' quarters was now one wonderful space that brought the hills, the trees, the creek inside through a wall of glass doors.
I guess I went a little shiny and bold in here.
No, not bold. Beautiful. Look at the size of that farm sink. And I love how you glass-fronted so many of the cabinets.
Even if most of them are still empty.
You'll fill them in time. I'd haunt the flea markets and yard sales, find me some old crockery, maybe old teapots or cups, and display them in those over there. And she stopped herself before she decorated his house from top to bottom. It's such a nice flow into the dining area here and the, I guess, lounge area there. You could live in this one space. So much counter space. What is this?
Slate.
It's just perfect, isn't it? So handsome. My mama would cry for that cooktop. I love the lights, that pale amber tone against the bronze. You designed all this?
I got input from my dad, from Matt, from a couple engineers I know. An architect. When you grow up with a contractor, you tend to make contacts.
Still, it's your work. It feels like you. Honestly, I've never seen a more beautiful kitchen, and one that fits so well into this house. You have all the convenience, but the character's right here. You could entertain half the ridge in here. It must be a joy to cook in.
I don't cook much.
He tugged on his ear.
Your basics, mostly. But I figured if I ever had a place, did my own kitchen rehab, I'd go for the gold and see if I could reach it. Kitchen's the heart of the house.
It is, and this one's big and beautiful.
You haven't seen the best part.
He handed her a glass of wine, picked up his own, then walked to the wall of doors. When he opened them, they folded back like an accordion, tucked away, and brought the outside in. Oh, that is the best part. That's fantastic. Warm nights, sunny mornings, you can just leave them open. And for parties? She stepped out, sighed.
Still a lot to do out here yet. I've barely hit this part of the workable grounds.
You can't beat the view. And now with her, he looked out over the still scrubby yard to the great green domes. They rose, soft and misty with the quieting light.
You can't. Any season, he added. A couple months ago I looked out at snow, and it stayed white or silver gray up in the higher elevations into April. And last fall, I've never seen color like that, and we get some pretty jazzy foliage in Maryland. But the miles of it, just miles of it rolling up into the sky, every day for weeks, it just dazzled.
He loved it, she realized, and more, understood it. The old Triplehorn place was lucky he'd settled in. You can hear the creek bubbling, she said, and found the sound more romantic than violins. You could have a big cutting garden out here, plant things that draw butterflies and hummingbirds, and there's enough sun you could have herbs planted right outside your kitchen for when you do cook.
Maybe you could help me figure that out.
I have very strong opinions about such things. She lifted her face to the breeze. You should plant some blooming weepers and get yourself a big wind chime for that old oak over there. Something that gives a deep, masculine tone, and a couple bird feeders, but up off the top porch or the bears could come calling.
I'd rather they didn't. I've seen a couple sort of lumber along in the woods when I've looked out. That's close enough for me when it comes to bears.
I envy you this place, Griff. The feel of it, the look of it, the potential of it in the history. I like that someone I know has it, and more knows just what to do with it. I didn't realize you were this good.
Is that right?
She laughed, shook her head as she turned to him. What I mean is, I knew you were good at your work. I've seen it, and I'm seeing what you and Matt are doing for Mama. But this isn't just changing something or making it better, prettier, or more functional. It's bringing something back to life so many others left for dead.
I came to see the property on a whim and fell in love at first sight.
I think it's been sitting here pining all these years, so it must love you back. I don't know what smells so good, but I hope it'll hold just a bit more. I'd love to just sit out here a while.
It'll hold. Give me a second.
What are we having? She asked as he went in to turn off the burner.
I hope it's going to be penne in a spicy tomato sauce with black olives and basil.
She smiled as he walked back out to her. And how did you know that's one of my favorite pasta dishes?
I'm psychic?
I don't think so. It was sweet of you to find out what I like and go to the trouble.
You can tell me I'm sweet after you eat it, in case it's terrible.
Which he could admit was a genuine concern.
I didn't make the cannolis, so they'll be fine.
We're having cannolis?
Which I didn't make, and I didn't make the loaf of Italian bread. And the salad's from a bag o' salad. I hit the wall on the pasta.
You're the first man to make me dinner, and it sounds perfect.
What?
It sounds just perfect.
No, the other.
He circled a finger in the air, signaling a rewind.
I'm the first man to make you dinner?
Well, my daddy, of course, and Grandpa's done some heroic grilling over the years.
If I'd known this was a first, I'd have bought fancy plates or something.
I don't want fancy plates. I've had fancy plates. Food tastes the same on them as it does on every day. He considered a moment.
I've got two reliables when I want to cook and impress a woman. One's your basic steak on the grill, massive baked potato, and the ever-popular bag o' salad. The other, when I seriously want to impress, is this chicken thing in wine. I'm pretty good at that one.
Why aren't we having a chicken thing in wine?
Because I didn't want to go for the usual with you. And I didn't do this when you first got here because I wanted to give you time to settle in first.
He took the wine glass from her, set it down, put his own beside it, then drew her in. He thought she smelled like the mountain sunset, fresh, breezy, with shimmering edges. He combed his fingers through the long, luxurious length of her hair, all those tumbling curls, and reminded himself to go slow, go easy, as he laid his lips on hers. He drew back.
That was just in case you thought I forgot to kiss you hello.
I didn't think... Don't... Oh, damn. Damn. The next thing he knew, she surged against him. She knocked him back on his heels, kicked every rational thought out of his head, and flashed a wire in his blood in one fell swoop. He stumbled back 2 steps before he regained his balance, wrapped around her to keep them both from pitching off the porch, and barely stopped himself from yanking the dress up and over her head. She was an earthquake, an explosion of reckless heat shooting bolts of fire everywhere. His brain fogged in the ash and smoke. He whipped her around, slapped her back to the post. Now that his hands were free, he used them, shooting them under the skirt of her dress, running them over her hips, over the heat, down again. She quivered, moaned against his mouth, then nearly snapped the last thin thread of control by rocking her hips against him. He had to pull back.
Wait.
She had a good grip on his hair and pulled his mouth back to hers. Why? He got lost again for a moment, for a lifetime.
Wait,
he repeated, then rested his forehead on hers.
Breathe.
I am breathing.
No, me. I meant me.
He took that breath, then another.
Okay.
She obviously took that as a green light as she pulled him back again.
No, I mean...
He solved his dilemma by gathering her up, holding her close. Jesus, did she have to be so long and soft and slim right this minute?
Okay. We'll take a breath. We'll just take a couple breaths.
He had steady hands, he thought. Rock steady. Freaking surgeon steady hands. So why were they unsteady now? He gripped her shoulders with them, drew back an arm's length. Just look at her, he thought. Those big, dazzling eyes, nearly purple in the softening light. He reminded himself how rough she'd had it. How rough she had it still.
Maybe we should... I don't want to rush you.
Something sparkled in those twilight eyes and caused his throat to go dry as dust. Did it feel like you were rushing me?
I don't know. Maybe. The thing is, if we don't take a minute, a breath, something, we're going to end up naked on the porch.
All right.
Okay, so...
He dropped his hands, took a cautious half-step back.
We'll take a minute.
I mean, it's all right if we end up naked on the porch. He lost his breath again.
You're killing me, Red.
I know I've had what we could call a drawn-out dry spell, but I'm pretty clear on the signs and signals when a man wants me. And if I wasn't, you made it pretty clear you wanted me that one day in my mama's kitchen over a Coke.
If I didn't want you, I'd be an idiot. And my own mother's proud to say she didn't raise any.
I want you back, so that seems good news all around.
That's, yes, incredibly good news. And I got those signs and signals just fine, too. The thing is, considering the circumstances, the plan was to soften you up some with dinner here and get you to go out with me a couple more times, then get you into bed.
She leaned back on the post, nodded. Something he recognized as amusement moved into her eyes. And I'm guessing you like having plans, personally and professionally?
Things work better, usually, when you do.
You don't like surprises?
I'm fine with them. Merry Christmas, happy birthday, let's get naked on the porch. Oh, God. I'm good with them, he managed.
But maybe it takes you a minute to adjust to a surprise.
Apparently.
Now she smiled, slow and easy. Twilight eyes, magic mermaid hair, a long, long-stemmed rose of a body. Yeah, she was killing him. "Would you like to hear my plan?" she asked. "It's sort of spur of the moment, but I think it's workable."
I'm all ears.
"My plan is we just skip over all the softening up with dinner and going out a couple more times. We come back around to that if we both want, after we get naked on the porch."
You're nothing but a surprise. But no.
She sighed. "You're a hard nut to crack, Griffin."
I mean no naked on the porch. We can do better this time.
"There's better than naked on the porch?"
This time.
This first time, he thought. This first surprising time.
I haven't shown you the second floor.
She angled her head, and her smile deepened. "No, you haven't."
I'd like to.
He held out a hand.
I'd really like to.
She put her hand in his. "I'd like to, but I might be a little rusty."
Not from where I'm standing,
he said, as they walked back into the kitchen.
But don't worry. I'll walk you through it.
She paused, tapped the purse she'd set on the counter. "Isn't it interesting how my mama gave me a condom to tuck in here before I left tonight?"
Oh, man.
He scrubbed his free hand over his face.
I'd thank her for the thought, but it'd be embarrassing. Anyway, I've got that covered. Ha.
"All right, then."
We can take the back stairs.
"I forgot there were back stairs." Delighted, she turned with him. "Don't you love a house with back stairs?"
I love this one. I'm going to update them, but they're sturdy enough.
He flipped on a light, a single bare bulb.
Update that too.
"Won't that be wonderful? But right now it's all shadowy and spooky. I like how it angles off here so you can go right or left."
We're going left.
"How many bedrooms up here?"
There were 7 on the second floor. I'm making it 5. It's down to 6 now once I decided to put the master in front.
"With that wonderful covered veranda."
Right. And the 3rd floor is more a maze of small rooms and odd angles. Something to deal with later.
She felt so calm. She hadn't expected to feel so calm, she realized, as they walked the wide, shadowy hallway. So easy about it all. Excited, yes, God yes, but not jumpy. And not the least bit shy. Something about him, she thought, just smoothed away the jitters. Oh, double doors! It's elegant and still simple enough to fit the rest.
It's not finished,
he began, then opened the doors, flipped on the light. Oh, but it's wonderful. It's going to be wonderful. Look how the evening light pours in those doors and the fireplace, the black granite. It's powerful. It's a statement.
Haven't decided on the wall color.
He nodded toward a wall where he'd painted wide strips of varying tones.
I found the iron chandelier at a flea market. Refinished it, rewired it. I'm looking for other lighting to complement it, but right now I'm just using some family cast-offs. Bed's new, though. Well, the mattress is new. I found the bed a couple weeks ago. Flea market again.
She ran her hand along the curved footboard. Smooth, she thought. Sturdy and simple. It's beautiful.
Chestnut. Pretty wood. It just needed some work.
Almost everything does. What did you use before?
Sleeping bag on an air mattress. But with my plan to get you up here, I figured I'd better get an actual bed. Glad I didn't wait on that.
I'm glad you didn't. She turned to him. I'm glad we didn't. He moved over, opened the veranda doors to let in the evening air, then flicked a switch to turn on the fire before he turned off the light.
That work for you?
More than works. It's perfect. He went to her, circled her waist.
You're where you want to be?
Exactly. With a little bit of wonder, she brushed a hand through his hair. You're a surprise, too, because I didn't expect to be here with anyone.
Not for a long time. She lifted her arms, circled his neck. A long kiss this time, slow and long and deep. Like the first time, and like the first time, her body melted like a candle in the sun. All these feelings, she thought, all these shivery little sensations. She'd forgotten more than she remembered, she realized, about being one of two. She let herself flow with it, just flow and float like a dandelion puff on a summer breeze. There was a storm coming. Oh, she could feel it building in her. But the soft and quiet came first. She brought her hands to his face when he changed the angle of the kiss, and shivered with anticipation as she felt him lower the zipper on the back of her dress. He traced a finger up her spine, down. The light touch had her arching toward him, purring in her throat before he brought his hands to the straps of the dress, brushed them off her shoulders. The dress slid down and away. "Pretty," he murmured, and ran that finger, erotically rough with callus, along the lacy edge of her bra. "My heart's beating so fast." "I can feel it." "Yours." She laid a hand on his heart, relieved when she felt it beat fast and hard under her palm. "Yours, too." She started to unbutton his shirt, let out a breathless laugh when her fingers didn't seem to work right. "I'm shaking inside. Outside, too." He lifted his hands to help her, but she brushed them away. "No, I want to do it. You'll just have to tolerate some fumbling. I want—" She felt him quiver as she finally managed to open his shirt, lay her hands on flesh, and look up into his eyes. "I want everything." She broke him, snapped the last link on the chain of control. She gasped when he hefted her up, dropped her back on the bed, covered her. She was willow slim, and part of him fretted over hurting her. But even that dropped into the dark when she bowed up, gripping his hips, holding him against her center to center. The sun bled away to dust, and a whippoorwill began its call for its mate. The storm broke in her, a hot, whirling tempest. Greed rose with it for more. He had muscles like iron despite that rangy, swaggering build. His back rippled with them. Oh, God, the feel of them under her hands. The weight of him pressing her down into the bed. And hard hands, rough, impatient hands all over her body. Not awakening needs. Awakening seemed too tame a word. It felt more like resurrection. When his mouth closed over her breast, a scrape of teeth, a flick of tongue, and his hand slid between her legs, the orgasm tore through her, left her shocked and shuddering in its wake. He didn't stop, didn't pause, but drove her up again. And she was a pebble in a catapult, flying, helpless and quaking. Her body was his now, open, and he took it, gave her more so sensations tangled together, needs became a single throbbing ache. Then he was inside her, and pleasure ran through her in a flood. She rode with him, beat for beat, her heart racing as his raced. Her sunset hair spread wild over the sheets, and her skin glowed in the smoky light of dusk. "Shelby, look at me." His body screamed for release, for that last leap, but he wanted to see her eyes. "Look at me." She opened them, dark and dazed, looked into his. "It's everything," he said, and let go. 17. Shelby's first coherent thought when the haze cleared from her mind was, "So this is what it's like." She felt heavy and light and limp, hulled out and filled up again all at once. She thought she could run a marathon or sleep for a week. Most of all, she felt utterly and completely alive. Griff lay flat out on top of her, and that was just fine. She liked the weight of him even now, the sensation of his skin against hers, everything still hot and damp like after a strong summer storm. In pretty contrast, the breeze fluttering through the open doors cooled her cheeks, made her smile. Everything made her smile. If she wasn't careful, she'd burst into song.
Gonna move in a minute,
he mumbled. You're fine. It's fine. Everything's just really, really fine. He turned his head enough to brush his lips over the side of her throat.
I was a little rougher than I meant to be.
To my way of thinking, you were just rough enough. I can't figure if I've ever felt this used up, or if I've just forgotten the feeling. You're sure thorough, Griffin. You sure do good work.
Well, anything worth doing.
He levered up to look down at her in the flickering of the fire.
You weren't rusty, by the way.
Pleased, languid with it, she touched his cheek. I forgot to worry about it.
I wondered what you'd look like, lying here like this. It's better. Even better than I imagined.
Right this minute, everything's better than I imagined. That might be due to that long, dry spell, but I'm giving you credit for it.
I'll take it. It's cooling down. You're going to get cold.
I don't feel cold.
Yet. And I haven't fed you.
He dropped a kiss on her lips.
I need to finish off dinner. But first...
He rolled, and as he did, scooped her up. Her heart did a stuttering roll as he just lifted her right up as he stood. Muscles like iron, she remembered. He was stronger than he looked.
We should take a shower.
We should?
Definitely.
He grinned as he carried her.
You're going to love the bathroom.
She did. She loved the generous space, the oversized clawfoot tub, the earthy tones of the tile work. Most of all, she loved the enormous shower with its multiple jets, and what could be done in all that heat and steam by two inventive and agile people. By the time they were in the kitchen again, she felt fresh and new, and so happy she wished she'd learned to tap dance. I need to let my parents know I'm going to be a little later than I said.
Go ahead. Though, since your mother gave you a condom on your way out the door, I don't think they'll be surprised.
She sent a quick text, asked if Callie had gone to bed without any trouble. Then, as Griff had the heat going under the sauce again and water on for the pasta, she channeled some of the giddiness into a quick additional text to Emma Kate. Been at Griff's for 2 hours. We haven't eaten yet. Bet you can guess why. I'm just going to say wow until I talk to you in person. Make that wow twice. Shelby. What can I do? She asked Griff.
You can have that glass of wine we never really got to.
All right. She picked up her phone at the signal. It's just Mama saying Callie's sleeping like an angel and to have a good time. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Callie was a little put out she wasn't going on a date with you. I said we'd ask you on a date.
Oh, yeah?
He glanced back as he pulled the salad out of the refrigerator. Why don't I take care of that? Do you have a salad set so I can toss it?
Huh?
A couple of forks, then.
I got those. What kind of date am I going to be asked to go on?
A picnic. She took the forks, the bottled Italian dressing, smiled back at him.
Is that a cold fried chicken and potato salad picnic or an imaginary tea party picnic? That would determine the dress code.
The first. I know a place. It's not a far drive, and a short hike after that. I was thinking Sunday afternoon if that's all right.
2 pretty redheads and food? I'm already there.
She's awful fond of you, Griffin.
It's mutual.
I know that. It shows. I just want to say she's had a lot of adjustments to make in a short time, and...
Looking for trouble, Red?
It kind of goes with the territory. You've got a kindness in you, Griff. That shows, too. I just want to say, whatever happens with us, I hope you'll still take her on a date now and again.
I'm lucky to know 4 generations of Donahue Pomeroy women. I'm crazy about every one of them, and not looking for that to change. Sass and strength. It runs right through all of you.
I'm still hunting up pieces of mine.
That's bullshit.
He said it so casually it took her a minute to look up, blink.
Most people I know, and I might be one of them, would have been crushed flat finding themselves millions of dollars in debt, and through none of their own doing.
He'd have heard the details, she thought. That's how things worked. I went along with,
I'm going to repeat myself. Bullshit. What you did was be young and impulsive and fall for the wrong man. As wrong as it gets from where I'm standing.
I can't say you're standing in the wrong place on that.
Then, instead of staying crushed when you find out fully how wrong, find yourself on your own with a kid and buried under a mountain of debt, you pushed up the weight and started hacking away at it. And that little girl, she's happy and confident because you made sure of it. I admire the hell out of you.
Staggered, she stared at him. Well, I don't know what to say to that.
Plus, you're really hot.
He dumped pasta in the boiling water.
Which is no small appeal.
That made her laugh, go back to tossing the salad.
You could answer a question for me, though. One that's bugged me a while.
I can try.
Why'd you stick? You weren't happy, and it doesn't take much to deduce he wasn't much of a hands-on father with Callie. Why'd you stick?
A fair question, she decided, under the circumstances. I thought about divorce more than once. And if I'd known all I know now, but I didn't. And I didn't want to fail. You know my granny was just 16 when she married my granddaddy?
No.
It shocked the sensibilities.
I had to figure young, but that's a baby.
They'll be married 50 years before much longer. Half a century, and you have to figure they had some rough times in there. Her mama was but 15, and she and my great-granddaddy were together for 38 years before he was killed when a semi crashed into his truck and 3 others one night the winter of 1971.
This is the end of disc number 7. Please insert disc number 8. This is disc number 8.
They'll be married 50 years before much longer. Half a century, and you have to figure they had some rough times in there. Her mama was but 15, and she and my great-granddaddy were together for 38 years before he was killed when a semi crashed into his truck and 3 others one night the winter of 1971. My own mama was still shy of 18 when she married Daddy.
Women in your family stick.
The men, too. Oh, there's been some divorces, and some of them bitter, cousins and aunts and so on scattered through. But I can trace a direct line back 7 generations of women I know of, and not one of them raised a child in a broken home. I didn't want to be the first. She shrugged, picked up her wine again, determined to lighten the mood. Now, it's true enough my great-great-granny on my mama's side had 3 husbands. The first died fighting a blood feud with the Nash clan. He was only about 18 when, so it's said, Harlan Nash bushwhacked him and shot him in the back, leaving my great-great-granny with 3 children and another on the way. She married her first husband's 3rd cousin and had time to make 2 children with him before he died of a fever. Then she up and married a big Irishman named Phineas O'Reilly. She was about 22 and bore him 6 more children.
Wait, I'm doing the math. 12 kids? She had 12 kids?
She did, and unlike a lot of women of her time and place, lived to the age of 91. She outlived 5 of her children, which must have been a burden, and lost her Phineas, who was sheriff around here, so Forrest comes by his tendency natural, when she was 82 and he 88. My great-granny, who lives in Tampa, Florida, with her oldest daughter, would say she, Her name was Loretta, but they called her Bunny always.
Prophetic, considering.
With a snicker, Shelby lifted her glass again. They say she might have married again, as she had a gentleman caller, a widower who'd bring her flowers every week. But he died before she'd made up her mind. I'd like to think I could draw a gentleman caller at that age.
I'll bring you flowers.
Then if I don't see you on my doorstep in 60 years, I'm going to be disappointed. It relieved him that dinner was not only edible, but actually tasty. She entertained him with the story of Melody's eviction from the salon. He'd already heard a couple of versions, but hearing it from her could visualize it perfectly.
What's her problem, anyway?
She's been a bully since I've known her. Spoiled, superior, with that mean streak you mentioned yourself. Her mama doted on her, and does still. Pushed her into all the beauty pageants, even as a little thing. And she won most of them, then sashayed all around being important.
Sashayed. Not a word you hear every day.
It suits. She almost always got what she wanted whenever she wanted it. Can't say she's shown any gratitude for it. She's hated me for as long as I can remember.
Probably because she knew if you'd entered those pageants, you'd have beaten her little beauty queen ass.
I don't know about that, but I beat her out of some of what she wanted. Simple as that.
Such as?
Oh, silly things. Or they are now. A boy she wanted when we were about 14, and he liked me. She got Arlo Cattery to beat him up. I know she did, but Arlo wouldn't say. I made captain of our cheerleading squad, all through high school, and she wanted that. Grandpa fixed up this old clunker of a Chevy so I didn't have to walk home after practice. She spray-painted slut and worse all over it. I know it was her because when I called her on it, Jolene looked so damn guilty. Same as she looked guilty the night of the homecoming dance when I got voted queen, and the windshield of that old Chevy was busted up and the tires slashed.
She's sounding more pathological than annoying now.
She's just mean. I guess some people are, and if they never pay a real price for it, they just get meaner. She doesn't worry me, especially since she's banned from the salon and day spa. You made a wonderful meal, Griffin. Maybe you are a good catch.
I'm telling you.
I'm going to help you put this kitchen back to rights. Then I need to get on. He traced a finger down her arm.
No way you could stay?
He had those wonderful green eyes, those rough, skilled, thorough hands, and a way of kissing her that just put sparkles into her blood. It's tempting because that porch is still out there. It's a lot more tempting than I thought it would be. But I wouldn't feel right not going home tonight to Callie.
Maybe I could have a pizza date with Callie between now and the picnic.
Oh, that'd be nice. But I've got such a busy week. I need to rehearse and...
I wasn't asking you.
Still, he leaned over, kissed her.
Any problem with me taking Little Red for pizza?
I guess not. She'd really like it. She rose, carried the plates to the sink. Are you sure you want to take this on, Griffin?
Callie or you?
We're a set.
Nice set.
He distracted her with talk of plans for the house while they loaded the dishwasher. He liked running his ideas and plans by someone who understood them, saw the potential. The one thing you need, and before much longer, is a porch swing. You can't have a beautiful front porch like that and not have a front porch swing.
Front porch swing. Check. Back porch?
An old bench, maybe a rocking chair. You could sit and rock and look out at the gardens you worked so hard planting.
I'm planting gardens?
With a wisteria arbor in my imagination. Those pretty weepers. She dried her hands after wiping up his cooktop. I had a wonderful time. I don't just mean, well, I wouldn't want to leave out the tour of the second floor. He slid his arms around her waist.
I've still got a lot to show you.
She let herself melt in, just sink into the kiss, and pulled back with real regret. I really have to go.
Okay, But you're going to come back for the rest of that tour.
I don't think I could resist it. She picked up her purse. He plucked keys out of a dish on the counter. Oh, are you going out? She asked as they walked to the front door.
Sure. I'm following you home.
Don't be silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm following you home. Argue if you want. I'm still doing it. The woman who threatened you was shot less than a week ago right outside where you were working. You're not driving home alone after dark.
I can't stop you from trailing me all the way home, then doubling back, but it's silly.
Either way.
He tugged her back for a kiss, then walked to his truck while she walked to her van. Silly, she thought again, but sweet, too. He was just racking up all sorts of points. Lord, she hadn't thought of the point system in years. She and Emma Kate had devised it in high school. Amusing herself, she began counting up Griff's. Good-looking, scale of 1 to 10. She'd definitely give him a 10, she decided, and didn't think she was pushing the mark. Conversation skills? Another 10 there. He knew how to talk, how to listen. Humor? Another winner. She made the turn onto the road, watched his headlights follow. Considerate? Maybe even a little too much, such as wasting his time following her home on roads she'd traveled all her life. Good kisser? Right off the scale. She rolled her window down, let the air cool the heat just thinking of it brought on. She could honestly say she'd never been kissed better. What were the rest of the requirements for the perfect boyfriend? She must have them written down somewhere. They'd made them up before either one of them had had sex, so that hadn't been on the list. The adult Shelby list would include it, and he'd top that scale too. She took the back roads, automatically skirting the town, taking the winding path, with Griff's headlights not far behind. And all right, they made her smile. It wasn't such a bad thing to let someone look after her, just a little. As long as she remembered she needed to be in charge of her own life, and Callie's. She pulled into the drive, noted her parents' bedroom lights were still on. When she got out, she thought she'd wave Griff off, but he was already getting out of his truck. You don't have to walk me to the door.
Sure I do. That's how it's done. And if I don't walk you to the door, how am I going to kiss you goodnight?
I like the second part. The first time I was kissed at this front door, I was 15, and Silas Nash, a descendant of the infamous Nash clan, gave me one that had me floating through the door and dreaming of him half the night.
I can beat that, Griff said after a moment. I can beat some teenager named Silas.
He's getting his law degree from the University of Tennessee College of Law.
I can definitely beat a lawyer,
Griff claimed, and to Shelby's mind, proved it. I guess I'm going to float upstairs and dream about you.
All night.
He gathered her hair into his fist, kissed her again until the world spun around her.
I'm not settling for half.
Good night, Griffin.
Night.
He waited until the door shut, walked back to the truck. He'd do some dreaming of his own tonight, he thought. The woman had him wrapped. Everything about her struck home for him. He glanced up, imagined her going in to check on Callie. And thinking of him. She'd better be thinking of him when she undressed for bed. He'd sure as hell be thinking of her. He pulled out and, as she had, took the back roads. No hurry. A lot to think about. Plans to make. He had a pizza date with a pretty little girl to think about, and a picnic with her and her mother to look forward to. Maybe he'd pick up a bottle of champagne, give the picnic a classy, unexpected edge. He glanced in the rear view at the headlights behind him, and since he'd been dawdling, picked up the speed a little. Apparently not enough, he thought, as the headlights beamed closer. He waited for the truck, he could see it was a truck now, to pass, since it was in such a damn hurry. Instead, it rammed him from behind, hard enough to slap him against the steering wheel and back. Instinctively, he hit the gas. He thought of the phone he'd put, as always, in the cup holder, but didn't want to risk taking a hand off the wheel. And the truck rammed him again, faster, harder, sending him into a skid that had his tires smoking over the rough shoulder. Griff fought his truck back, but the next hit, right at the curve, sent him careening off the road, skidding over the shoulder and into the oak tree green with spring. He heard the crunch, had a moment to think, shit, before the airbag deployed. Still, the impact slammed his head against the side window. He saw stars, and the red eyes of the truck's taillights as it stopped, idled, then punched it to round the curve.
Not hurt,
he mumbled, but the stars, and they had jagged, pointy edges, circled his vision.
Not too bad. Nothing broken.
Except his truck. He groped for the phone, watched his vision waver like he'd stuck his head underwater. Don't pass out, he ordered himself. In the dash light, he managed to find the name he wanted and pressed dial.
Where's my sister?
Forrest asked.
Home. I'm not. I've got trouble. In case I pass out, I'm on Black Bear Road about 2 miles from my place. You know that turn where the big oak stands? Yeah. My truck's in that tree. Somebody ran me off the road. I could use a cop. Sounds like you could use a tow truck. You hurt? I don't know.
Jagged, pointy stars circling.
Hit my head. Bleeding some. Stay there. I'm on my way. Truck's in the tree. Where am I going?
But Forrest had already hung up. He sat for a moment, trying to get a fix in his mind on the truck that had run him off the road. Chevy. Yeah, a Chevy, he thought. Half-ton pickup. Older model, maybe 4 or 5 years. Something fixed on the front grille like a plow? It hurt his head to think, so he stopped, fumbled off his seatbelt, and discovered when he fought open the door and shifted, everything hurt a little. The best he could do right now was sit on the side of the seat, breathe in the cool night air. He swiped at the wet on his face, saw blood smeared on his hand. Fuck. He'd have a bandana in the glove box, but he wasn't going to try to get to it, not right at the moment. Nothing broken, he reminded himself. He'd broken his arm once when he was 8, and the tree branch he'd been swinging on snapped. And his wrist at 17, jumping out of Annie's window. So he knew what a broken bone felt like. Just banged up, shook up, and rattled around some. But his truck, and goddamn he loved his truck, was a different matter. He made himself stand to make sure he could. A little bit dizzy, but not bad. Bracing himself, he walked around to check out the damage. Shit. Fuck. Fucking shit. Furious it was as bad as he feared, he shoved a hand through his hair and saw stars again as he smacked against the wound. The grill was toast, and the way the hood had accordioned, he thought the same there. And Christ knew what that meant for essentials under the damn hood. He was no mechanic, but he was pretty sure he had a bent axle to top it off. He'd hit hard enough to spiderweb the windshield. His feet crunched on broken glass as he circled around to get both the bandana and a flashlight out of the cab. Flares, he thought. He should have pulled out the emergency flares straight off. Before he could get anything, headlights cut through the dark. Forrest pulled a police cruiser behind the wrecked truck. He got out, sized up Griff with one long look, then looked over to study the truck.
Your head's bleeding, son.
I know it. Son of a bitch! He kicked the rear tire, which he regretted as the quick violence pinged something in the back of his neck. He did not have whiplash. He would not have whiplash.
You been drinking, Griff? I had 2 glasses of wine all night, and the second one a good hour before this. I got run off the damn road, Forrest. Fucker came up behind me, rammed me, kept doing it until he caught me on this curve and sent me into the tree. What fucker?
I don't know what the hell fucker. He pressed the heel of his hand, ouch, to the throbbing wound because he was tired of blood running into his eye.
Half-ton Chevy, 4, maybe 5 years old. Some sort of plow or farm tool, something hooked to the grill. Red, I think it was red. The truck. Plow was yellow mostly. I think. Okay. Why don't we sit you down a minute? I've got a first aid kit in the cruiser. Be best to stop that bleeding.
I'll just lean here. And he leaned back against the tipped back of his truck.
Something else.
He dug for it as Forrest went back to the cruiser.
He slowed down after I crashed, just for a couple seconds, like he wanted to make sure I hit good and proper. Saw his taillights and bumper sticker, some kind of bumper sticker on the... What hand is this?
He lifted his left, studied it for a moment before he could remember right from left.
Left. The left side of the tailgate.
Griff closed his eyes, found that eased a degree or two of the throbbing.
He wasn't drunk. It was purposeful. I'm not sure when he pulled up behind me, but it wasn't long after I left Shelby at your parents' front door.
You followed her home?
Yeah. I wasn't going to have her driving around after dark with what happened.
Mm-hmm. Forrest set up flares. Griff closed his eyes again.
I think the truck's totaled, or nearly. I've only had it 3 years. I've put a lot of miles on it, sure, but it had plenty more in it. We'll have my granddaddy take a look once it's towed in. You're lucid,
Forrest added as he walked over with the first aid kit.
You haven't puked yet.
I'm not going to puke.
If that changes, aim away from me. How's the vision? It wavered some at first. Steady now. Ow, fuck. Don't be a pussy,
Forrest said mildly, and continued to clean the laceration with an alcohol swab.
You'd be a pussy too if I was being sadistic Nurse Sally. I can't see how bad it is until it's cleaned up some. Nurse Emma Kate's on her way.
What? No. Why?
Because if she says you're going to the ER in Gatlinburg, that's where you're going. And since I have to deal with this mess you're in, she and Matt can haul you there.
You called them.
I did. I'll call for the tow after I have a look at what's what myself. Anything else you can tell me about the truck? Other than whoever was driving it is a lunatic? You didn't see the lunatic at all? An impression. I'd say a guy, but I was pretty busy trying not to end up like I ended up, or worse.
Griff said nothing for a moment, studied his friend as Forrest fixed a couple butterfly bandages along the gash.
You know who it is from what I gave you already. I've got an impression. That's for me to deal with, Griff. The hell it is, it's my truck, my head, my job. I expect that's Matt and Emma Kate coming now. You piss anybody off lately? You're the closest I've come to pissing anyone off lately, since I'm sleeping with your sister.
Forrest stopped what he was doing, eyes sharply narrowed.
Is that so? I figure it's a good time to let you know since you're being all official, and I'm already bleeding. I'm crazy about her. Flat out. It's a fast leap from nice to meet you to crazy about. She's a lightning bolt.
Griff stabbed a thumb at his own heart.
Bam.
Before Forrest could speak again, Emma Kate was running from the car, a medical bag in her hand.
What happened? Let me look at you.
She pulled out a penlight, shined it.
Follow the light with your eyes.
I'm okay.
Shut up. Tell me your full name and today's date.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt, December 7, 1941. A day that'll live in infamy.
Smartass. How many fingers?
11 minus 9. I'm okay, Emma Kate.
I'll tell you if you're okay after I go over you in an exam room at the clinic.
I don't need...
Shut up, she said again, then hugged him. Nothing against your triage, Forrest, but I'm going to take those bandages off at the clinic. Get a look at that cut myself. It might need stitches.
Nuh-uh,
Griff said. Matt stood, hands on hips, studying the truck.
Fucker trashed your ride, man. Forrest just said somebody ran you off the road. Who was it? Ask Forrest. I think he knows from what I saw of the other truck. I'll be looking into it. For now, take him on into the clinic, look him over. I'll have it towed to my granddaddy's shop. You can come get what you need from it in the morning. My tools are still going to be there in the morning. I need to call this in, but I've got your statement clear enough, and I'll call you if I need anything else. Nothing for you to do here, Griff, but be pissed off.
He argued, but, outnumbered, ended up dragged to Matt's truck.
He knows who did it, and won't say.
Bitterness coated Griff's throat.
Because he knows you might be an easy guy most of the time. In this case, you'd go straight for the ass-kicking.
Matt shook his head.
Wouldn't blame you. But you're banged up already, disadvantage, and it'll be almost as satisfying if whoever did this spends time in a cell.
He could spend time in a cell after I kick his ass.
It was deliberate?
Emma Kate asked.
You're sure?
Oh, hell yeah.
What were you doing on that road?
Coming back from seeing Shelby got home.
Griff suddenly sat straight up.
Heading back from Shelby's house, and the other truck pulled up behind me, not long after I started back home. Because he was either sitting on her house or mine. Either sitting on hers or followed us from mine, waited his chance.
You're thinking they came after you because they couldn't get to her?
Matt said.
I'm thinking whoever did this isn't just a lunatic. I'm thinking worse. A lot worse.
18. Shelby started out the morning singing in the shower. She felt the spring to her step and didn't care who saw it or guessed the reason why. She got dressed, helped Callie dress. You get to go to Granny's today.
To Granny's house?
That's right. It's her day off, and she asked especially if you'd come over and stay with her. Won't that be fun?
Granny has cookies and Bear.
Bear was the big yellow dog who'd race and play with a little girl all day and sleep in the sun when nobody was around to play with. I know. And Grandpa's going to be there for a while, too. Your Gamma's going to take you over on her way to work. I've got some paperwork of my own to get to this morning. Then I'll come get you when I'm finished work today. With Callie babbling about everything she had to take to Granny's, everything she had to do at Granny's, they walked into the kitchen. Shelby's parents broke off their conversation immediately, and the quick look they exchanged set off Shelby's radar. Is something wrong? What could be wrong? Ada Mae said brightly. Callie Rose, it's such a pretty morning. I decided we're going to have our breakfast on the back porch, like a picnic.
I like picnics. I'm taking Griff on a picnic date.
I heard about that. This can be like practice. I've got these pretty strawberries all cut up and some cheesy eggs already scrambled. Let's take this on outside.
Mama wants a picnic too.
She'll be right along. Shelby stood where she was, while Ada Mae scooted Callie out onto the porch. Something's wrong. Oh, God, Daddy, did someone else get shot?
No, it's nothing like that. And I want to tell you right off, he's all right.
Griff? It's Griffin. As her heart took a hard bump, she grabbed her father's hands. He'd stay steady, she knew, no matter what. If it was Clay or Forrest, Mom'd be a mess. What happened to Griff?
He got a little banged up is all. It's nothing serious, Shelby. You know I'd tell you if it were. Somebody ran his truck off the road and into the big oak on Black Bear Road last night.
Banged up how? Who did it? Why?
Sit down. Take a breath.
Turning, Clayton opened the refrigerator, took out a Coke.
He's got some abrasions from the seatbelt, the airbag, and got a pretty good knock on the head. Emma Kate took him into the clinic last night, gave him a going over, and I'm going to do the same myself later this morning. But if Emma Kate said he didn't need a doctor or the hospital, we can trust that.
All right, I will. But I want to see for myself, too.
You can do that, he continued in his calm way, after you take that breath.
It must have happened when he was driving home from here. He wouldn't have been on the road if he hadn't insisted on following me back here, making sure I got home all right. I want to go over and see for myself if you could keep Callie.
Don't worry about Callie. He's not out at the house. He stayed the night at Emma Kate's as she wouldn't have him stay on his own.
Good. She did manage that breath now. That's good.
But I expect he's on his way to the police station by now. Forrest and Nobby, you remember my second cousin Nobby, they went down the holler last night and brought Arlo Cattery in.
Arlo? He ran Griff off the road? She pressed her fingers to her eyes. Drunk, I expect, and driving crazy.
I don't know as that's the way it was. You go on down. It's best you hear it straight out than the bits and pieces I have. And you tell Griffin he's got an exam at 10 o'clock or he's not clear to drive or so much as touch a power tool.
I will. Callie,
she's just fine. Go on.
Thank you, Daddy. When she ran out, leaving the Coke unopened on the counter, Clayton knew his little girl was at least halfway in love. With a sigh, he picked up the can, opened it for himself. It was smarter than a shot of whiskey at 7:30 in the morning. Griff strode into the station house, eyes, including the left one, where angry bruising had come to the surface overnight, hot. He arrowed straight to Forrest.
I want to talk to the son of a bitch.
Forrest stopped tapping at his keyboard, pulled the phone from between his shoulder and ear.
I'll get back to you,
he said, and clicked off.
You'd best simmer down some first. I'm not in a simmer-down mood. I don't even know Arlo Cattery, never spoke a word to him in my life. I want to know why he deliberately ran me off the road. Forrest?
The sheriff spoke up from his office doorway.
Why don't you go ahead? Let Griff go back and have his say,
he said when Forrest hesitated.
In his place, I'd want mine. All right, thanks. Nobby, you think you could call back that fella at the lab, finish that conversation? I sure can. That eye doesn't look too bad there, Griff.
Nobby, a 20-year vet, gave Griff's face a considering look.
Seen a lot worse. You get some raw red meat on it, won't be so bad. I'll do that.
As Griff turned toward the back, Shelby came flying in.
Oh, Griff! Now, Shelby, honey, I was just telling him it wasn't that bad. It's not.
Griff picked up Nobby's theme and ran with it.
I'm okay. It doesn't hurt.
Ached like a son of a bitch, but didn't hurt. Daddy said it was Arlo Cattery. I don't know why the man has a license if he's still driving drunk like he did when we were teenagers.
We don't know as he was drunk when he ran Griff off the road.
He must have been. Why else would he do something like this? Forrest exchanged a look with the sheriff, nodded slightly.
Why don't we go back and ask him? He was half drunk when Nobby and I went and got him and tried to say he'd been home all night. The plow was still on his truck. Arlo gets paid to plow some of the private roads outside of town, he explained to Griff. Hardly much reason for a snowplow on his truck in May. White paint on it, too. And yellow paint like the plow on the back of Griff's truck. Nobby and I informed him of those facts, so he claimed somebody stole his truck, put the plow on it. Bullshit. Knee-deep in it,
Forrest said with a nod to Griff.
Not too much use arguing with a man half drunk and chasing his tequila with a joint, so we just hauled him in. And we left him last night to sleep on the fact we'd be charging him with attempted murder this morning.
Oh, my God. Shelby shut her eyes.
That's the reaction we want from him. Attempted murder's a stretch,
Forrest commented, hooking his thumbs in his belt.
But he'll surely go down for hit and run, reckless endangerment, and so on. We can tie quite a few and so-ons onto the package,
Hartigan said.
Yeah, I expect so. He's going to do a few years, however it slices out. We've just been letting it sink in. The sheriff here, if I'm reading him correctly, thinks what's sunk in may come rising up if he's faced with the pair of you. That's a fine read, Deputy. All right, then. Let's see what we see. Y'all don't mention lawyer, all right? He hasn't gotten there yet in his pea brain.
Forrest led the way back through a steel door to the 3 cells. In the center one, Arlo Cattery sprawled on a bunk. She'd gotten a look at him that night at Bootlegger's, him and his pale-eyed stare. What she saw now didn't look much different than the last time she'd seen him in full light years before. Straw-colored hair shorn short, face grisly with the pale blonde scruff. Those small snake eyes, closed now, long neck with a tattoo of barbed wire circling it. On the short side and stocky, with scarred knuckles from countless fights, most of which he'd instigated. Forrest let out a shrill whistle that made her jump and had Arlo's eyes popping open.
Wake up, darling. You've got company.
Eyes so pale blue they seemed almost colorless, skimmed over Griff, landed on her, slanted away again.
Didn't ask for no company. You best let me out of here, Pomeroy, or your ass is in the fire.
Looks to me like it's your ass smoking, Arlo. All Griff wants to know, and it's a reasonable request, is why you rammed his truck and forced him into that old oak tree.
Wasn't me. Told you that already.
Half-ton Chevy pickup, dark red, yellow plow on the front, bumper sticker on the bottom left of the tailgate.
Griff stared at him while he spoke, saw Arlo's jaw twitch.
Plenty fit that bill around here.
Nope, not with the details. Funny bumper sticker, too. It's got a target on it full of bullet holes, and it says, "If you can read this, you're in range." Forrest shook his head. That's sure a knee slapper, Arlo. Add that paint transfer, and it's all wrapped up. Nobby's out there right now talking to those forensic people over in the lab. Might take a little time, but they can match that yellow paint to your plow, that white paint to Griff's truck.
That lab stuff is bullshit. More bullshit like all the rest of this.
Juries sit store by it, especially in capital cases, like attempted murder.
I didn't kill nobody.
Arlo surged up now.
He's standing right there, isn't he?
That's where the attempted comes in, Arlo. Tried and failed.
I wasn't trying to kill nobody.
Huh.
Forrest nodded as if considering that, then shook his head.
Nope. Don't see a jury buying that one. See, we do what we call accident reconstructions. And it's going to show that you deliberately and repeatedly rammed Griff's truck. Took some skill, so you won't be able to try for diminished capacity, saying you were drunk. That wouldn't buy you much time off anyway. I figure you're going down for about 20 here.
No fucking way.
Every fucking way, Griff disagreed. Forrest, hum a tune and close your ears while I tell this asshole I'll swear on a mountain of Bibles in front of God and country that I saw him behind the wheel. I'll swear I counted the bullet holes in that idiotic bumper sticker and got his license plate.
That's a fucking lie. I had the plates covered with burlap.
You truly are a moron, Arlo, Forrest murmured.
He's a fucking liar.
Incensed, Arlo jabbed a finger between the bars.
He's fucking lying.
You tried to kill me, Griff reminded him.
I didn't try to kill nobody. It wasn't even supposed to be you. It was supposed to be her.
You want to say that again, son?
Forrest's voice was quiet as the hiss of a snake, but Griff had already shoved forward, reached through the bars to grab Arlo's shirt, yanked him so his head smacked the bars.
Now, Griff, I can't let you do that.
But Forrest made no move to stop him as Griff repeated the action.
All right, that'll do. For now.
Forrest gripped Griff's shoulder.
We don't want him getting off on some technicality, do we? Step back now.
Why? Shelby hadn't moved, not at the words, not at the vicious look Arlo had given her when he said them, not at the sudden violence. Why would you want to hurt me?
I've never done anything to you.
I always thought you were too good for me, looking down your nose and turning your back to me. Ran off with the first rich guy you could rope in, didn't you? Heard that didn't work out so well.
You'd have hurt me because I wouldn't go out with you back in high school? I've got a child. I've got a little girl, and I'm her only parent now. You'd have risked making my baby an orphan because I wouldn't go out with you?
Wasn't going to make nobody no orphan. Just going to scare you is all. I was only going to teach you a lesson, put a scare into you. Wasn't my idea anyway.
Whose idea was it, Arlo?
For the first time, a hint of canniness came into Arlo's eyes. He shifted them from Forrest, back to Shelby, back to Forrest.
I got things I could say, but I want that immunization thing. I don't do no 20 years for what wasn't my idea.
You give me a name, I'll consider that. You don't, I'm going to push for 25. That's my sister, you idiot fuck. One thing you should know about right enough is family. You tell me who started this ball rolling, or I'll make sure you go down for all of it. And hard.
I gotta have some guarantee.
You get nothing. He'll get more than nothing, Griff said. I'll find a way to get to you. I'll find a way. And when I do, you'll wish you'd had a chance to do 20 years.
I never touched her, did I? Never laid a goddamn hand on her. Just gonna scare her some anyway. She gave me $1,000. Said she'd give me 1,000 more after I gave you a good scare. Taught you a good lesson. Just going to give you a nudge off the road is all, but you passed me going the other way. By the time I got turned around and going, I seen you head down to the old Triple Horn place.
You followed me?
I had to wait, figured fine. I'd teach you that lesson you had coming when you drove out again. Better when it was dark, right? But then he drives out behind you and I couldn't get to you. Didn't see why I should have wasted my whole night for nothing. Figured pushing him off would give you a scare. Northern boys, they're good enough for you, looks like. You jumped right in the sack with this one, but you never would give me so much as a long look. I seen him take your clothes off.
You were watching.
Too angry to be sickened, Shelby stepped closer. She knew just who'd paid him. Did Melody Bunker tell you to spy on me, too?
She gave me $1,000, said I'd get another. Didn't tell me how to go about it, just to get it done. Miss High and Mighty's real peeved at you, real peeved. She come right to my trailer in the holler, give me cash money. That's how peeved she is you got her kicked out of the beauty salon.
I hope you got a good look, Arlo. And you take that with you to Bledsoe County and the sale you'll be occupying there. And when you do, you think about this, Arlo. I never thought along the lines of being too good for you. I just didn't like you. She turned, started out. Forrest signaled for Griff to go with her.
Hold on, Red.
I can't hold on. I can barely breathe. I swear if you hadn't wrapped his head, I'd have done it myself. He went after you because he couldn't get to me quick enough. He could have killed you.
He didn't.
If you hadn't followed me home,
I did.
He took her by the shoulders. He didn't want the what-ifs playing in her mind, or his, not then and there.
He's locked up, Shelby. He'll stay that way.
All this because Melody got her pride handed to her, and got it handed to her because she earned it. She knows full well what he might have done. She gave him money and an excuse to do it.
I'd lay odds before the morning's up, she's in a cell right along with him.
Those are good odds, Forrest said as he came out.
Just hold on a minute. Nobby, you think you could sit with that moron Arlo for a bit? I got him writing it all out. Sure can. He confess, and then some. Sheriff, I need to run this by you, and then we're going to need a warrant. It's going to be pretty sticky, as we're going to need it for Melody Bunker, for soliciting a crime, conspiracy to do bodily harm. Well, hell, Forrest.
On a long, windy sigh, Hartigan rubbed the back of his neck.
Are you damn sure on it? I'll tell you how Arlo says it went. He wasn't lying, Griff put in. He didn't pull her name out of his ass. She gave him money for it, and he probably didn't have a chance to spend it yet. We'll be going out to his trailer, Forrest began, then glanced around. Where's Shelby? She was right here. Oh, hell. Oh, hell no. Melody. My sister's got a hell of a temper if you flip the right switch. Sheriff, Forrest said, as Griff was already bolting out the door. Yeah, go on with him. Just what we need to tie a ribbon on this day. Your sister tossing Florence Piedmont's granddaughter out some window. She didn't plan on tossing Melody out a window, primarily because she hadn't thought of it. She didn't have a clear idea what she intended to do, but the one thing she was clear on, she didn't intend to do nothing. Ignoring the bitch hadn't worked, sarcasm hadn't worked, straight talk hadn't worked. So she'd find something that did and finish this off once and for all. The Piedmont house sat on a long, sloping rise of lush green with terraced walls of white brick showing off a bounty of graceful trees, perfectly trimmed shrubs. From its vantage, it could look down at the ridge, out at the hills, down into folds of valleys. It stood elegantly, as it had since before the war between the states, laced with verandas flowing out from the snow-white facade. Gardens swept along its feet in rivers of color. It was a house she'd always admired. Now she shot toward it like an arrow from a bow. She knew Melody lived in the carriage house, aimed for it once she'd crested the rise. Ears buzzing with temper, she slammed out of the van, strode past Melody's car, and would have marched straight to the door if someone hadn't hailed her. "Why, it's Shelby Ann Pomeroy." She recognized the housekeeper, a longtime member of the big house, and Maybelline's sister, and struggled to rein in her fury enough to smile in return. "It's wonderful to see you, Miss Patty. How is everything for you?" "It's just fine." The woman, tall, thin, her salt and pepper hair in a tidy and tight cap of curls, walked over. She carried a basket half full of early roses. "Such a pretty spring we're having this year, even if the heat's already starting to rise. I'm so glad you're back home to enjoy it. I am sorry about your husband." "Thank you. Miss Patty, I really need to speak to Melody." "Why, she's having breakfast on the back veranda with Mrs. Piedmont and Miss Jolene. I expect this has something to do with the trouble at Miss Vi's. I got an earful on it from Maybelline, and Lauralee, too." "Yes, it's something like that." "Then you go right around. I hope you girls can settle this." "Settling it's why I'm here." "Thank you." She let the fury come back, bubble up as she took the walkway, crossed the velvety green lawn, as she heard female voices and smelled those early roses. And there was Melody, sitting at a table draped with white, decked with pretty china and juices sparkling in glass pitchers. "I am not going to apologize, Grandmama, so there's no point hounding me on it. I didn't say a thing that wasn't true, and I won't lower myself to crawl into those people just so Jolene can have her trashy hairdresser back." "Crystal isn't trashy, Melody, and we shouldn't have—" "You just stop it, Jolene, and stop that whining, too. I'm sick to death of it. If anything, that little slut and her interfering grandmother should—" She spotted Shelby, pushed to her feet as Shelby came up the slope like a highballing train. Melody's eyes widened as she saw Forrest and Griff running full out behind her. "You get out of here. You're not welcome here." "I say who's welcome here," Florence said in a snap. "If she is, I'm not." Melody started to turn away, but Shelby grabbed her arm, spun her around. "You paid him. You paid Arlo Cattery to try to hurt me. Get your hand off me. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a liar on top of it." Before she knew it was her clear intention, Shelby bunched a hand into a fist and used it. She heard shouting through the buzzing in her ears, saw through the red mist that blurred her vision Melody's eyes go glassy.
The next thing she knew, someone clamped her arms down from the back, lifted her off her feet. She kicked out because she wasn't done. She wasn't nearly done, but the arms only tightened.
Stop it. Come on, Red. Pull it in now. You gave her a good shot.
It's not enough. It's not enough for what she did. Melody sat on her ass where she'd gone down on the graceful veranda.
She hit me. Y'all saw how she attacked me.
Sobbing, she held a hand to her jaw.
I want to press charges.
Fine,
Forrest told her.
I think the ones against you are going to be a lot weightier.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what she's talking about. Grandmama, it hurts.
Jolene, stop waving your hands around like you're going to take flight and go get an ice pack. Florence, who'd gotten to her feet, sat again heavily. I need an explanation. I need to know why this girl would come here with these wild accusations and strike my granddaughter. I'll say it, Shelby said before Forrest could. Let me go, Griffin. I won't do anything. I apologize to you, Mrs. Piedmont. Not to her, but to you. I apologize. This is your home, and I should never have come here this way. I was too mad to think straight.
Grandmama, make her go away. She belongs in jail.
Be quiet now, Melody. It'll only hurt to talk. Why did you come here like this? Because she went a lot further than saying ugly things, or slashing tires, or making up lies. This time, she paid Arlo Cattery $1,000 and promised 1,000 more if he put a scare into me. If he taught me a lesson.
I never did any such thing. Why, I wouldn't lower myself to speak to Arlo Cattery or any of his kin. He's a liar, and so are you.
I said be quiet, Melody Louisa. Why would you say Melody did this? Because Arlo ran Griffin off the road last night, wrecked his truck. Look at him, Mrs. Piedmont. He's hurt because he made sure I got home safe, and because he did, Arlo couldn't get to me and do what she'd paid him to do. He got to Griff instead. She went down to the holler, down to Arlo's trailer, and paid him to do it.
She's crazy, a liar.
Oh, my God.
Jolene stood just outside the French doors, a blue ice pack in her hand.
Oh, my God, Melody. I didn't think you meant it. I never thought you meant it.
You shut up, you hear? Don't you dare say another word, Jolene, not one more word.
I won't shut up. I won't. My God, Melody, this isn't just playing, just gossip or poking some fun. I didn't think she meant it. I swear to God, I never thought she meant it.
You hold your tongue, Melody. Meant what, Jolene? Florence demanded. Stop blubbering now and say it straight out.
She said, after Miss Vi banned us, she said she knew how to get back at Shelby. She knew how to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget, and how Arlo would likely do it for free, but she'd sweeten that pot.
Liar.
Scrambling up, Melody launched herself at Jolene, fingers curled to scratch. She might have done considerable damage if Jolene, in shocked defense, hadn't thrown the ice bag at her. The lucky shot knocked Melody back a step and gave Forrest time to pull her back.
You'd best listen to your grandmama and hold your tongue. Jolene, let's hear the rest.
What is wrong with you? What is the matter with you, Melody? I just don't know.
You'd better shut your mouth, Jolene, or you'll be sorry.
Jolene! Florence's voice cut through Jolene's fresh weeping. You tell Deputy Pomeroy the rest of what you know, and right now. If you don't be quiet, Melody, I swear to God Almighty, I'll slap you myself.
Oh, Miss Florence, I told what she said, and I promise, I swear I didn't believe she meant to do anything.
I was so upset and crying, and I just said to stop it, Melody. And I went on about who was going to do my hair for the wedding because Crystal, she knows just how I want it done, and it's my wedding day, Miss Flores. I just was so upset, and Melody didn't say any more. But she'd said what I told you. I didn't think she could.
You traitorous bitch. She was part of it. Melody threw out a hand, pointed. She was part of it.
I wasn't, but maybe you can't believe that, Shelby, since I've been part of things. But never to really hurt somebody. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of all of it.
She sat, began to weep into her hands.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Piedmont, but I'm going to have to take these ladies into the station house and sort this out.
Her back straight as a poker, Florence nodded. Yes, I can see that. Jolene, you stop that crying now and go on with Deputy Pomeroy. Melody, go with the deputy.
I don't want to go with him. It's all just some story that lowlife made up, and Jolene's lying. She's just lying. I'm not lying.
And that started the two of them shouting at each other until Forrest broke in.
I'd advise the two of you to be quiet. Melody, you can come along on your own, or I'm going to haul you.
You take your hands off me this minute.
The threat had her struggling against his hold.
I don't go anywhere I don't want to go.
And her grandmother surged to her feet. Melody Louisa Bunker, if you don't go along with Deputy Pomeroy and stop resisting, you have my oath I'll do nothing to help you. I'll make certain your mama doesn't do a thing to help you.
You don't mean that.
By God, I do. You go with Forrest, and you go now, or I'll wash my hands of it. And you.
I'll go. But now I know you're just as hateful as the rest.
I'll take Melody,
Forrest said to Griff.
Best if you take Shelby and Jolene. You're still deputized. Hell. All right. Jolene?
I'm coming. I won't give you any trouble. Shelby, I'm so sorry about all this.
It's probably best, too, if everybody stays quiet on the ride in,
Griff suggested, and got an easy smile from Forrest.
Like I said, you ever want a career change. Melody, you walk to my cruiser under your own power, or I'll cuff you.
Oh, I'm coming. You'll be out of a job before this day's over. I'm going to make sure of it.
Before he led Melody away, Forrest glanced at Florence.
I'm sorry about this, Mrs. Piedmont. I'm sorry for this trouble for you and your family.
I know it. When she looked at Griff, there might have been a gleam of tears in her eyes, but her back remained poker straight. I'm more sorry about this than I can say. 19. Jolene wasn't quiet on the ride in, but cried in wild, gulping sobs all the way. With ears ringing, Griff decided all he really wanted in the world at that moment was to get back to work and sanity. The only route he saw there was herding Shelby and Jolene into the station house. Sheriff Hartigan looked at Griff, at the two women, Shelby, eyes hot, Jolene, eyes spewing tears. Stepping forward, he dug a large white handkerchief out of his pocket, pushed it into Jolene's hands. He said in a tone that miraculously blended cheer and sympathy,
Well, now, what's all this? Forrest is right behind us,
Griff began. I'm probably under arrest. After slapping her hands on her hips, Shelby looked directly, defiantly into Hartigan's eyes. I punched Melody Bunker in the face. Was Hartigan's response before he focused on Jolene.
I didn't know she meant to do it.
Hysteria bubbled up through the hitching sobs.
I swear, I didn't. I thought she was just being mad and saying things. I didn't think She meant to really get Arlo to scare Shelby or hurt her. I swear, I'm that upset about all of it.
I can see that. Why don't you come on in and tell me about it? You got her?
He said to Griff, arched his eyebrows at Shelby.
I guess.
Deputized? Shelby gave him one hard look as Hartigan led Jolene into his office.
That's just Forrest being Forrest.
But he was relieved when Forrest himself walked in with a cold-eyed Melody.
Jolene? Sheriff's talking to her. Good enough. You got her?
At the repeated question, Griff winced.
Yeah.
Forrest escorted Melody into the back break room, walked out again.
Nobby, I need you to sit on her for a couple minutes while I sort some of this out. No problem there.
When Forrest turned to his sister, she held out her hands, wrists together.
Stop that shit.
Maybe you want your deputy to do it. When she turned with the same gesture to Griff, he just took her face in his hands.
Cut it out. Now.
She bristled a moment, but he didn't let go, kept his eyes level on hers until she hissed out a breath. I'm not mad at either of you. Too much. And I'm sick about what happened to you, Griff. I'm just all around mad. Am I under arrest?
It's not going to come to that,
Forrest said.
Even if she pushes it, she's in a hell of a lot more trouble. She earned the punch.
She surely did.
Hell of a right cross you got there, Red.
Thank you. Clay taught me, but it's the first time I actually put it into practice. What do I do now?
You leave this to me and the sheriff, like you should have before you stormed the damn castle. Not that I'm ever going to blame you for the punch. And go on to work or home or whatever business you got going.
I can just go?
That's right. And if she pushes the assault charge, we'll deal with it. But I believe she's going to be persuaded to let that alone.
All right. She could hardly stay mad at her brother if he wasn't going to arrest her. I'm sorry for my part in this morning.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Not yet, but I might work around to it. She walked out, paused when Griff walked out with her. None of this was my fault, and I'm pretty sick at taking responsibility for what I didn't do, but—
There's no but,
he interrupted. She shook her head. But there's no question I brought you trouble. I wouldn't blame you for stepping back. I'll be sorry and disappointed if you do, but I wouldn't blame you. His answer was to take her face in his hands again, and this time to take her mouth as well. Long, serious, and slow.
That should settle that. I'm going to go see your dad now so I can get cleared and get the hell back to work.
She smiled a little. That black eye looks kinda rakish.
Just what I was going for. I'll see you later. It's been a hell of an interesting morning so far.
She supposed he could put it that way, she thought, as she walked to the salon. But she'd dearly love a couple of boring mornings. She figured word of some of the interesting morning, and the incident the night before that had generated it, would have reached the salon by now. The way conversation stopped, eyes turned to her when she walked in, told her she'd gauged correctly. How is that boy? How bad's he hurt? Viola demanded. He's going to see Daddy now, but I don't think it's too awful. He's got cuts and bruises. I heard they hauled Arlo Cattery in for hit and run, Crystal put in. And Lauralee here saw you driving hell-bent toward the big house a little while ago. You might as well say what Melody's got to do with all this, Viola told her. Everybody's going to find out anyway. She paid him. She paid Arlo to do it. After the collective gasp, Shelby dropped into a chair. She was early for work anyway, and God, interesting mornings were exhausting. Wait 1 minute. Eyes narrowed, Viola swiveled the chair so Shelby faced her. You're saying Melody paid that Cattery boy to run Griffin Lot off the road? Why in hell would she do that? She paid him to go after me, but Griff was in the way, so he went for him. After you? But what?
Realization struck, chilled her blood so some of it drained out of her face.
Because I kicked her out of here.
It's not on you, Granny, and it's not on me. It's not on either of us. Any of us.
God knows she's spoiled as rotten fruit and always had a bright streak of mean in her. But I'd never have expected her to try something like this.
She gave Arlo 1,000 down, with 1,000 more when it was done. Viola nodded. The color that came back into her face was high and hot.
Is she arrested?
They've got her at the station house talking about it.
They don't lock her up. I'm going to know why.
I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be ugly, that's certain. And everybody might as well know the rest. I went up to the big house and I punched her in the face. I just saw red and punched her, knocked her flat. I'd do it again if I could.
More gasps, even as Viola grinned. She leaned over, gave Shelby a hard hug. That's my girl.
I wish I'd seen you do it.
Maybelline folded her arms.
It's not Christian to say so, but I wish I'd seen you do it and taken a picture with my phone. Aunt Patty says she gets hoity-toity and orders her around something fierce when Miss Piedmont's not around.
Laura Lee nodded sagely.
So I wish I'd seen it too, but I'd have taken a video.
She walked over, gave Shelby a hug.
So don't you fret about it, Shelby. I know more people than I can count who'd have paid good money to see you knock that girl on her second runner-up's ass. Right, Miss Vi?
Couldn't be righter, Laura Lee.
I won't fret.
She patted Laura Lee's hand. But I'm going to start work early if that's okay. Deal with towels and supplies and such. Clear my head some. You go on.
Crystal waited until Shelby went in the back. What do you suppose Mrs. Piedmont's going to do about all this?
I guess we'll wait and see. They didn't have to wait long. In the mid-afternoon lull, when stay-at-home mothers picked up their kids from school or greeted them at the door, before those who worked outside the home could run in for an after-work cut and color or massage, Florence Piedmont stepped into Vi's. Once again, the salon hushed like a church. Florence, all dignity in a navy blue dress and sensible shoes, nodded at Shelby, who manned the front counter, then Viola. Viola, do you have a few minutes to speak with me? Privately, you and Shelby. Of course we do. Shelby, do we have anyone in the relaxation room?
We shouldn't have. We have 3 coming in for treatments in about an hour and 2 in treatments right now.
That's fine, then. We'll go on back here, Florence, where it's nice and quiet. Crystal, when my 3:30 comes in, you set her up with a magazine. I appreciate the time, Viola. You'd make it for me. Viola led the way back through the locker area. We've known each other a lot of years. We have. A lot of years. How is your mama, Vi? Feisty as ever. And how's yours? Slowing down some, but she dearly loves living in Florida. My brother Samuel looks in on her every day. He always had a sweetheart. You have a seat now. Thank you, Vi. I could use one. I'll tell the truth and say I'm tired to the bone.
We have some nice peach tea, Mrs. Piedmont. Hot or cold, Shelby added. Could I get you some?
I would love some hot peach tea, thank you, if it's no trouble.
Not a bit. Granny?
That'd be nice, darling. Thank you. This is a lovely room, Viola. So peaceful and calm, and you always had a clever mind and a way of turning what worked in it into something fine. That's a nice thing to hear. Everybody needs somewhere peaceful and calming now and again. We could all use more of it, to my mind. What color paint have you got on these walls? It's called Twilight Gold. Pretty name. It is. Peaceful, she said again, like a sigh. Viola, Shelby, I'm going to start by saying I'm going to speak to Griffin Lott when I leave here. But I wanted to speak to the two of you first. I should have asked if Ada Mae could take a minute. She's doing a facial. It's all right, Flo. We'll tell her what you want to say to her. I want to apologize to all of you. To your daddy, too, Shelby. Your daughter. Your brothers. To Jackson, Viola. Mrs. Piedmont, ma'am, you don't have anything to apologize for. I ask you to accept an apology from me. Of course. Shelby carried over the tea in its pretty cups. Thank you. Would you sit too? I've just come from the police station. Melody has admitted to going to Arlo Cattery, to giving him money to cause you trouble, Shelby. I'm not sure she'd have admitted it this soon, but they had 3 people already who saw her driving up to his trailer in the holler. And though it pains me to say it, I wouldn't get her a lawyer until she told the truth. Saying nothing, Viola just reached out, took Florence's hand. I don't know what she thought would happen, or why she'd do something so mean, so reckless. I don't know why she's always been so jealous of you, Shelby. When you were voted head cheerleader back in high school, she had hysterics, begged me to make a big donation to the athletic department if they'd take you down, put her up. And when you were homecoming queen over her, she came home and cut her dress to ribbons. Florence sighed. She's angry most of the time, it seems. I'd hoped by putting her in charge of the Artful Ridge, having her live in the carriage house, she'd be happier, start being more responsible. But I know. I see now. I indulged her too much all along, and her mama did even more. She's my grandchild, my first granddaughter, and I love her. Of course you do. I overlooked too much over the years, but I won't overlook this. She caused someone true harm, and it could have been much worse. She did it for spite. She'll pay a price for that spite. I have no right to ask, and none to expect, but she's my granddaughter, so I will ask. The sheriff indicated if you and Griffin Lott are amenable, if you agree, instead of going to jail. For the first time, Florence's hand shook, so she set the teacup down carefully in its saucer. She could serve 6 months in a rehabilitation center, a private one where she would have therapy for her various issues. She would be required to work there. Chores, I suppose. Cleaning, gardening, laundry, that sort of thing. Then, if deemed ready, she would serve another 6 months community service in a halfway house, with a year's probation to follow that. I won't pretend it's prison, Florence continued, but she would be restricted, get therapy I feel she desperately needs, and be required to follow set rules. She would lose her freedom, and that's a kind of prison. And if she refuses to abide by the terms, the rules, then she would face prison. Her mother will try to fight me on this, but her father, I've already spoken to my son-in-law. We spoke at some length, and he will back me on this. Steadier, Florence picked up her tea again. It's your granddaughter and mine, Vi. Who would have thought we'd come here? Once again, Viola took her hand. Life's full of hard bumps and slick twists. We do the best we can to drive it, start to finish. Some days best isn't near to good enough. You'll want time to think about this, Shelby. It's not that. It's Griff she hurt, or hurt through what Arlo did. It's you she meant to. All I want, I swear to you, Mrs. Piedmont, is for her to leave me and mine alone. I have a child to think of. I have a life to try to rebuild with my little girl, and I just want Melody to leave us be. If Griffin's all right with what you said, I would be. He's the one who ended up being hurt, whatever she meant. I'll speak to him, and we'll all abide by his decision. I'm sick at heart he was hurt this way, that someone in my family would have caused it. I wonder, Viola, if you know from Jackson how much damage there is to the boy's truck. What Jackson told me just a bit ago on the phone? It's a loss.
Oh, Granny.
Well, most anything can be fixed, but Jack says it wouldn't be fixed right enough and expects the insurance company to agree and total it out.
I'll make it right. You have my word on it.
I never had any doubt on that, Flo.
I know you're both busy, and I thank you so much for taking this time and for your understanding, for your kindness.
I'm going to walk you out, Viola said, sliding an arm around Florence's waist as they both rose. And I'm going to give you a brochure, so you can think about coming back for a nice hot stone massage or a Restore Youth facial. Shelby heard Florence laugh as they walked out. It's a late hour for restoring youth, isn't it, Viola? It's never too late an hour, Flo. Never too late an hour. It seemed to Shelby the best thing to do was keep her head down and take each day as it came. She'd been far too much front and center on the gossip stage since her return to the Ridge. Experience told her some other news or interest would come along soon enough. She felt just fine being front and center Friday night, performing doo-wop and rock and 50s ballads. The crowd seemed to feel just fine about it too, and nobody got shot. And since Callie was having a sleepover at Granny's, topping Friday night off in Griff's bed felt even more than fine. Before and after her Saturday job, she hit her spreadsheet hard, meticulously paying bills, doing careful math, and shaking her clasped hands at the ceiling when she paid off another credit card. 3 down, 9 to go. Straight after Sunday breakfast, she stood at the stove frying up chicken and listening to Callie squeal with delight while she played with the much-loved bubble maker. Ada Mae came in, hugged Shelby from behind. That's the best sound in the world. I know it. She's so happy, Mama, it turns my heart inside out. And how about you? I'm about as happy as a little girl with a bubble machine. You were in fine voice Friday night, baby girl, and so pretty up there in that blue dress. I'm going to have fun with the 60s. I've been playing around some for next week. Tansy told me they're going ahead for sure with that expansion. That'll be exciting. Good thing Griff and Matt are all but done here. I love my new bathroom like Callie loves her bubble maker. To demonstrate, Ada Mae did a neat pirouette and had Shelby grinning. They're handy men. A handy man's worth his weight in gold. You must have had a nice time after. Heat rose up the back of Shelby's neck. I did. Mama, you didn't wait up, did you? It's not a matter of waiting up. You have a child under your roof, whether she's 14 or 40, you hear that car pull up the drive. And don't even think about saying you're sorry. It put a smile on my face thinking about you being with a good man. He puts a smile on your face, too. She knew just where her mother was going. He does. I can admit I didn't see myself having a nice time with any man for a long time yet. As it is, it's a pretty surprise. Still, I can't think past next week. Not yet. That's all right. You take your time. Give him a good test drive. Mama, you think your generation invented sex? And you're doing the 60s next week? That generation likely figured the same. Speaking of test driving, I heard Florence Piedmont bought Griff a new truck. He said she wouldn't take no. Turned it around so it felt like he'd be insulting her if he refused. Grandpa's going to strip the wrecked one for parts, and Griff's having the new truck painted with the logo. She paused as she drained some of the chicken. Did we do the right thing, Mama? Letting Melody get off with going to that rehabilitation center, anger management therapy and the like? Next thing to a country club, I expect, and that just chafes my thighs. But down under it, I think it was the right thing. I don't know if she'll be coming back here, at least not for some time. I do know Miss Florence isn't holding her job. Oh. And I expect you could have that job if you wanted it. No. I think I like just how things are. I like working at Granny's. I like the girls and the work and the customers. I like knowing if something came up, nobody'd be upset if I had to take off to deal with it. And I do know for certain I wouldn't want Melody's old office, her old job, her old anything. Just bad juju. You know what I mean, Mama? I do.
You've got your granny's hand with fried chicken, girl. If you don't want to look past next week yet, you'd better be careful. Chicken like that could drive a man to propose marriage.
I think I'm safe there. And safe, Shelby thought, was where she needed to be. At noon, when Griff pulled up in his rental truck, she had the hamper loaded and ready, and Callie in her yellow dress with a ribbon in her hair. She'd opted for jeans and her old hiking boots. Callie rushed out before Griff got to the door and launched herself at him.
You look like a picnic, Little Red.
I got a bow.
Callie reached back to where the yellow ribbon trailed.
I see that. Pretty as they come, and so's your mom. Here, let me take that.
You've already got her. We'll take my van since I know where we're going. I've got the blankets in there already.
I've just got to get a couple things out of the truck.
He strapped Callie in her car seat. Expertly, Shelby noted.
This is the end of disc number 8. Please insert disc number 9.
You might as well say what Melody's got to do with all this, Viola told her. Everybody's going to find out anyway. She paid him. She paid Arlo to do it. After the collective gasp, Shelby dropped into a chair. She was early for work anyway, and God, interesting mornings were exhausting. Wait 1 minute. Eyes narrowed. Viola swiveled the chair so Shelby faced her. You're saying Melody paid that cattery boy to run Griffin Lot off the road? Why in hell would she do that? She paid him to go after me, but Griff was in the way, so he went for him. After you? But that, what? Realization struck, chilled her blood so some of it drained out of her face. Because I kicked her out of here. It's not on you, Granny, and it's not on me. It's not on either of us. Any of us. God knows she's spoiled as rotten fruit and always had a bright streak of mean in her. But I'd never have expected her to try something like this. She gave Arlo 1,000 down, with 1,000 more when it was done. Viola nodded. The color that came back into her face was high and hot. Is she arrested? They've got her at the station house talking about it. They don't lock her up. I'm going to know why. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be ugly, that's certain. And everybody might as well know the rest. I went up to the big house and I punched her in the face. I just saw red and punched her, knocked her flat. I'd do it again if I could. More gasps, even as Viola grinned. She leaned over, gave Shelby a hard hug. That's my girl. I wish I'd seen you do it, Maybelline folded her arms. It's not Christian to say so, but I wish I'd seen you do it and taken a picture with my phone. Aunt Patty says she gets hoity-toity and orders her around something fierce when Miss Piedmont's not around. Laura Lee nodded sagely. So I wish I'd seen it too, but I'd have taken a video. She walked over, gave Shelby a hug. So don't you fret about it, Shelby. I know more people than I can count who'd have paid good money to see you knock that girl on her second runner-up's ass. Right, Miss Vi? Couldn't be righter, Laura Lee. I won't fret. She patted Laura Lee's hand. But I'm going to start work early if that's okay. Deal with towels and supplies and such. Clear my head some. You go on. Crystal waited until Shelby went in the back. What do you suppose Mrs. Piedmont's going to do about all this? I guess we'll wait and see. They didn't have to wait long. In the mid-afternoon lull, when stay-at-home mothers picked up their kids from school or greeted them at the door, before those who worked outside the home could run in for an after-work cut and color or massage, Florence Piedmont stepped into Vi's. Once again, the salon hushed like a church. Florence, all dignity in a navy blue dress and sensible shoes, nodded at Shelby, who manned the front counter, then Viola. Viola, do you have a few minutes to speak with me? Privately, you and Shelby. Of course we do. Shelby, do we have anyone in the relaxation room? We shouldn't have. We have 3 coming in for treatments in about an hour and 2 in treatments right now. That's fine, then. We'll go on back here, Florence, where it's nice and quiet. Crystal, when my 3:30 comes in, you set her up with a magazine. I appreciate the time, Viola. You'd make it for me. Viola led the way back through the locker area. We've known each other a lot of years. We have. A lot of years. How is your mama, Vi? Feisty as ever. And how's yours? Slowing down some, but she dearly loves living in Florida. My brother Samuel looks in on her every day. He always had a sweetheart. You have a seat now. Thank you, Vi. I could use one. I'll tell the truth and say I'm tired to the bone. We have some nice peach tea, Mrs. Piedmont. Hot or cold, Shelby added. Could I get you some? I would love some hot peach tea, thank you, if it's no trouble. Not a bit. Granny? That'd be nice, darling. Thank you. This is a lovely room, Viola. So peaceful and calming. You always had a clever mind and a way of turning what worked in it into something fine. That's a nice thing to hear. Everybody needs somewhere peaceful and calming now and again. We could all use more of it, to my mind. What color paint have you got on these walls? It's called Twilight Gold. Pretty name. It is. Peaceful, she said again, like a sigh. Viola, Shelby, I'm going to start by saying I'm going to speak to Griffin Lott when I leave here. But I wanted to speak to the two of you first. I should have asked if Ada Mae could take a minute. She's doing a facial. It's all right, Flo. We'll tell her what you want to say to her. I want to apologize to all of you. To your daddy, too, Shelby. Your daughter. Your brothers. To Jackson, Viola. Mrs. Piedmont, ma'am, you don't have anything to apologize for. I ask you to accept an apology from me. Of course. Shelby carried over the tea in its pretty cups. Thank you. Would you sit too? I've just come from the police station. Melody has admitted to going to Arlo Cattery, to giving him money to cause you trouble, Shelby. I'm not sure she'd have admitted it this soon, but they had 3 people already who saw her driving up to his trailer in the holler. And though it pains me to say it, I wouldn't get her a lawyer until she told the truth. Saying nothing, Viola just reached out, took Florence's hand. I don't know what she thought would happen, or why she'd do something so mean, so reckless. I don't know why she's always been so jealous of you, Shelby. When you were voted head cheerleader back in high school, she had hysterics, begged me to make a big donation to the athletic department if they'd take you down, put her up. And when you were homecoming queen over her, she came home and cut her dress to ribbons. Florence sighed. She's angry most of the time, it seems. I'd hoped by putting her in charge of the Artful Ridge, having her live in the carriage house, she'd be happier, start being more responsible. But I know, I see now, I indulged her too much all along, and her mama did even more. She's my grandchild, my first granddaughter, and I love her. Of course you do. I overlooked too much over the years, but I won't overlook this. She caused someone true harm, and it could have been much worse. She did it for spite. She'll pay a price for that spite. I have no right to ask, and none to expect, but she's my granddaughter, so I will ask. The sheriff indicated if you and Griffin Lott are amenable, if you agree, instead of going to jail. For the first time, Florence's hand shook, so she set the teacup down carefully in its saucer. She could serve 6 months in a rehabilitation center, a private one where she would have therapy for her various issues. She would be required to work there. Chores, I suppose. Cleaning, gardening, laundry, that sort of thing. Then, if deemed ready, she would serve another 6 months community service in a halfway house, with a year's probation to follow that. I won't pretend it's prison, Florence continued, but she would be restricted, get therapy I feel she desperately needs, and be required to follow set rules. She would lose her freedom, and that's a kind of prison. And if she refuses to abide by the terms, the rules, then she would face prison. Her mother will try to fight me on this, but her father, I've already spoken to my son-in-law. We spoke at some length, and he will back me on this. Steadier, Florence picked up her tea again. It's your granddaughter and mine, Vi. Who would have thought we'd come here? Once again, Viola took her hand. Life's full of hard bumps and slick twists. We do the best we can to drive it, start to finish. Some days best isn't near to good enough. You'll want time to think about this, Shelby. It's not that. It's Griff she hurt, or hurt through what Arlo did.
It's you she meant to. All I want, I swear to you, Mrs. Piedmont, is for her to leave me and mine alone. I have a child to think of. I have a life to try to rebuild with my little girl, and I just want Melody to leave us be. If Griffin's all right with what you said, I would be. He's the one who ended up being hurt, whatever she meant. I'll speak to him, and we'll all abide by his decision. I'm sick at heart he was hurt this way, that someone in my family would have caused it. I wonder, Viola, if you know from Jackson how much damage there is to the boy's truck.
What Jackson told me just a bit ago on the phone, it's a loss.
Oh, Granny.
Well, most anything can be fixed, but Jack says it wouldn't be fixed right enough and expects the insurance company to agree and total it out.
I'll make it right. You have my word on it.
I never had any doubt on that, Flo.
I know you're both busy, and I thank you so much for taking this time and for your understanding, for your kindness.
I'm going to walk you out, Viola said, sliding an arm around Florence's waist as they both rose. And I'm going to give you a brochure, so you can think about coming back for a nice hot stone massage or a Restore Youth facial.
Shelby heard Florence laugh as they walked out.
It's a late hour for restoring youth, isn't it, Viola? It's never too late an hour, Flo. Never too late an hour.
It seemed to Shelby the best thing to do was keep her head down and take each day as it came. She'd been far too much front and center on the gossip stage since her return to the Ridge. Experience told her some other news or interest would come along soon enough. She felt just fine being front and center Friday night, performing doo-wop and rock and 50s ballads. The crowd seemed to feel just fine about it too, and nobody got shot. And since Callie was having a sleepover at Granny's, topping Friday night off in Griff's bed felt even more than fine. Before and after her Saturday job, she hit her spreadsheet hard, meticulously paying bills, doing careful math, and shaking her clasped hands at the ceiling when she paid off another credit card. 3 down, 9 to go. Straight after Sunday breakfast, she stood at the stove frying up chicken and listening to Callie squeal with delight while she played with the much-loved bubble maker. Ada Mae came in, hugged Shelby from behind. "That's the best sound in the world." "I know it. She's so happy, Mama, it turns my heart inside out." "And how about you?" "I'm about as happy as a little girl with a bubble machine." "You were in fine voice Friday night, baby girl, and so pretty up there in that blue dress." "I'm going to have fun with the 60s. I've been playing around some for next week. Tansy told me they're going ahead for sure with that expansion. That'll be exciting. Good thing Griff and Matt are all but done here. I love my new bathroom like Callie loves her bubble maker." To demonstrate, Ada Mae did a neat pirouette and had Shelby grinning. "They're handy men. A handy man's worth his weight in gold. You must have had a nice time after." Heat rose up the back of Shelby's neck. "I did. Mama, you didn't wait up, did you?" "It's not a matter of waiting up. You have a child under your roof, whether she's 14 or 40, you hear that car pull up the drive. And don't even think about saying you're sorry. It put a smile on my face thinking about you being with a good man. He puts a smile on your face, too." She knew just where her mother was going. "He does. I can admit I didn't see myself having a nice time with any man for a long time yet. As it is, it's a pretty surprise. Still, I can't think past next week. Not yet." "That's all right. You take your time. Give him a good test drive." "Mama, you think your generation invented sex? And you're doing the 60s next week? That generation likely figured the same. Speaking of test driving, I heard Florence Piedmont bought Griff a new truck." "He said she wouldn't take no. Turned it around so it felt like he'd be insulting her if he refused. Grandpa's going to strip the wrecked one for parts, and Griff's having the new truck painted with the logo." She paused as she drained some of the chicken. "Did we do the right thing, Mama? Letting Melody get off with going to that rehabilitation center, anger management therapy and the like? Next thing to a country club, I expect. and that just chafes my thighs. But down under it, I think it was the right thing. I don't know if she'll be coming back here, at least not for some time. I do know Miss Florence isn't holding her job. Oh. And I expect you could have that job if you wanted it. No. I think I like just how things are. I like working at Granny's. I like the girls and the work and the customers. I like knowing if something came up, nobody'd be upset if I had to take off to deal with it. And I do know for certain I wouldn't want Melody's old office, her old job, her old anything. Just bad juju. You know what I mean, Mama? I do. You've got your granny's hand with fried chicken, girl. If you don't want to look past next week yet, you'd better be careful. Chicken like that could drive a man to propose marriage. I think I'm safe there. And safe, Shelby thought, was where she needed to be. At noon, when Griff pulled up in his rental truck, she had the hamper loaded and ready, and Callie in her yellow dress with a ribbon in her hair. She'd opted for jeans and her old hiking boots. Callie rushed out before Griff got to the door and launched herself at him.
You look like a picnic, Little Red.
I got a bow.
Callie reached back to where the yellow ribbon trailed.
I see that. Pretty as they come, and so's your mom. Here, let me take that.
You've already got her. We'll take my van since I know where we're going. I've got the blankets in there already.
I've just got to get a couple things out of the truck.
He strapped Callie in her car seat. Expertly, Shelby noted.
This is the end of disc number 8. Please insert disc number 9.